Chapter 441 The Second Conversation with the Observer. Just as the players were happily exploring the God's domain map, there was an extremely serious atmosphere in the higher dimensional space above their heads. I don't know what kind of conversation they had before this, but I only heard a slightly hesitant voice asking, "Observer, is it really okay for us to do this?" The air suddenly became quiet. For a moment, all the observers shifted their gazes from the observed screen to the owner of the voice, being watched by so many colleagues. The other party seemed a little embarrassed. It was obviously redundant to ask such a question at this point. After all, they have made more than just this one bold decision. Last time, they directly unlocked the secret key and opened the program backdoor to let these players into the simulation field and let them peek into the secret. They even made a mistake and turned the simulation field into the limited time dungeon map God's domain, allowing these observed objects to enter and exit. Although due to various reasons later, these observed objects misunderstood the truth, which prevented the final secret from being revealed. But it was precisely because of this result that they decided to start a second round of completely different experiments. Compared with the old experiment, the new experiment has a significantly greater risk. But even so, most of them still agreed to the new experiment. Although, this majority does not include himself. In his opinion, all experiments should be conducted within a safe and controllable range, rather than testing the edge of danger like a gambler. You must know that it is extremely dangerous to give such obvious guidance to a civilization that has not yet awakened. This is equivalent to giving babies a weapon that can destroy the world, and they do not have the ability to bear the cost of using weapons. What's more, observers who have conducted control group experiments in other worlds have experienced experimental failures, and the prophets have also predicted countless regrettable futures. If this succeeds, it will be fine. If it fails, then it will most likely destroy the operating rules of the two worlds, and the secrets of this universe may not be able to continue to be hidden. Although for those observed objects, even if the truth of this world is discovered, it is impossible to change anything immediately. But the problem is that human beings have endless desire to explore. Just like humans in ancient times revered nature, but humans in modern society exploit, ignore and destroy nature. No one knows what their exploration will bring to the world. Some improper behaviors will become the culprit that accelerates the decline of this world. If they know that there are other worlds outside their world, they may find a way to break through that boundary and cross into those worlds that do not belong to them. Even if these observed objects cannot do this with their current cognition and technological level, it is completely uncertain what will happen in a few years, and this action may trigger many uncontrollable chain reactions. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard another steady voice slowly coming from the void. "I know what you are worried about. But don't forget what our mission as observers is." Unlike his entanglement and confusion, this person called the Chief Observer is obviously much calmer and more rational. Success is not inevitable. Of course, failure is not inevitable. The first round of simulation experiments has been successful, even if it has not reached 100%. I believe that they will sooner or later pass this game. In this case, why don't we open the second round of experiments? After all, that is our ultimate goal. World no. D6188 can't hold on for too long. If we don't start the second round of experiments quickly, everything we do will be meaningless. Although this is a gamble, the rewards it brings are immeasurable. If successful, then World no. D6188 will go from decline to the right track, and these observed objects will become the saviors of that world. Even if it fails, it's just game suspension. As for the problems you are worried about, even if they happen, they will only appear in the more distant future. And the future is something that is inherently unpredictable. As soon as this was said, the voices that had expressed concern before suddenly fell silent. But another slightly cold voice suddenly sounded. "Do we need to notify the number 1 observation subject? After all, he is nominally the planner of this game. Moreover, he is also the only one among the observed subjects who can continue to help us to carry out the second round of experiments smoothly in secret." As soon as this was said, there was a lot of discussion in the void. To be honest, although they had thought about this issue before, they had never brought it to the table for discussion. After all, based on the current observation situation, the position of the number 1 observation subject is not clear. Although his body in the original world has died, and only a consciousness body is left, he seems to still have some feelings for his homeland. This can be seen from the fact that he contacted the government department of the original world through the summoner, and was willing to take the initiative to open a closed beta test quota for it. If he knew all the truth, it is hard to guarantee that he would not reveal these secrets to the government of that world. although they have made plans for possible leaks at any time. They do not want the leaker to appear in their camp. The reason why a secret is because no one knows it. Once more people know it, it is no longer a secret. By then, the experiment they have painstakingly prepared is likely to fail. It seems that he is also struggling. The voice called the chief observer was silent for a moment and said, although there are certain risks, I think he should not tell everything. As long as it does not violate some principles, I guess he should choose to turn a blind eye. In any case, let's give it a try. Xiaoming did not expect that the mysterious high-dimensional intelligent life would contact him again. After all, it was not long since their last conversation, and because the other party took the initiative to end the conversation before, Xiaoming thought that this guy might not contact him for a while. But he never thought that the accident would come so suddenly. Therefore, when Xiaoming received the message sent by the other party, he was a little unresponsive for a while. But what was more unexpected was what the other party said next. That's right. It was said, unlike the previous text communication, this time, the mysterious existence actually spoke directly. The voice was like a murmur, and it was like the sound of insects and birds, rustling and barely detectable. But Xiaoming could unexpectedly hear its words, and he could also perceive its sight. Then he heard the mysterious voice from a higher dimension entering his mind. Now, we have something very important to explain to you. There was silence in the office. Xiaoming blinked his black beam-like eyes, and then tried to reply to the other party with his mind. What is it? Are you finally going to tell me the truth of this world? Xiaoming said this in a teasing way. In fact, he was indeed joking. After all, no matter how he asked before, the other party was beating around the bush. Obviously, the intelligent life in a higher dimension did not want him to know the truth. Therefore, he said this just to satisfy his desire to talk. But sometimes life is like this. You plant flowers with intention, but they don't bloom. But you plant willows by accident, and they grow into shade. What he didn't expect was that this time the other party actually changed his previous roundabout way and answered directly. I do have this plan. Hearing this, Xiaoming was a little surprised. Previously, he was eager to explore the truth of this world, but he couldn't find the way. Now he is no longer obsessed with this matter. But the other party took the initiative to find him. Such a completely different change before and after made Xiaoming have to suspect that something must have happened behind the scenes that made them suddenly change their minds. Moreover, this matter may require his participation and help. Thinking of this, Xiaoming did not speak, but patiently waited for the other party to continue speaking. The other party did not disappoint his expectations and directly continued to speak. I didn't tell you the truth before because I had other concerns. But something happened recently, which forced us to reconsider whether to confess everything to you. As he said, the voice paused. This matter is related to the most fundamental secret of this universe. Before telling you, we need you to make a promise. Promise not to publicize this matter. If you can do it, then I will continue. Such a request is not difficult, and Xiaoming naturally has no reason to refuse. So he agreed, I promise. After getting the desired guarantee, the voice continued to speak. Just as you feel from this game, there is not only one world in this universe. It is actually composed of countless worlds. Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked, and a flash of understanding flashed in his black beam-like eyes. Although he had guessed this long ago, he was still a little surprised to hear the other party admit it in person. It turns out that there are really parallel worlds in this world. As if sensing his thoughts, the owner of the voice said again, although there are countless worlds in this universe, they are not parallel worlds or nested worlds as you understand. These worlds are independent of each other. Just like a piece of grass, the gaps between each weed are not fixed. Some are close and some are far. It's like dust in the air. Some are above and some are below. There was almost no law between the worlds at first. But under the Big Bang and gravity, the entropy increase of these worlds gradually changed from disorder to order. When some worlds gradually have operating rules, some existence is needed to maintain these rules to ensure that these worlds can continue smoothly. And we are such existences. Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, so who are you? You can call us observers. We were born at the beginning of the Big Bang. We have no body, but we have independent consciousness. Hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned. Isn't this just like a ghost? No. To be precise, it's more like a god. After all, ghosts were serious humans before they became ghosts. But gods don't exist in this dimensional world. And they don't seem to have so-called bodies. What's more, these so-called observers can read minds. Isn't this the same as gods? Sensing his thoughts, The voice in his mind explained. God is just the name humans gave us in ancient times. But in fact, we are not so-called gods. In their cognition, gods are omnipotent. But unfortunately, we are not such existences. Because there are many things that even we cannot control as we please. Xiaoming was a little surprised. After all, the impression these observers gave him was already magical enough. But the other party told him that even they could not control everything. I know you are surprised. But now please let me finish what I said. Xiaoming coughed awkwardly. Sorry. Please continue. Then I heard the voice continue to say calmly, we, like many worlds in this universe, were born in the Big Bang of the original universe. However, in addition to the birth of those worlds of different sizes, the products of the explosion also gave birth to invisible and intangible consciousness like us. As I said before, our existence is to maintain the smooth operation of these worlds. The job of the observer is to observe, study and maintain the operating laws of these worlds. And in addition to us observers, there are also prophets. Their mission is to predict the future of each world and the problems that may arise in these worlds in the future. If we have to make an analogy, they are like the examination instruments in the hospital, which are specially used to assist doctors in examining patients' bodies and finding lesions. And we are like doctors, responsible for observation, diagnosis and treatment. This explanation is simple and clear, and Xiaoming immediately understood it. So these consciousnesses, who call themselves observers, are doctors who maintain the normal operation of each world? It's just, so what you just said happened recently. Could it be that there is something wrong with this world? Xiaoming asked. You are very perceptive. The voice in the dark seemed to bring a gratified smile, but the problem is not in this world. Not in this world? Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. And instinctively, he felt that what the other party was going to say next might completely subvert his imagination. Don't be nervous. The voice gradually became gentle. In fact, didn't you doubt it a long time ago? This world is not real, but constructed by some means. Not only the god's domain, but also the desolate star world. The truth was too shocking. Like a hammer hitting Xiaoming's head. And he was stunned instantly. He originally thought that he was just reborn in another world after death. Unexpectedly, the other party told him that this world was not real either. There is nothing more terrible than your conspiracy theory coming true. So, what is his situation now? For a while, many questions came to Xiaoming's mind. However, the gentle voice did not stop explaining, but continued to say, but the desolate star world is different from the god's domain. If the god's domain is a temporary map based on the imagination of the players, then the desolate star world is a simulated training ground constructed based on a real world in this universe. Hearing this, Xiaoming paused. He felt as if he had grasped something key. But before he could think deeply, he heard the voice beside him continue to say, the original version of the desolate star world is a world numbered D6188. The situation there is almost the same as what you see in the game. It can be said that what you experience in this game, you will also experience in that world. So, Xiaoming suddenly interrupted. The existence of the game Desolate Star World is to allow players to adapt to the D6188 world in advance? You are really smart. Hearing his question, the voice stopped, with a hint of imperceptible admiration in the voice. The situation in the D6188 world is more complicated than the Desolate Star World. It is on the verge of collapse. According to the prediction of the prophet, their world will be completely destroyed in no more than 50 years. It is precisely because the rules and laws of that world are too weak. So we did not dare to send you there directly at the beginning, and could only put you in the simulation test field for exercise in the form of consciousness. Your performance far exceeded my expectations. In just over a year, you have turned such a desolate and backward planet into what it is today. This makes us see unlimited potential in you. Hearing this, Xiaoming completely understood. It turns out that his game planner is also part of the play of these high-dimensional consciousness bodies. In the desolate star world, there are observers like them, who are the real planners of this game. Don't blame us for hiding something. After all, this matter is of great importance. The voice explained slowly. What's more, even you didn't tell the players the truth about the game. Right, Xiaoming? This is really hard to refute. In the past, we have tried various methods to repair those worlds where order collapsed and were on the verge of extinction. But most of them failed. Until one day, an observer got inspiration from the video games in your world and began to try to borrow the power of another world to intervene and save those worlds where order was crumbling. Thus, the first round of simulation experiments was born. Chapter 442 The Second Round of Experiments. Those worlds? Xiaoming grasped the key word sharply. You mean? There are many worlds like D6188 that are on the verge of collapse? That's right. Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked and thought about it. But I still don't understand. What's the benefit of doing this? As you just said, you are not gods. In this case, why do you want to save those worlds that are on the verge of extinction? Could it be that not saving those worlds will have serious consequences? This is a sharp question. The observer was not angry when Xiaoming asked this question, but smiled with relief. Nothing in this universe is eternal and unchanging. Everything has life and death. And the world is the same, from birth to extinction. This is a process that all worlds need to go through. However, death can also be divided into many kinds. Natural death of old age, death of illness, and accidental death. We will naturally not intervene in the world of natural death of old age. But death of illness and accidental death are a kind of distortion. If left alone, the rules of that world will be distorted, leading to destruction. It's like a minor illness that turns into a major illness if left untreated. Once this distortion reaches a certain critical value, the universe will have a secondary explosion. By then, everything in this universe will be annihilated. Of course, including us. Then the observer said slowly, what we have to do is to make the two special situations of accidental death and death from illness happen as little as possible. Even if it happens, we have to find a way to make those distorted worlds run longer. And to do the latter, we must treat those sick worlds. At this point, the voice in the void paused. But each world has its own certain operating rules. In order to avoid destroying the causal line of the world, we can only adopt the method of minimally invasive treatment. And the first round of simulation experiments exists for this purpose. And you are the saviors selected to save the world. Hearing this, Xiaoming understood. It turns out that all the players are surgical tools for minimally invasive treatment. These guys called observers are really not particular. After all this time, it turns out that they are being used. How can it be called use? Then the voice from the void slowly said, do you dare to say that those players did not experience the feeling of happiness in this game? Moreover, they have neither lost money nor suffered any physical or mental trauma. Xiaoming, this point cannot be denied. In fact, if you think about it carefully, both parties are just taking what they need. The players are having fun playing the game. And these consciousness bodies, who call themselves observers, can also borrow the hands of the players to save the world. Why not? And he himself has also been given a chance to be reborn. Although the second life is not in the form of a human, at least he is still alive. And he also has some incredible abilities. Thinking of this, Xiaoming no longer continues to dwell on the topic, and instead continues the topic. Since there is more than one sick world, does this mean that we are not the only ones participating in this so-called first round of simulation experiments? Indeed, in my mind, the voice from the void sighed softly. There were many civilizations participating in the first round of simulation experiments, but only a few could become saviors. We have looked for many potential civilizations in the galaxies of other worlds, but many times, things did not develop as we expected. Humans have independent consciousness, and their thoughts are much more complicated than ordinary creatures. It is precisely because of this that their behavior cannot be accurately predicted every time. It is like the simulation test site of the world D9199. After learning the truth of the game, those who were observed wanted to cross the barriers between worlds and colonize across worlds. Things have developed to this extent, and we can only close the simulation test site there. And that world eventually perished because it could not wait for the savior. Although the observer's voice was still calm and gentle, Xiaoming still felt a little regretful from it. But he soon thought of another thing. In this case, why do you still arrange such a simulation experiment? Aren't you afraid that the tragedy will happen again? As soon as the words fell, the voice in his mind continued. The tragedy of World D9199 is indeed regrettable. But we have also succeeded before. Moreover, fear cannot solve the problem. Although there are considerable risks in allowing a civilization in another world with normal order to interfere with another world with unstable order, the rate of return it can bring is also immeasurable. After all, the situation in each world is different. Some problems cannot be solved by the civilization of this world. But it does not mean that the civilization of other worlds cannot solve them. Isn't this similar to the south to north water diversion in your Earth China? Xiaoming. So the term south to north water diversion can actually be used in this way? This is just an analogy. Sensing his inner complaints, the voice in his mind suddenly sounded. Xiaoming. He finally understood that these observers were purely gamblers. Anyway, those worlds were about to collapse and perish. So it would be better to try this method. And try it out. What if they were saved? And this time, the Earth-Chinese civilization in the Milky Way was chosen. It's just, why did you choose us to save the barren planet? I mean the world D6188. Hearing this question, the observer suddenly laughed. Of course, it's because of your past history. Because of our history? Such an answer made Xiaoming even more confused. Not to mention their China. Even the entire Earth has never experienced a full-scale nuclear war. Not to mention the more severe interstellar war. He didn't understand why the other party chose them just because of China's history? Sensing Xiaoming's doubts, the observer did not deliberately keep him in suspense, but happily explained, although you have not experienced a full-scale nuclear war or an interstellar war, your civilization's performance in the face of disasters has deeply touched us. It only took you a few decades to leap from an extremely poor and backward country to an important country on your planet. These successes are all due to the excellent qualities that your nation possesses in its bones. You have a smart mind, hard-working hands, and a positive and optimistic heart. You are indomitable in the face of difficulties, and have the courage to challenge. These are the conditions for success. Only such a strong and unyielding civilization can survive in such a harsh world D6188, and lead that world back on track. Of course, the more important point is, you are kind. This is also the fundamental reason why we chose you. Suddenly hearing the consciousness from a higher dimension praising his hometown so highly, Xiaoming felt embarrassed and also had a strong sense of pride in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that a famous scholar, Mr. Gu, once used a word to describe the Chinese nation. That is gentleness. This kind of thing is engraved in the bones of the Chinese people. It can be a majestic lion, but it can also become a docile deer in the mountains and forests. The Chinese nation will not bully the weak because of its strength, but it will not be bullied because of its gentle personality. Probably because I have been caught in the rain. So when I see others in trouble, I always want to help. This is probably the gentle nature of the Chinese people hidden deep in their flesh and blood. But gentleness does not mean weakness. On the contrary, it is a powerful force. As broad as the sea and as majestic as the mountains. It can accommodate everything and turn all storms into calm. Compared with the violence that destroys everything, this gentleness is precisely the most touching force. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, so you didn't choose those people because you saw through the essence of Western civilization on Earth? The observer laughed and didn't say yes or no, but just asked a question. Are you very clear about this? Hearing this, Xiaoming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and didn't continue the topic. Since there is a first round of experiments, there must be a second round. Judging from the way you are leaking secrets to me now, the second round of experiments should not be far away. Right? That's right. Xiaoming nodded. So what is the second round of experiments? The observer was silent for a moment and answered slowly. In fact, to be precise, the second round can't be called an experiment, because the observed who passed the first round of experimental screening will be promoted to saviors, and then directly sent to the world D6188. Xiaoming, the first round of simulation. The second round of actual combat? Is the progress so fast? Sensing his inner complaints, the observer chuckled. Actually not fast at all. Don't forget that your first round of simulation experiments has been carried out for a year and a half. And this is when we started the second round of testing in advance. Xiaoming, didn't you say that according to conservative estimates, the world D6188 will be destroyed in 50 years? Is it too early to start the second round now? It is at most 50 years. Then I heard the voice from another dimension corrected. And this conclusion of only 50 years left is based on the time flow rate of the world D6188 itself. Converted to the time of your Milky Way, there are probably only 20 to 30 years left. Xiaoming, there are only 20 to 30 years left? Feeling his inner shock, the observer immediately explained. In fact, the situation in the real D6188 world is already very bad, which is why we decided to start the second round of experiments in advance. But you don't need to worry too much. Although the start of the second round of experiments is inevitable, it does not mean that it will start immediately. After all, we have to do some preparatory work in advance. Hearing this, Xiaoming nodded silently. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, then do we have to play this game again at that time? You can understand it this way. The observer paused, but he played the upgraded version. After all, the real D6188 world is not the simulation test field you are in now. It is a real world. At the same time, The difficulties and obstacles you encounter are far more than now. But don't worry. As a savior, even if you die in that world, it will not affect the body of this world. This is exactly the same as your current situation. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded subconsciously. But what he cares about is not these. But if the game is reopened, players may not have the patience to raise the account again. Right? After all, those old players have spent a lot of time and energy in the game over the past year. If they were told to cancel their accounts and start over, wouldn't they be scolded on the forum? Hearing this, the observer couldn't help but chuckle. That's why it's necessary to have an open beta without deleting the files. Don't forget that WildStar World is still in closed beta. It seems that they have considered this long ago, and the other party quickly gave a solution. After this, Xiao Ming, who was late to realize it, remembered that the game still had an open beta. He actually forgot such an important thing. But this can't be blamed on him. After all, from the beginning, what immersive virtual games and closed beta were all made up by him under the guidance of the summoner task. And he himself never thought of launching a public beta. But man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that one day the public beta of this game would actually see the light of day? But can the public beta version of WildStar World still be called WildStar World? According to the observer, the real-world D6188 is much more severe and complicated than the situation in the simulation test field. The difficulty of the public beta has been upgraded all of a sudden. Will the players curse and quit the game? Don't worry. They won't. Sensing Xiao Ming's concerns, the observer comforted him gently. According to our experience, civilizations that can successfully pass the first round of experimental tests will often show a posture of getting more and more courageous in the second round of experiments with increased difficulty. Don't forget, this is the instinct of players. Hearing this, Xiao Ming looked suddenly enlightened. How could he forget? For players, there are no levels that cannot be passed. Only those who are not working hard enough. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Ming paused. Since the difficulty has been upgraded, can the public beta version still be called Desolate Star World? After the question fell, the voice in his mind did not respond. It seems that this is a tangled question. Or perhaps, the other party has ended this conversation. Just when Xiao Ming thought the observer would not answer this question, he heard the rustling sound again in his mind. Let's just call it Desolate Planet World Plus. Chapter 443 Announcement. WildStar World Plus is about to be launched. After leaving such a sentence, the voice completely disappeared in Xiao Ming's mind. At the same time, the sight that followed him, like a shadow, also disappeared. He knew that unless the second round of experiments was officially launched, the guy who called himself the Observer would not find him again in a short time. Looking at the empty message inbox on the summoner, Xiao Ming sighed silently. Feeling a little complicated, who would have thought that the confusion that had been lingering in his heart would eventually be solved in this way? What was even more unexpected was that this seemingly real world was actually composed of a series of virtual data. And his behavior of treating the false world as the real world and packaging it as a game world was itself a ridiculous act of unnecessary effort. He, the game planner, had been deceived by the other party from the beginning, because even he himself was a part of the experiment. But now, the other party took the initiative to confess this to him. Although the observer did this obviously to let him continue to act as the game planner, to help them complete the second round of public testing. But after thinking carefully, he had already boarded the pirate ship and seemed to have no way and no reason to refuse the other party. After all, the reason why he was still alive and kicking now was thanks to them. Moreover, as the other party said, in this game, players not only did not suffer any losses, but also experienced many pleasures that could not be experienced in real life. Both sides get what they need. So why not do it? Moreover, the observer also said that if the worlds that have been distorted are left alone, those worlds will be destroyed. Once the number of worlds destroyed by distortion reaches a certain value, the universe will explode twice. By then, no one can escape. It can be said that, to a certain extent, they and those consciousness bodies that exist in higher dimensions are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Everything they are doing now is not only to help the other party save the so-called D6188 world, but also to save themselves. Even though Xiao Ming is no longer in the Milky Way and on Earth, he does not want his hometown to suffer such an unprovoked disaster in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's melancholy and complexity gradually dissipated. Instead, there was another emotion called worry. Because the observer once said that the real-world D6188 is not like the current simulation test field, and the situation there is much more severe than the wasteland planet. This also made Xiaoming begin to worry whether his little players can adapt to the upgraded public beta version of the wasteland planet world, worried whether they can make the real-world D6188 go back to the right track from disorder. Although the observer himself did not think that their earthly Chinese civilization could be 100% successful, as the only earthling who knew the truth, he still hoped that the players could pass the game smoothly. The players did not know that their game planner and mascot NPC Golden Slime Chief was worried about the next public beta of the game. They knew nothing about the truth behind the game, and were busy with their tasks in every corner of the game map. More than a year has made these players develop the habit of logging in and checking in every day. In their view, this game world that is infinitely close to reality is the second home of their spiritual world. Sometimes, even if they don't receive a task, they can't help but go online to take a look. Otherwise, they always feel that they have missed something. Such high user stickiness is something that no other game on the market can achieve. In more than a year of closed beta testing, not only has no one quit the game, but the number of game reservations on the official website has skyrocketed day by day. Recently, the number of people who applied for closed beta accounts has directly exceeded 5 million. Such a hot degree has made a number of game manufacturers envious and jealous. Everyone knows that if this mysterious game is not only available on the official website, I am afraid that this number will soar even higher. After all, the official website UI of WildStar World is too simple, and even after the subsequent secondary upgrade, it is not enough in front of a number of high-end games. Some people will more or less doubt whether this is some kind of new marketing fraud method when they see such a simple UI and the magical game screenshots uploaded on the internet. However, there is no shortage of people who dare to challenge in this world. Even though many people on the internet question the legitimacy and authenticity of this game, there are still many people who go to the official website to fill in 100 test questions to apply for a closed beta account. Just when those netizens who filled in the application form called on the official to release more closed beta accounts on the forum, an unexpected thing suddenly happened. Earth. Official website. The public beta version of WildStar World Plus, is about to be launched. In principle, the files will not be deleted in this round of testing. Players who have obtained closed beta qualifications can keep their current accounts after paying a certain fee. In addition, the public beta version of WildStar World will be officially renamed WildStar World Plus, and the difficulty of the public beta map will be upgraded, and some settings have been changed. For specific content, please refer to the official website announcement. Developer log, WildStar World Plus, public beta version. Hello everyone. I am Xiaoguan, the planner of the new WildStar World project team. Our playing team leader Xiaoming worked too much overtime a few days ago, resulting in poor health. So I will explain the explanation of this round of public beta. WildStar World has been loved and supported by many players since the closed beta, which has encouraged our team. Many people have previously complained that the closed beta account of WildStar World is too difficult to apply for and the number of accounts issued is too small. So they are all looking forward to the game's early public beta. Now, this day has finally arrived. I believe that many friends have noticed that this public beta version of WildStar World no longer uses the name WildStar World, but is upgraded to WildStar World Plus. Believe me, this name change is not a sudden decision made by the project team boss. Of course, it is not a design concept of changing the soup, but not the medicine like some mobile phone manufacturers. Because compared with the closed beta version, the officially launched public beta version has added a lot of content that was not originally available and is more interesting. Of course, the difficulty of the map will be much more difficult than the closed beta version, and some characters or plot settings will be modified, because some places have changed too much. We once worried whether to continue using the name WildStar World, but considering that everyone has been accustomed to this name for more than a year, after repeated consideration, the project team finally decided to keep this name. However, in order to make a distinction, the official version still adds an additional plus, which means that the difficulty is upgraded and the content is increased. Of course, no matter how the name of the game is changed, the entertainment of WildStar World has not been reduced, because next, you will see a brand new, more exciting and interesting alien world. However, in addition to the changes in maps, settings and other places, there is another thing that has changed. That is, The public beta version that will be launched soon will no longer be free. The development of games and equipment requires huge funds. So the project team will no longer provide game helmets and accounts to players for free. If closed beta players want to continue to keep their helmet accounts, they need to pay an additional 666 yuan. Otherwise, the account will be permanently closed. Friends who have not yet obtained a closed beta account can fill out the public beta account application test form on the official website. After the application is approved, you can get a game account and helmet by paying a 666 yuan equipment fee. After that, you don't need to pay any game fees. Unlike traditional online games, the game account of WildStar World Plus is a buyout system, and once bound, it cannot be transferred. This point needs to be known by all players. Finally, I wish you all a happy time in the public beta version of WildStar World Plus that will be launched soon. The public beta news and developer log released by the official website unexpectedly directly blew up the forum. Lunli Baitio, damn! The public beta is so soon? I haven't even qualified for the closed beta yet. Jianghu Ringjiao Zhu Dachong, me too. Hey Xianfeng, isn't the most shocking thing about the public beta that it costs money now? It's dried fruit. Not Congo, I agree with the above. And it's 666 for one account. The official's appearance is too ugly. Right? This statement immediately caused dissatisfaction among some closed beta players. Braised pork rice is really delicious. What are you howling for? Anyone who has played the game would not say that the official is not good at eating. Oreo McFlurry, that's right. This is a holographic game. And it's the only holographic game on the market that can eat, drink, defecate and urinate. 666 is already very cheap. Okay. Want shattered ice. That's right. I have never seen such a conscientious game developer. They actually let us play a holographic game for more than a year and a half for free. Even so, you still say it's not good at eating. It's simply unbelievable. Earl Grey tea, that's right. You can actually not play if you think it's too expensive. Isn't this voluntary? The way these old players spared no effort to speak for the official made some passers-by who didn't know the reason unbearable. Justice Hammer, these are all water armies hired by the official. Right? 666 is already expensive when put in the price of buying out the game. And now there are people who say it's conscientious? You are right if you argue with me. That's right. It's hard not to suspect that this is an official marketing method. Lulalu, that's what I mean. The netizen hasn't played the game. So what's wrong with complaining? Such remarks instantly angered many closed beta players. For a time, verbal battles broke out on the forum. However, such chaos was quickly rectified. Those players and netizens who quarreled and tore each other were soon banned from speaking on the forum account by the official for disturbing the harmonious network environment. And the noisy situation came to an end. Without the nitpickers, the forum returned to its former harmony. Unlike those cloud players and netizens who think the game account is expensive, most players are very happy to pay this money. As a closed beta player on the forum said before, anyone who has played this game can't say that the official is ugly. What's more, the 666 yuan account helmet buyout fee is nothing to them. Even if you are a newbie, you can make up the money by accumulating some slime coins in the game for a while, and selling them in the forum game coin trading section. In other words, players can not only get it for free, but also make a profit from it. Where in the world is there such a conscientious game? The development team of WildStar World is purely doing charity. Right? What's more, the public beta will not delete the files. This is equivalent to them directly crushing the newcomers as soon as the server is launched, which is really cool. Therefore, almost all old players are happy to see the public beta. However, compared with the small matter of account buyout and public beta not deleting files, some high-level players are concerned about. The difficulty of the public beta version has been upgraded. Chapter 444, the new conjecture of the investigation team. Looking at the announcement suddenly released by the official website, the old players in the game group couldn't help but discuss it. Brick moving boy, so, the meaning of difficulty upgrade is, will the novice village map in the public beta version be more difficult to play than it is now? Stir-fried kidneys, probably. Brick moving boy, isn't this very unfair to new players? After all, these closed beta players can choose to keep their accounts and not delete the files, while new players have to start from the novice village and raise their accounts little by little. But the process of raising accounts is much more difficult than they did at the beginning. This is not in line with the model of a normal game public beta launch. Aren't the officials afraid that new players will quit the game by doing this? Some carefree players disagreed with the idea of the brick-moving boy. Bai Wucheng, why consider so much? We are not new players. Besides, if the difficulty is upgraded, it will be upgraded. It's not like we can never pass it. Who hasn't been through the novice period? Hey Gu Longdong Chang agreed. When we first started the closed beta, there were only a few of us. At that time, not to mention where to live. Even eating became a problem. But didn't everyone still survive? Compared with the difficulty of the public beta, the official sudden announcement of the public beta was more unexpected. Once upon a time, they thought that this game would never be publicly tested. After all, there have been endless rumors about Wild Star World on the forum. The most incredible and widely circulated saying is that the game, Wild Star World, is actually the product of alien civilization. And the top leaders of the government have long known this. And the two sides have been in secret contact privately. Although most people just watch such urban rumors for fun and no one takes it seriously. Some old players still believe in this statement. Because at the beginning of the closed beta, someone had privately investigated this game. Whether it is the game filing or the official website IP, no valid information can be found. Later, some people tried to hack into the game's official website. Not only failed but also caused the home network to paralyze, or the circuit to trip. It is precisely because of this that those people no longer dare to dig deeper into the background of this game. And some insiders never mention it. The depth behind this game is definitely not something that ordinary people like them can explore. How can such a mysterious game suspected to be created by an alien civilization be open for public testing like ordinary games? This is simply impossible. But now, the most unlikely thing has happened. This also made the players mutter in their hearts. Could it be that they made a mistake? This game is not actually the product of alien civilization. Or, the so-called public testing is actually the result of an agreement between alien civilization and the Chinese government on Earth? The Chinese government is also confused. No one expected that Desolate Star World would suddenly announce a public testing. Even they had not received any message from the game planner named Xiaoming before this. What exactly do these extraterrestrial civilizations want to do? For a time, the investigation team hurriedly contacted the suspected alien game planner through email. However, the message sent has not received a response. This also makes them more and more uneasy. How can a game without a legitimate company registered on Earth, without going through the procedures to obtain a game registration number, and without a network IP be publicly tested on Earth? Is there any hidden secret behind this? Xiao Zhang. Maybe. The public beta that the other party is talking about is not the same as the public beta that we understand. What do you mean? Fang Qian frowned. Until the public beta was launched, he did not win the qualification for the closed beta of the game. Therefore, his understanding of Wild Star World is far less than those team members who have been struggling in the game for a year. Seeing that Xiao Zhang seemed to have an idea, he immediately asked him to explain. I also began to doubt it after seeing this announcement. I saw Xiao Zhang's 10 fingers folded on the table curled slightly, as if he finally mustered up the courage. And he looked up at everyone. The closed beta version of the Wild Star World exists to make us adapt to the public beta version of the Wild Star World. If the closed beta is just a simple game, then the open beta may be a real world. In short, the so-called open beta should be to officially open the door to that world to the Earthlings. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of other people around. Everyone's face was either surprised or suspicious. Of course, the most was confusion. What does this mean? On the side, the older scientific research expert group knew nothing about professional terms such as closed beta and open beta. Hearing what Xiao Zhang said, it was even more confusing. But Fang Qian understood what Xiao Zhang meant. With a thoughtful look on his face. You mean, the closed beta is actually equivalent to a simulation experiment, and the next public beta is the actual combat? Right? That's right. The existence of the closed beta may be a simulation training ground for us Earthlings to adapt to that world. Just like the new recruits' barracks in the army. And the public beta is the real battlefield. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar at the scene. At this moment, even if they couldn't keep up with the trend of young people, these experts understood it. The so-called public beta is likely to send these Earthling players to the real extraterrestrial civilization world. And it is in the name of playing games. How did they do it? For a moment, information technology expert Li Yuanyang immediately asked. Xiao Zhang sighed helplessly. We don't know about this either. You have been in the game for so long. And you should know that the technology there is beyond the current scientific level of the Earth. Right? As soon as this was said, the experts, who had been asking anxiously before, suddenly shut up. Although Xiao Shang's guess was bold, Fang Qian's reaction was not as big as others. After all, before this, they did not have bigger ideas than this brain hole. For example, the future galaxy where the wasteland is located is actually another parallel world independent of the Milky Way. And there, perhaps, is the world where the mastermind behind this game is located. However, according to the report of the team members who sneaked into the game, they did not find any information about the mastermind behind the wasteland world in the game. After lurking for more than a year, no clues were found. Either the other party hid too well, or such inference was wrong from the beginning. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is true. Slime with various superpowers. How can this setting in the two-dimensional comics and games be real? This is not a Marvel movie. However, even if Wild Planet itself is not real, the alien civilization that planned this game must have borrowed from somewhere. Otherwise, how could some settings be made so realistic? Although they failed to directly catch the pigtails of the game planners behind the scenes, some things that happened in the game later gave them new inspiration. The appearance of the seance and the Gate of God made them realize that Wild Planet may not be the world background of a single universe, but the background of some multiverse or some multidimensional space world. The appearance of the God's domain further proves this point. Although it is not ruled out that this may be a packaging setting for the game content by extraterrestrial civilizations, it also gives them a new breakthrough for investigation. The universe is not only home to other civilizations, and those civilizations may not be in the same spatial dimension as them. And Xiao Zhang's inference at the moment reminded him of this conjecture. If the public beta of the game is actually a cover-up, the purpose is to use the game to cover up the truth that the Earthlings have entered the alien civilization world. Doesn't this just prove that those extraterrestrial civilizations exist in a space dimension that is completely different from theirs? Although he vaguely agreed with Xiao Shang's idea, Fang Qian couldn't help but ask, Xiao Zhang, why do you think so? Hearing that the team leader not only did not deny his idea, but also asked the reason with interest, Xiao Zhang gradually gained confidence, because the official announcement indicated it. According to the newly appeared planner named Xiao Guan, the public beta version has added a lot of content that the closed beta version does not have, and the difficulty of the map will increase, and many settings will be modified. The other party even said that they have thought about whether to change the name for this reason. This is very abnormal. The purpose of the closed beta is to let players experience and propose modification suggestions before the game is officially launched so as to better optimize the game. But according to our observation, players of Wild Star World have never complained about the simple difficulty of the map or the settings in the game. In this case, why did the official modify the places that players did not propose to modify during the public beta? Moreover, no matter how much a game changes, it is impossible to make major changes to the settings in the public beta after the closed beta. At most, it will optimize the details such as UI, modeling or program bugs. But the official changes made by Wild Star World have nothing to do with these contents. Don't you think it's strange? Combined with the clues we got before, this makes me have to suspect that this so-called public beta may not just be a game public beta. Offline discussions about the public beta version of Wild Star World are still continuing. Like the official investigation team of China, some players on the forum also have some confusion about the official sudden opening of the public beta and changing the game settings to increase the difficulty of the map. However, they did not think so deeply like those investigators, and just thought that this was another new thing that the official had nothing to do. Of course, there are also some people who think that the official has been using hunger marketing for more than a year and a half, and finally began to reveal its true nature of making money. After taking a look at the various speculations of the players, Xiaoming closed the forum page and only stared at the public beta announcement that appeared automatically without his help on the top of the official website, and fell into deep thought. Obviously, this announcement was released by the observer through the summoner. The newly hired planner Xiao Guan in the developer's log is probably the pseudonym of the observer, just like Xiaoming is his pseudonym. Xiaoming originally thought that he would say Hello to him before the official public beta, and then use his hand as a game planner to release the public beta news. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually go into battle himself this time. It seemed that he sensed his complaints. Beside his ear, the familiar rustling sound rang again. Then, The familiar and gentle voice emerged in his mind. All this is to keep secrets better. After all, a game cannot always have only one planner. Chapter 445 History of World D6188. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard the observer's answer. Indeed, a game project team cannot have only one game planner. In the past, there was only one Xiaoming active on the official forum of Desolate Star World. If you think about it carefully, it is hard not to be suspicious. Probably because he had already revealed his identity as an extraterrestrial civilization to the Chinese government. So he was fearless and ignored other players. Now thinking back, he was careless. Although the Chinese government knew about it, it did not mean that he did not need to cover up in front of the players. However, although this is the truth, Xiaoming still minded the fact that the other party did not discuss it with him and directly released the announcement on the official website. Although he also knew that he had only a vague understanding of the public beta, it would be better to let the original plan owner explain it himself instead of announcing the news to the players through him. But emotionally, he did not like the feeling of being excluded, even if his current position is below these observers. We did not exclude you. Then the familiar voice in his mind suddenly sounded. Don't forget that you were the first person to know about the open beta news. But you didn't know the specific details at that time. Xiaoming. This is really undeniable. It seems that he is petty, not intending to waste time on such a topic. Xiaoming just said, from what you said, it seems that the public beta has been prepared. Yeah. The other party did not deny it. The public beta can be launched in about a week. Xiaoming, I am only curious about one thing now. What is the real world of D6188 like? Hearing this question, the other party was silent. It seems that he is thinking about how to answer. After a long time, just when Xiaoming thought that the other party would not answer this question, the gentle voice rustled again. It was a world that was very similar to the barren planet. But the final historical plot was completely different. After the 3-year interstellar war, Golba Star became a colony and was divided into two by the Space Legion and the Future Alliance and ruled for a long time. Later, when the two forces had squeezed out all the remaining resources of Golba, they left the planet. Since then, Golba has become a desolate exile place. Up to this point, the development of history is exactly the same as what you know in the game. But after that, the plot is different. Hearing the observer's suddenly low tone, Xiaoming instinctively felt that the content of the other party's next story was definitely not a happy history. So he smiled casually. Is it because there are no slimes there? Hearing this, the observer was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Xiaoming listened quietly on the side, without interrupting. After a long while, the other party stopped laughing and answered, it has nothing to do with slimes. Do you remember what you investigated at the number 7 launch center before? Xiaoming listened and thought about it, and nodded. He remembered that the main task of launch center number 7 was to launch and remotely control laser beams to engrave chips at predetermined coordinates in outer space, and upload the consciousness copy of the database to the chip after the engraving task was completed. This chip was named ARC by the GUBA authorities. Although the ARC's role is nominally to carry the information and consciousness of countless GUBA people to the distant new century. But in fact, the ARC was not prepared for the general public from the beginning. It was for a small number of celebrities and senior politicians standing at the top of the pyramid. Even the scientists involved in the ARC project were not passengers of the ARC. After the outbreak of the war, the enemy destroyed the laser transmitter installed on the surface of the number 7 launch center and the satellite signal base station associated with it, which also caused the researchers on the ground to completely lose contact with outer space. No one knows what happened to the ARC chip far away in space. Until later, a player discovered the truth in the work log of a researcher named Cliff. After the outbreak of the war, the government leaders asked them to upload the information in the database to the ARC before the front line was pushed to the number 7 launch center. Obviously, the leaders wanted to run away because they saw that the war could not be won. At this time, Cliff was completely disappointed. The leaders lied again and again, deceiving them that these scientific researchers hiding underground would win the war. But in fact, those people fled the planet without telling anyone and cut off from their mother planet. For this, they did not hesitate to abandon their physical bodies and turn themselves into a string of data. It was because of his disappointment with these people that Cliff bypassed the supervision of the AI system without telling anyone, deleted all the data in the database, and replaced his own information in the uploaded data package. And, in addition to Cliff, other people in the Institute did the same. If the ARC chip still exists, there will only be the consciousness of the scientific researchers at the number 7 launch center left there. But what does this have to do with the number 7 launch center and the ARC chip? Then the observer said slowly, if you were these scientists, when you learned that your mother planet has become a colony after the defeat, what would you do? Hearing the observer's words, Xiaoming fell into deep thought. Judging from the fact that those scientists deleted the database of senior politicians and replaced their own information with it, they are definitely not the kind of people who sit and wait for death. And judging from the log left by Cliff, the other party seems to be an idealist. And a highly idealist often does things that surprise everyone. So the variables of subsequent history lie in the consciousness of the scientists on the ARC chip? But he still didn't understand what a group of scientists, who had become a string of data, could do. The satellite signal base station had been destroyed, and they had completely lost the means of communication with the ground. It can be said that they were equivalent to being exiled in the vast universe. How could they, like interstellar wanderers, fight against the powerful Future Alliance and Space Corps? Sensing Xiaoming's doubts, the observer sighed and said, then you underestimated these people. After becoming data, they can do much more than before. They are originally a group of scientific research experts in related professions. Even if the satellite signal base station on the ground in Gulba is lost, a communicator can be rebuilt by relying on the space debris drifting in the space orbit. Moreover, they had no intention to contact the mother planet. Hearing this, Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, what happened? The observer did not continue to keep the secret. Because they became data consciousness bodies, they could easily invade the information network of the Space Corps and the Future Alliance. Of course, they did this not only to spy on the secrets of the two major forces, but also to provoke and intensify the conflict between the Space Corps and the Future Alliance. The ultimate goal is to let the two major forces fight another interstellar war and achieve a result of both sides losing. For this purpose, they also established an organization, Seance. Xiaoming. This truth is too shocking and completely beyond his expectations. Xiaoming blinked his black bean-like eyes and found his voice for a long time. So, the Seance is not actually a charlatan organization that exists to break the barrier between the two worlds and let the god of another dimensional world descend to this world. Of course not. The observer paused and said, the Seance you encountered in the game is just a copy of the simulated training ground after the plot is transformed. The real Seance is not some charlatan organization. They call themselves gods and want to punish all the ugly crimes of the human beings in this world. And their primary target is naturally the two major forces, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps, which turned Gulba into a colony. Although the observer has explained the course of events very clearly, Xiaoming still couldn't help asking after hearing this. How did they do it? At the end of the words, he seemed to feel that his expression was not accurate enough. So he added, I mean, how did they instigate? Although there is a competitive relationship between the two major forces, they can't be instigated by the Seance so quickly because they have experienced an interstellar war before. After all, the top leaders of the two major forces are not fools. How can they believe the words of the Seance so easily? Unless something very important happens that forces them to compete with each other. You are very smart, and you thought of the key point at once. Then the observer said leisurely, under normal circumstances, although the two parties will be suspicious of each other and target each other, it will not rise to the level of interstellar war. But the problem is that the Seance revealed the same news to the top leaders of both parties. The other party has mastered the God's Gate technology that the Gulba government has secretly researched in the past. It won't be long before they will use this technology to borrow the power of another world and become the king of this galaxy. Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly realized, what a provocation. Under such intensified conflicts, no matter which side will definitely choose to strike first. Then the observer said, in fact, a prophet had predicted this ending of the world D6188 100 years ago. But because other prophets predicted other endings at that time, no one took this version of the ending too seriously at first. After all, for a world, there are countless possibilities for the fate line, and no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. But I never thought that things would eventually develop in the worst direction. It is precisely because of this that we began to think of ways to intervene. Xiaoming did not say anything after hearing this. After a long time, he looked up at the source of the sight that he could not see but could feel. So, what stage has the history of World D6188 progressed to now? Unlike the serious atmosphere of the conversation between the behind-the-scenes planners, the game forum at this moment is another lively scene. Chocolate lava cake. Is no one curious about the difference between the public beta and the closed beta? Gloria, picking nose, what else can be different? Didn't the official announcement say that the map difficulty has been upgraded and some settings have been changed? Chocolate lava cake. So which map has been upgraded and which settings have been changed? Gloria. Won't you know this kind of thing when the public beta is officially launched? Chocolate lava cake. I always feel that things are not that simple. Aatrox, did you find something? Chocolate lava cake. No. It's just my personal intuition. Aatrox. Gloria. Chocolate lava cake. Actually, it's not just intuition. The official announcement about the public beta came too suddenly. And the content of the announcement was a bit vague. So I always feel weird. Brick-carrying boy. What's weird? Aren't official updates always so sudden? You think too much. Chocolate lava cake. This time is different. I always feel like they seem to have a big one. I am your father, haha. Is it okay to have a big one? Chocolate lava cake. Don't laugh first. I'm serious. Think about it. Since the public beta version is called WildStar World Plus, then the game itself must have changed a lot. Otherwise, why change the name? Even if a mobile phone manufacturer wants to launch an upgraded version, it must have an initial version first. But we have been in closed beta all the time. Even the initial version of WildStar World has not been launched. What is the public beta of WildStar World Plus? So I'm going to make a bold guess here. Maybe the closed beta version we're playing is actually a prequel to the public beta version. Brick-carrying boy. Aatrox. Gloria. Damn. I'm your father. Interesting. Stir-fried kidney. Thinking.jpg. If this is really like what you said, then the official really made a big move. Chapter 446 Public Beta Event, Parallel World. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The speculation of chocolate lava cake immediately aroused heated discussions among many plot analysis enthusiasts. I want to be read, but if we are playing the prequel, what is the plot of the sequel? By Wu Cheng. Sunglasses, what else can it be? Slime unifies the Wasteland. And the Wasteland Republic Alliance becomes the Slime Republic Alliance. I am your father. Shame. How is it possible? What is the Wasteland world called then? Just call it the Slime World. By Wu Cheng. Picking his nose, I was just talking nonsense. I am your father. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, if there is a sequel. I guess the plot may be that the future alliance and the space army will break out another interstellar war. And the Wasteland will be affected in the war. And then it will return to the pre-liberation period. And our mission is to revive the Wasteland. I am your father. Isn't that equivalent to starting over again? Ping Zhan Qi, it shouldn't be like this. Since the official has adopted the approach of not deleting files during the closed beta, it should not allow old players to return to the novice village to complete tasks during the public beta. Otherwise, old players will definitely have opinions. And this is too unfair to novice players. If I guess correctly, the official should separate new and old players after the public beta. Old players who have participated in the closed beta will be in the new map, and new players will be in the novice village. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Isn't that the same as the closed beta period? Old players are wandering around the galaxy, while new players are doing basic brick-moving tasks in the novice village. Ping spreads its wings. That's right. So I guess that the official so-called map difficulty upgrade should not refer to the difficulty upgrade of the novice village. Rather, it refers to the new map designed specifically for us old players. Chocolate lava cake, for example. The divine domain? Ping spreads its wings. That's right. In fact, the public beta and closed beta versions are not necessarily the relationship between the prequel and the sequel. Don't forget that the divine domain exists in the plot setting of the closed beta version. And the setting of the divine domain is based on the 9 realms of Norse mythology. This may be a hint to us that there is not only one world in this universe. The map updated in the public beta version is likely to be another world. By then, old players will enter the new world to venture out. As for the newbies, they will stay in the relatively safe novice village of the Desolate Star. Chocolate lava cake. Wow. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Makes sense. Ping spreading wings. Of course. This is just one of the possibilities. There is another possibility. The so-called new world is actually a parallel world of the Desolate Star. Pork stewed with vermicelli. I am your father. So, what is the history of the current D6188 world, facing the site that can be felt in the distance? Although it is not clear, Xiaoming asked calmly. The voice from the void was silent for a moment, and then sighed. The seance has successfully provoked a struggle between the Future Alliance and the Space Legion, and now the two sides will soon go to war. Hearing this, Xiaoming was silent. This is definitely one of the worst situations. Of course, The worst scenario is that the war has already started. After all, once the war machine is started, it can't be stopped just because you want to. Caught between these two behemoths, you can tell what kind of cannon fodder they will become with just a little thought. If it were normal ordinary people, getting involved in such a thing would be no different from committing suicide. But fortunately, players are not ordinary people. In that world, they are not even human. It is precisely because they have become immortal slimes with all kinds of magical abilities that players can become the handbrakes to stop the chariots from moving forward. However, there is a big gap between imagination and practice. Even if you know the conspiracy of the seance, it is not easy to prevent the outbreak of this interstellar war. However, no matter how worried you are, you can't change the established facts. The public beta will eventually come. Sensing Xiaoming's hidden worries, the voice from the void slowly spoke. You have to believe in your little players. They are much smarter than you think. And they are tenacious and persistent enough. I believe they will be able to deal with the crisis of World D6188. Although there is no guarantee that they will succeed this time. The future of World D6188 will not be worse than what the prophet predicted. Hearing the observer's words of relief, Xiaoming's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Indeed. Anyway, it can't get any worse. So what should he worry about? The worst that can happen is that the public beta fails, and the server is permanently closed. Announcement for all servers. The closed beta test of WildStar World version 2.05 has officially ended. And the public beta of WildStar World Plus will be launched soon. This public beta will be launched with a new map activity, Parallel World. The sudden update announcement once again blew up the game forum. Unlike the previous general public beta news, this time the official finally revealed the specific content of the public beta. What's even more incredible is that the name of the new map activity is actually Parallel World. This coincides with the previous speculation of dapping Zanki on the forum. Stir-fried kidneys, squinting smile, it turns out that it is really a parallel world. Could Dapping peek at the planner's computer? As soon as this was said, some players on the forum began to doubt whether this veteran player was an undercover sent by the official to the player camp. Otherwise, how could he deduce so accurately? Being suspected like this, the owner of the incident felt helpless. Dapping spread his wings. I swear to heaven, this is purely a coincidence. Mighty but unyielding. Squinting, of course, there is another possibility. The dog planner copied the player's inspiration from the forum again. Wu Sondahu, it is really possible to say so. Dalong takes medicine, however. In such a short time, they have come up with an identical new work. Is the official production capacity so awesome? Mighty but unyielding. Wu Sondahu. Gotham Iron Man, who cares? As long as it doesn't affect my game. The words are rough, but the truth is not rough. Just as Brother Gotham said, compared to why the name of the latest activity in the public beta is exactly the same as what Brother Dapping speculated. Most players are only concerned about when the public beta will be launched and what the parallel world of the new map will look like. Since the official announcement of the new activities in this public beta, the discussion about parallel worlds on the forum is like a hot search on Weibo, with new content being refreshed every second. Snail Noodle King, I boldly guess that there must be a war on the barren planet in the parallel world. Wang Xiaoxiaosu, shocked. Strawberry Donut, surprised, how do you know? Snail Noodle King, of course. How long have we not arranged a combat activity? So I boldly speculate that the new activity must be related to war. Luzhu Wuxiao, that's true. Since the last idle civil war, the official has not arranged any large-scale combat activities. Although the update frequency of Barren Star World is uncertain and the schedule of activities is also uncertain. Some activities that players of life professions can participate in will generally be arranged after the combat activities. After that, there will be another round of combat activities. Calculating the time, the possibility that the newly launched Parallel World in the public beta is a combat activity is very high. Brick Moving Boy, great. I'm almost bored to death during this period. Fried Kidney Flour, what you said? Is there not enough for you to play in the God's Domain map during this period? Brick Carrying Boy, that's different. God's Domain is an exploration map. When it comes to killing monsters, it's more fun to do serious combat activities. Gloria, I agree. Atrox, +1. Fakele, plus 10,086. Chocolate Lava Cake, if there is a war in the parallel world as the Snail Noodle said, do you think it will be between the Space Legion and the Future Alliance? Luzhu Wuxiao. Brick Carrying Boy. Gloria, damn. Snail Noodle King, What you said is not impossible. If slimes did not appear on the barren planet, the future galaxy might develop into an arms race between the future alliance and the Space Legion. After all, there is a competitive relationship between the two. Many years ago, when Gulba Star still existed, it could still present a three-legged posture with these two major forces. Later, when Gulba Star was gone and only these two superpowers were left, there would definitely be a situation of two tigers fighting each other, which was a very normal situation. However, the appearance of the Slime clan broke this situation. Because of the slime, the Wasteland Star gradually got rid of the chaos and poverty in the past and began to show a steady upward trend. This made the Future Alliance feel a sense of crisis. It is precisely because of this that the Future Alliance sent those ambassadors to the Wasteland Star to establish an office, the purpose of which was to keep an eye on the slime and the Republic Alliance of the Wasteland Star to prevent the planet from reviving. The Future Alliance is still like this, and the Space Corps should be similar, with the Slime Clan as the target of conflict transfer. These two behemoths will not fight for the time being. But the parallel world without the Slime Clan's intervention is not necessarily the case. In the absence of common external goals or interests, when the differences between the two sides reach a certain level, only a little spark can detonate the powder keg of war. And the seance. It is precisely because of this point that it can successfully mix these two forces, which are not very close to each other, into a situation of water and fire. After seeing the player's analysis on the forum, Xiao Ming's eyes revealed a hint of teachableness. As the observer said, these players are far more perceptive than he thought. The specific content of the parallel world event has not been announced yet, but they have already guessed the plot. The only thing that could not be guessed was the seance. After all, this organization in the D6188 world is far different from the setting known by the players. After listening to the analysis of the Snail Noodle Brother, the players suddenly realized. Brick Moving Boy, 666. Gloria, damn! That makes sense. Aatrox, but, according to what you said, how should we play the new event? Should we choose one camp, and the two armies fight against each other? Snail Noodle King, no. According to the great and glorious nature of this game, our task should be to prevent the outbreak of war. After all, according to the power of these two major forces, once they fight, the entire future galaxy may be blown to pieces. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, I guess that in this new public beta event, we are aiming to be peace ambassadors. Don't forget, the chief once said, we, the Slime Clan, are a peace-loving race. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, come on. The Golden Slime, this guy with the nose and eyes, asked me to develop new weapons before. You still love peace? I don't trust him. Stir-fried kidney flour, squinting smile, maybe you heard it wrong. The chief clearly said love nuclear peace. I am your father, haha god. I love nuclear peace. Snail Noodle King, covering his face, although the chief did this to maintain the safety of the deserted Star Republic Alliance. I want to be read. So what new weapon did Brother Gotham invent? Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, secret. You will know when the time comes. In just a moment. The topic went from the public beta new event to what new activity Brother Gotham has done. Different from the cheerful and silly atmosphere on the Earth Game Forum, the D6188 world in another dimension has a completely opposite solemn atmosphere. Chapter 447 Interrogation. In the dim and cold cell, a man in a black and white striped prison uniform sat on a chair and stared at the barred window on the opposite high wall. The air was filled with a cold, damp and musty smell, which made the already cramped environment even more depressing. This is the highest security level special prison in Node City on Ares Star, which is specially used to detain some political criminals or spies with special identities. Unlike the Future Alliance, who likes to exile criminals to desolate planets, the Space Corps authorities have always liked to keep important prisoners under their noses. This is also for the convenience of surveillance. The man sitting in the cell in front of him is naturally no exception. The man's name is Zoroth, and he is a spy planted in the Space Corps by the Future Alliance. It is said that he is another identity, the servant of the Seance. Although in the Seance, the servant is the lowest grade, but the one in front of him is the only servant they have caught in Node City in recent years, and he is also mixed into the top of the Space Corps. Of course, the ordinary guards, who were guarding the prison, were naturally unaware of such secrets. They just thought that this man was just an ordinary spy, like the other prisoners in this prison. In recent years, there have been at least 800 spies captured in various places in the Space Corps. For a period of time, the prison cells were even a little insufficient. And the superiors even considered expanding the prison in Note City. Back to the point. It was precisely because they had seen so many captured spies that when the superiors sent people to interrogate this prisoner, the prison guards did not take it too seriously. And Zoros was also very calm. He knew what those people wanted to ask him when they interrogated him. But he didn't intend to say it at all. Because from the moment he was captured, he was no different from a dead person. Even if the other party did not kill him next but tortured him severely, he would not give in. As a servant of the gods, this is the awareness he must have. Since joining the seance, he has been ready to sacrifice for the great cause. No matter who it is, no matter what means are used, no one can get anything out of him. The guard couldn't help but feel strange when he saw the prisoner walking out of the cell with his head held high. In the past, all the spies or political criminals who were caught looked terrified when they heard about the interrogation. Even if they concealed it well, they would inadvertently reveal their inner anxiety from their frivolous or staggering steps. But how could this prisoner, who was walking with his head held high and calm and steady, look like a prisoner waiting for the verdict? Such an attitude also made some guards more and more unhappy with him. What on earth can a spy who is about to die be so arrogant? Subconsciously, a young guard wanted to give this arrogant prisoner a good beating. However, before he could do anything, the older prison guard next to him stopped him. Seeing the chief guard stopping him, the young prison guard was a little dissatisfied. Before he could question why the other party stopped him, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor in front. Looking up, it turned out to be someone from the arbitration hall. For a moment, the young guard, who had been angry before, retracted his hand and lowered his head. The arbitration hall is a department within the Space Corps that is responsible for the trial and adjudication of political criminals and spies. And the number 1 department is the elite department in the arbitration hall. These people are generally not dispatched easily. Once dispatched, even if the mouths of those prisoners are made of extremely solid space alloy, they will be pried open. Thinking of this, the young guard immediately restrained his resentment on his face, with an expression waiting to see a joke. However, Zoros on the side did not react at all, as if he had no idea of his next fate. Seeing this, the young guard's face suddenly darkened a little, but he soon returned to normal. It's just that he was holding on until death was imminent. He didn't believe that this guy would not be obedient in the hands of the gang of people in the number 1 department of the arbitration hall. Zoros didn't know what the little guard in front of him was thinking. In his opinion, no matter who the Space Corps sent over, it was not worth his attention. As long as he didn't let go, the other party would get nothing. Being led into the interrogation room, Zoros sat down very skillfully. The indifferent look seemed as if he was not in prison, but in a cafe. The interrogator sent from the number 1 station seemed to have heard that the man in front of him was a stubborn person. So he was not too surprised to see this. Sitting down opposite the man in front of him, Interrogator Jericho looked at him and said calmly, "I heard that your seance is a servant of the seance." The man opposite did not move at all, and even did not bother to lift his eyelids. Jericho was not anxious when he did not get a response from the other party, but said slowly, "The outside world says that the seance is a mysterious organization. But in my opinion, they are just a group of guys who like to play tricks." Hearing these derogatory words, Zoroth had a little reaction, but he just glanced at the man opposite, with a hint of subtle sarcasm in his eyes, and then slowly lowered his eyes. Jericho was not annoyed, and continued, "Although I don't take the seance seriously, there is one thing I am very curious about. On the surface, you are a spy sent by the Future Alliance, but in fact, you are a member of this charlatan organization. What is the relationship between your seance and the Future Alliance?" These are the same words over and over again, and his ears are almost calloused. For a while, Zoros felt more and more contemptuous of the attitude of the Space Corps. I didn't expect that the Space Corps would only have this little ability. If the other party used torture on him, he might think that these people had some courage. But now they just beat around the bush with him, asking nonsense questions that they had asked countless times. Thinking of this, Zoros' motionless body shook, and he leaned lazily on the back of the chair, with a hint of impatience on his calm face. Can these people be killed or cut faster? He doesn't have the patience to waste energy with them here. The micro-expression on Zoros' face naturally couldn't be hidden from the discerning interrogator. Seeing that he seemed to be finally impatient with the questions, Jericho changed the subject. "Let me guess. You are in a cooperative relationship, right? Although I don't know what those cunning guys from the Future Alliance promised you. I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to defect to our Space Corps, we can give you more rewards." The interrogator said this while quietly observing the reaction of the person in front of him. The other party pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a contemptuous smile, still looking indifferent. Seeing this, the interrogator knew that this sentence did not hit the point. Obviously, the union of the Future Alliance and the Seance Society is not because of interest. Or it is not just about interest. And this is exactly the same as the information provided by the superior. Looking at the thoughtful eyes of the interrogator in front of him, Zoros suddenly spoke. If you plan to persuade me to loosen up in this way, I advise you to give up this stupid idea. Our Seance Society is not in existence that you can win over with a little money. Looking at the disdainful expression on the opposite side, the guards watching outside the interrogation room can't help but get angry. They don't understand why the people in the arbitration hall keep talking nonsense with this guy instead of choosing to torture him. The option of talking nicely is only effective for guys who can understand what people say. As for those who can't understand, using force is much better than wasting words. Unlike the guards outside the door, the interrogators inside were not impatient at all. Hearing what Zoros said, Jericho just smiled lightly, as if nothing had happened. Even clergymen cannot completely ignore money, fame and fortune. And what you said can only prove one thing. The reason why your Seance and the Future Alliance can come together is because they have a common goal. Let me guess. Your goal should be our Space Corps. Hearing this, Zoroth was stunned for a second, then chuckled and said nothing, as if he had already gotten used to the arrogance and rudeness of the person in front of him. The interrogator continued, although I don't know why your Seance is hostile to our Space Corps. But I have to remind you here. Even the Future Alliance can't do anything to us. Do you think you can win with the addition of a Seance? At the beginning, those cowardly guys didn't dare to stop General Note from leading the expeditionary force to leave the Star Federation. But now they want to destroy us, which is simply a daydream. Listening to the words of the man in front of him, Zoros, who had been silent, laughed again, with a sarcastic look on his face. You'd better say this to the future head of the Alliance. I'm just a small figure. Seeing this, Jericho also laughed. I didn't expect you to convey it for me. It was just a casual remark. Just listen to it casually. Zoros didn't say anything, but just pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. Obviously, his patience is almost exhausted. Just kill me directly. Even if you continue to waste time, you can't get anything useful from me. The interrogator smiled when he heard it, but didn't respond. He saw him put away the paper and pen and stood up. Seeing this, Zoros was stunned. Why didn't this guy continue to ask? Pretending not to notice the other party's scrutiny, Jericho ordered the subordinates beside him. Okay, send him for injection. When he said this, he didn't deliberately lower his voice. Therefore, Zoros heard everything clearly. Although he knew that his future would not be good, he still felt a vague sense of unease from the mysterious attitude of the other party. Injection? What are they going to inject themselves with? Poison? Truth serum? Or some kind of hallucinogenic drug? For a moment, many questions flashed through Zoro's mind. However, the guards did not give him much time to think, and directly dragged him out of the interrogation room. Such a sudden change obviously touched Zoro's long-prepared psychological preparation. For a moment, his SHL, which looked as strong as a soldier, was slightly loosened. When he was carried out of the interrogation room by the guards, his steps rarely showed a little panic. Looking at Zoro's slightly stiff body and profile, the arc of the interrogator's mouth corners rose more and more. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to say it. Anyway, the superiors don't need this guy's confession. Today's interrogation is just to test whether the words of the guy who surrendered voluntarily are true or false. Judging from Zoro's attitude at the moment, that guy should not be lying. Thinking of this, Jericho couldn't help but smile. Who could have thought that the secrets of the Gate of God that the Future Alliance had painstakingly concealed had already been revealed to their ears by a few little mice? As long as the Space Corps mastered the Gate of God technology, not to mention the Future Alliance, even the entire future galaxy. No! Even the entire universe will become the domain of the Space Corps. Chapter 448 Damn. Finally the public beta. The moment the interrogation report submitted by Jericho was received, the face of the arbitration hall director, Vildo, who always sternly said nothing, relaxed a little, noticing the change in the other party's expression. The secretary beside him immediately asked, Director, how is the situation? Vildo did not answer, but just resealed the report and handed it over. Give it to the marshal. Seeing this, the secretary knew what was going on, raised the corner of his mouth and said yes. Ares Star. Note City Council. The top leaders of all departments of the Space Corps gathered here. After receiving the interrogation report from the arbitration hall, Marshal Clover summoned everyone to start an emergency meeting. After this period of fermentation, the Gate of God is no longer a secret among the top leaders of the Space Corps. Although at the beginning, everyone thought that the man who took the initiative to come to the door and claimed to know the secrets of the future alliance and the seance was a liar. But later, after investigation, it was found that this guy did have a certain connection with the future alliance government. But even so, the Space Corps leaders did not immediately believe the other party's words. After all, a stranger from a hostile force took the initiative to find them, and told them the top secrets that the future alliance leaders had painstakingly concealed. If there was no conspiracy, no fool would believe it. But the secrets revealed by the other party made people extremely concerned. If the future alliance really mastered this technology called the Gate of God, it would definitely pose a huge threat to their Space Corps. By then, let alone expanding territory and dominating the future galaxy. Even cross-galaxy colonization would be greatly hindered. Just when the leaders were hesitant, the man named Yera presented a new letter of allegiance. He took the initiative to expose a spy from the future alliance lurking in the Space Corps leaders, and claimed that the other party also had a special identity background as a seance attendant. Such behavior gradually made many people let down their guard. After all, if Yera was really loyal to the future alliance, he would not come to their territory to stab his own people. However, as the helmsman of the Space Corps, he cannot act solely on his feelings without paying attention to evidence. Therefore, for safety reasons, the Marshal privately sent people from the arbitration hall to the prison to test the spy named Zoros. Unexpectedly, some truth was found out. There really is some unspeakable secret between the future alliance and the seance. And this secret is probably the Gate of God that Yera mentioned. Not many people know about the Gate of God plan now. But as the top leader of the Space Corps, the Marshal has heard about it. It is said that this plan was first proposed by the head of the Golba government more than 300 years ago. They have been studying a technology that can break through the space barrier, trying to draw strength from the higher dimensional world. It is precisely because of this that this plan is called the Gate of God plan. After all, isn't the higher dimensional world the world of God in their eyes? Because their own abilities cannot fully surpass their competitors. They came up with a way to borrow power and want to get help from the higher dimensional world. Unfortunately, due to the outbreak of the interstellar war, the core content of this research project was lost. After that, it was gradually forgotten as time passed. After so many years of silence, this technology finally fell into the hands of the future alliance. And the one who provided them with this technology was the unknown organization of the Seance Society. It can be seen that this Seance Society that emerged from nowhere should have a close connection with the original Golba Star authorities. And now, this group of descendants of gutter rats, who should have died in the war, have come together with the future alliance. It is obvious that their purpose is to deal with the Space Corps. Although he was angry about this cognition, the Marshal soon calmed down, because that Yera told him that he had a way to let the Space Corps obtain the core information of the God's Gate project. In fact, the Scientific Research Department of the Space Corps has been privately opening a project research on the exploration of the dimensionality of the universe. It's just that because their experts are not very good at this field, the research has not made much progress. Now that he had confirmed that the legendary mysterious technology really existed and could be used for his own benefit, Marshal Clover could no longer hold back. Regardless of whether the man named Yera was sincere in joining their Space Corps, he was determined to obtain the God's Gate technology. Although he had already made up his mind, Clover was not a dictator. He also wanted to hear the opinions of the Space Corps' top brass. And this meeting was born from this. That's what I want to say. What do you think? In the huge conference hall, countless high-ranking officials in military uniforms had different expressions after listening to Marshal Clover's explanation. Some people were excited, while others were thoughtful. Obviously, not everyone agreed on the Marshal's proposal. Those who were excited naturally held a positive attitude. After all, that was the God's Gate. At the beginning, Golba had great confidence because of this technology, and even had the idea of becoming the boss of the ancestral galaxy. A mere Golba star can be so arrogant. Not to mention the future alliance that has been suppressing them for years. If the other party really masters this technology, will their Space Corps still have a good harvest? Now that someone is willing to help them seize this technology, why should they disagree? But some conservative and cautious people don't think so. I think you should still think about it again. After all, the appearance of Yera is too strange. I saw a square-faced and somewhat taciturn officer suddenly spoke. And why would he help us for no reason? What else could it be? That guy broke up with the Future Alliance. Before the marshal spoke, a bearded officer immediately frowned and refuted. If he really had any second thoughts, would he betray his own people and tell us these things? As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted a bunch of people who held the same opinion to echo. That's it. What is he trying to do? Hearing this, the taciturn square-faced officer was speechless. He really couldn't explain this. But his intuition told him that things were definitely not as simple as these people said. However, the marshal is most concerned with real evidence. And a single sentence of, "I feel," is untenable. For a moment, the square-faced officer, who could not produce evidence to convince his colleagues, had to remain silent. As a subordinate, he had said all he could. He could give the marshal advice, but he could not influence his decision. Moreover, the marshal seemed to have made up his mind. So no matter how much he said, it might not work. After all, with such a huge temptation in front of him, no one would not be tempted. Even he had a moment of hesitation. The Space Corps and the Future Alliance have been fighting for centuries, and everyone wants to completely suppress the other party. But no matter who it is, they have never been able to do so. Now, an accelerator that can surpass the other party is placed in front of everyone. It makes no sense that the Future Alliance can use it, but they can't use it. However, the instinctive perception of crisis still suppresses the impulse of the brain. There is no free lunch in the world. Money can't fall from the sky. Many times, fate has already marked the price without you knowing it. The thing that Yerev, who turned against the team on his own initiative, wanted was definitely not just a high position and generous salary. However, these words could not be the key to stop this resolution, because he had no evidence. Moreover, the Space Corps had been living in frustration under the pressure of the Future Alliance for these years. They urgently needed a victory to boost morale. Under the circumstances of popular support, such words that were like pouring cold water on others were impossible to be heard. Thinking of this, the square-faced officer couldn't help but sigh. I hope his intuition is wrong this time. Just like the open and secret struggles between the Space Corps and the Future Alliance in the world of D6188. The game forum on Earth is also in a state of turmoil at this moment. Since the official announcement of the public beta, more and more people have flocked to the official website of the game to apply for a public beta account. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. When there are more people, quarrels are inevitable. And the cause of all this comes from the complaints of some netizens, who followed the trend to apply for game accounts. How lonely it is to be invincible. I'm Zhao. What the HL? To apply for a game account, you have to answer 100 questions? Are you sure? Love to eat pine nuts. Exactly. This is the first time I have encountered someone who has to answer questions to play a game. It's not an MBTI test. Banana, it's fine to answer questions. But they even asked me if I have a mental illness? Is the person who made the question sick? For a while, netizens cursed the question and the person who made the question. As they cursed, somehow the topic rose to the topic of, "This game is stupid. Only idiots play it," and provoked a fight. This really pissed off the entire group of players who participated in the closed beta. If you say that you need to answer questions to apply for a game account, everyone agrees. But if you say that the game and the players are stupid, they are the real idiots if they don't fight back. Gloria, you are the idiot. By Wu Chang, exactly. You are a loser who has never played the game. What are you cursing? Brick-carrying boy, a rubbish who can't even answer 100 questions and calls others stupid? I think you are 8%, you an asterisk. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, don't talk to idiots. It will lower your IQ. Under the response of some foul-mouthed players in the game, a war of words between passers-by and closed beta players suddenly started in the forum. And it started from a small group of people and gradually spread to the entire chat board. Seeing the war of words sweeping the board, the forum administrator, who had been pretending to be dead, finally appeared and banned all the netizens and players who made trouble. Just when this farce came to a hurried end, the official website, which had been silent for a while, suddenly refreshed a new message. All server announcement. Desolate Star World Plus. Open Beta version 1.0 update. The new map activity, Parallel World, will be launched today. The moment the title of the all server announcement was pinned to the top, the game forum, which had just been in a calm state for a while, suddenly boiled like a pot of boiling water. Damn! It's finally open beta. Chapter 449 about the slime of the desolate planet. The secret. Just as the players on Earth and the cloud players were cheering for the news of the public beta, Xiaoming on the other side asked the observer a question that he was curious about but had never asked. So, how can we go to World D6188 after the public beta is launched? Or through the summoner? Hearing Xiaoming's indirect question, the voice from the dark couldn't help but chuckle. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry. Everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before. Hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned. Then he asked, but there is no slime nest in World D6188. Who said there is no? The observer's tone rose slightly. The simulation test field you saw in the early stage of the closed beta is basically a 1:1 replica of the environment of World D6188. Of course, it also includes the slime nest. Hearing such an answer, Xiaoming became more and more confused. Why does the World D6188 have a slime nest? Why not? Then the voice from the void smiled and said, have you never doubted why you and your players have these magical abilities? This question immediately stumped Xiaoming. After learning that the deserted planet world he was in was actually just a fake world generated by data, he thought that the slime nest was also a product created by the observer. The purpose of doing this is to make this world more like a game, so that players will not doubt it. But now, after hearing what the other party said, things don't seem as simple as he imagined. Sensing Xiaoming's thoughts, the observer's smile became more obvious. You are very smart. You are worthy of being the game planner I chose. In fact, you have accidentally said the secret of slime a long time ago. Even your little player has been right because of nonsense. Although it is not 100%, it is also half right. At this point, the hint is already very obvious. After a moment of silence, Xiaoming raised his piercing black eyes and looked at the high-dimensional consciousness in the distance, whose appearance could not be seen clearly. So, the barren planet slime is really a product of the laboratory? In the higher dimensional space, the observer cast an approving look at the golden slime below. You can say that, although their birth was just an accident, it was not expected by the Gulba officials. In fact, the Gulba officials were completely unaware of their existence. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard this. What is going on? Didn't you meet local villagers when you first came to the barren planet? At that time, you were regarded as the god of the universe by a devout believer of the god of the universe. Xiaoming suddenly heard the observer switch the topic to another unrelated matter, and he couldn't help but wrinkled his face. Before he could ask what the relationship between the two things was, he heard the voice continue to say, the reason why those people made a mistake was purely because the god of the universe and the slime looked very similar. Hearing this, Xiaoming felt something vaguely. So, does the god of the universe really exist? And is it also related to the birth of the desolate planet slime? Yes. Then the observer said slowly, the Gulba government has always wanted to open the door to another world. And the God's Gate project was born from this. In the first few experiments, the researchers involved in this project had accidentally let a creature that did not belong to this world slip in through the damaged world membrane. That thing is somewhat similar to the wild slime in Gulba, but it is much larger. Moreover, it can change its skin color and pattern at will. In addition, it has many other abilities that are very strange to you humans. It is precisely because of these strange abilities that it successfully slipped out of the experimental base and came to the mountains and forests of Gulba, because it once showed its abilities in front of some villagers. So it was regarded as a god by the locals. The original slime nest was a cave found by this guy himself, and the villagers also regarded it as a place to worship the god of the universe. I think you should be able to guess what happened next. The war destroyed everything. The mountain people who originally lived there died or fled. Only the god of the universe, who hid in the underground cave, escaped. Later, the god of the universe combined with the wild slimes native to Gulba Star, and the wild star slime was born. From this perspective, the wild star slime seems to be a product triggered by the experiment. However, since the god of the universe is a product of another world, and is not in the same spatial dimension as the creatures of Gulba Star, although they can give birth to offspring, these offspring also have some fatal defects. They have no life of their own. Xiaoming, is it okay without life? If there is no life, wouldn't it be equivalent to a stillbirth? It is indeed a stillbirth. However, unlike ordinary stillbirths, these hybrid slimes are healthy, but they have no souls. Then the observer continued, although they inherited the peculiar abilities of the god of the universe, these hybrid slimes themselves cannot act independently. It's like a powerful sports car. If no one is driving it, it can't run on the road even if its hardware is strong. To make these slimes move, souls must be injected into this empty body, and the players are the injected souls. The observer's words contained too much information. Xiaoming took a long time to digest everything. He opened his mouth and tried to find his voice again. I have another question. In Desolate Star World, players customize their skin color and pattern. What if the slime body in the D6188 world does not match the player's customized appearance? You don't need to worry about this at all. Then the voice chuckled and said, the God of the universe can change the color and pattern of his skin at will. And as the descendants of the God of the universe, you can naturally do so. As long as the players remember what they look like, they will look like that on the public beta map. Xiaoming. It turns out that he was worrying for nothing. The human observer had already filled all the possible loopholes. It is natural for you to worry. The observer did not seem to be impatient because of his questions, and just continued to talk on his own. With the help of certain tools, the resonance of thoughts and souls can penetrate any space. The same is true for you and World D6188. We have connected the backstage channel of the simulation test site with the slime nest of World D6188. After the channel is opened, your thoughts and souls can be connected with those bodies, just like you were in the simulation test site of Wild Star World before. Except for death or fainting, there is no way to interrupt this connection. The observer paused and continued, let's turn the topic back to the Wild Star Slime. Because the Wild Star Slime is a hybrid product, they cannot inherit all the abilities of the God of the universe, and their own gene expression is also uncertain. Some offspring's gene expression is more focused on strength. Some are more focused on speed. Some are more focused on intelligence. And some are more focused on perception. Like the Desolate Planet Slime. Each player's characteristics are also very different. Some are good at sports. Some are good at thinking. In order to better fit the connection, the player and each slime's body are carefully matched. At this point, the observer paused. And now, you should understand how the player's basic data panels come from. Xiaoming nodded slightly and understood. So from the beginning, what kind of abilities the player can activate are fixed. There is no Euphrasia law? That's right. The observer continued. Every slime body in the slime nest is automatically matched according to the soul state of each player. In other words, the attributes of the player's individual are what kind of attributes the slime body matched is. Because the genetic expressions of these slimes are different, the abilities they can inherit are also very different. And these magical abilities sealed in the body will also be gradually activated as the player's soul and body adapt to each other. The so-called slime evolution ball is simply a small prop used to deepen the adaptability of the player's soul to the body of the Desolate Planet Slime. So that's it. The more he knows, the less easily he is surprised. However, the secrets revealed by the observer still made him curious. Am I the same? In the higher dimensional space? The observer seemed to have guessed that he would ask this question, and smiled knowingly. Of course. Do you know why you were chosen to be the game planner? Suddenly hearing such a meaningful question, Xiaoming instinctively felt that the other party would definitely reveal some explosive secrets next. Sure enough, the next second he heard the voice from the dark. In addition to the fact that you are a game planner, your soul and the initial sub-body have the highest matching degree. Hearing this, Xiaoming paused. The so-called initial sub-body refers to Golden Slime? That's right. So, what is the initial offspring? Haven't you guessed it? The observer's voice was a little playful. The so-called initial offspring is actually the first hybrid offspring of the God of the universe, and the native slime of Gulba. As the offspring of the first interdimensional creature, the initial offspring naturally has special advantages that other wild planet slimes don't have. That is the leader. It's different from the players. If you want to activate the skills in your body, you don't completely rely on the slime evolution ball as a prop, but rely on your same clan brothers and sisters. In short, the stronger the player, the stronger your initial offspring will be. You have a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual loss. Chapter 450 God of the Universe. It's a consciousness? Xiaoming had already known about the unusual connection between himself and the players. But he had always thought that this was the function of the summoner. And he didn't know that there was such an unknown principle behind this matter. After a moment of amazement, he asked again, what about the summoner? Could it be related to this initial sub-body? Hearing this, the observer couldn't help but laugh softly. It seems that you have learned to draw inferences from one example. But unfortunately, there is actually no big relationship between the summoner and the initial sub-body. In fact, this is just a set of system programs developed by us using the special connection between the initial sub-body and the wild planet slime. Through this system program, we can guide you to adapt to the environment of the simulation test field in the fastest way. Xiaoming. To say guidance is actually to assign tasks to them. Right? The summoner assigned tasks to him, the game planner, and he assigned tasks to the players. This process can be said to be like an old sow wearing a bra. One set after another. Although not all tasks require the summoner to issue instructions in person. After all, players' actions are often very subjective, especially in exploration and construction. Their creativity is far beyond the imagination of him as a planner. He seemed to agree with his idea. And then, he heard the voice in his mind slowly coming. After this period of experience in the simulation experiment field, I believe you will do well in the World D6188 next. Xiaoming was not impressed by the observer's praise, and only asked, so you also made the summoner's points reward pool? As if he didn't expect him to suddenly change the topic. The observer paused and quickly reacted. That's right. Since it is a game, there must be rewards. Only in this way can the enthusiasm of the participants be better mobilized. And after our research, we found that card drawing games are very popular in your world. So, we improved this gameplay and divided it into primary, intermediate, advanced and special reward pools. Only in this way can you feel more refreshed when upgrading. But what's the use of that? Xiaoming interrupted abruptly. Anyway, no matter whether it is the primary reward pool or the special reward pool, the rewards drawn are all fake. And later, a large part of these fake prizes were put on the game store by him and sold to players. Caught off guard, the observer was speechless. But soon, the other party found a reason to explain. Although the props in the reward pool are indeed the data generated by us, the process of drawing is real. Do you dare to say that you didn't have fun playing the lottery at the beginning? After this, it was Xiaoming's turn to be speechless. This is really impossible to refute. Just like the game itself is fake. But there are still so many players who choose to spend money to draw cards. Let's not talk about whether the prizes drawn are good or not. But the process of drawing is an addictive thing. But, since the props are all fake, then during the public beta, wouldn't the players be equivalent to going into battle with bare hands? How can it be considered unarmed? Hearing Xiaoming's question, the observer said meaningfully, the body of the desolate planet slime itself is the best combat weapon. Even if they really want to play something big, they can use local materials. Xiaoming suddenly realized it after a word of awakening. Indeed, in the early days of the closed beta, when they were the poorest, players could make saltpeter and explosives from the soil in the pit. Now, even if it is changed to a real map, according to the level of those players, they should not be unable to make even a handy weapon. What's more, even if they can't make it, they can still seize it from other people. Ahem. Other NPCs. This is because he is too concerned. After figuring this out, Xiaoming no longer continued to dwell on the horns, and only looked at the side looking at him in the dark. I have one last question. What exactly is that god of the universe? You just said that it has many magical abilities. Is it really a god? This time the observer did not answer immediately, but asked back. What do you think? I don't think so. Xiaoming thought about it, with a hint of inexplicable certainty in his tone. He should be just an ordinary creature from another world. And he came to this world simply because of the loopholes in the God's Gate experiment. Hearing this, the observer smiled, and seemed to be quite satisfied with this answer. You only said half of it. It is indeed not a god. But it is not an ordinary creature. It is not even from another world. Hearing the observer's ambiguous words, Xiaoming was a little confused. What does it mean? The observer explained, in fact, Gulba's scientific research experts have a wrong understanding of this universe. This also led to a huge flaw in the God's Gate project. From the beginning, although there are other worlds outside their world, the worlds are not necessarily adjacent to each other. This also means that even if the barriers of this world are broken, another world may not be seen. Just like the eggs laid by fish in water. Some eggs are not completely gathered together. Under the influence of water flow, there will always be a few individual fish eggs that will be separated from the main group. And those lone individuals may not be able to see their brothers and sisters in the end even if they successfully hatch. Hearing the observer's analogy, Xiaoming thought for a while, and said, so you mean that the god of the universe that slipped in through the gate of God was not a creature from another world? Yes. Then what is it? Then the observer explained slowly, as I told you before. After the Big Bang, in addition to the birth of large and small worlds, countless consciousnesses like us observers and prophets were also born. And the god of the universe that looks like a slime is actually an existence that is free from many worlds like us. For example, if those worlds are cells, then we are equivalent to the matrix outside the cells. Wait a minute. Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly interrupted and said, "You said that the God of the universe is a consciousness like you. But it is clearly tangible. Otherwise, it would not have been seen by the natives of Gulba and regarded as a god." Hearing Xiaoming's rebuttal, the voice in the dark chuckled. "Are tangible things necessarily living things? In your world, some ghosts can also be seen clearly by humans. But can you say they are living things?" Such a rhetorical question immediately made Xiaoming speechless. But the observer obviously did not intend to continue to argue with him on this topic, and just continued to talk about it. Although it is tangible, it is not a living thing. It is precisely because of this that the product of its combination with the slime of Gulba is just a SHL, without soul and life. From beginning to end, the God of the universe is just a projection of a consciousness wandering outside the wall of this world. Although, we observers always habitually call them troublemakers, because these slime-like creatures always sneak into the many observed worlds in various ways. Sometimes they will bring a lot of trouble to our work. Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly seemed to think of something. So, the reason why there are slime-themed animation and film works on our Earth is actually because of these gods of the universe? That's right. The observer paused and said, but the name God of the universe was given to it by the Gulba people. In fact, you can also call them cosmic slime. Xiaoming doesn't care what the God of the universe is really called. At the moment, he is only shocked by everything he just heard. It turns out that the God of the universe is a consciousness body in a higher dimensional space outside this world. Just like the observer. Thinking of what the observer said before. As the offspring of the God of the universe, the wild planet slime inherited most of the abilities of the God of the universe. And the cosmic slime. So, does this mean that players who become wild planet slime can also become consciousness bodies, like the cosmic slime, and come to the void of a higher dimension outside this world? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but come up with a bolder idea. If his speculation is true, it is possible that he will be able to communicate face-to-face with these observers in the future. Sensing his thoughts, the voice from the dark laughed again. "You have great potential. I am optimistic about this round of experiments. I believe you will be able to save the fate of the world D6188. If you succeed, let's meet again when the time comes." After leaving these words, the sight that could not be hidden completely disappeared. Xiaoming tried to call the other party a few times, but did not get any response. Obviously, the observer had left. Thinking of the last words it left before leaving, Xiaoming was a little unsure of the other party's intention. Meet again. Does it mean face-to-face communication? Or spiritual communication across the space dimension like before? After thinking about it, Xiaoming is more inclined to the former. Since the observer can read his mind, he must also know what he was thinking just now. Obviously, the other party also wants to meet him. Thinking of this unfulfilled agreement, Xiaoming couldn't help but pray in his heart, "I hope that everything will go well for the players in this public beta." All server announcement. WildStar World Plus. Public Beta 1.0 Update. New map event, Parallel World, is officially launched. Event introduction. There are many worlds outside this world. Among them, there are parallel worlds that are very similar to the world we live in. Parallel worlds are like fruits that grow on the same tree, but not on the same branch. Affected by the amount of sunlight. Some are red and big, while others are small and shrunken. The historical situation of each world is different. And outside the world we live in now, there is a beta version of the parallel WildStar world. There, a huge storm that concerns the safety of the entire future galaxy is quietly brewing between the two major camps of the Future Alliance and the Space Legion. Chapter 451 Diversion. After a few days of silence, the public beta was finally launched with the new map activity. This also made many netizens feel relieved. Fortunately, the official did not delay the ticket. Otherwise their money would have been wasted. Since the news that WildStar World was about to be publicly tested, the game has started the suspension mode. This made the closed beta players, who were used to logging into the game every day, quite uncomfortable. Although those netizens who did not participate in the closed beta did not have withdrawal reactions like the closed beta players, they also looked forward to the public beta as soon as possible. Especially when these people successfully applied for the public beta account, they became more anxious. After all, the official has been suspended for several days in the name of preparing for the public beta. These public beta players, who spent money to buy helmets, did not even see what the game looked like before paying $666. In addition, this game company seemed weird and unreliable, so they didn't sleep well these days. Even though they had received their own gaming helmets 2 days ago, they still felt uneasy. After all, This game is too mysterious, even though it has been closed beta for more than a year and a half. The news circulating on the internet is still just some blurry screenshots and videos. What is even more surprising is that all the players who have participated in the closed beta have said good things about this game. Even online shopping is impossible to find a store with 0 negative reviews, let alone a game with such a large number of players. Some people even had the dark idea that these people might be water armies specially hired by the official. Especially after the official announcement of the public beta, the high-priced gaming helmets were stopped, which made some people jump. Some conspiracy theorists always say that this game is definitely a disguised version of a Ponzi scheme. They claim that the official hired a group of water armies to build momentum for more than a year, first creating the illusion that the game was hot, and then began to cheat in the name of the public beta. Any player who wants to participate in the public beta must first apply and then pay to buy a helmet. And then there is an endless wait, because this game will never be truly publicly tested. If this were to happen to some well-known game companies in the industry, I'm afraid no one would believe these conspiracy theories. But the problem is that the game company that developed WildStar World is just a enterprise. Even if netizens dig 3 feet into the ground, they can't dig out any valid information at all. This kind of thing is simply impossible in China. Smart Chinese netizens can even dig out the underwear of your ancestors, let alone a mere game company. However, the facts are shocking. More than a year and a half have passed, and no one knows where the game company that developed WildStar World is located or what its name is. Not only that, there are many rumors about this game and extraterrestrial civilization circulating on the internet. This also makes those netizens who already believe everything they hear more and more worried. Could this really be a shocking scam? Just when a group of people were considering whether they should call the police, the public beta was finally launched. Not only those newbies who had just received the helmet, but also those who had been in jail for several days in a row. Old players can't wait to log into the game. After receiving the news of the public beta launch, Lu Guang rushed back to his room without even eating dinner, put on his helmet, and laid down. Uncle Chen, the housekeeper, was a little puzzled by the young master's eager behavior. Before he could ask the eldest young master what was going on, he saw that the always steady eldest young master Lu Yang also stood up, and then hurriedly walked into his bedroom and closed the door. Seeing this scene, Uncle Chen was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What happened? Why didn't they even eat? They didn't look like they were arguing. Lu Yang claimed to be a mature man. Even in his most passionate teenage years, he didn't play games much. Although some of this was due to his poor personal skills, the root cause was that he felt that investing and making money brought him more pleasure than playing games. Until he was led into the pit of Desolate Star World by his younger brother. After that, he couldn't stop. He used to sneer at games. But now, he has become an internet-addicted teenager like his brother, who is obsessed with games. Oh no! A young man. God knows how he spent the time when the service was suspended. Even during work hours, he always couldn't control his hands to click on the game's official website to check if there were any new announcements. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. Finally, he waited for the day of the public beta. Still a familiar dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him became the underground laboratory of Space Base No. 1. This is also the opening location of the God's domain map. Although he basically doesn't come here, his younger brother Lu Guang always likes to come here before. However, the map in front of him seems to be a little different from what he remembers. This should be the parallel beta world, right? The huge underground space is full of slimes of different colors and patterns, and noisy sounds are endless. Everyone is telling their game friends about the pain of not being able to go online during this period. Lu Yang also wants to find someone to complain to. But after thinking about it carefully, he seems to have no one to complain to. After all, he spends less time dealing with players than with NPCs. It seems that he doesn't have any close friends in the game with whom he can talk freely. As for his younger brother Lu Guang, it's even more impossible. In front of him, he has to maintain a mature and stable big brother persona. Thinking of this, Lu Yang looked at the players around him in groups with some envy and regret. Is this the trouble of being lonely at the top? On the first day of the public beta new activity, most old players adapted well. After all, according to the activity announcement of Parallel World, this time, infrastructure construction is not the top priority. Preventing the interstellar war is. In the deserted star world of the beta parallel version, The competition between the two giants of the future galaxy has entered a white-hot stage. The initiator of all this is the Seance. The Seance in the beta world is not the charlatan group known to players, but a revenge organization created by the scientists at the No. 7 Launch Center who projected their consciousness onto the ARC chip. No one expected that those scientists would cause such a big trouble after leaving Gulba. It seems that they did not expect that the Gulba planet would be colonized by the Future Alliance and the Space Corps after the defeat. And they did not expect that Gulba would eventually become a place of exile for criminals, in order to avenge their mother planet. This group of scientists, who had become a string of data consciousness bodies, hibernated in the vast space, and began to quietly infiltrate the two major organizations of the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. And in the name of the Seance, they gathered a group of believers, and woven a dense intelligence network for themselves. When this big network was formed, revenge began. First, the Seance deliberately leaked the relevant information of the God's Gate project, and created the illusion that the core information of the project was in their hands. This also attracted the two parties to take the initiative, since they all had a strong interest in the God's Gate technology. No matter which side wanted to rely on this technological achievement left over from the Gulba period to compete for the hegemony of the future galaxy. With this fuse, they fabricated fake news that they had cooperated with one of the parties, causing the two sides to fight openly and secretly. In recent years, the arms race between the Future Alliance and the Space Legion has escalated layer by layer. Once this century-long war starts, the entire future galaxy will be involved in the war. These are the official background introductions for this parallel world event. And their slime clan needs to be the savior of this world to expose and stop the conspiracy of the Seance. Thinking of this, the old players present suddenly became excited. As for why they are called old players, why can't newcomers participate in this public beta map? At this time, the game forum of the official website was full of complaints from newcomers. God knows how much they are looking forward to the public beta and this new event. But now they are told that the new event is limited. It's too pitfall. Susu loves to eat carrots. Woo woo woo, I also want to play in the parallel world. Eat roast duck. Woo woo woo, me too. I also want to play Star Wars. And I also want to kill a lot. AAA RT Mart Fish Killer Lao Gao. I want to accuse the official of discriminating against newcomers. Whoever wants to do the brick moving tasks in the novice village can do it. Angry Throw. AAA Building Materials Wholesale Lao Wang. Calm down. Novice tasks still need to be done. After all, we still have to upgrade. If this level is not upgraded, let alone this event, we can't participate in the next event. AAA Professional Forklift 30 Years Lao Zhang. That's right. Lao Gao. I heard from old players that the map copies of this game often limit the level. For future happiness, let's do the novice tasks. AAA RT Mart Fish Killer Lao Gao. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Looking at the newbies complaining on the forum, Xiao Ming, who was silently peeking at the screen in the background, couldn't help but sigh. There is no way. This is also to save the D6188 world. After all, a level 0 trumpet entering a high difficulty copy has no effect except to die. Instead of letting these public beta players GG at the beginning and waste 2 days of offline OB time, it is better to let them practice more in the novice village and upgrade a few levels. What's more, according to the game settings, players can only unlock skills when their level reaches LV3. For the sake of these players, the public beta had to adopt the method of map diversion. Let the novice players level up in the simulation test field, and the other old players were collectively packed into the new map of World D6188 at the beginning of the public beta. This is also the consensus reached between him and the observer. Without polishing, steel cannot become a weapon. Before that, the already polished magic weapons had to be put into use first. After these elites die, the newbies who have just finished polishing can fill the vacancies of the old players. Of course, if these newbies can still catch up with this event. If the old players are too strong and kill all the elite bosses in a flash, there is nothing we can do. After all, by then, the second round of experiments should be over. As for whether it is necessary to continue the public beta of Desolate Star World, it depends on the observer's idea. Thinking of this, Xiaoming only turned his eyes back to another window of the summoner. This is the authority specially granted to him by the observer for this public beta. Through that window, he could see clearly the players' every move in the world of D6188. And now, this group of troublemaking players seemed to have triggered the first mission of the new map. Chapter 452, Throwing a Stone to Test the Water. In order to trigger the new map mission, some active players returned to the surface first. Seeing the desolate and dilapidated space base ruins in front of him, the players couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, the public beta map has really been reset." Space Base Number 1 was unlocked as early as the closed beta 1.26 version. Subsequent players have also renovated the dilapidated places on the map. And now, this place has returned to the pre-liberation era and has become a shabby state. Braised Hairtail, don't we have to renovate this place again next? Boiling Fish Fillet, it shouldn't be that. Didn't the mission this time be to stop the conspiracy of the Seance? Steam Sea Base, so why do we have to be dropped here? Shouldn't we be airdropped directly to the base camp of the Seance? We don't have any means of transportation now. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately thought deeply. Maybe. The chopped pepper fish head, who had been silent, paused and said, maybe this is the headquarters of the Seance? Braised Hairtail. Boiling Fish Fillet. Steam Sea Base, damn! These 4 players are members of the strong fish-selling army, including the leader of the group, Chopped Pepper Fish Head. All members entered the game during the 1.20 Giant Spider Nest event. At that time, WildStar World had not yet opened closed beta accounts. Logically, if they worked hard, they should be able to rush to the T2 or even T1 level. But who would have thought that now that the game has been publicly tested, these people are still hovering at the T3 position. And recently there is even a tendency to fall to T4. The strong fish-selling army they formed has gradually become a 3rd and 4th tier player army with only a silly name in the WildStar world where many great players gather, and T0 T1 are everywhere. The reason why it has become like this now cannot be said to be because these people don't work hard. On the contrary, as the leader, Jiao Yu2 worked very hard in order to expand the influence of his own army. He had tried every means to coax, oh no, recruit newbies into the group. But those people all quit the group without exception. The reason was that they felt that their group was too lousy and had no room for advancement. With people coming and going like this, the members of Mayuchong, in the end, were only the 4 founders. In the later period, Jiao Yu2 gradually gave up on recruiting people. Not only that, but he even developed a rebellious mentality. This group of tasteless things. If you look down on Mayuchong today, you will cry and regret calling him Brother Chan tomorrow. With this in mind, several people decided to avenge their previous shame after the public beta. And now, the opportunity they have been waiting for a long time seems to have come. After hearing the analysis of the leader, several people immediately changed their carefree attitude when they first entered the game, and hurriedly explored the surrounding environment. It is not easy to find clues, especially on a map that they have long been accustomed to. Although the map in front of me has become the desolate appearance of Space Base Number 1 when it was first unlocked, the general layout remains unchanged. After walking around the base, I didn't find any effective clues, seeing that there were more and more players nearby. Jiao Yu2 gritted his teeth and decided to go to a farther place to have a look. Since the official did not give any hints about the mission location, there was a big disagreement among the group about where to go next. After a long argument, the 4 people finally decided to use the method of drawing lots to decide the route. And this task naturally fell on the head of the leader, the chopped pepper fish head. This was not because the members valued the identity of the leader, but purely because they were worried that if they drew the wrong lot, they would be blamed by the other party. Of course, as the leader of the group, the chopped pepper fish head himself naturally did not know the little tricks in the minds of the members. He took a deep breath and then pulled out a lot made of branches. There was only a word, Dong, engraved on it. Looking up at the dense jungle in the east, the chopped pepper fish head's face turned green. What a broken lot. Originally, he was thinking of drawing the north, because going in that direction would lead to Sand City. But he never thought that his luck was so bad. But the boiling fish slices, who disagreed with him, were immediately happy. He always wanted to go east. If the headquarters of the Seance is really nearby, then it must be in the east. After all, Zhouwen is very easy to hide in the mountains and trees. Unfortunately, the leader doesn't think so. Chopped Pepper Fish Head claimed. The Seance is not those bandits. How could they hide in the mountains? In my opinion, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Those people are either in Jinsha City or a prison in the west. Considering the principle of proximity of the task, the clues are most likely in Jinsha City. So, under 2 completely different opinions, the previous lottery action was born. Fortunately, the final result was what Boiling Fish Fillet liked. But Chopped Pepper Fish Head didn't seem to be satisfied with it. The previous lottery doesn't count. Do it again. Now it was Boiling Fish Fillet's turn to look unhappy. You actually didn't keep your word. However, Chopped Pepper Fish Head said shamelessly, do it again. If you draw the yeast again, I won't change it. Then he mixed all the lots together and drew again, in order to draw the desired lot. This time, the Chopped Pepper Fish Head even left a small mark on the wooden stick with the word North. This should be okay now. Right? The Chopped Pepper Fish Head thought so. However, when he drew the lot again, something strange happened. Damn! Why is it still east? The Chopped Pepper Fish Head checked the words on all the wooden sticks in disbelief, and found that everything was normal and had not been tampered with. This also made the Chopped Pepper Fish Head more depressed. Why is his luck so bad? At this time, the Boiling Fish Slices said calmly, how can this be called bad luck? This is obviously a hint from the official. Drawing the same lot twice. This is definitely a hint from the official. There must be clues related to the task in the east. Hearing this, the Chopped Pepper Fish Head was stunned. It seems to make some sense. As if convinced by the words of the Boiling Fish Slices, the Chopped Pepper Fish Head finally stopped insisting on going to the Jinsha city in the north. The deep forest in the distance, where the bandits were suspected to be hiding, suddenly became a treasure land full of mission rewards. Okay, let's go to the east. The forest in the parallel world map is still in a very primitive state, let alone the road. Even the path up the mountain is hard to find. Fortunately, the players are all slimes. Compared with humans who walk on two legs, they can also use the treetops to bounce up the mountain. The four slimes were like fish released into the sea, and soon they were hidden in the lush green. Not far away, several players, who had been listening to the four idiots mumbling for a long time, rolled their eyes. How could the mission trigger in that kind of ravine? That's right. The announcement said that the people of the Seance had already penetrated the interior of the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. What does this mean? We have to go to the Space Corps or the Future Alliance. These people talked about it, and they all looked at the backs of the group of players with an expression of looking at idiots. After a while of complaining, several people turned their attention back to themselves. So, how are we going to the Future Alliance and the Space Corps? Is there any need to ask this? It must be to Sand City. Before the slimes became the masters of Sand City, those interstellar merchants began to supply goods to the nobles in the city. Their means of transportation are various interstellar spacecraft. If they can get a ride, they may be able to get there in one step. Having made up their minds, several people immediately headed towards Jinsha City in the north. After the two groups of people left, Gotham and others, who had been squatting nearby, moved. Leader, where are we going next? Gloria paused and asked, should we go to Jinsha City or go to the east like those people? What's the hurry? Gotham said lazily, do you know what it means to throw a stone to test the water? You mean, wait until they find some clues before taking action. That's right. Gotham's green face showed a teachable smile. Just wait and see. Once they find any clues, those guys will definitely run to the forum to shout at the first time. By then, it won't be too late for us to decide what to do. Hearing this, Gloria's eyes suddenly burst into a light of admiration. You are worthy of being the leader. Why didn't I think of that? With them scouting for us, we don't have to run around like headless flies. Gotham was not ashamed to be praised like this, and only coughed to pretend to be reserved. Low-key. In fact, Gotham did this not only to save trouble, but also because he was not sure which side's idea was right or wrong. At present, the barren planet in the parallel world is in a primitive state with nothing in the early closed beta, and it is difficult to find food that can be eaten in such a place. Once you run the wrong map, it will not only waste everyone's time, but also waste physical strength. It's better to let the bullet fly for a while. Anyway, the degree of freedom of this mission is very high. The official did not rigidly stipulate some rules and regulations to direct players what to do. I think as long as they finally achieve the ending of saving the world, no matter how they operate in the middle, it will be fine. On the other side, the four strong fish sellers searched along the mountain road. Finally, in a corner deep in the mountains, Boiling Fish Slices heard some movement faintly. Under a tree not far away, several people dressed as guards were whispering something. Seeing this, the four of them stopped at the same time. After a glance, without any words, the four slimes jumped down from the treetops in tacit understanding and slowly moved forward. World D6188. In the eastern forest of the deserted planet, a temporary base is located in a cave near the number 1 space base. This cave was originally the lair of a certain thief gang. Since the people of the Seance came here, the unlucky guys were forced to move. Now it has become the base camp of the Seance on the deserted planet. In addition, this is also the most important of the many secret meeting points of the Seance. The reason is that the most mysterious God's Gate research project of Gulba was secretly carried out at the number 1 space base nearby. Although many core research materials were lost due to the impact of the war later. But most of those huge research instruments are still buried deep underground. And these things will eventually become poisonous, but tempting baits that lure the Space Legion and the future alliance to bite the hook. However, what the members of the Seance who stayed in this base did not know was that at this moment, the space under the number 1 space base was already filled with a group of slimes with different colors and patterns. And right now, in the bushes behind them, there were 4 slimes staring at them. Chapter 453, Sacrifice for Others. Who would have thought that a clue could actually be found in such a mountain valley? For a moment, the chopped pepper fish head could not help but feel lucky that he listened to the advice at that time. Otherwise, he would have missed the clue that was delivered to his nose. Of course, he would not tell such truth, so as not to give these guys a chance to complain about him. Fortunately, with the clues in hand, no one cared about the previous things. The group of people in front of him were well equipped. Even if there were no obvious markings on their clothes, they were probably professional soldiers from their aura. Encountering such a group of people in such a remote wilderness, you can tell that this place is definitely not simple. I just don't know which faction they are from. Future Alliance? Or Space Legion? Or is it the Seance he has been looking for? If it is a Seance, then they have a chance to sell fish and hit T1 T0. Thinking of this, the heart of the chopped pepper fish head suddenly felt full of pride. Maybe it was because the players were too excited. A guard who looked like the captain suddenly turned his head, and his sharp eyes, like a hawk, swept straight to the player's location. Who is there? Seeing him on guard, the other guards around raised their guns and pointed them at the bushes in the distance. The sudden change scared the players hiding in the dark. Wow! Are these people so sensitive? They didn't make any noise. But that guy found their location so accurately. However, although they were shocked, they were old hands who had played the game for most of the version. And they were not too panicked by the sudden incident. Although they didn't become the son of the version, they were old players who had worked hard all the way. They all awakened their skills. Even in a head-on confrontation, they didn't show any fear. However, considering that there were no clues in front of them, they had to continue to squat quietly and respond to changes. Fortunately, at this moment, a wild rabbit happened to jump out of the bushes. Seeing this, the guards who had pointed their guns at the bushes before were relieved. It's just a rabbit. Captain, you are too nervous. The man called the captain put away his gun and glanced over. It's always right to be cautious. If something goes wrong, we can't report to the superiors. Seeing the captain's cold and hard look, the guards had to pinch their noses and say yes. But the moment they turned around, the players with sensitive ears still heard one of them muttering in a low voice, "What can go wrong? Who would come to such a ghost place?" All players, resisting the urge to complain, Giagiudo sent a message to his teammates through the player panel. Go in and take a look. Others were thinking the same thing. So, the 4 people who reached a consensus slowly moved their elastic bodies and quietly went around the back of the bushes. In order to avoid attracting attention, the players also covered themselves with a lot of dead branches and leaves as camouflage. Just when they successfully bypassed the guards and reached the cave entrance and were about to enter, an accident happened. Beep, beep. The sharp alarm sound touched everyone's delicate and sensitive nerves, and also drew the attention of the guards, who had finally fooled them. The players couldn't figure out which link was wrong. They obviously didn't make any sound. In an instant, countless guesses flashed through the mind of the chopped pepper fish head. Maybe it was because of the infrared alarm and monitor installed here. Before he could figure out which reason it was, a teammate's almost broken voice reminded him beside him. What are you still standing there for? Run! The chopped pepper fish head suddenly jumped and ran in without saying a word. Although slimes are not afraid of gunfire, they were caught as soon as they entered the map. If this spread out, it would be too embarrassing. Logically speaking, 2-legged ones can't run faster than 4-legged ones. And those without legs can't run faster than 2-legged ones. However, the slimes whose average level has reached LV30 or above are an exception. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the crackling gunshots, the 4 slimes dodged left and right flexibly and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The guards were horrified. What on earth is this? They only saw a few bird's nest-like things flash past them and then disappeared. Could it be that the bird's nest has become a spirit? The captain of the guard was not as startled as his subordinates. Seeing that he had lost the target, he hurriedly picked up the communicator to notify the people inside the base to be alert. Then he arranged for some people to stay behind, and he took a few people to chase in. So is there a detector installed here? Otherwise, why did the alarm suddenly go off? While running, the Steency base complained wildly with a sad face. At this moment, a familiar gunshot came from behind him, and then a bullet whizzed past his round body. Damn! Such a thrilling scene made him lose his voice immediately. Not daring to stay any longer, he immediately accelerated his escape speed. Actually, we don't have to run away. Braised Hairtail seemed to have a new idea. We were already there anyway. So why should we run away? Bullets can't kill us anyway. And what's so shameful even if we get caught? Can't we just live on straw and taste gall? Chopped pepper fish head. Steamed sea bass. Boiling fish fillet. It seems to make sense. Chopped pepper fish head said immediately. You guys find a place to hide later. I'll stay and help you lead the people away. The members were obviously a little shocked by the leader's volunteering. When did their leader become so selfless? Don't be too moved. I'm doing this for our group. Then I heard the chopped pepper fish head say, even if we are caught, we can't all be caught. After you escape, find a way to sneak into this base to investigate the identities of these people, and see if they are really related to the seance. Whether our group can rush to T0 this time depends on you. Seeing that the three were still stunned, the chopped pepper fish head immediately urged, hurry up. After being urged by the chopped pepper fish head, the players who had previously felt something was wrong immediately stopped thinking and hurriedly followed the leader's instructions. Seeing his teammates hiding in the darkness, the chopped pepper fish head took a deep breath and rushed in the opposite direction. This run happened to collide with the pursuing guards. Bang! Looking at the captain, who was shot and fell to the ground in the distance, and was dragged into the base by the guards. Boiling fish slices, who was hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel that he did this on purpose? The two people on the side nodded in agreement. Braised Hairtail said, I was wondering why the captain would take the initiative to jump out as bait. It turns out that he was planning to sneak in this way, recalling the captain's instructions before leaving that they should find a way to sneak in and investigate. The three of them clenched their teeth at the same time. This shameless old bastard actually wanted to take the opportunity to trigger the mission alone. However, the matter was done, and they could not jump in and take the bullet at this time. And they still understood the principle that eggs should not be put in one basket. If the captain encountered any danger inside, they could at least do something else outside. If they were really wiped out, it would be useless. Inside the secret base, the servant of the god squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the strange thing brought by the guard in the cage without saying a word. I saw that this mass of things was covered with dead branches and leaves, and at first glance it looked like a bird's nest. However, the bird's nest itself would not move, and it could not be so big. But if it was a hedgehog or a porcupine, it didn't look like it. After looking at it for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. So he stopped wasting time. After all, he was not studying biology. He didn't care what this thing was. And it didn't matter. On this planet, there are all kinds of strange animals. After all, this place has experienced very serious wars, and nuclear radiation has caused some creatures to mutate genes. After hundreds of years of evolution, it's not strange to become anything. Therefore, he was a little dissatisfied with the guard's practice of mobilizing a large number of troops to capture such a strange animal. However, the guard leader named Urd was not an ordinary person. There was a messenger of God standing behind him, which was not something he, a small servant of the gods, could afford to offend. Therefore, no matter how unhappy he was, he didn't show it on his face. Okay, leave the things. Guard leader Urd nodded slightly, put down the cage, and left with his subordinates. In the cage, the chopped pepper fish head, who had been pretending to be dumb, was overjoyed after listening to the conversation of these people. God's servant. It seems that it is right. This is the secret base of the seance. The guy called the God's servant obviously didn't have much interest in this uninvited guest who was caught. He just glanced at the strange creature in the cage and walked out of the house. After that, the sound of the door being locked was heard. However, the chopped pepper fish head didn't feel that he was locked up at all. When he was the only one left in the room, he hurriedly logged off and ran to the forum to show off to others. Chopped pepper fish head, brothers. I broke into the base camp of the seance. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and those players or cloud players on the forum who had not yet had time to go online immediately clicked on this post. Brick-carrying boy, Holy crap. Is this true? Shocked face. Stir-fried kidney. 666. I am your father, awesome. Thumbs up. Gloria, eyes wide open, the mission was triggered so quickly. Wu Sandahu, no. Why would the headquarters of the seance be on a deserted planet? Are you sure? At Chopped Pepper Fish Head. Chopped Pepper Fish Head, how could I be wrong? I heard it with my own ears. Captain 1.5 meters. The people of the seance may really be on a deserted planet. Don't forget Space Base number 1. At Wu Sandahu. Wu Sandahu. Damn. I actually forgot about this. Wong Tai Sin. So the plot differences in parallel worlds are so big. The seance has set its sights on Space Base number 1 so early. Dapping Zenki. This seance is not that seance. But they are all related to the Gate of God. Chopped Pepper Fish Head. Although we still don't know what these people are planning to do here. We at least have some clues. Gotham Iron Man at Chopped Pepper Fish Head, where are you now? Chopped Pepper Fish Head, positioning map.jpg. Gotham Iron Man, okay. I will bring my brothers to support you later. Chopped Pepper Fish Head. Chopped Pepper Fish Head, no thanks. We can handle it. But no matter how he called under the post, Gotham brother never showed up again. This made Chopped Pepper Fish Head so angry. Old players all know that Gotham Iron Man is a troublemaker who loves to grab heads. If he really lets him come, his dream of leading the team to attack T-Zero this time will be shattered. Thinking of this, Chopped Pepper Fish Head couldn't help but feel, why should I brag too much? Now it's good. I have added more competitors for nothing. However, it's not just Gotham that is eyeing them. After reading this post, some old players, who haven't found any clues in the new activity map also followed. Just when Chopped Pepper Fish Head hurriedly logged off to seize the opportunity before this group of unethical guys. The servant who had just left the house on the other side also received a report. After reading every word in the report, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The superiors intend to cooperate with the Space Corps? This is only temporary. At the top, Milburn, the highest operational commander of this secret base, slowly spoke, after all. The people in the Space Corps are not fools. If we rashly throw out a bait, the other party will have to test it first before they are willing to bite the hook. Right? Hearing this, the servant put away the report without saying a word and did not make any statement on it. But even so, Milburn could still see a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. After thinking about it, he continued, Locke, I know you think the price is a bit high, but all this is to provoke a fight between them. Don't forget what the purpose of our seance is. The servant called Locke nodded slowly and said reluctantly, Don't worry. I know the severity, and it won't be bad. Seeing Locke agreed, Milburn nodded. I'm glad you think so. Locke is a servant developed by the seance on the local deserted planet. Before becoming a servant of the gods, he was a servant of a noble in Jinsha City. Just when he was beaten half to death by his former master and thrown into the wilderness outside the city to fend for himself, he was fortunately rescued by them. It is precisely because of this that he is more loyal to the seance than anyone else. Similarly, compared to those who come from other places, his hatred for the future alliance and the Space Corps is more serious. After all, if it hadn't been for that war, this planet wouldn't have become what it is now, and his life wouldn't have become so miserable. And there are many people like him on the deserted planet. It is precisely because of the existence of these people that the seance on the deserted planet has developed very smoothly. For these people, the pain they have suffered in the past will turn into the motivation for revenge. Of course, hatred itself is also a double-edged sword. If used improperly, it will not only fail to stab the object of revenge, but also hurt yourself. It is precisely because of this that Milburn has to remind him not to destroy the overall plan of the organization because of a little personal emotion. Fortunately, Locke is a rational person. In the face of one of the objects he hates the most, he gradually learned to be patient. And this is definitely inseparable from the influence of the organization. After all, the creators of the seance have waited for more than 300 years for revenge. I have endured such a long time. And now it is just a gate of God. Why should I be reluctant to give it up? Moreover, those greedy guys will sooner or later pay a huge price for their greed. Chapter 454 Fox Hunting Operation. What the two did not know was that outside the room where they were talking secretly, a slime was sticking to the crack of the door and heard their conversation clearly. Good fellow. These guys actually colluded with the Space Legion. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Chopped Pepper Fish Head. Before he had time to think about it, footsteps were heard from inside, as if someone was coming out. Seeing this, he hurriedly climbed onto the ceiling to hide. The next second, there was a creaking sound, and the door in front of him opened. Two people came out. One tall and one short. One older and one slightly younger. The chopped pepper fish head recognized at a glance that one of them was the servant of the gods he had seen before, and the other older man next to him seemed to be a leader in terms of temperament, and he was of a higher status than this servant of the gods. In just a moment, the chopped pepper fish head had a plan in his mind. When the two of them parted ways at the entrance of the passage ahead, he followed the elder without hesitation. After turning around inside the base, the man stopped in front of a tightly closed alloy door. After unlocking it with fingerprints plus irises plus passwords plus commands, the door in front of him opened. Seeing that the security measures of the door in front of him were so strict, the chopped pepper fish head knew that he had come to the right place. Seeing that the door was about to close, he squeezed in with a flash. This was a dark and empty small single room without windows. There was nothing inside. Only a single chair. This made the chopped pepper fish head feel strange. What was this old man doing here alone? Putting him in solitary confinement? The other party pulled out a chair and sat down. And then a holographic projection of a man in a white coat suddenly flashed in front of him. Chopped pepper fish head. Wow. Good guy. It turned out to be a conspiracy. This time I hit a big one. The man in the holographic projection spoke first. Have you arranged everything? All arranged. The elder said slowly. I don't have anything special to prepare. Everything is underground in the ruins. We have blocked all the passages nearby. No outsiders can get in. Very good. The man in the white coat nodded and said, Be prepared. I will bring the big fish here in the next 2 days, so that they won't be exposed. After speaking, the projection screen in front of him flashed and disappeared. Even if the conversation between the two people sounded like a riddle, it was not difficult to tell what the other party was talking about. The ruins and the big fish. By connecting the cause and effect. Since the people of the seance want to cooperate with the Space Corps, they must show sincerity. And the #1 space base where the Gate of God project is located is their sincerity. Hearing the man in the white coat just say that he will bring the big fish here in the next 2 days, the answer is obvious. The so-called big fish is the people of the Space Corps. And the Gate of God is the bait used to lure the Space Corps into the trap. If he wanted to stop the interstellar war from breaking out, these 2 days would be a great opportunity. But he couldn't do it alone. Even if the brothers in their group were included. There were only 4 of them. Thinking of this, the chopped pepper fish head sighed silently. After all the twists and turns, they finally had to cooperate with other players. Although he felt a little sorry that he could not stand out alone, he was still clear about what was important in the current mission. Just as the chopped pepper fish head hurriedly slipped offline to inform other players. The Council of Note City on Ares was also complaining about Marshal Clover's behavior of going to the deserted planet with Yerev. Some people did not believe in the guy named Yerev, and thought that he and the organization called the Seance had other intentions. There were also some people who did not doubt the authenticity of the existence of the God's Gate project. But they also had reservations about the Marshal's personal visit. After all, Clover was not an ordinary senior official, but the current Marshal of the Space Corps. In recent years, the Future Alliance had sent people to Ares several times to assassinate the Marshal. Although these assassinations were not successful later, it also proved from the side that Clover's surroundings were not safe. As a symbol of hero in the eyes of the army and the people, he must always ensure his own safety. A chaotic exile place, like the desolate planet filled with criminals, is not a place where the Marshal of the Space Corps should go. Moreover, it is not that Ko could have sent someone else to do such a trivial matter. And there were people in the council who volunteered to go. I really don't understand why Clover had to put himself in danger. Although he didn't understand the Marshal's approach, since the other party was determined to do so. As subordinates, they naturally couldn't refute it. However, after the meeting, Wilkie, the Minister of Defense of Ares, couldn't help but complain to his colleague and friend. I really don't know why the Marshal had to go in person. Is that God's Gate really that powerful? After all, it was something from more than 300 years ago. Wilkie didn't think it could still work after so many years. On the contrary, he thought the Marshal was exaggerating. It's not that their Space Corps' laboratory can't make powerful weapons. You don't have to rely on the old antiques of the Gubba period. On the side, his friend Arlen shook his head when he heard it. You don't understand. Regarding the God's Gate project, before this, their knowledge of it was just a few words in the Ares Star historical archives. Even their predecessors did not investigate much information about the God's Gate. which is enough to prove its mystery. Of course, it is not ruled out that the leaders at that time did not want future generations to know the existence of such a thing. Although it is an antique from more than 300 years ago, it was because of this research that Gulbastar dared to challenge us and the future alliance. There are rumors that the God's Gate can release power from another world. There are also rumors that it can connect to the world of God and borrow the power of God. Of course, there is also a saying that the thing is actually a weapon capable of destroying the world. Its power is not just as simple as affecting the victory of a few wars. It can even rewrite the history of this galaxy. No matter which one the truth is, it is undeniable that the God's Gate is indeed an important research that can shake this galaxy. This is also the fundamental reason why the Future Alliance and the Space Legion joined forces to deal with Gulbastar. No one can sleep peacefully with a sword hanging over their heads. Of course, if this sword is not hanging over his head, but in his own hands, then the situation will be completely different. Thinking of this, Wilkie suddenly understood the Marshal's idea. It is precisely because this thing is so important that he dare not use the hands of others, but only wants to keep everything firmly in his own hands. After all, according to Yerev, most people in the Seance still want to cooperate with the Future Alliance. If the Gate of God is first owned by the Future Alliance, it will be a great disadvantage for the Space Corps. However, understanding is understanding. But Wilkie still vaguely sensed something wrong. To be honest, there is something I don't quite understand. What is the real purpose of Yarev's defection? There have been many different opinions within the council on this matter. After all, Yerev has never made a clear statement, but only vaguely said that he disagreed with the top leaders of the Seance. This also made him always feel uneasy. In fact, not only Wilkie, but many conservatives including Alland are highly vigilant against Yerev and the Seance. However, in an era dominated by radicals, their voices were too weak. After learning that the other party had a secret weapon that could defeat the Future Alliance, most people became fanatical about it. But they didn't think about the deeper issues. Although most of the Space Corps' top brass didn't believe this outsider at first. After this period of time when the other party stabbed the former master and took the initiative to submit a letter of surrender, the number of people who had prejudices against him began to decrease greatly. In the eyes of those people, this Yerev had indeed drawn a clear line with his old master and abandoned the dark and joined the light. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do such a series of treacherous acts. However, compared with Yerev's own behavior, the mysterious organization called the Seance was more interesting. There is one more thing. Arlen paused and said, since the Seance holds such an important thing, why don't they keep it for themselves? Why do they have to show up and reveal the news of the God's Gate to us and the Future Alliance? Hearing this, Wilk was slightly stunned. Before I had time to think deeply, I heard Alanda speak out his speculation. I always suspect that they are deliberately provoking a fight between us and the Future Alliance. Such a guess is too shocking. Even Wilk didn't know how to respond for a while. After a long time, he gradually found his voice. It shouldn't be possible. Why do they do this? What's the benefit? Although he is a member of the Space Corps, Wilk has always believed that there is no benefit in going to war with the Future Alliance. Today they are no longer as carefree as they were hundreds of years ago. Once two huge political, military and economic complexes collide, the destructiveness will definitely be to the extent of destroying the world. This is definitely not a good thing for ordinary people living in this galaxy. Unless the other party is a lunatic, normal people will not take the initiative to provoke this war. What if they are crazy? Alanda said, the Gate of God project has existed for more than 300 years. After the war ended, all the people who participated in the project in Gulba disappeared. Until now, an organization called Seance suddenly appeared, carrying the top-secret information of the God's Gate plan that had long disappeared. There must be many secrets that can be dug deeper. Hearing this, Wilk was silent. After a long time, he asked, so you mean that the Seance is related to those people on Gulbastar back then? Alan nodded. Although this is just my personal guess, this possibility cannot be ruled out. In just a moment, Wilk's expression suddenly became serious. If this is true, your previous guess may really become a reality. Those people in the Seance came to provoke a war between the two sides. Thinking of this, he looked at Alland anxiously. What should we do next? Are we going to let the Marshal go to the barren planet and fall into the trap of those people? Of course not. A trace of shrewdness and calmness flashed in Alland's eyes. We can use their tricks against them. Use the Marshal's trick against him? Yalan nodded and said, you know the Marshal's personality. Once he has made up his mind about something, He will not change his mind easily. So we must not confront him head-on. Wilk looked over curiously. So, what are you going to do? We can send someone to go to the deserted planet with the marshal. When we get there, let them follow the clues and quietly investigate the seance. Facing Yalin's calm eyes, Wilk's originally nervous mood gradually calmed down. Just do as you say. But we have to find someone smarter. After all, we have no evidence at all now. So we must act low-key to avoid alerting the enemy. Don't worry. Yalin smiled. Don't you know my agents yet? I have already thought of the code name for this operation. It is called fox hunting. If those guys really have the intention of deliberately causing trouble, we will definitely pull out their fox tails. Chapter 455, each with his own hidden agenda. Just as the conservative officials were planning to secretly send someone to follow the marshal to the desert planet to investigate the seance, a hurried figure appeared outside the slums on the outskirts of Note. The man was wearing a hat, and even had a gray scarf wrapped around his neck to cover his mouth and nose. It was not winter yet, and such a dress was not so outrageous in the slums of Ares, or even on the desert planet. It was obvious that the man did not want others to know his identity by hiding so much. And the children in the slums, who often came to ask for money, when they saw strangers did not come to bother him as usual, but hid in the alley with fear on their faces. The man walked quickly to a low bungalow in the corner of the slum without looking around, and then knocked on the closed wooden door in front of him. The man's name was Iron Hand Barrett. He was once a mercenary. After retiring, he began to undertake some shady businesses to make a living. At the moment, the reason why he ran to the slums outside the city was naturally because a new business came to him. And this house located in the corner of the slums is exactly the meeting point he must come to every time he accepts a mission. In the Space Corps, the identity of a soldier looks majestic. But once retired, the halos surrounding them will also fade away. This is not only true for old mercenaries like Barrett, who came from the Special Mercenary Unit, but also for those regular soldiers. After all, this is a place where soldiers are everywhere. Unless you can sit in the position of a senior officer. Once you retire, you will only become a pile of discarded scum and be swept into the garbage dump. However, is it so easy to be an officer? There are so many people in a division, but only a few can become officers. When there are too many monks and too little meat, resources themselves are unevenly distributed. And to sit in this position, in addition to military merit, you also have to compete for background. It's like if they both made a great contribution. If the contributor is the son or nephew of a division commander, then the probability of promotion is definitely higher than that of an ordinary person with nothing. Moreover, even if they are the sons of a division commander, it is not guaranteed that they can all hold this position. After all, the relationship between divisions is also very complicated. If you offend someone from a hostile faction by mistake, it will be difficult to get promoted. Barrett has neither a prominent background nor outstanding military achievements, nor a lively mind and a mouth that is good at flattering, which means that he is destined to be a nobody in the Special Mercenary Force. It is precisely because of this that he has now become one of the informants of the seance in Note City, because they gave him money and status, which was something he could never get in the past. Even if the so-called status is just a small informant leader, he is still grateful for it. After all, in the past, he had not even been a first-class non-commissioned officer. He was just a soldier after serving all his life. And he was a soldier of the lowest rank who had to do all the dirty work. Of course, the more important point was that the spirits would agree with him in some ways. That was that they were both dissatisfied with the world and wanted to destroy the existing system and create a brand new world. Isn't this what he wants? In fact, there are many retired veterans like Barrett on Ares. They can't fight on the battlefield like young people. Nor can they retire early like those reserve soldiers who failed in the selection of the regular army. After all, they have long been accustomed to the life of licking blood on the edge of the knife, and can no longer integrate into society like ordinary people. Therefore, they can only do some low-status jobs that require selling their strength or life. When they are older and can't make any money, they will gradually become the scum of the slums. And the Seance also took advantage of this point to quietly infiltrate the space army. Those senior officials never thought that this group of people who they regarded as social scum would one day become the virus in the blood of the space army, gradually infecting and eroding this ancient and bloated behemoth. 3 long and 2 short sounds matched the secret code, and the closed wooden door in front of them creaked open. Barrett entered the house in a flash, and the door was quickly closed to prevent any sight from peeping in. Clover was about to leave for the deserted planet. A hoarse male voice wearing a mask sounded in the dim house. The organization needs you to assassinate him. Hearing this, Barut paused, obviously a little surprised by such an order. Don't worry. It's just a show. Hearing this, Barut was relieved immediately. Even if he was doing a life-threatening job, he didn't have the courage to assassinate the marshal of their space army. After all, there were security personnel everywhere around Clover. It was still extremely difficult to successfully assassinate him. After all, the Future Alliance had failed several times in private. In the dark corner, the voice, like a venomous snake, continued. It's better to let those people think that this was done by the Future Alliance. Hearing this, Barut immediately understood. On the opposite side, the masked man threw a bag of things, and Barut took it without even looking at it. It was obvious that this was evidence arranged in advance by the higher-ups. This was not the first time he had done the work of framing someone, so he was quite adept at it. After all, there were many people in the slums, and since he had received the job, Barrett could not stay here any longer. So he said goodbye and left. Looking at the back of the man leaving the window, the masked man immediately picked up the communicator and edited a message and sent it out. It has been arranged. After receiving this message, Milburn, who was far away on the deserted planet, was relieved immediately. Clover rarely left Ares, and if the Future Alliance wanted to send someone to assassinate him, this was the best time. The only uncertainty was whether the other party would send an assassin to assassinate. After all, those people would not act too blatantly in the past. Although the relationship between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps has risen to a white-hot level in recent years, it has not been completely torn apart. Both sides have to maintain some superficial peace, no matter how reluctant they are. It is precisely because of this that in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, they had to arrange someone else to act out a scene. Adding fuel to the fire can make the fire burn more vigorously. Only in this way can Cloverfield and the Space Corps completely believe that their seance has something in their hands. So the Future Alliance will send people to assassinate Cloverfield regardless of the consequences to prevent him from obtaining the Gate of God. At the same time, it can further escalate the conflict between the two sides. Of course, it would be even better if the Future Alliance no longer cared about their face and sent people to assassinate them. This would be convenient for them to pass the buck. The news that Space Corps Marshal Clover was leaving Ares quickly flew to the ears of the Future Alliance's top leaders, like a bird with wings. After learning that Clover was leaving Ares for the deserted planet, this group of people could not sit still. Obviously, the Space Corps authorities already knew about the existence of the Gate of God. Otherwise, why would a good Marshal Clover go to a deserted exile place like the deserted planet? We must not let the other party succeed first. As a result, another group of assassins hired by the Future Alliance also took action in secret. The players knew nothing about what happened behind the scenes of World D6188. On this side, Jiao Yu2 had just posted a message on the forum to recruit people. And on the other side, Gotham led the Brothers of the Avengers to find the base of the Seance Society on the deserted planet, according to the location left in the other party's post. Looking at the heavily guarded cave in the distance, Gloria lowered her voice and said, "Captain, what should we do next? Should we just rush in and kill them all?" As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of a group of troublemakers in the group lit up. Seeing them eager to fight, Gotham narrowed his eyes, like black beans. Although it was indeed risky to attack the base camp of the Seance Society on the deserted planet with only dozens of people in their group. Dozens of slimes. But as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The average level of their entire group is LV 40 or above. And everyone has activated the second stage and above skills. Although players cannot carry any weapons and props from the original world due to the map plot setting of this event, it should not be impossible to conquer this base with their respective skills. But the problem is that conquering the stronghold of the Seance Society does not have much effect on the mission itself. How to prevent the war between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps is the most important thing. Rather than taking them all down now, it is better to wait and see, waiting for these people to reveal more useful clues. After all, this is just a branch, and the creator who is more deeply ambushed has not appeared yet. Thinking of this, Gotham shook his head and said, "Don't act in a hurry." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Gloria was a little confused. No action? What should we do next? First find a safe place to squat here and monitor. Since we have already found one of the strongholds of the Seance Society, squatting there for a while will always find some clues about the creator. Catch the thief first. Since we have decided to grab the head, grab a big one. Knowing the leader's idea, the members couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being the leader of Gotham. He doesn't even bother to grab the head of a non-big boss. In fact, although they were trying to cast a wide net and focus on catching fish. Gotham didn't expect that the fishmongers would actually find the headquarters of the spiritual society stationed on the deserted planet. Recalling the lottery game they played before setting off, it's hard not to wonder if the official had already given the players a hint of the location. If this is true, those guys who traveled all the way to Jinsha City will be crying. On the other hand, the players who finally arrived in Jinsha City did not know that they had been labeled as unlucky, because there was no means of transportation. They could only walk to Jinsha City. In order to reach the destination as quickly as possible, they hardly rested on the way, not to mention going offline to browse the forum. It is precisely because of this that they have no idea what happened in the game. But this is not important to them, because just now, they accidentally heard a shocking secret in the city. The Marshal of the Space Corps is coming to the deserted planet, and someone wants to assassinate him. To explain why these people know this, it all started when they just entered the city, because there is no holographic projection disguise chip. In order to avoid causing a commotion when entering the city, the players had to sneak into a caravan's truck. But what they didn't expect was that the ride they took was not ordinary. After getting on the truck turned east and west in Jinsha City and finally stopped in a remote alley with few people. After that, the driver got out of the car and walked into the alley. This scene immediately aroused the players' suspicion. How could the caravan deliver goods to such a place? There must be something fishy about it. Maybe it's related to the mission. Thinking of this, the players followed immediately. At the end of the alley, a young man with ordinary appearance was sitting at the door of a dilapidated courtyard. The other party seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, and stood up immediately when he saw the visitor. As soon as they met, the driver explained his purpose directly. The superiors need you to assassinate someone. Then he threw a photo to the other party. Looking at the face in the photo, the young man opposite was stunned. This is Marshal Clover of the Space Corps. The driver paused and said, according to reliable information, he will come to the deserted planet soon. If nothing unexpected happens, he should stay in the largest and most luxurious hotel in Jinsha City. Noticing the slightly embarrassed expression on the young man's face, the driver said seriously, after the job is done, each of you will get a reward 10 times higher than usual. How about it? Do you take this job or not? As if moved by the high reward, the young man hesitated for a moment and agreed. Except, at this moment, the players who stayed outside the yard all widened their eyes. Good guy. Originally just trying their luck. They never thought that they would really encounter a big wave. In fact, it is not surprising that the Marshal of the Space Corps would come to the Wasteland planet. After all, the research base of the Gate of God project is on the Wasteland planet. However, the few people really didn't expect that the head of state would be assassinated here, although they didn't know who instructed these people in front of them to come to the Wasteland planet to assassinate the Marshal of the Space Corps. But think about it carefully. The answer is nothing more than the Seance and the Future Alliance. Of course, it may also be someone inside the Space Corps. After all, in the real world, the heads of some countries are always assassinated by hostile forces. In addition to the external forces, this hostile force could also be a local political enemy. In short, as long as they continue to wait here, they will definitely find other clues. In just a moment, this group of players, who were exhausted from walking not long ago, suddenly became energetic. This trip to Sand City was indeed the right one. Whether it is the Space Legion, the Future Alliance, or the Seance, behind each force are intricate human hearts and conspiracies. However, these people never thought that their careful layout would eventually be turned upside down by a group of slimes from another world. Chapter 456 Players Who Strike First. In Jinsha City, a luxury hotel was under alert. A group of black-clad bodyguards were guarding the entrance and exit of the hotel, and anyone entering or leaving had to undergo strict screening. Such a serious and tense atmosphere discouraged many travelers who originally wanted to check in here. However, the hotel owner and staff did not dare to say a word about the other party's practice of disrupting business, because they really couldn't afford to offend the big shots living here, not to mention ordinary people like them. Even if they were replaced by the mayor of Jinsha City, those nobles, or even the black uniforms of the Western Prison Committee, they still couldn't afford to offend. Just last night, this group of uninvited guests suddenly came to the hotel to check in. When these black-clad bodyguards came forward to register their identity information, the hotel front desk was immediately frightened. This is a member of the Space Corps, and an officer at the level of a general. Who would have thought that the senior generals of the Space Corps would come to them? These people have not set foot on this planet for a long time. And no one knows what the sudden change of the other party is. Although curious, no one dared to ask them such questions. After all, since the other party did not disclose their identities and itinerary to the public, it means that they did not want others to know. In their line of work, they still have some sense. It is precisely because of the other party's extraordinary identity that these people then proposed to let the service staff clear the hotel. Fortunately, the big man finally stopped them, so that the hotel would not offend the guests who had already checked in. Although the hotel lost a lot of traffic because of these people in the past 2 days. Fortunately, the other party's generosity did not let them suffer too much. Thinking of this, a group of people had to hold their noses and continue to endure. Anyway, these people could not stay in the deserted planet for too long. Like the boss and staff who hoped that these living dads would leave the hotel as soon as possible, the 2 assassins who were arranged to perform the assassination mission on the deserted planet also hoped that the people living inside could come out as soon as possible. After all, the hotel in front of them had long been surrounded by these people like an iron barrel. Unless they turned into mosquitoes and flew in, there would be no chance to get close to the target. Although I knew that this task was not easy, I didn't expect it to be so difficult. According to the firepower of the black-clad bodyguards in front of him, all his brothers would not be enough to fight. This money is really not easy to earn. Thinking of this, Thibben could not help but regret taking on this task. Barrett, who also needed to carry out the assassination mission, was not as anxious as the assassin sent by the Future Alliance next door. Anyway, this assassination operation itself was just a show. Whether it succeeded or not was not important. The important thing was that the shitpot must be put on the Future Alliance. Therefore, he just waited quietly here for the target to appear, and then carried out the frame of plan. What's more, even if he didn't take action, there would be others who would take action. Standing in front of the old window on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Barrett's eyes glanced at the young man who was setting up a stall to shine shoes on the street corner in the distance. In just 30 minutes, he had secretly looked in the direction of the hotel 7 or 8 times. Even when he was shining shoes for customers, past experience as a mercenary has trained Barrett to have a pair of sharp eyes. This young man is obviously a martial artist. Even though he now looks like a poor shoe shiner who makes a living with a low profile, he still gives people an inexplicable sense of disharmony. Obviously, this guy has also received the news that Marshal Clover has arrived on the deserted planet. And now he is here to keep watch at the door of the hotel. As for the purpose of the surveillance, Barrett boldly guessed that it should be similar to his own. If things are really as he thought, then it is obvious who is behind this person. Thinking of this, Barrett extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand and threw it into the ashtray. Since the people of the Future Alliance have already mixed in, he can basically lie down for this mission. At the end of the street in the distance, in a corner that no one of the 2 groups of killers noticed, 2 upside-down clay pots were moving stealthily against the wall. 6 brother. Do we really want to do this? Nonsense. Otherwise, won't we be busy in vain? After being interrupted by Brother Lou, the other clay pot made a short "oh" sound. At this time, the clay pot called Brother Lou moved and opened a gap from the bottom. A pair of cunning black eyes appeared under the dark mouth of the pot. After making sure that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and asked his companions how is the situation with Schwanzi. The other clay pot said in a muffled voice, I just sent a message that the driver has been knocked unconscious, so the problem should not be serious. Hearing this, Brother Lou was relieved immediately. That's good. The player ID of the player called Brother Lou is called Lao Lu. And he is the same type of person who is addicted to being a weakling as the 4-member group of Mayuqiang. However, the effect of birds of a feather flock together does not work between these 2 groups. To say why this is the case, it is purely because when Lao Lu and the chopped pepper fish head first entered the game, they had robbed several tasks. And it was precisely because of this that the 2 sides have never been able to get along well. Like the old man with chopped pepper and fish head, Brother Lou also has an ambition to reach T0. Especially when he heard that the Marshal of the Space Corps had come to the deserted planet and there were assassins who wanted to assassinate him. He could not suppress the surging in his heart. If you don't do such a good hidden mission in front of you, you are a fool. No matter who sent the assassin, he can't let the other party succeed. Otherwise, the conflict between the Space Corps and the Future Alliance will become more acute. So, in order to prevent the Marshal from being killed, Comrade Lao Lu and his group of brothers came up with a great trick. That is to strike first. If they can kidnap and hide Marshal Clover first, then the assassin can't kill him. Right? and doing so can also prevent the other party from getting the launch equipment of the Gate of God. It's a great trick to kill two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Laulu couldn't help but sigh. I'm really a genius. At this moment, Marshal Clover, who was in a luxurious hotel, did not know that 3 groups of people had already set their sights on him. His heart had already flown out of the city to the space base number 1 that he had been thinking about. According to Yerev, the base of the Seance Society on the desolate planet had already fallen into his control. Knowing that he was coming, the other party had already made all preparations and was waiting to pick him up. Thinking that the Gate of God would soon fall into his hands, Clover's steps became lighter involuntarily. After changing into a Loki outfit, Clover walked out of the hotel under the escort of a group of bodyguards. The street where the hotel was located was also cleared in advance by the bodyguards. At present, there was only a black car parked opposite the hotel. Obviously, this should be the car that Yera prepared for him. Clover walked forward without hesitation. The bodyguard on the side wanted to stop him immediately after seeing this. After all, the car had not been inspected. If there was a safety problem, it would be troublesome. However, Clover, who had been delayed for several days because of travel problems, had already lost his patience. This area has been cleared by you a long time ago. What can be the problem? Besides, Clover paused and glanced at Yera sitting in the front seat. Isn't the accompanying person sitting here? As he said that, he ignored the dissuasion of the people around him and just opened the back door and got in. Seeing that the target was about to leave the hotel, the 2 killers who were stalking nearby immediately began to act. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened suddenly. There was only a roar of the engine, and the black car in front of him suddenly drove away at lightning speed. Before Clover could even call his entourage to get in the car under his butt turned into an arrow and flew out. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked at first. And then the security team leader's face turned green. Quick! Stop the car in front. At this moment, even if the people below were not smart enough, they understood. Their beloved Marshal was kidnapped. For a moment, a group of people in black drove up and started a pursuit in Jinsha City. The sudden scene shocked the assassins hiding in the dark. What's going on with these people? They haven't started yet. At this moment, it's not only these assassins who are confused, but also Clover who is sitting in the car. He doesn't understand why Yerev would do this, but his intuition tells him that something might have happened. And this change is the worst kind. Slowly, he moved his eyes to the familiar figure in the front seat with his back to him. After his throat moved for a moment, he said in a deep voice, Yerev, what do you want to do? However, the person in the front seat ignored him at all. The other party's attitude, which was very different from usual, immediately made Clover alert. As his mind was flowing, he seemed to understand something you didn't betray at all. You are in the same group with the Future Alliance. Although the Marshal's expression was still calm at this moment, his slightly pale face still betrayed his inner uneasiness. Hearing the sudden increase in the voice in the back seat, the person in the front driver's seat moved and seemed to react. Just when Claude thought Yerev was finally willing to answer his question, he saw the figure sitting upright in front of him tilted, and then a head with eyes closed tilted over. At the same time, a colorful, round, translucent head suddenly popped out from in front of the seat. This thing looks weird, and it looks like an enlarged glass marble. But its body is obviously much softer than silica, because just now, he saw with his own eyes that the other party moved Yerev, who was leaning on the driver's seat, back to his original state. Moreover, it has eyes, mouth and nose on its head. This thing is obviously alive. In just a moment, Clover's questioning voice that was about to come out of his mouth was stuck in his throat, and the calmness on his face was a little bit unbearable. What on earth is this thing? However, the thing that shocked him was not only the one in front of him. After straightening the man, he saw that the round thing looked him up and down, and said in a nonchalant tone, Marshal, right? Someone wants to assassinate you. In order to ensure your personal safety, please come with us. If Clover was a young man in China on Earth, I'm afraid he would not be able to help but say, Hack! At this time, the shock he felt from this unknown creature far exceeded the fact that someone was trying to assassinate him. At this moment, only a huge barrage flashed through his mind. This thing can actually speak human language? Chapter 457, Pursuit. Seeing the other party's blank expression, Schwanzi, the little player with the ID 10 years of brain thrombosis, couldn't help but mutter, Could this guy be scared silly? But then he thought, he is the head of the Space Corps after all. What storms and waves has he not seen? It's just an assassination. And it's obviously not the first time he has experienced it. So he shouldn't be so fragile, since the other party is not shocked by the news of the assassination. Then, he is scared by the situation in front of him. Well, to be more precise, he should be scared by him. After all, in the early stage of the closed beta, some natives of the wasteland planet who have never seen slimes always feel surprised. Later, even when they went to other maps outside the wasteland planet, those NPCs were the same. In addition, there is no creature like the wasteland planet slime in this parallel world. So it is normal for the other party to be scared, even if it is replaced by myself in real life. If I suddenly find a strange creature that can speak human language in my car, I will be lucky if I don't scream for my mother. After figuring this out, cerebral thrombosis calmed down immediately. 2 crescent-shaped curves appeared on his flamboyant face. Don't worry. We will ensure your safety. Although he was shocked by the situation, and was also full of questions, Clover was a leader who had been in a high position for many years. He quickly controlled his expression, and acted like he was not showing his emotions. You? You mean things like you? When the word, things, was about to come out, he stopped in time and coughed. I mean there are many creatures like you. Although the giant glass marbles in front of him didn't look like a creature, it was indeed alive. And from its conversation, it can be felt that the other party is still a creature with human-like intelligence. This also made Clover have an illusion for a while. Is this thing really not a weird-looking bionic robot? But later, after seeing the other party's translucent body, he dispelled this doubt. There are no chips or gears on it, so it should not be a new type of artificial intelligence product. Of course. Cerebral thrombosis replied, there are many creatures like me. You will be able to meet my fellow tribesmen later. Perhaps because he did not feel the other party's malice, Clover gradually calmed down, and was no longer as at a loss as before. He began to ask the questions he had been very curious about from the beginning. Who are you? What is the name of your tribe? Also, how do you know my identity? How do you know that someone wants to assassinate me? Why do you want to help me? A series of questions came like a machine gun. But 10 years of cerebral thrombosis did not answer him immediately, because, bang, bang, there were several gunshots in the air, and the bullets hit the SH.L of the car. Let's get rid of the pursuers first. After leaving this sentence in a hurry, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the car under his butt accelerated instantly. Caught off guard, Clover's body rushed forward. If he hadn't been wearing a seat belt, his tall nose would have been knocked crooked by the seat in front of him. Still in shock, he turned his head and looked out the window, only to see several cars following him closely. He looked closely, and saw that the people driving the car were the security personnel around him. You must have misunderstood. Those are my people, not pursuers. They did this because of me. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly paused. He saw several barely noticeable figures running quickly in the alleys between the low houses on both sides of the road. Judging from the route they took, those people were obviously following their car. In just a moment, Clover shut his mouth. Even though he had not been active for a long time in his high position, the memories left by his past reconnaissance training were still deeply engraved in the brain of this body. It was not only his subordinates who were tracking the car, but also this group of unknown guys. Obviously, these were the people the other party said were coming to assassinate him. The shots just now were not fired by his subordinates at all, but by these people. Looking at Yarev, who was unconscious in the front seat, and then looking at the figure vaguely appearing outside the car window, Clover suddenly seemed to realize something. He seemed to have been deceived. Yarev did not really join the Space Corps. Everything he did before was just to gain his trust. From beginning to end, he had other purposes. First, he used the Gate of God to deceive and lure him to the deserted planet, and then sent assassins to get rid of him without anyone noticing. The so-called Gate of God is probably just a false bait. Even if it existed, it has become an antique in history. Can he still expect that something from more than 300 years ago can still play a role now? Thinking of this, Clover couldn't help but feel annoyed and regretful for his momentary blindness and credulity to outsiders. However, although he figured it out, he still didn't understand why this strange creature wanted to help him. He also couldn't figure out what role the other party played in this incident. Although he was full of doubts, it was not convenient to ask questions in this situation. Thinking, Clover's thoughts gradually pulled away from the previous mess. Then, He shifted his attention to the strange creature driving in the driver's seat in front of him. As he watched, his brain, which was a little dazed by a series of changes, suddenly shuddered as if someone poured a bucket of ice water on it. Wait, this thing is actually driving? Shocked, Clover remembered that it had actually been driving from the beginning. But because so many things happened in such a short time, he did not notice this detail for a while. Not only can it speak human language, but it can also use human tools. What kind of creature is this? Just when Clover was full of emotion, he suddenly heard a sentence from the front. Hold on. Before he could react, a sharp hissing sound came from his ear. The next moment, the black car under his butt turned and slid towards the corner in front. At the same time, a bang suddenly came from his ear. A bullet pierced through the side window and flew right past Clover's nose. If he had moved a few centimeters closer, his head would have been shot through. Realizing the danger, Clover didn't even have time to be afraid, and hurriedly curled up and lay down on the back seat. Seeing that the head of the Space Corps was so smart, Cerebral Thrombosis was very satisfied. Otherwise, he would have to distract himself and take care of the other party's safety. However, these killers won't be proud for long. Thinking of this, Cerebral Thrombosis glanced at the rearview mirror outside the car window. In the alley in the distance, several familiar figures bounced and flashed by. At the same time, the security captain who had been chasing the back of the car heard the gunshots in the air, and picked up the intercom in shock and anger to ask, "Who fired the gun just now? The marshal is still in the car. Do you want to kill him?" These idiots even fired more than one shot. If one of them accidentally hits the marshal, who can afford it? In the captain's unfriendly questioning, everyone looked at each other. It's not me. It's not me either. I haven't even opened the safety of the gun. Seeing his subordinates denying it, the security captain was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and his expression was horrified. Not good. Someone wants to assassinate the marshal. At the same time, the sniper squatting in front of a high-rise window in the distance could not help but grit his teeth. He was really lucky. He could escape this. I don't know who the driver was. He ran so fast. He fired several shots in a row and missed. The last shot was about to hit the target. But who would have thought that at this critical moment, the psychotic driver suddenly turned. Let the guy escape directly. Now he can only hope that the other brothers guarding in front can successfully delay or solve these guys. After cursing for a few words, the sniper immediately packed up and prepared to move. However, the moment he walked out of the room, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Before he could see what it was, he felt a dull pain in the back of his head. And then he lost consciousness. The old man next door, who knocked the man unconscious, had no intention of apologizing at all, and directly picked up the weapon that the other party had dropped on the ground. There was no way. This time the activity map did not allow equipment to be brought, and they could only seize weapons from other NPCs on the map. Fortunately, his luck was not bad, and he got something good as soon as he arrived. In addition to guns and bullets, the other party even had a few things that looked like explosives hidden on his body. Now, they finally don't have to hit people with stones like primitive people. The same scene also appeared in other sections of the city, with the help of a high-perception player in the team. The assassins ambushing in the city were dealt with by Lao Lu and his friends without exception. The assassin organization sent to assassinate the Marshal of the Space Legion never thought that the manpower they had arranged along the way would be flattened by a group of slimes. And this group of slimes even shamelessly looted all their belongings. On the other side, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, who was driving a car, also received news from his companions, and his nerves that had been tense all the way were completely relaxed. Now that the crisis has been resolved, there is no point in continuing to play a car chase with a group of people behind. After simply replying to his teammates, Cerebral Thrombosis immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. In the distance, the people who were chasing the car were all shocked when they saw such a scene. What's going on? Why did the car stop for no reason? The strange things were not only this one, but also the previous gunshots from the dark. It seemed that it had not been heard for a long time. The security captain narrowed his eyes and said vigilantly, "Take your guys and get out of the car to have a look." Just as everyone was staring at the black car in front of them with a serious face, the closed door finally opened. In just a moment, everyone's heart was lifted up. At this moment, they saw that the marshal they had been thinking about actually got out of the car without any injury. Before everyone could be surprised, they saw the door of the front driver's seat opened. Then, a red and yellow translucent spherical strange creature jumped out. When they saw the thing for the first time, everyone's eyes widened. And the question that their marshal had been shocked by not long ago suddenly popped up in their minds. What on earth is this? Chapter 458, we are here to stop the tragedy from happening. As if he had gotten used to the startled expressions of these NPCs. 10 years of brain thrombosis. Walk calmly in front of everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am a slime. You can call me Brain. Swallowing the 3 words of brain thrombosis that were about to come out. 10 years of brain thrombosis. Quickly changed his words. You can just call me 10 years. In order to increase the probability of being selected for the closed beta test. He deliberately changed his ID to a funny style. Although it did succeed later. I never thought that I would encounter a link to introduce myself to the NPC in the game. Which made people very embarrassed. Although players would complain about their own game IDs. Most people would not call him by his full name because it was troublesome. And they would call him Schwanzi. But the NPCs were not sure if I really introduced these NPCs by their full names. I am afraid that they will most likely call him brain thrombosis in the future. Thinking of this, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Twitched his skin and quickly turned away from this unnatural topic. I'm sorry for carrying your superior without permission and running across half of Jinsha City. But in an emergency, in order to ensure the safety of Mr. Marshall, I can only resort to this last resort. Suddenly, the strange creature who claimed to be a slime, spoken in human language. And the people who were originally on high alert were so shocked that their jaws almost hit the ground. Looking at the stupid and surprised expressions of his subordinates, Clover couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure in his heart. It turned out that he was not the only one who was frightened. Thinking of this, Clover straightened his back, coughed lightly, and walked to the opposite side. Looking at the red and yellow slime in front of him. So what is going on? Now you can always give me an explanation. Although Clover's expression was serious, his tone was not very harsh, which made 10 years of cerebral thrombosis more certain of the other party's attitude. The marshal was not really angry because of his offensive behavior. It seems that although their action this time is risky, it is not completely useless. Thinking of this, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis said seriously, this is not a place suitable for talking. Hearing this, Clover looked around and found that many people on the street not far away were looking here. At the same time, a group of patrol guards in the distance were also rushing here. Obviously, the commotion they made in the city just now has attracted the attention of many people. If they continue to stay here, they may cause more trouble. Although Clover, as the Marshal of the Space Corps, would not take the patrol guards of a city on a deserted planet seriously. But because his itinerary this time was not made public. And this matter also involved the Gate of God, and the future deployment of the Space Corps. He had to keep a low profile, leaving the aftermath to the secretary to handle. Clover quietly left here with his subordinates and the slime in front of him. Before getting in the car, Clover suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, where are your fellow tribesmen? Don't you want to come out and meet me? Hearing the other party's question, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis shook his head. Now is not the right time. At present, he has not figured out the other party's background. Before he is sure that this Space Corps Marshal is a trustworthy person, he will not rashly let others show up. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Now the Space Corps and the future alliance are at loggerheads, and a war may happen at any time. In this case, after seeing the wild planet slime, which is proficient in all 18 martial arts, it is hard to guarantee that the Space Corps Marshal will not be tempted. After all, the other party did not even let go of the legendary antique God's Gate from more than 300 years ago. Seeing a group of biological weapons with high intelligence, superpowers and immortality in front of him, wouldn't he have any crooked ideas? Not to mention him. Even a fool would not believe this. Moreover, in the early stage of the game closed beta, it was not that no NPC had the idea of attacking the wild planet slime. But those people did not think of using slimes to fight, but simply wanted to capture these slimes that could speak human language and sell them to the rich or nobles on other planets for their enjoyment. Although these traffickers not only failed, but also let other players follow the clues and wipe out their nest. Back to the point. It can be seen from this incident that without knowing the slime of the desolate planet, most of these human NPCs are extremely arrogant. Even in the major prisons in the West, many people did not take the slime clan seriously at the beginning. It was not until the players killed the Desert Lizard King that these people's impressions were reversed. Then it was to conquer the cities in the east and west of the central continent of the desolate planet. Establish the Desolate Planet Republic Alliance, and assist the Heidel Rebellion in the form of mercenaries and volunteers until the establishment of the Heidel Federal Republic. In all these things, the name of the Desolate Planet Slime Clan was made famous together with the Desolate Planet Republic Alliance, and even later aroused the vigilance of the future alliance. Now that we have switched to the parallel world map, all the plots have changed dramatically. But there is one thing that will never change. That is, the attitude of these high-ranking human NPCs towards players. It is either control or use, or fear or admiration. The marshal in front of him must also be unable to avoid these situations. Although the other party has not mentioned anything at present, it is hard to guarantee that after seeing the abilities of his fellow tribesmen, he will not have the idea of letting the Slime Tribe join the Space Corps to fight against the future alliance on the battlefield in the future. To be honest, if the content of this activity is not to prevent the war from happening, he is afraid that he will pull Lao Lu and others to join the Space Corps without thinking. Whether the other party uses slimes is not as important as whether they have fun by themselves. Anyway, this is just a parallel world. But the problem is that the mission of this parallel world is to prevent the war that destroys the galaxy from happening, not to let players choose to join one camp to fight against the other camp. Therefore, they cannot act arbitrarily. After all, stopping the conspiracy of the Seance is the main task of this time. Thinking of this, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Can't help but say, this is really not an easy job. After all, he is not really good at scheming with others. In comparison, he would rather go to war. But complaining is complaining. Things still have to be done. He collected the thoughts that flashed through his mind for a short moment, and looked at the man opposite him. Perhaps because he had escaped the crisis, he had now returned to his original image of a superior. Sensing that the slime opposite was looking at him, Clover turned his head and looked around the red, yellow, and round face in front of him, then found two black spots that looked like eyes and smiled slightly. Now, can you answer my previous question? Of course, as he was here to solve the problem. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis would naturally not hide anything, and only explain the whole story in detail. Of course, he also hid some things that shouldn't be said. After listening to the answer of the slime in front of him, Clover said nothing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This also made 10 years of cerebral thrombosis a little unsure about the situation, whether he should continue to say the next words. In fact, Clover was thinking about the true identity of the mastermind behind the assassination at this moment. The future alliance was undoubtedly the most suspicious. After all, in the past, those hypocritical guys had done something behind the scenes. After learning that their Space Corps and the traitors of the Seance had colluded with each other, how could the other party sit still? What's more, he is already on the deserted planet. If he gets the relevant information of the Gate of God before the other party, those guys will definitely find a way to make him go without return. Of course, this is just one of the situations that are on the surface. In addition, there are two other possibilities. The first possibility is that Yerub did not betray the Seance at all. From the beginning to the end, he was an undercover sent by the future alliance and the Seance to the Space Corps. On the surface, he broke off with the other party. But in fact, he was still secretly doing it behind the scenes. And this assassination is likely to be a plan made by the other party in advance. It is to lead him to the deserted planet for easy attack. The second situation is that the killer comes from their Space Corps, and it may even be arranged by someone around him. Although the probability of this happening is the smallest, it is not completely impossible. After all, there are still many people in the Space Corps who want to pull him down from his current position. No matter which situation it is, those people probably never thought that the assassination plan they painstakingly arranged would be destroyed by a group of creatures called slimes. Thinking of this, Clover felt a little subtle. Being assassinated is obviously a bad thing. But at this moment, he unexpectedly felt a little secretly happy, suppressing the corners of his mouth that were trying to curl up. Clover said seriously, "I roughly understand what you said." As he said that, he paused, and a sharp color flashed in his eyes. "So what you mean is that you decided to help me purely because you can't stand someone trying to harm others?" Stared at by these eyes that seem gentle but are actually full of, "Don't even think about lying to me." 10 years of cerebral thrombosis suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. This is really hard to answer. If he said yes, how can he lead the topic to the Seance next? If he said no, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Thinking of this, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis suddenly felt that his brain had 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, just like his ID. And he once again clearly realized that he was indeed not the material for playing conspiracy and tricks. The slime in front of him said nothing. And Clover was not in a hurry. He just looked at him quietly, and continued to maintain a warm, but imposing smile. Cerebral thrombosis only felt that his heart was like being sliced and fried in a frying pan, which was really unbearable. Fortunately, human potential is unlimited. Some high-pressure and extremely tense situations can often maximize human potential. Facing the pair of interested eyes in front of him, cerebral thrombosis suddenly had an idea. Then he coughed and said, "Of course it's not just that. In addition to justice, we have a more important reason to help you. Because you are closely related to the fate of this world." Hearing this mysterious answer, Clover was stunned. To be honest, such an answer was completely beyond his expectations. Before he could react, he heard the slime in front of him continue. "In fact, our slime family is the messenger sent to this world by the God of the universe. Because the God of the universe foresaw the fate of the world's imminent destruction, we are here to prevent the tragedy from happening." Chapter 459, I believe what you said is true. This is God's will. Clover had thought of countless answers, but he had never thought of this one. If an ordinary person said this, he would most likely arrest the other person as a liar. But the problem is that the one who said these words is a slime. And it is a magical creature with human-like advanced intelligence. Therefore, compared to the annoyance when being deceived and fooled, he unexpectedly felt a little fun at the moment. After all, in today's future galaxy, the belief in gods has long been unpopular. The only planets that believe in gods on a large scale are relatively backward planets such as Desolate Star, Heidel Star, and Zukum Star. The Future Alliance abandoned these illusory things a long time ago. Even in the Space Legion, only a small part of the area still retains the belief in the God of War. The slime in front of him actually called himself the messenger of the God of the universe. He was either crazy or had water in his brain, or he was playing a trick on him. But seeing the other party's confident look, Clover suddenly became unsure. After all, this guy didn't look like he was lying. Could it be that everything he said was true? Thinking of this, Clover's expression became more serious. Although he went to the deserted planet this time to find the legendary Gate of God, but he has always been skeptical about whether God really exists. In his opinion, the legendary instrument that can break through the space dimension and open the door to the realm of God is just a historical rumor after all. No one can guarantee that behind that door is God's world. Perhaps, behind the Gate of God is another galaxy, or another universe. Of course, it may be nothing. He was just fooled in vain. But what if what this slime said is true? So is there really a world of God behind the Gate of God? Noticing the hesitation that flashed in Clover's eyes, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, knew that his words had finally shaken the other party. So he continued to pursue his victory, and said, "I know you may not believe what I said now, but I have a way to prove that everything I said is true." As he said that, he raised his head, and tried his best to open his small black bean eyes, fearlessly meeting the gentle but majestic eyes of the person in front of him. This time, his heart was not shaken at all. And the confidence of all this is not only from his own strength, but also because what he said is the truth. After all, on the barren planet in another world, their slime clan was originally called the messenger of the God of the universe by the local natives. Confused by the firm words of the slime in front of him, Clover was stunned and asked subconsciously, "How do you want to prove it?" Hearing the answer he wanted, the face that looked like scrambled eggs with tomatoes immediately raised an arc. "You will know later." It was not easy to stabilize the marshal of the space army, and he was temporarily relieved. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Originally, he planned to test the marshal's abilities first, and then discuss with his teammates whether to cooperate with him. Unfortunately, this guy was too alert, and he had no chance to find out any useful information from the other party. Not only that, but it also aroused the other party's suspicion. At this time, if they can't find a way to dispel the other party's doubts, then no matter what they do next, they will encounter huge resistance. In a moment of urgency, he had to bring out the identity of the God's messenger. Although this identity may not be able to deceive the other party immediately, it is at least no problem to bluff people. Of course, in order to make what he said before more credible, he will have to secretly go offline and communicate with other players on the forum later to see if there is any way to completely fool people. Earth. Official Forum. Brothers, I just met the Marshal of the Space Legion, and I became his lifesaver. In this world, title parties are widely present in every corner of online media. But even so, players couldn't help but click on this eye-catching title. wanting to see what kind of cow and horse the poster is, or what he is going to brag about. However, unexpectedly, the content of this post was unexpectedly not a title party. The poster is a LV35 player in the desolate Star world, where closed beta testers are everywhere. This level is really not very conspicuous. However, because his ID is too silly, many people on the forum are familiar with him. This player named 10 years of brain thrombosis claimed that he and his teammates accidentally heard the news that the Marshal of the Space Corps was coming to the desolate star in Jinsha City, and also learned that someone was going to assassinate him. So they saw injustice and drew their swords to help and save the person. However, troubles followed after saving people. In order to dispel the other party's suspicion, he claimed that he was the messenger of the God of the universe, and saving people was to prevent the destruction of this world. Although the other party did not seem to completely believe what brain thrombosis said, he could not find any hard evidence to prove that he was talking nonsense for a while. In order to make the other party believe his nonsense, 10 years of brain thrombosis boasted to the Marshal, claiming that he had evidence to prove that everything he said was true. At present, he posted on the forum not only to show off, but also to seek help from netizens. How can I prove that the Slime Clan is the God of the universe? Such an interesting thing immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. Prove the identity of the God of the universe? Do I need to prove it? They are already. After all, that's what the indigenous NPCs on the early deserted planet called them. How come the identity is no longer useful after changing to a parallel world map? However, despite the complaints, the idea is still there. Stir-fried kidneys, isn't this simple? Show your divine power in front of those people, and they will have to believe it even if they don't believe it. Brick-moving boy, if one person is not enough, let all the brothers in your group show it. If this is still not enough, you can call us on the forum, and we will be there at any time. Grin. With the idea of watching the fun and not minding the big things, the online players said that they would cooperate. They even promised that they would pull those teammates who were not online to help. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Shame, but will you really not be caught by the other party in this way? You Lao Lu. Schwanzi's words make sense. What if those old men take a fancy to us brothers and want to capture us and use us for experiments? Gotham Iron Man, what are you afraid of? It's not like we can't beat them. Picking nose. Gloria, although. But your skills are not very good. Gotham Iron Man, angry, who said that? My second stage skill is still very powerful. Okay. Fried kidney, ha ha ha. Is it turning into light? Gotham Iron Man, it's a light energy SHL. Okay. Fried kidney, squinting, it's a sacrifice method after all. Gotham Iron Man, get out. Although there are many people who enjoy watching the fun, brain thrombosis and his group of teammates still learned a lot of ways to rely on Pit and Father. There are even many people who gave him advice, teaching them how to fool. Oh no! How to gain the trust of the Marshal's words. Many hands make light work. Soon, the cerebral thrombosis student gathered the strengths of all the families and returned to the line with full confidence. Jinsha City. The door of the luxurious hotel was closed. There was a sign at the door saying that the store was closed for rest and suspended business. But even so, there were still many gorgeous unicorn carts or high-end cars outside the hotel. Next to each car stood a noble servant who was dressed in bright clothes and behaved in a measured manner. Such a scene was really rare. And for a time, many passers-by in the city stopped and looked. Passers-by were wondering, when did the business of this hotel become so good? It actually attracted all these big figures in the city to gather here. Some well-informed people immediately explained the reason to those passers-by who had no idea. You don't know? Do you? The Marshal of the Space Army is here. Now these noble masters are lining up to see the Marshal. When this was said, passers-by were in an uproar. Some people didn't believe it. Was it fake? Being questioned, the well-informed guy was immediately unhappy. Bullshit! If this is false, I will call you master. Then why did the Marshal of the Space Corps come to our deserted planet? Why did the Marshal come to the deserted planet? How would I know? He would not ask us for taxes and tributes like the black uniforms in the West. Right? When taxes and tributes were mentioned, the originally lively crowd suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere became a little solemn, as if they had no intention of continuing to gossip. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only the rows of people and cars in front of the hotel. As the well-informed passerby said before, these people did come to see Clover, because the previous assassination alarmed the patrol guards. the Lord of Jinsha City, and the nobles learned that the Marshal of the Space Corps had quietly arrived on the deserted planet and stayed in a hotel in Jinsha City. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. After receiving the news, these people came to the door in a hurry, wanting to establish a good relationship with the other party. However, for these guys who are asking for trouble, there is no need for Clover himself to speak. His subordinates have already turned them all away, because at the moment, their marshal has a more important thing to verify in person. The inside of the hotel with the door closed is also very lively at this moment. After dismissing all the people in the hotel, only Clover himself and his secretary, as well as the guards and bodyguards responsible for security issues, and the high-ranking officials of the Space Corps who accompanied him this time, were left in the banquet hall. Seeing that all the most important NPCs in the world have gathered here, you, Lao Lu, are extremely excited. Whether you can sprint to T1 T0 depends on this wave. Unlike the enthusiastic Lao Lu, the other teammates beside him felt at a loss. Although everyone has already agreed on the process and words offline, they are in such a closed environment and are being stared at and looked at by a group of strangers with such scrutiny. On the contrary, the 10-year cerebral thrombosis acting is getting better and better. He calmly scanned all the people in the hall. These are our fellow tribesmen. We are all messengers under the throne of the God of the universe. As he said, he looked at his teammates on the side. Lao Lu understood and hurriedly activated his skills. The next second, all the decorations in the hall, including tables, chairs and vases, were suspended in the air. The sudden scene made everyone's eyes widen. If it weren't for their own identities, I'm afraid the exclamation at this time could even overturn the entire hall. However, there were more amazing things than what was happening before our eyes. The high-ranking officials behind Clover, who were watching the performance intently, suddenly lost their luster in their eyes. Then, they left the team in a daze, as if they were drunk, and walked straight towards the opposite slime camp. No matter how their colleagues behind them shouted, there was no response. One after another, strange visions appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. For a moment, Clover couldn't help but sit up straight, and his lazy expression suddenly became more serious than ever. Stop. I believe what you said is true. Chapter 460, The Prophecy of the God of the Universe. Seeing Marshal Clover pretending to be calm, but actually unable to hide his surprised eyes. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Knowing that the purpose of shocking this time has been achieved. So he signaled to his companions beside him. The moment the confusion skill was cancelled, the ministers who were walking forward in a daze suddenly stopped. After regaining their consciousness, they looked around and then found that they were standing in front of this group of slimes. For a moment, they were horrified. When did they come here? Why don't they remember it at all? Seeing the surprised expressions of these people, the players who were originally nervous suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they have fooled it. After a moment of silence, the hall began to hear whispers of discussion. Everyone's face had different expressions. Some were shocked. Some were vigilant. Some were afraid. And of course there were doubts. I saw Clover stand up and walk towards the players. Although his expression was still calm, his peaceful but sharp eyes betrayed his true emotions. He seemed very excited. How could he not be excited? If the timing was not right, Clover would have laughed out loud. Since the existence of the God's messenger was real, it proved that there might really be God in this world. In this case, the rumors about the Gate of God should also be true. However, now that the messenger of the God of the universe was standing in front of him, it was obviously not so important whether the Gate of God could be obtained, as long as he could borrow the power of God. Would he be afraid that he could not do anything to the future alliance in the future? However, despite his excitement, he did not forget the doomsday prophecy that the other party had revealed before. Rather, they gathered here this time not only to confirm the other party's identity, but also to figure out this matter. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Clover spoke in a gentle voice, with a hint of piety that he himself did not even notice. About you? Ahem. About what you said before. What about the impending destruction of this world? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding discussion suddenly seemed to be frozen. Everyone turned their eyes to the slime on the opposite side, facing those gazes of fear, surprise or inquiry. Yu Lao Lu rarely felt a sense of embarrassment, not knowing how to react. Fortunately, his reliable teammate 10 years of cerebral thrombosis took over the conversation directly. War. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis opened his small black bean-like eyes, and calmly swept across the faces with different expressions on the opposite side, and said calmly, The God of the universe saw the war in this world. The weapons that destroyed the world burst out with energy comparable to black holes. And raging fires burned on the land of major planets. A war that was more serious than more than 300 years ago started again. The rivers were stained with blood. And the lives were destroyed by the roar of artillery fire from both sides. Finally, the war swept the entire galaxy. People were displaced in the war. Young children lost their parents. And elderly people lost their children. Those poor people who survived the war eventually died in post-war famine, neutron radiation and nuclear winter. All planets were destroyed one by one in this war. He spoke slowly and calmly, which gave him a detached performance. It was as if he was really the messenger of the God of the universe. A calm bystander who was out of this world. Silence fell again. No one could confirm whether what the slime said was true or false, even though they had just demonstrated their divine power not long ago. After all, how could suspicious politicians easily give up their deployment during this period of time because of a few words from a group of strange creatures, even if their performance did seem to be true? But even so, the other party's words still shocked many people. This galaxy is not the first time to encounter war, let alone the first interstellar war. As early as more than 300 years ago, the war had already happened. At that time, the Space Legion and the Future Alliance worked together to encircle and suppress the Golba star, which caused this originally prosperous and civilized planet to fall from its rising orbit. Even though the war has been over for so many years, the barren planet today no longer has the prosperity of the Golba period. Instead, there is only chaos, poverty, and class solidification. Although their Space Corps and the Future Alliance also contributed to this, it is undeniable that the impact of the war itself is huge. This is also the fundamental reason why they have had so many frictions with the Future Alliance over the years. But they have not ended up with anything. War itself is cruel. Although the fruits of victory are sweet, the process of picking them also requires an equally great price. If the Future Alliance had not been too bullying and colluded with the Descendants to harm their Space Corps, they would not have come to this point. After all, the enemy has already put the knife on their necks, and there is no reason for them to be indifferent as before. But the problem is, how do these slimes know this? Although the war more than 300 years ago is not a secret in this galaxy, but after so many years, most people will not easily mention the past. Of course, the more critical point is, how did they know that they were going to launch a war against the Future Alliance? If it is said that saving the Marshal is just a coincidence, it is not easy to know about such a confidential matter as the war. So far, the Space Corps has not disclosed any news of the war. Whether these slimes that can speak human language are really the messengers of the God of the universe is not mentioned for the time being. But the fact that they know that the war will break out in the future is itself incredible. Could it be a prophecy of the God of the universe? For a moment, these ministers were a little unsure. If what the other party said is true, should they still fight this war? If they don't fight, will they let the Future Alliance and the Descendants bully them? But if they fight, what if the entire galaxy is destroyed in the future as the prophecy says? Hesitantly, everyone had to turn their eyes to the highest leader among them. After listening to 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, Clover said nothing. His originally excited eyes began to gradually calm down. In fact, even Clover himself didn't know how to deal with the situation at hand. He has already reached the deserted planet, and the gate of God is within his reach. But now a group of slimes claiming to be God's messengers told him that once this war started, the entire galaxy would be destroyed. In this case, should he proceed according to the original plan, or give up the plan to start a war? To be honest, his heart was shaken. Although he was told rationally that all this might be a scam and not to believe it, he was emotionally convinced by the other party's words. After all, once a war starts, it can't be stopped just because you want to. Even as a marshal of the Space Corps, many things cannot be completely controlled by himself, especially the development and outcome of the war. Just like the original Golba Star government, if they knew that the consequences of starting a war would cause the planet to become what it is now, would they still brazenly provoke them and compete to be the overlord of this galaxy? He thought it shouldn't be. Admittedly, the plans of the Future Alliance and the gods of Descendants behind the scenes are infuriating and disgusting. But if the price of teaching these guys a lesson is to destroy the entire world, then even he will hesitate. Seeing that the top leaders of the Space Army were all hesitant, the players looked at each other. It seems that preventing the war from happening can still be discussed. Of course, the players knew it in their hearts. Not everyone is willing to believe the doomsday prophecy of the God of the universe. The reason why these people are hesitant now is purely because they have seen the precedent of Golba Star. The technological strength of the two major forces was not as exaggerated as it is now. But even so, the war still destroyed the civilization process of a planet. Moreover, the sequelae of the war on this planet lasted for more than 300 years. And it has not been recovered until now. Once they start this new war now, the destructive power caused will probably far exceed the interstellar war more than 300 years ago. Moreover, it may also set themselves on fire. Therefore, they are also struggling. War is a double-edged sword after all. Although it can give the enemy a good blow, it will also cut yourself at the same time. Whether the other party believes in the identity of the god of the slime clan is not important. What is important is that they need to face the consequences of this war. However, it is obviously not enough to make these politicians completely determined. After thinking about it, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis finally decided to take a strong medicine as netizens taught. In fact, in addition to the war itself, the god of the universe saw another thing. Suddenly hearing such a sentence, the Space Corps leaders, who were still thinking about what to do next, turned their heads and looked at the slightly disgusting slime in front of them. Oh no! The messenger of God. Clover blinked and asked subconsciously, "What's the matter?" 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Paused, still telling in a flat tone. Two gears of fate collided with historical mistakes. And the mistakes gave birth to a flame of revenge. After years of brewing, this flame of hatred eventually grew into a huge monster. This monster jumped between the two gears of fate that gave birth to it, and spit out the flame of revenge, burning everything to ashes. If an uninformed person heard this seemingly true prophecy, he would be confused. But for those who participated in the fox hunting operation, for the agents, it was like a revelation. Under the instructions of Wilk, the Minister of Defense of Ares, and Holland, the Minister of Intelligence, Agent Krant also boarded the spacecraft to the deserted planet and became a member of Marshal Kolovan's protection guard. Unexpectedly, the Marshal encountered an assassination not long after arriving on the deserted planet. Although the assassins refused to admit it, all the clues pointed to the fact that this matter was related to the future alliance. The investigation process of the whole incident was too smooth, which made him, who had been engaged in espionage work for many years, faintly smell a breath of conspiracy. And now, the prophecy of the god of the universe said by the slime envoy reminded him of what Minister Allen said before. The seance is likely to be the remnants of the Golba government. The real purpose of these people is likely to provoke a war between the Space Legion and the future alliance. Thinking of this, Krant narrowed his eyes. This so-called prophecy is likely to be true. Even if these slimes are lying, they can't be so accurate in matching such unknown secrets. Because only the insiders who participated in the fox hunting operation knew about this. And the outside world did not connect the seance with the remnants of Golba Star at all. Thinking of this, Krant's eyes became more and more fiery when he looked at the slime in front of him. Since the god of the universe has predicted all this, then he must have a way to prevent the conspiracy of the seance from happening. Chapter 461. If you want to thank someone, thank the god of the universe. Unlike Krant, a large part of the people present were confused by such a specious prophecy. What gears of fate? What flames of revenge and monsters? This slime. Oh no! What are these messengers of the god of the universe talking about? The officials around were confused. But Clover looked thoughtful. The collision of two gears of fate created a historical error. And the historical error gave birth to a flame of revenge. When the flame grew into a huge monster and jumped between the two gears of fate, the flame of revenge it spewed out burned everything to ashes. At first glance, this prophecy with no coherent words is a bit confusing. But a careful analysis can still reveal some clues from it. If the two gears of fate refer to the Space Corps and the future alliance, then the historical error obviously refers to the Golba Star of that year. Although in the Space Corps, most people would not think that the war that year was a mistake. But if you look at it from the perspective of the victims, it is not the case. At this point, the meaning of the flame of revenge is very clear. But the question is, what exactly is the monster born from the flame of revenge? Does it refer to a person or a group of people? Or something else? For example, weapons, war. It's a seance. The sudden words made the scene quiet, and everyone turned their eyes to the owner of the voice. Krant remained calm despite being stared at by everyone. The monster born from the flame of revenge refers to the seance. The fundamental purpose of this organization is to provoke a war between the Space Legion and the future alliance. I guess the seance is likely related to the high-level officials of Golba Star back then. At this point, even people with poor comprehension ability understand it. It turns out that the hatred in this prophecy refers to the interstellar war more than 300 years ago. I don't know whether he was shocked by Krant's words, or was thinking about the possibility of this situation. Silence fell again for a while. Clover's eyes gradually darkened. If what Krant said was true, then his previous inference was half right. It was most likely that Yarov had betrayed the Seance Society. He did this to gain the trust of him and the Space Corps' top brass. For this, Yarov even betrayed the members of their Seance Society. It must be said that the Seance Society was too terrible. Both the Space Corps and the Future Alliance were played around by them. In order to achieve the goal of revenge, they could even abandon everything, even other members of the same organization. Although he believed Krant's words in his heart, Clover still couldn't help asking a question. How did you know? How did he know? Of course, his immediate superior, the Minister of Intelligence, Alland, told him. Krant silently complained in his heart. But it was related to the secrets of the fox hunting operation. And he couldn't say it directly. After all, there was no actual evidence for such speculation. That's why the commander sent him to follow the marshal. The purpose is to investigate the seance and find out its fox tale. Although the current prophecy of the God of the universe can match the commander's speculation, it is not a substantial evidence. If the plan is revealed without solid evidence, it will not only affect the image of the commander, but also leak the news and let the seance take precautions in advance. After thinking about it, Krant finally had to take the blame on himself. This is just my reasonable inference based on a series of recent events. As he said, he glanced at the marshal in front of him. Seeing that the other party did not interrupt him, he continued to talk on his own whether it was Yarov's rebellion to join our space army before, or the marshal was assassinated on the deserted planet this time. Don't you think these things happened too coincidentally? Not to mention that all the evidence afterwards pointed to the Future Alliance. I don't think the top leaders of the Future Alliance should be so stupid as to hand the handle to us directly. Although it seems that the Future Alliance assassinated the Marshal to prevent us from getting the God's Gate. The question is it really useful? To be offensive. Even if the other party succeeds in the assassination, it can only temporarily cause a wave of chaos in our internal affairs. And it cannot actually prevent the decision made collectively by the Marshal and the top leaders of the council. But it happened just like that. Then, there is only another possibility. Krant paused and said, the Future Alliance has taken the God's Gate away, while sending people to assassinate the Marshal. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar at the scene. Some people began to worry whether the matter would really be as Krant said. This was a feint to the east and attack to the west. The purpose is to confuse their sight and take away what they want. However, the next second, Krant's words made everyone's heart go down again. Of course, this situation should not happen. If the Future Alliance and the Seance had already reached a cooperative relationship, then they would not be unaware of the God's Gate. Maybe before Yarov betrayed them, the other party had already mastered this weapon. In this case, why wait until the Marshal comes to the deserted planet to carry out another wave of assassinations? Isn't that a waste of effort? Hearing this, those who had not noticed these details before suddenly understood. Indeed, isn't this a waste of effort? Unless the Future Alliance failed to obtain the God's Gate, for some reason, they would resort to this desperate measure. Otherwise, they would not have to do this at all. Krant continued, so I reasonably suspect that the real planner of this assassination is not necessarily the Future Alliance, although all the clues so far point to them. But if you think about it carefully, there are too many logical problems that don't make sense. But if you put it into the prophecy of the God of the universe conveyed by the gods just now, some of the problems that originally made no sense can be explained. Perhaps in the Future Alliance, there is also a betrayer, like Yarov. The other party also used the same rhetoric to deceive the chairman of the Future Alliance, claiming that the Seance had reached a cooperation with the Space Corps, and the Gate of God was in our hands. Hearing such news, the top leaders of the Future Alliance could not sit still, so they sent people to assassinate the Marshal, hoping to take away the God's Gate by taking advantage of the situation. Of course, this is only one possibility. Krant paused and continued, another possibility is that those killers were actually arranged by the descent of the gods, with the purpose of intensifying the contradiction between us and the Future Alliance, thereby further promoting the outbreak of the war between the two sides. And this just happened to coincide with the oracle that the gods had just said the monster jumped between the two gears of fate that gave birth to it, and spit out the flames of revenge, burning everything to ashes. After the voice fell, the scene fell into a long silence again. Krant's analysis was clear and logical. Not to mention the officials of Cloverfield and the Space Legion. Even the players on the side couldn't help but sigh that this NPC's brain was really good. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will take root and sprout. Originally, some people in the Space Corps had doubts about the unknown Yerov. Now, after listening to Krant's words, they believed in such words even more. For a while, their attitude towards the players became unusual. If it weren't for the gods' reminder, they would have been fooled by these insidious and cunning guys. At this moment, no one doubted the identity of these Slime's gods' messengers. After all, there could be no one else who could make such accurate predictions except gods. Thinking of this, Clover's expression became extremely serious. He said to the players solemnly, "Sorry, we were rude before. If it weren't for the gods' reminder, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark." Seeing that the Marshal of the Space Corps changed his previous arrogance and began to be respectful to them, the players' hearts that were hanging in their throats were completely put back into their stomachs. Unexpectedly, Schwanzi actually fooled people. Originally, they were worried that they would be exposed. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Not knowing what his teammates were thinking, he put on the airs of a messenger and said in a pretentious manner, "It's okay. You are also cautious. We can understand." Seeing that the slime in front of him didn't seem to care about their previous rudeness, Clover was relieved. Although we now know the purpose of the seance, it is not easy to deal with them. After all, they have been planning for so long just to provoke a war between us and the future alliance. Even if we do nothing now, they should not give up so easily. Players, isn't this nonsense? If the boss can easily give up making trouble, what's the point of doing the task? With this in mind, Clover continued, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be our turn to be smeared next time." The players said nothing and waited quietly for the other party's words. Seeing that the Slimes did not say anything, Clover did not continue to beat around the bush. "The god said before that you are here to stop the tragedy of war according to the will of the god of the universe. Right?" Caught off guard, the players all stared with their eyes wide open. "Here it comes. The mission is finally here." Sure enough, the next second, the other party said, "I wonder if you, the gods, can help us?" Without waiting for 10 years of cerebral thrombosis to speak, Lao Lu on the side rushed to answer. "Yes. Very willing." Such a positive move immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Perhaps he realized that his behavior was a bit out of line and did not fit the high-end personality of the gods. So Lao Lu immediately made up for it with a serious face. "This is the purpose of our coming to this world. Those guys want to destroy this galaxy, which is something that the god of the universe will never allow to happen. Even if you don't take the initiative to invite us to help, we will never sit idly by." Hearing the generous words of the slime in front of him, Clover's face suddenly showed a gentle but grateful smile. "Thank you so much." Seeing this, Lao Lu grinned. "No need to thank us. Thank the god of the universe if you want to thank." Chapter 462 Take the Initiative. Earth. Official Forum. Lao Lu, brothers. The mission has been triggered. I am your father? Lemon Tart. So soon? Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, isn't this normal? Since the Marshal of the Space Corps has been saved, isn't it natural to trigger the follow-up mission? Fried Kidney at Gotham Iron Man. Aren't you already in the base camp of the seance? Why haven't you triggered the mission? Gotham Iron Man, squinting, who said it hasn't been triggered? Brick Moving Boy. Fried Kidney, surprised 6. When did it happen? Why haven't I heard you say it? Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, just now. I was just about to post, but I saw this post and clicked in first. I am your father, hurry up. Tell me what's going on. Lemon Tart, squat. Strawberry Donut, move the bench. In a moment, Lao Lu's boasting post was turned into a personal bragging post by Gotham. Lao Lu didn't have time to enjoy the netizens' praise before Gotham stole the limelight. Considering that bragging in other people's posts would attract too much hatred, Gotham finally opened another post to describe the situation in the past 2 days. In fact, when 10 years of brain thrombosis and Lao Lu were pretending to be charlatans in Sand City to deceive the Space Legion, the Avengers led by Gotham also got in touch with the chopped pepper fish head who lurked in the base. After all, there were only 4 players in the whole group. Although the secret base was not big, it was still a bit difficult for the 4 of them to complete many things. Moreover, this kind of large-scale map activity actually requires cooperation and win-win results more than fighting alone. After some discussion, Chopped Pepper Fish Head finally gave up the idea of monopolizing the task and agreed to join forces with Gotham's Avengers. Even if his reputation in the game is bad, Gotham is still a T0 level boss. Although the group he leads seems a little unreliable. It is firmly in T1, which is better than the 4-man group. What's more, Gotham is very lucky. If you follow him, you may get some leaks. As the saying goes, follow the boss. The boss eats meat, and I drink soup. Follow the boss. The boss will lead my whole family. If we can take this opportunity to let the Avengers lead them, it would be great. As for Gotham, they have the idea of testing the water. Now, both the Jinsha City and the Seance base here have unlocked the tasks. Based on the principle of proximity, they will certainly not go to Jinsha City to compete with other players for tasks. What's more, those people will have to go to Space Base number 1 sooner or later. After all, the secret bases of the Gate of God and the Seance are here. Therefore, cooperation with my Yuqian became a sure thing. According to the information that Do Jiaoyu 2 heard from inside the base, Milburn, the highest operations commander of this secret base, once had a secret video communication with a mysterious man in a white coat. The other party seemed to be a high-level member of the Seance. And this time, he would bring the people of the Space Legion to Space Base number 1. Combining the information provided by Lao Lu and cerebral thrombosis on the forum, everyone speculated that the man should be Yerev. And according to the conversation between Milburn and a servant named Locke, they learned that Yerev invited the Space Corps to come to the deserted planet in order to let these people see the Gate of God with their own eyes, and gain the trust of the other party, so that the plan of the Seance can proceed more smoothly in the future. However, what those people did not expect was that a group of slimes from another world intervened and directly made the Space Corps' top leader suspicious of Yerev and the entire Seance. According to the information provided by cerebral thrombosis and Lao Lu, the Space Corps planned to take advantage of the situation and pretend that nothing happened and go over to take a look. And the players did not intend to stop it. After all, everyone has been in the so-called Gate of God and knows what it looks like. Even if the Space Corps came for the so-called super weapon that overwhelms all forces in the future galaxy, they would eventually return in disappointment. As for the Seance, they did not know that the plan they had been planning for many years had already been completely exposed by the players who had taken the script in advance. At present, all the people in the base of the Seance Society on the desolate planet are fully cooperating with Yerev to play this drama well. They tried to use the Gate of God to make the Space Corps and the future alliance completely break up, thus promoting the outbreak of this century-long war. However, what these people didn't know was that Gotham had already secretly let other players in the group sneak into the underground of Space Base number 1 through the internal information given by Do Jiaoyu 2 and others to destroy all the performance props carefully arranged by the Seance Society. When Yerev brought people over, let alone the Gate of God, all they could see was a mess. By then, there would be a new good show. World D6188. Desolate planet. Outside Jinsha City, several luxurious unicorn carts drove up the mountain road full of lusts. These carts were naturally not prepared by Clover, but offered by the nobles of Jinsha City. After learning that the Marshal of the Space Corps was going up the mountain, the nobles took the initiative to offer to lead the group. However, the nobles' kindness was ultimately in vain. This matter involved a feud between the Seance and the Space Corps, and involved the Gate of God and the future alliance. Clover would naturally not agree to their request, so the gang had to settle for the second best and prepare a bullet cart for them. The eastern part of the deserted planet is densely forested, because there are no roads. Many roads are very primitive dirt mountain roads. Some roads are very difficult to walk on, and are not suitable for ordinary motor vehicles. Therefore, bullock carts are the safest and most comfortable means of transportation. Since the marshal refused to meet them, or let them send someone to lead the way, the nobles had to choose other ways to please the other party, and get close to him. This time, Clover did not refuse the courtesy offered by the gang. Because of the assassination, they had been delayed in the city for a day. Now as long as they could leave here as soon as possible, it would be fine no matter what means of transportation they took. In addition, the mountain road was not easy to walk on, so he didn't need to refuse everything. Looking at the lush forest in front of him, the old man, who fell at the end of the team, he looked emotional. After many twists and turns, he finally came back. If we had known this, should we just stay where we are and wait? Hearing this, Guasisi, a teammate, glanced at him. If we really stayed where we are, could we still meet the Marshal of the Space Corps? Could we still trigger this mission? You Lao Lu, it seems so. Be content. The neighbor next door, Lao Wang, said, at least we don't have to walk back this time. Lao Lu thought about it and nodded, that's true. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the outline of the ruins of Space Base Number 1 finally emerged vaguely in the lush forest. Buildings with unique shapes and a sense of age stand among the dense forests of mountains. If there is no one to lead the way, ordinary people really can't find such a hidden place. Obviously, the Gulba authorities chose the location of the Research Institute of the Gate of God project here for confidentiality considerations. Looking at the desolate ruins in the distance, the Space Corps members all showed vigilance on their faces. After learning about the conspiracy of the seance, they can't help but talk about conspiracy theories when they see anything now. Those guys are just a group of liars who are seeking revenge. How many words of liars are true? This so-called Gate of God might just be a bait. The seance tricked them here with this bait in order to better control them and create panic within the Space Corps. But thinking of the combat meeting before departure, they had to pretend that nothing happened in the opponent's territory even if they were extremely nervous. It's really frustrating. Unlike these NPCs who were tricked by the seance and had to pretend that nothing happened, the players only felt extremely excited at this moment. Finally, they are going to enter the main storyline of this event. Is this really okay? In the front row of the unicorn cart, Clover, who had just heard the 10-year cerebral thrombosis plan, was hesitant. Of course it's okay. But, will this be too offensive to the gods? As long as we can prevent the destruction of this world. This little thing is not an offense. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, he said in a deep voice. Moreover, if you want to disrupt their plan, this is the best way. Hearing this, Clover was stunned, obviously unable to understand the connection between them. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis did not intend to explain immediately, but continued to say, the reason why the seance was able to deceive you is because it grasped the psychology of human nature. Whether it is the contradiction between the Space Legion and the Future Alliance, or the pursuit of stronger power and higher status by both sides. It is precisely because of this that as soon as the seance took out the God's Gate, you and the Future Alliance could not sit still. At this point, he suddenly paused, as if he thought of something, and said with emotion, speaking of this, haven't the wars between humans since ancient times been because of these things? Through powerful power, they also compete for status and wealth, because higher status can allocate better wealth resources. In essence, war is just a struggle for interests. This is a sharp remark, and Clover was speechless when he heard it, noticing the slightly embarrassed look on the face of the person in front of him. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis immediately stopped the topic. His tone tactful and gentle, of course. Under normal circumstances, gods will not interfere in human wars. After all, war is an inevitable historical process at times. But once the war machine drags the whole world into the abyss of destruction, even the gods as bystanders cannot remain indifferent. And this is the fundamental reason why we came here. You are right. Clover nodded slightly, seeing that the other party's expression eased. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis returned to the main point. The reason why the Seance Society used the God's Gate as bait is because they are sure that you need it. But once your Space Corps takes out a killer weapon that is more powerful than the God's Gate, the God's Gate in the hands of the Seance Society will become a useless card. Once their plan is disrupted, they can only think of another way. At that time, the people who hold the initiative will become you. Chapter 463. How come they don't know about this? Just as 10 years of cerebral thrombosis and Clover were talking, the moving unicorn convoy finally stopped. In the distance, Yarev jumped out of the car and walked over. In the assassination 2 days ago, he was knocked unconscious by 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. For a whole day. It was also because of this that he had no idea about Clover and other Space Corps leaders' secret talks with slimes. He didn't even know that these slimes could speak human language. In order to prevent Yarev from getting suspicious, Clover claimed that these slimes were pets given to him by the nobles of Sand City. Although Yarev's expression was a little strange at the time, he seemed to accept this statement. Of course, he pretended to believe that the assassination was arranged by the Future Alliance. And he also pretended to be extremely angry in front of the other party. Although Yarev was a little confused about his sudden coma at the time, he did not suspect that Clover was lying. After all, the assassination did happen. Moreover, the one who did it was indeed someone from the Future Alliance. And the person he arranged privately was only responsible for fabricating evidence and framing him. Clover, who was completely unaware of this, would never suspect that the assassination was related to him. Moreover, from the other party's perspective, he were allies in the same camp. This assassination was also implicated by himself. However, there was one thing that made him feel a little strange. That was the few strange slimes that had appeared around him recently. Although Clover himself said that these were pets that the nobles of Jinsha City spent a lot of money to collect for him to calm his nerves and relieve his boredom. But Yerab was still skeptical about such statements. He naturally knew about creatures like slimes. And of course, he had seen a lot of them. But he had never seen slimes with fancy colors like the ones in front of him. Although the colors were a bit ugly, things were rare and valuable. And the idle Jinsha City nobles might really spend a lot of money to plunder such things. But the problem is, those nobles had the nerve to give such an ugly thing. And even Clover actually accepted it. This made Yerab very confused. Using such an ugly pet to calm people down. Are you sure it won't scare people even more? Also, when did Clover's taste become so bad? Could it be that he just found it curious? An insignificant thought flashed through his mind. And Yerab did not continue to look at the pet with an eye injury next to Clover. He just led Clover and his group towards the ruins not far away. Milburn, Locke and other members of the seance waited outside the door quietly. The thing is inside. I believe you will not be disappointed. Clover still had a calm and unclear expression. He just raised his chin slightly and motioned the person opposite to lead the way. In the crowd, Locke, who had always maintained a respectful bowing posture, couldn't help but flash a trace of disgust on his face. Although Milburn had warned him before coming, he still couldn't suppress his resentment. He never expected that the upper echelons would be willing to hand over the research data of the Gate of God to the group in front of him. Even if it was for revenge. The price was too high. That's the Gate of God. Although he was not the developer of the Gate of God project. Locke's ancestor was once an officer of Gulba and even participated in the security of the Gate of God project. He didn't want the things his ancestors had protected to fall into the hands of hostile elements. Even if this was just a show. However, he was just an ordinary servant of God and could not change the ideas of the top leaders at all. Therefore, he had to endure it even if he was unwilling. Milburn on the side noticed Locke's slightly impetuous mood. His drooping eyelids moved. And he said nothing. But he couldn't help but complain in his heart, what a fool. The so-called Gate of God is just a gimmick. And this guy actually thought it was real. If the Gate of God really existed, would they still need to lie dormant until today? Wouldn't they just take the things out and use them themselves? Compared to this mysterious weapon that only exists in history, they actually have a bigger trump card in their hands. Of course, such a secret, a mere servant of the gods is naturally not qualified to know. In fact, the superiors will not easily use that weapon unless it is necessary. After all, that thing is too dangerous. And the entire galaxy may collapse into a black hole. It is precisely because of this that they can only use such a roundabout means to escalate the conflict between the Space Legion and the future alliance. It is the best way to let them fight each other and lose. This is much safer than doing it themselves. The players and Clover are not aware of the real thoughts of these people. At present, they are following the footsteps of the guide to enter the underground layer of the ruins of the space base. After more than 300 years, the internal facilities here are still able to operate normally. Obviously, the descendants have taken over and maintained this place a long time ago. This also made Clover's heart beat. The so-called Gate of God. Could it really exist? When he thought of this possibility, his heart was involuntarily stirred. But soon, he gave up the idea. After all, if such a thing really existed, the Seance would not have to play both sides between them and the future alliance. Wouldn't it be better to use this thing to avenge them directly? However, the other party did not do so. There are only a few reasons for this. Either the Gate of God does not exist, or they do not have the objective conditions to open the Gate of God. There is another possibility. That is, the Gate of God is not as powerful as historical rumors say, or it is not a weapon at all. After thinking this through, Clover's wavering heart gradually calmed down. A group of people came underground with their own ulterior motives. The leading member of the seance then introduced the crowd in front of him according to the pre-prepared lines. The machine you see in front of you is the key to opening the Gate of God. Before the key words were spoken, a trace of surprise flashed across the faces of everyone present. In the empty underground base in front of them, the instruments that were originally neatly arranged became crooked, and each machine was dismantled into pieces. The underground experimental base was turned into a waste recycling station. For a moment, the scene was as quiet as a chicken. Is this the God's Gate you are talking about? I saw Clover smiling. His elegant face was still gentle, but with a sense of displeasure that everyone could detect. In just a moment, Yara's face turned green. Milburn's face turned pale. And although Locke was also shocked by the situation in front of him, His mouth corners quickly raised an imperceptible arc. Although he didn't know who did it, he couldn't help but cheer loudly in his heart at this moment. Seeing Locke's gloating expression, Milburn glared at him fiercely. This was definitely done by this guy. He shouldn't believe his lies. Locke didn't know that he had accidentally taken the blame for someone else, but instead looked like he had nothing to do with it and watched the fun. This also made Milburn even more angry. However, now is not a good time to reprimand his subordinates. So he had to bite the bullet and explain, there was an earthquake in the mountains some time ago. Maybe that's why. Hearing such a lame explanation, Yara's face became even uglier. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to grab this idiot's neck and open his head to see if there was shit inside. Anyone with a brain can see that the engineering facilities here are of the highest safety level, let alone an earthquake. Even if it experiences a high-intensity nuclear strike, there would be no problem at all. The situation in front of him is obviously someone deliberately making trouble. But he couldn't expose Milburn's lies in front of Clover, so he could only go along with the words and find a way to make up for it. Clover naturally couldn't let the other party treat him as a fool. Recalling the words of the God's messenger 10 years ago, he immediately said seriously, "No need to explain. If the gate of God is this pile of scrap copper and iron in front of him, I think there is no need for us to talk anymore. What's more," he paused, glanced at the colorful slime at his feet, and said seriously, "even without the gate of God, our Space Corps will not be afraid of anyone's threat." Hearing Clover's confident speech, Yarab was stunned. With his keen sense, he instinctively sensed that something seemed to have changed. Not only Clover's attitude, but also something else. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Clover say, "In fact, we have secretly developed a new biological weapon in our Space Corps. With them, even without the help of your seance, we can still be invincible in this galaxy." Such arrogant words not only shocked the members of the seance represented by Yarab, but also shocked a group of officials of the Space Corps. The Space Corps secretly developed a new biological weapon? How could they not know about this? Just when these officials were confused, their marshal waved his hand and pointed to the colorful slime not far away. "That's them. Everyone in the Space Corps. Isn't this a messenger of God? Yarab, isn't this a pet sent by the nobles of Sand City?" In just a moment, everyone's face was filled with confusion. Not to mention the people of the seance. Even the people of the Space Corps didn't know what their marshal was up to. At this moment, only one sentence flashed through their minds. Is the marshal crazy? In fact, Clover was more sober than anyone else. This was the decision made by the 10 years God envoy after a temporary discussion with him. The seance had worked so hard for so long, just to achieve the revenge plan. For this reason, they even took out the gate of God as bait. Let's not talk about whether the thing is true or false, but think about it from another perspective. I took out the bottom of the box just to gain the trust of the other party. But when I turned around, I found that the other party had a more powerful trump card in his hand, and it was impossible for him to be interested in the surrender I offered. After all, compared with these God envoys with incredible divine power, what is the gate of God? Project? If he were a senior executive of the seance, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. According to the original words of the 10 years God envoy, it was a desperate dog jumping over the wall. Who knows? These guys might come up with some stupid moves because they lose patience. For example, if they see that they can't pry open the iron wall of the Space Legion, they will adjust their plan and contact the future alliance again, instigating the other side to take the initiative to cause trouble. Once this happens, their chance will come. Chapter 464. Is there a backup plan? It is unclear whether the seance will be desperate, but at this moment, other players lurking in the dark want to jump out and question what the guy in front of them is doing. How come they have changed from being messengers of God to biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps? This is different from what was agreed before. Is there any change in the plan? Thinking of this, the player secretly sprayed brain thrombosis and Lao Lu for being unkind and not knowing to tell them in advance when changing the script. In fact, let alone the players of Mayu Qiang and the Avengers, even the officials of the Space Corps don't know why their marshal is crazy. They asked them to respectfully call the slimes messengers of God, but in the blink of an eye, they said that they were the secret weapons of the Space Corps. Isn't the development of this plot too crazy? What's even crazier is that the messengers of God were not angry at all after being offended by the marshal, although they were full of doubts. Considering that the current situation was not suitable for asking questions, they had to suppress their curiosity and pretend that nothing had happened. Unlike these people, The people in the seance felt like they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. No one expected that the plot would suddenly have such a reversal. If Yara was originally angry because someone had destroyed the site layout of this operation, then Clover's words would add fuel to the fire, directly turning his face from green to black. However, no matter how angry he was, Yarov still maintained his superficial decency and said with a smile, "Are you kidding?" Clover turned his head and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm kidding? Or, you are only allowed to treat us as mentally retarded and fool us with lies that even children would not believe. But we are not allowed to hide anything from you." Facing Clover's calm eyes that hid sharpness and coldness, Yarov paused. The other party was indeed not kidding. He was serious. Realizing this, Yarov quickly tried to save the situation. "This incident was an accident. We will definitely investigate it and give you an explanation. As for the core information of the Gate of God, we will also—" "No need." Before he could finish his words, Clover interrupted him and said, "I have given you enough chances. It was because I believed in your words that I came all the way here. But not only did I encounter assassination, but I was also fooled by others. You are not only humiliating me, but also the entire Space Corps." When talking about fooling, Clover even glanced at the messy instruments around him. This also made the people in the seance more afraid to vent their anger. If the timing did not allow it, they would have wanted to grab the collar of their colleagues next to them and ask who did it. However, these people could not think that the things were actually destroyed by the slime. And all this was just the thief crying thief. But now they just think that there is a ghost inside. In addition, he was forced by the opponent's overwhelming momentum, so he couldn't calm down and think about the problem carefully. After venting his anger, Clover's expression gradually relaxed. Fortunately, we did not completely pin our hopes on something as illusory as the God's Gate. As he spoke, he raised his chin slightly and continued in the tone instructed by 10 years of cerebral thrombosis without changing his expression. "In fact, we had already completed the research on this biological weapon before you took the initiative to come to us. But since you said you were willing to offer the core information of the God's Gate, we naturally had no reason to refuse. But I didn't expect the result to be so disappointing. Let's stop our cooperation here." Clover's dissatisfaction was expected by most people. After all, no one would have a good face when seeing the current situation. But even so, Yarov was still keenly aware of some disharmony. After all, before this, Clover's interest in the God's Gate did not seem to be pretended. But now, his cold attitude is completely different from before. Even if one is angry because of the current situation, one's emotions will not become so big in such a short time, unless there are other reasons. Thinking back carefully, such subtle changes seem to have begun after he experienced the assassination 2 days ago. Thinking of this, the answer seemed to be very clear. Clover began to suspect him. Maybe the other party already knew that this assassination was related to him, although he didn't know which link went wrong and made people suspect him. It was obvious. This sanctimonious politician in front of him almost fooled him. Thinking of this, Yarov couldn't help but clench his fists. Noticing Yarov's unfriendly expression, Clover remained calm. He took a look at the slimes. Then he saw this group of red, yellow, colorful, ugly and round slimes bouncing over. The next second, a jaw-dropping scene happened. I saw a black and white polka dot slime moving. And then all the disassembled machines on the ground flew up. Looking at these parts suspended in the air, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. However, these slimes seemed to have more than just these. Hypnosis, infinite strength, high-intensity resistance to blows and defense. There is nothing they can't do except what you can't think of. They are like elves in myths and legends. And they are omnipotent like magical characters in old-age superhero movies. But now, Clover told him that these slimes are actually biological weapons secretly developed by their Space Corps. How is this possible? The power of the Seance Society in the Space Corps is not only all-powerful, but also well-connected. But he has never heard that the top leaders of the Space Corps are secretly developing biological weapons. These strange-looking slimes seem to appear out of thin air. Is this an oversight of the Seance Society's intelligence network, or is Clover lying? If Clover is lying, then what are these slimes? If Clover is not lying, why didn't the intelligence department of the Seance Society hear any news? Unlike Yarov's tangled thoughts, after seeing these slimes showing off their magical powers in front of him, Locke just felt inexplicably familiar. It was as if I had seen it somewhere before. Where had I seen it before? Staring at these round and fat slimes with different patterns, Locke narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, noticing the slightly strange expression of the servant of God. The chopped pepper fish head hiding in the dark suddenly seemed to think of something and took a breath. Could this guy remember it? Recalling the experience of escaping after being caught. The chopped pepper fish head was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. It was just a one-time encounter. The other party's memory should not be so good. Right? After all, his appearance at that time was like a bird's nest. And there was no reason to recognize him as a slime. Just when the chopped pepper fish head was worried that his slime identity might be exposed, he heard Clover continue. This is the secret weapon of our Space Corps. Since you have seen it, you should also understand that even without the Gate of God, we still have the ability to fight against the future alliance. As soon as the voice fell, Yerev suddenly said, in this case, let's do as you say. As soon as these words came out, the scene was silent. Everyone turned their eyes to Yerev, especially the people of the seance. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. They actually agreed? Then they have been working in vain these days. Right? Although the current situation is no different from working in vain. But as a divine messenger of the seance, shouldn't you try to retain the other party? If you do this, how can they play both sides and sow discord between the Space Corps and the future alliance in the future? Like the members of the seance? The Space Corps was also confused. They agreed just now? At this point, these officials, no matter how stupid they were, saw something. The play in front of them was obviously arranged in advance by the Marshal and the Divine Messengers. The purpose is to shut up the seance and completely sever the cooperative relationship with the other party. Although doing so may only play a superficial role. Due to the deterrence of the Divine Messengers, at least they will not be trapped here by these scammers because of breaking the contract midway. Along the way, they noticed that these people were deployed very tightly. If the two sides had a direct conflict, no one could guarantee that they would be able to leave here unscathed. Moreover, the Marshal did not bring many people with him this time. Forcing a breakthrough in such a remote wilderness would be like asking for trouble. Fortunately, they now have the guarantee of the God's envoy. And the other side has to let them go even if they are unwilling. Unless they want to personally taste the biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps. Clover was also surprised by Yerev's quick response. Originally, he was prepared to have a verbal tug-of-war with the other party. But he never thought that the other party would agree so quickly. This made his prepared rebuttal words useless. The players were also a little confused by the unconventional reaction of the little leader of the seance. Gloria, why don't you fight? In this case, shouldn't you just tear your face apart and say something harsh to make the other party unable to return? Gotham Iron Man, that's it. I'm still thinking about having a good fight with that guy. After waiting for so long. This is it? Seeing the regretful faces of these two guys, who are eager for chaos. Faye Kale couldn't help rolling his eyes. Forget it. It will be troublesome if they really fight. The Seance Society is not stupid. The Space Corps knows Clover's whereabouts this time very well. If he really dies here without knowing why, it will only draw everyone's attention to the Seance Society. Once the matter gets out of hand, the future alliance will know that the Seance Society is secretly playing both sides. In this way, the trust that the two sides have finally established will burst like a soap bubble. Now that the Seance Society has lost the trust of the Space Corps, it naturally cannot lose another one. Otherwise, how can they make trouble? What's more, a group of players with strong martial virtues are standing here, and they dare not act rashly. Anyone who has seen the abilities of these slimes will not take risks and gamble their lives as long as they have brains. But there is one thing he thinks the same as those NPCs. That is, Yerev agreed too quickly. Whether he was just pretending or really wanted to save the relationship. Most people would at least struggle in this situation. But after listening to Clover's words, he agreed without hesitation. Which was strange. Could it be that this guy had another trick up his sleeve? Chapter 465. They are really smart. There are other people who have the same idea as Faye Kale. The players felt a little puzzled that the villain's little boss gave up so readily. The Space Corps leaders represented by Clover were even more vigilant. For a moment, everyone felt that they were in a dilemma. Neither leaving nor staying. Listening to the whispering discussions, a barely detectable arc appeared at the corner of Yerev's mouth. Yerev naturally knew that his actions would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But this was his purpose. No matter what the reason was. Since Clover had already suspected him, it would be useless for him to continue to pester him. If they pushed people to a corner, it would be disadvantageous for them to let these slimes take action. In this case, letting go decisively is the best solution. This will also make the other party unable to figure out his thoughts and details. So they dare not act rashly. And from the current situation, this approach is obviously very effective. Clover stared at the smiling young man in front of him for a long time, and then subconsciously looked at the red and yellow slime beside him. Even Clover himself did not notice that he had unconsciously regarded the other party as the backbone. However, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. I did not think there was anything wrong with this situation. After all, in his opinion, NPCs are supposed to guide the plot. After thinking about it, he nodded his head lightly and gave Clover a positive look. Seeing this, Clover was relieved. So he continued to pick up his arrogant superior persona, snorted in dissatisfaction, and was about to leave with people. Witnessing the group of people leaving in a crowd, a member of the seance in the corner couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Are they just letting people go like this? What else can they do if they are not allowed to leave? Yarov glanced at the other party after hearing this. Or do you think you can beat those slimes? As soon as this was said, the person who spoke shut up immediately. Seeing the dejected look of these people, Yarov's suppressed anger suddenly surged up again. He turned his head to look at Milburn. I asked you to prepare well. Is this what you prepared? After being reminded of this, Milburn remembered that he had messed up the plan. But the aggrieved thing is that this matter has nothing to do with him at all. I didn't know it would be like this. Milburn defended himself palely. But such an answer obviously could not be forgiven by his superiors. Seeing Yarov's anger getting worse, he immediately looked at Locke on the sidewalk. I know you hate those guys, and don't want to hand over the God's Gate to them. But this matter is related to the plan of our seance. I have reminded you before. Why are you still? Alas, Locke was caught off guard and was blamed. And he was confused. But soon, he reacted and defended loudly it was not me. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance or ask others. I haven't even left the gate of the base in the past few days. Upon hearing this, others came forward to testify for Locke, and then followed suit to distance themselves from the matter, saying they had no knowledge of it at all. Milburn felt overwhelmed by his subordinates' mutual shirking of responsibility. How could he pass the buck if they did this? Even if he didn't do it, as the general manager of this stronghold, he would be fully responsible for whatever happened. Unlike Milburn's fearful and depressed thoughts, Yarov only looked thoughtful after hearing such a unified caliber from the inside. The situation in front of him was definitely not something that could be caused by one or two people. The nearby guards were not blind, and it was impossible for someone to come in and out without any reaction. Unless these people were lying, there was no way to explain the current situation. But how could it be possible to say that everyone in the stronghold was a traitor? The seance was not an ordinary organization that could be joined casually. Anyone who could come in had strong hatred or dissatisfaction with this world. Just like the members of the Wild Star base. They may hate the nobles of Jinsha City, hate the black uniformed prison guards in the west, or hate the two initiators who made the Wild Star so chaotic and poor. As for the members of the Future Alliance and the Space Corps, they are either the lowest class in their native land or radicals who are extremely dissatisfied with the existing social system in their country. No matter where they come from or why they join the seance, they all have the same goal. That is to destroy the existing pattern of this galaxy. Only destruction can lead to rebirth, and only chaos can give birth to new hope. Since these people have the same goal, it is impossible for them to drag the organization down on such things. But if there is no internal ghost, who did this? Just when Yarov was lost in thought, Locke suddenly spoke. There is something I have been a little concerned about since just now. Don't you think those slimes look a little familiar? As soon as this was said, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Yarov subconsciously looked at Locke. Have you seen them? Locke nodded. Not only me. The guards of our base should have seen it too. Hearing this, the captain of the guard team, was stunned. As if he remembered something. He widened his eyes slightly. Are you referring to those things that broke into our base and looked like bird nests? Locke nodded slightly. The size and volume were similar. The only difference was that the surface of that thing was covered with branches and leaves. And it escaped not long after you caught it. And only some dead branches and leaves were left in the cage. Looked suddenly enlightened. So those things were actually disguised slimes? As he said this, his expression was stern. If this is true, then everything can be explained. Judging from the performance of those slimes just now, they not only have many incredible combat abilities. What's more terrifying is that they are also very smart. And their IQ may even be comparable to that of humans. Before Clover came, they had already sneaked into their base and investigated everything clearly. It is precisely because they know that this is just a scam that these slimes sneak in here in advance to destroy their careful arrangements. Humans may not be able to blatantly bypass the guard's sight and enter here, But slimes can, apart from anything else, as long as they stick branches and leaves all over their bodies and blend into the woods. Who can find them? After understanding this, Erd felt more and more frightened. Unlike Erd, after hearing these things, Yarov only thought of a deeper level. It turned out that Clover did not completely believe him from the beginning. It was the other party's acting that was so good that he was deceived. The other party showed an extreme desire for the gate of God on the surface, but secretly released these so-called biological weapons to investigate them. Thinking of this, Yarov's face suddenly became gloomy and almost dripped with water. The organization has been deeply involved in the Space Corps for so long. But in the end, it didn't even know that the Space Corps secretly developed such a group of intelligent biological weapons. It was extremely frustrating. For a while, Yarov, who was depressed because of the failure of the plan, felt even more heartbroken. From the beginning to the end, he thought he was the one who planned it. But now, he was told that he was actually played by the prey. No one would be happy. Seeing Yarov's expression getting more and more ugly, everyone present dared not breathe. Even if this incident had nothing to do with them directly, they did have the responsibility of poor supervision. After a long silence, Yarov seemed to have finally calmed down, took a deep breath and said, "Now that things have come to this, we can only start from the future alliance." Seeing that the other party did not continue to investigate who was at fault in this matter, Milburn's heart finally let go. He thought about it and asked, "Do you want to hand over the God's Gate to them?" After speaking, Yarov glanced at him. "What do you think?" Milburn was speechless. The real God's Gate did not exist, and they only had some information left over from the Golba period. Originally, they wanted to imitate a fake God's Gate to gain the trust of the Space Legion. But they didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now, it is obviously impossible to win over the future alliance in the same way. And now they can only find another way. Yarov, God's Gate is useless. We have to take another strong medicine now. Milburn was stunned. What do you mean? Have you forgotten what Clover said just now? Those slimes are intelligent biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps. Yarov curled his lips. In this case, I think the future alliance will be very interested in it. Hearing this, Milburn was stunned and suddenly understood. The meaning of the existence of God's Gate is to cause disputes between the two sides. But now this bait has expired. At this time, Clover happened to take the initiative to expose something more shocking than God's Gate. If they don't take advantage of it, they will simply waste this great opportunity. Think about it. A group of slimes with human-like intelligence can sneak into any corner without anyone noticing. And they also have various magical abilities comparable to miracles. It is hard to imagine what effect such intelligent biological weapons will have if they are mass-produced and put into the battlefield. Once the future alliance knew that their opponents possessed such a terrible weapon, they would definitely not sit idly by. At this moment, the players who were still lurking in the dark all widened their eyes. These old bastards. They didn't leave with Lao Lu and the others just now just to see what bad things these guys were up to next. They never thought they would really catch them. Just when the chopped pepper fish head was anxious to go offline and report on the forum. On the other side, Locke, the servant of the gods, who had not said a word, suddenly spoke. "Don't you think it's strange? If Clover hadn't exposed it on its own initiative, even our intelligence network would know nothing about it." As soon as this was said, everyone looked over. Yarov raised his eyebrows when he heard it. "You mean? Clover is lying. Those slimes are not the secret weapons they developed?" "That's not what I mean." Locke paused and said, "I want to say, since Clover doesn't believe us, why would he show us his trump card? Isn't this contradictory?" A word awakened the dreamer. Locke's words immediately reminded some people of details that they had not noticed before. Yarov narrowed his eyes when he heard this. "You mean, he revealed this news on purpose?" Locke nodded. "Since these slimes are weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps, he should have kept it a secret. But he exposed their existence to us. If it wasn't intentional, it would be hard to explain what he did." Milburn thought for a while and said, "Maybe Clover was just angry and wanted to give us a warning?" But Locke looked over with a faint look. "Do you think it's possible?" "Milburn." Locke looked at Yarov. "I think he not only knew that the Gate of God was fake, but also guessed that you were still in contact with the future alliance. So he deliberately revealed these. The purpose of doing this is to use your mouth to convey this news to the future alliance." Hearing this, not only Milburn, but also Yarov couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Why did he do this? Maybe he wanted to warn the other party to put pressure on them. Of course, it may also be to send a signal. Locke paused. Don't forget what he said before he left. Even without the gate of God, we are still able to fight the future alliance. I guess they are probably ready for war. Whether we interfere or not, they will fight the future alliance. After listening to Locke's analysis, everyone in the seance suddenly realized. That's it. At this moment, the players who were hiding in the dark and preparing to go offline to report were speechless. I'm afraid even Clover himself didn't know that he was going to declare war on the future alliance. Brain thrombosis and Lao Lu never thought that the tricky operation they and the NPC made up on the spur of the moment could make these people in front of them have such a big association. It has to be said that these people in the seance are really smart. Chapter 466, There is no such thing as a free lunch. Earth, the official website of the public beta version of WildStar World Plus. It is currently at the peak of offline, and the forum is bustling. Newbies who have just entered the game have expressed their thoughts on this public beta on the forum. Without exception, they are all positive reviews. This also makes those netizens who are waiting and have not yet entered the pit quickly fill out the form and pay to buy helmets. Of course, there are also some stubborn nitpickers who insist that these are all water armies hired by the official, and whoever spends money is a big victim. However, nitpickers are still a minority after all. In the full screen scrolling messages, such nitpicking words were quickly drowned by questions such as how to fill out the form, how to apply for an account. Netizens who have not yet entered the pit are busy filling out the form and paying for the helmet, while those old players in the game who have been in the game for more than 10 or even 20 versions have focused their attention on the latest activity map of this public beta. The spam page of the Parallel World activity. An article titled Something Big Happened. We are going to be tricked by those bastards of the seance. The post attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was released. Although there are many clickbait titles on the forum, people couldn't help but click in the moment they saw this title. Brick Moving Boy, what's going on? I'm your father, Squat. Chopped Pepper Fish Head, isn't it that guy? 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Who asked Clover to lie that we are biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps. But now those bastards of the seance took it seriously. They even leaked this news to the future alliance. If nothing unexpected happens, there will probably be a war next. Brick Moving Boy, damn it. I want to be read, damn it. There is always a lack of players who join in the fun on the forum. When they heard that there might be a war on the new map, many people were attracted to it at once, because the old players have gone to the new map to do tasks. There are fewer people playing games recently compared to before. The new players are still in the stage of not being able to let go of their hands and feet, and they are embarrassed to play tricks like the old players, which has also made the game much more boring recently. Now that someone mentioned that the next event map might have an interstellar war, some people who like to have fun suddenly became interested. Finally, something interesting is coming. Only 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Who was suddenly cute, was confused. Wait, let me sort it out. Even if the descent of the gods revealed this news to the future alliance, what does this have to do with war? Chopped Pepper Fish Head, how is it not related? If you were a senior executive of the future alliance, and you knew that the opponent had secretly developed a group of particularly powerful biological weapons and was about to attack you, what would you do? Brick Carrying Boy, be alert. Black Garung Doncheong, be on guard. Stir-fried Kidney, strike first to gain the upper hand? Chopped Pepper Fish Head, that's right. I'm your father, touching his chin. If that's the case, then wouldn't cerebral thrombosis be in big trouble? After all, this event is to prevent war from happening. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. The old man next door? You old man, WTF. Big IQ girl, if the war really breaks out, will this event mission fail? Strawberry Donut, so is there any penalty for mission failure? Duping Zhan Chi, it's hard to say. Mainly because we haven't failed before. If I have to say, maybe the rewards will be reset to 0? Chocolate Lava Cake, will the service be shut down? 10 years cerebral thrombosis. Brick Carrying Boy. Stir-fried Kidney, shocked. Diamond Slime, damn it. King Slime, damn it. You can't play like this. I just got the helmet. Silver Slime, if that's the case, I'm going to sue the official for fraud. You old man, damn it. Don't be such a jinx. It's no wonder these players are so worried. After all, during the closed beta period, the official had a plan to shut down the service if the event failed. Although that event was ultimately successful, who can guarantee that the official was just bluffing at the time? Although this time, the official did not explicitly state that the service would be shut down if the event failed. No one can say for sure what the story will be about the destruction of the world. What if they failed a mission this time, and the game is really shut down? Thinking of this, some anxious players immediately focused their fire on the initiator of all this. You? Why do you do these tricks for no reason? Now that things have become a big deal, how can they do the mission? However, some people think that they are just worrying too much. The development momentum of this game is so good. How could it be shut down because of the failure of an event mission? After all, there are still so many people queuing up to fill out forms to buy helmets on the official website. Of course, there are also some people who watch the fun and don't mind the big things. There has been little fun recently, and it seems that there is nothing wrong if a fight really breaks out. What's more, the world may not be destroyed. Even if it is destroyed, it is only a parallel world, and it will not affect the native world of the desolate star. Some newbies even expressed that if the interstellar war really breaks out in the event map, they hope that the official will let them in. Not for anything else. Just want to see what the legendary starship looks like. Some people even outrageously propose to try what it feels like to be hit by a dark matter weapon on a slime. In just a moment, the originally serious discussion thread suddenly went off the track. And it went off the track more and more. Xiaoming, who had been silently following the players' movements in the background, could not help but sigh after seeing the discussion on the forum. Wanting to rely on this group of unreliable players to save the D6188 world. Is the observer really not daydreaming? He was not worried that these players were too weak to defeat them. On the contrary, he was worried that these players were too strong to fight and make the situation more complicated. This situation has happened before. The closed beta version of the Zidar Star is a lesson learned. Peace is the hardest thing to come by, because it is the result of political games between countries. Once the two ends of the scale are unbalanced, the contradiction will inevitably intensify. Even in today's real world, wars still occur in every corner of the earth. And the reason for the outbreak of these wars is precisely because of the damage to the interests of their own countries and the irreconcilability of historical contradictions. Xiaoming is worried that some players will deliberately make things interesting and cause unnecessary troubles. Although the players who are doing the tasks in the new map now are old players who have experienced at least a dozen closed beta versions, and everyone abides by the Player's Handbook and Slime Clan rules. This does not mean that no one will act in a borderline way. Moreover, sometimes even if you are honest and don't do anything fancy, it does not mean that things will definitely develop in the best direction. World D6188 is not a real game world, and the people here will not act according to fixed procedures like real NPCs. Any changes are possible. Like Xiaoming, who knows the secrets behind Wild Star World. The Future Alliance authorities are also worried at this moment. Not long ago, the seance brought them a shocking news. The Space Corps secretly developed a new biological weapon. This is a new type of creature designed based on slime. Unlike the wild slimes commonly seen on the wild planet, their appearance is more colorful, and some even have a variety of complex patterns. At first glance, they are tough characters that are not easy to mess with. This new type of biological weapon has a body as soft and deformable as slime, and can be disguised and sneak into any place for intelligence reconnaissance without anyone noticing. What's more terrifying is that it also has wisdom comparable to that of humans and many incredible abilities that only exist in literary and film works, such as infinite strength, telekinesis, and mind control. Once the Space Corps puts this terrible weapon into their rear, the consequences can be imagined. There is a knife hanging over their heads that will fall at any time. For a time, the top leaders of the entire Future Alliance fell into an unprecedented haze. We need the Gate of God. At the meeting, Foreign Minister Murphy took the lead in breaking the silence. Otherwise we can't defeat our enemies. Meg, the Minister of the Military Department opposite, frowned when she heard this. Do you really think that group of unidentified charlatans can help us win this war? Otherwise? Murphy raised his eyebrows slightly sarcastically. If you don't count on those charlatans, can you still count on your military department? After so many years, the military warehouse is almost full of discarded semi-finished products. And you haven't successfully made a black hole bomb. At this time, if we don't rely on the Gate of God, can we still expect the Space Corps to have a change of heart and let us go? You? Meg's face turned black after being stabbed by Murphy. Smelling the smell of gunpowder, Traka, the chairman of the Future Alliance, interrupted the conversation between the two and said, Okay, antimatter itself is not something that is easy to master. Not to mention that this research itself is extremely dangerous. Although the military failed to make a black hole bomb, it is not that nothing has been done. As he said, Traka looked at Meg on the side, although those charlatans may not be reliable. The Gate of God is indeed our best choice at present. Apart from anything else, the scientific research level of Golba Star once dominated the entire galaxy. And it was precisely with this research that they dared to have the ambition to dominate the galaxy and challenge the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. This shows how confident they are in the Gate of God project. Even today, more than 300 years later, neither their Future Alliance nor the opposing Space Legion has figured out a way to break through the barriers of outer space and enter another dimensional world. If the Gate of Gods can really borrow their power from another world belonging to gods, as the historical rumors say, then they don't have to fear the slime-type biological weapons of the Space Corps. Haven't you ever thought about it? The finance minister Suzy's, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Where did the Seance get the core research data on the Gate of Gods? And why did they give us such an important thing? As soon as this was said, the conference room fell silent again. Traka looked over. Do you want to say that they have bad intentions? Suzy's didn't answer yes or no, but turned his head and said, I'm just curious. After the war, both the Space Corps and our Future Alliance had secretly investigated the whereabouts of the core data of the Gate of Gods project. But so many years have passed, and there has been no news. How come the things we have been looking for so many years, and have not found are now found by the seance that came out of nowhere? What's even more strange is that the other party doesn't even charge any compensation. If it were you, wouldn't you be so arrogant and wait for the price if you had a priceless treasure? Yara's motives were obviously unreasonable. But Murphy obviously had a different opinion. Didn't that guy say that their Seance Society had a grudge against the Space Corps? As long as we can win this war, their Seance Society is willing to give us all the research materials on the God's Gate project for free. A grudge? Free gift? Then Suzy's glanced at him. Do you believe everything he says? Besides, how can you be sure that he didn't say the same thing to Clover and the others? Murphy was speechless. Suzy said in a light voice, so far, we have not seen any details of the God's Gate project with our own eyes. We can't guarantee that what they have is definitely true. Murphy was speechless. Seeing him frustrated, the military minister Meg on the opposite side sneered and showed a smug look of watching a good show. Seeing this, Murphy's face was a little embarrassed and his temper rose all of a sudden. Then why do you do this? As soon as the voice fell, everyone turned their eyes to the man in front of them, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked indifferent. Suzy's remained calm. He curled his lips, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes behind the lenses. What else could it be? Of course it was war. Their fundamental purpose was to provoke a war between us and the Space Legion. Ignoring the different expressions of the people around him, he continued to talk. If we had not been determined to cooperate deeply with them, I am afraid they would not tell us any news about the slime. The other party did this to make us feel a sense of crisis, so that we would follow their ideas and join forces. I have reminded you a long time ago. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If it does, then the pie is most likely poisonous. Chapter 467 The widely publicized fishing plan. So what if the pie is poisonous? At the conference table, the Minister of Strategy Department of the Future Alliance, Bolike, who had never expressed his opinion, suddenly spoke. Even if they don't provoke a war, can we and the Space Corps coexist peacefully? As soon as this was said, Suzy's, who was still talking before, paused. The conference room was instantly silent. This is a sharp and realistic question. In fact, after so many years of friction and collision, the contradiction between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps has already reached its peak. It is only a matter of time before the contradiction breaks out. Even if the descent of the gods does not intervene, they will eventually go to war with each other. It's just a matter of time. But even so, Suzy still disagrees with this point of view. Whether to go to war or to coexist peacefully is our own choice. But once some ill-intentioned guys intervene in this matter, it will make this problem more complicated. I have said before that pie in the sky will not fall. Everything needs to be paid for. Just because they don't charge now doesn't mean they won't charge in the future. When things become uncontrollable in the future, we will be led by them and lose the initiative completely. How could it be so serious? Bariko interrupted. The Seance is just a small religious organization. Their influence is far less than that of the Stone Temple on the Heidel Star, and even less than that of the Desert God Temple on the Waste Star. We don't need to be so vigilant. Obviously, Bariko doesn't agree with Suzy's idea and thinks he is exaggerating. Moreover, in my opinion, as long as we can win, it doesn't matter whether it is a sweet pie or a poisonous pie. Bariko is a radical. Not only Bariko, but also those who have been in the position of Minister of the Future Alliance Strategic Department in recent years are radicals due to the influence of the general environment. Their policy towards the Space Corps is no longer as conservative as in the past, but has become as sharp as a blade and as swift as a torrent of steel. Susie's doesn't think this is a good thing. Nothing can go to extremes, whether it is too conservative or too radical. But now, the Future Alliance seems to have gone from one extreme to another. And the catalyst for all this is obviously the Gate of God and the seance. Although most of the people present did not give a clear statement, but Susie's can still feel that under the huge temptation brought by the victory of the war, the balance in their hearts has begun to tilt towards the seance. Even though they know that the consequences of tilting may bring immeasurable risks, but compared with the huge benefits that can be brought by high risks, they automatically ignore the crisis brought by these uncertainties. As a person who often deals with money, Susie's knows that interests are the most blinding to human eyes. Because in the face of enough interests, even the most cowardly cowards, who are afraid of death, can forget their fear. They can transform into gamblers at the gambling table, spending a lot of money just for the high returns after betting. Even if there is a cliff behind the gambling table, they feel that they will definitely win the last sum of money and exit safely. Under such a stubborn fluke mentality, even if they have analyzed all the possible risks one by one to them, these people may not listen to them. Thinking of this, Susie's was once again shocked by the means of the Seance Society to control people's hearts. These people are really terrible. Just as Susie's was worried about the future of the Future Alliance, Clover on the other side was also worried. 10 years of Divine Envoy. Are you sure that the Seance Society will not do anything? Not sure. The honest and concise answer of the slime in front of him made Clover suddenly not know what to say. He opened his mouth and finally resisted the urge to blurt out some uncivilized words, and kept the last calm of a gentleman and asked, what if they reveal this to the Future Alliance? Ever since Yerev easily let them leave the Seance Society's base, he has been feeling uneasy in his heart. Although he did successfully cut off the cooperation between the Space Corps and the Seance Society according to the method of the God's Messenger, it also buried a lot of hidden dangers. Apart from anything else, the false news that the slime was a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps was enough to cause an immeasurable storm. He was not sure whether Yerev and the people of the Seance Society would reveal this to the Future Alliance. And he was even more unsure whether his old opponent would do anything after knowing this. The best case scenario was that the existence of the God's Messengers made the Future Alliance vigilant and dared not act rashly. The worst case scenario was that it promoted the close union of the Future Alliance and the Seance Society, which brought them greater trouble. Although in terms of fighting, their Space Corps might not lose to the other side. But he did not forget the prophecy of the God of the universe conveyed by the God's Messenger. Once the war broke out, the series of chain reactions triggered would lead to the destruction of all creatures and things in this galaxy. Although Clover did not think he was a good person, he did not want to be one of the culprits of the destruction of the world. What was he afraid of? Noticing the worry in Clover's expression, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, said in a comforting tone, if they really leaked the news, wouldn't it just confirm the fact that Yerev was playing both sides between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps? You should be happy that you can stop the loss in time and not continue to be deceived. Besides, there is nothing wrong with letting the Future Alliance know. We can take this opportunity to see their reaction. As the saying goes, you can catch big fish only if you let out a long line. After listening to 10 years of cerebral thrombosis' advice, Clover paused slightly, and his frown gradually relaxed. However, he quickly grasped one of the key words. What do you mean by let out a long line to catch big fish? When asked this question, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis remembered that these NPCs could not understand traditional Chinese proverbs. So he explained it in a way that the other party could understand. It means that we should consider things in the long run. Even if we can't see the results now, as long as there are results in the future, we will not suffer any loss. Hearing this, Clover nodded, not quite understanding. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis did not expect that his poor Chinese language skills could help the other party understand the profound Chinese culture all at once. In order to prevent the other party from continuing to ask questions, he had to calmly lead the topic back to the main business. In short, one thing is certain. That is, compared to you, they are the ones who are more restless now. Maybe after this incident, we can also catch the big boss of the seance. Big boss? Noticing Clover's slightly puzzled expression, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis coughed lightly and said, I mean the mastermind behind the seance. If the Future Alliance and the seance are closely connected, then the mastermind behind the seance will definitely instigate the future alliance to deal with you and our latest developed biological weapons. When they make a move, we can just follow the clues and catch the bad guys behind the scenes. This is the so-called phishing enforcement. Although Clover felt confused about the strange words that the slime god envoy suddenly said, he did not delve too deeply into it. Perhaps this is just a popular term in the god realm. Compared to these trivial matters, the matter that the 10-year god envoy just proposed to catch the mastermind behind the seance is what he cares about most. You seem to have a specific plan? The red and yellow slime in front of him grinned. Of course. Hearing this, Clover's expression changed from the previous anxiety to uncontrollable surprise. What are you going to do? Let it be known. Can you put it more simply? 10-year cerebral thrombosis. In short, hold a press conference to announce that the Space Corps is about to conduct a military exercise on new biological weapons. By the way, remember to arrange more news media to follow and broadcast live. In a word, make the momentum as big as possible. Hearing this, Clover looked enlightened. Are you trying to force them to take action in this way? Seeing that the other party finally understood what he meant, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis smiled. That's right. But won't there be any danger? Although I know that these gods have superpowers, the strength of the future alliance itself is not weak. If they are forced into a corner, it's hard to say what will happen if they use things like light energy phase cannons. Seeing the worry between Clover's eyebrows, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis knew what he was worried about. So he comforted him and said, "Don't worry. What you are worried about is impossible to happen for the time being. In that case, at most they will sneak in to get information, and they will never dare to do anything else. But even if there are blind guys who come to cause trouble, don't worry. I saw a half-moon arc on the round and fat face of the slime in front of me. My fellow gods haven't been active for a long time. I believe they will be very happy to compete with those guys." Looking at the red and yellow face of the slime in front of him, for some reason, Clover actually saw an inexplicable excitement from it. This made him a little uneasy. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry about their enemies. Although he had never really seen these gods' messengers in action, but instinctively, he felt that if those people really set their sights on the gods' messengers, they would only be taught a bad lesson. Chapter 468 let him find a way to muddy the waters. Latest news from our station recently. Space Corps Marshal Clover will hold a massive military exercise in Note City on Ares. It is reported that in this military exercise, Space Corps will publicly release its secret biological weapon, Cosmic Slime, for the first time. This also makes many people curious whether Clover is demonstrating to the future alliance. At the same time, many people suspect that the conflict between Space Corps and future alliance is escalating, and war may be about to break out. Asterisk. Future alliance. Beta Star. The news of the day is being broadcast in the conference room of the government office building. Although the top leaders of the future alliance had learned about the secret development of biological weapons by the Space Corps through the seance not long ago, but no one expected that not long after they learned the news, Clover held such a high-profile press conference and announced that a military exercise on new biological weapons would be launched. Such an operation, let alone the top leaders of the future alliance. Even the seance was confused. You know, Cloverfield has never been a person who likes to show off. But now it has made such an unusual move, which is really confusing. Could it be that the secret biological weapon called Cosmic Slime developed by the Space Corps this time is really so powerful? With such speculation, the top leaders of the future alliance became more and more frightened. Perhaps, as the news report said, Cloverfield and even the entire Space Corps seem to be tired of the current stalemate with them. It is precisely because of this that they will conduct military exercises at this time. This is both a warning, and also a show-off. It may even be a signal to prepare for war. For a while, the top leaders of the future alliance, who were already uneasy about this matter, felt more and more that a shadow was shrouded above their heads. I don't think we need to think too badly about this matter. Murphy smiled casually. Cloverfield may just be making a mystery. However, such remarks obviously cannot comfort others. Susie's glanced at him. Do you think it's possible? Since the other party has already notified a large number of media, it means that he wants to expand the influence of this matter. If he is not confident in his own strength, how can he do this? After all, if he fails, it will be embarrassing for the whole galaxy. Hearing this, Murphy touched his nose and stopped talking. Although the current situation seems to be unfavorable to us, it is too early to say discouraged words. Traka paused and said, instead of worrying about this and that now, It is better to investigate whether their cosmic slime is really as powerful as the rumors say. Don't forget, we still have the God's Gate to back us up. The situation can't be any worse. Traka's words immediately eased the atmosphere in the conference room. Indeed, no matter how powerful the new biological weapons are, they still have the trump card of the God's Gate in their hands. Since they have reached a consensus on cooperation with the Seance, they don't seem to have anything to fear. Although so far, they have not witnessed the God's Gate with their own eyes. Power. But it is expected that this research will not be too bad. Otherwise the Golba Star would not have been so rampant. Thinking about it, the Future Alliance's senior officials, who were panicked by the news, began to calm down gradually. It is strange that if it were not for Yerev's private reminder this time, they would have been completely unaware of the Space Corps' secret research on biological weapons. The intelligence department of the Future Alliance is not to say how top-notch it is, but it is definitely not bad. Especially their spies have been operating in the Space Corps for so many years. It is impossible that they have not heard of any movement. This is indeed not normal. What is even more strange is Clover's sudden military exercise. These abnormal behaviors make them wonder whether there are other bigger conspiracies behind this matter. No matter what Clover is thinking, we will not let him succeed. Minister of Strategy Bolike said, this military exercise is a good opportunity for us to find out their strengths and weaknesses. Of course, more importantly, it is to complete the plan that we failed to complete last time. Not long ago, their assassination attempt on the deserted planet failed. This time, they must not miss this great opportunity again. Although Bolike's proposal was bold, it was quickly agreed by most of the senior executives. After some discussion, they finally decided to let the intelligence department lurking in Ares take advantage of this military exercise to make a big move. Asterisk. Space Legion. Ares. A sign of temporary suspension of business was hung at the door of an ordinary restaurant in Note City. It was not mealtime, so the restaurant's closing sign did not attract many people's attention. The boss sat in front of the cash register, looking at the outside of the restaurant boredly, as if he was in a daze or waiting for customers to come. After a while, the closed glass door opened. A man in work clothes strode in. From his gray clothes, it can be seen that he was not doing a decent job. However, in stark contrast to his unrefined appearance, his every move showed signs of years of training. Obviously, he was not as ordinary as he appeared. Entering the restaurant, the man walked directly to the table closest to the cash register without even looking at it, and sat down. Seeing the newcomer, the boss stood up, changing his lazy attitude. What's the matter with calling me here so urgently? Meeting the boss's gaze, the man asked straight to the point. The higher-ups need to know all the latest information about the Space Corps' research on biological weapons. The boss, or the head of the Future Alliance's intelligence department in the Space Corps, Pero, said slowly, the timing of the appearance of these slimes is too strange. We haven't heard any rumors before, which is very abnormal. The man, Aristotle, who is also an agent of the Future Alliance's intelligence department, was stunned when he heard this. His expression suddenly became serious. This is indeed very abnormal. I haven't heard any news about new biological weapons in the 28th Division, and it seems that other divisions are the same. If Clover hadn't suddenly held a press conference, we would have no idea about this. So, there must be other secrets behind this matter. Pero paused and said, this is also why I came to you. I remember that the 28th Division you are in will also participate in the military exercise this time. Aristotle pinched his eyebrows. Obviously he had some doubts about the task arranged by the organization. I'm afraid it's not that easy. What do you mean? Pero was puzzled. Aristotle sighed and said, the high-level confidentiality work is quite good. So far, even we haven't seen those secret weapons. What's more, the 28th Division and the Armament Department are exercising separately. The two are not in the same venue. Even if I can get in, I can't stay there for too long. In such a short time, there is no way to investigate all the situations clearly. Then Pero smiled mysteriously. We certainly know this. So investigating those cosmic slimes is just one of the tasks. In addition, you have a more important task. Looking at Pero's smile, Aristotle instinctively felt that the next task he mentioned would definitely not be much easier than the former. Sure enough, Pero continued, there were many people and eyes on the day of the military exercise. It is not surprising that any accident will happen when the guns are blind. Hearing this, Aristotle keenly sensed his intention and narrowed his eyes. Do you want me to assassinate Clover? No. It is not you who will carry out the assassination mission. You are just responsible for the cover. After pouring a glass of whiskey, Perrault continued, in addition, I have to correct one thing. It is not me who wants you to go, but the order from the top. Your mission is actually very simple. To get information about the cosmic slime from the people in the armament department. And then to stir the water more muddy when the chaos occurs to ensure that the people we send can enter and exit smoothly. Hearing this, Aristotle was silent for a moment, and then nodded slowly. I know. Such an answer was within his expectations. Perrault smiled, took out the takeaway bag of the meal that had been prepared long ago, and handed it over. Welcome to come next time. After taking the bag, Aristotle turned and left the restaurant, because Clover's order to decide on the military exercise was too sudden. The Space Corps was busy with the military exercise in the past 2 days. At the same time, an assassination operation targeting the Marshal of the Space Corps, Clover, was also being prepared simultaneously. The slums outside Note City, where there is no shortage of desperate people who work for money. The killer chosen by Perrault came from here. Just like the idea of the seance to develop offline. The future alliance will come to this place whenever it needs to do some dirty work in the Space Corps territory. As long as they are paid enough. Let alone the Marshal of the Space Corps. Even if they are asked to blow up Note City, it will be no problem. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. However, the practice of money making the devil push the mill is completely true here. Comparing the map given by Perrault, Agent Billy turned around several times in the dirty alley and finally found the destination. Looking at the low bungalow in front of him, he pulled up his collar to cover most of his face, and then knocked on the closed wooden door in front of him suspiciously. 3 long and 2 short knocks matched the secret code. After a tooth-grinding creaking sound, the closed wooden door opened. Billy quickly entered the house. In the dim room, a masked man was sitting in the corner. I need some experienced killers. As soon as they met, Billy explained his purpose. The masked man did not move, and asked in a hoarse voice, who to kill? The Marshal of the Space Corps, Cloverfield. After the voice fell, the pupils of the man behind the mask slightly dilated. Obviously a little surprised. However, he still did not show anything, and lowered his voice, the price is not cheap. Money is not a problem. Billy paused, as long as it can be guaranteed to succeed. Hearing this, the man behind the mask rolled his eyes. If Cloverfield was really so easy to solve, the future alliance would not have failed again and again. Although he was madly complaining in his heart. But he still said against his will, don't worry. We have been doing business for decades. As long as you pay enough money, no matter whose life it is, it can be bought. After getting the other party's guarantee, Billy immediately felt relieved. After paying the deposit, he added one more sentence. It is best to let the Space Corps think that it was someone inside them who did it. Hearing these familiar words, the masked man was silent. After a long time, he nodded slightly. Okay. After hearing this, Billy left with satisfaction. Fighting according to local conditions has always been the principle of their intelligence department. It is more convenient to use the underground forces in Note City to solve the problem than to let their own people do it. They don't need to bear the risk of failure of the plan. And the cost is only a part of the funds. Although once Clover dies, the Space Corps will first suspect the future alliance, and the war may break out. But at the same time, Clover's death will also bring a certain disruptive effect to the Space Corps. Taking advantage of the internal chaos of the opponent, the future alliance can take the opportunity to launch an offensive. Although it is a bit of a cover-up, Billy thought about it and felt that it is better not to let people know about doing bad things. However, Billy didn't know that the killer intermediary he found had no intention of doing things for them. As the person in charge of the seance in Note City, the masked man guessed the identity of the man in front of him and what he was up to after a conversation. I didn't expect that the victim, who was framed by them, would come to them to do business now. Thinking of this, the face under the mask couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt. Since the other party has taken the initiative to come to the door, let him find a way to make the water more muddy. Chapter 469. I always feel cheated. After the cooperation was agreed, Billy immediately reported the matter to Perrault. At the end of the words, Billy paused, a little hesitant. Do you really think those guys can complete the task? Although in the past, their intelligence department would occasionally go to the slums outside Note City to find some handy people to do the dirty work. It was the first time that those people were used to assassinate the Marshal of the Space Corps. Although the guy agreed very readily at the time, he couldn't help but worry when he thought about it now. After all, Their people had tried to assassinate Clover before, but they all failed without exception. Although they were prepared for the worst possible failure, they still hoped to succeed in their hearts. But Pero shook his head. It was hard to say. Then you still let me go find them? Billy's eyes widened, obviously a little confused. Pero glanced at him. If we don't find them, do we have to do it ourselves? Hearing this, Billy was speechless. Then Pero continued, the top management has tried to attack Cloverfield more than once or twice. But has it ever succeeded? Our own people have not succeeded. So how can you count on a group of desperate people in the slums? The reason why we found them is because we have no choice. We can't risk our lives for a mission that is almost impossible to complete. After hearing this, Billy didn't know what to say for a while. Noticing his expression, that was hard to describe. Pero changed the subject. Of course, those desperate people also have their advantages. As long as they are paid enough, they dare to do anything. If they are lucky enough to succeed this time, we can complete the task perfectly. Even if they fail, I think the top management will not be a big deal. Anyway, it's not the first time they have experienced failure. Billy thought about it and felt that it made sense. But even so, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Do you think they will sell our business back? Pero smiled. This situation is impossible. Don't forget why those guys went to the slums to work. Hearing this, Billy was stunned for a moment, then nodded suddenly. It was because they had no choice that they fell to this point. He had covered his face anyway, so the other party probably didn't know his true identity. Pero and his gang of spies who were collecting intelligence in the Space Corps had very beautiful ideas. But what they didn't expect was that the people who really controlled the underground business in the slums of Note City were not the so-called marginalized people who were eliminated by the Space Corps society, but their allies now in the open. How could the seance, which had the intention of provoking war, miss such a great opportunity? In fact, not long after Billy left the slums, a secret letter was delivered to the desk of the marshal's office in the council of Note City after several procedures. When Clover saw the letter, he couldn't hide his surprise on his face. Although he guessed that the future alliance might take action after learning about the military exercise, no one expected that these guys would choose to assassinate him on the day of the military exercise. This was a little different from what he expected. Even the players were surprised by the news. How much hatred and resentment do the leaders of the future alliance have against Clover? At this time, shouldn't their focus be on the new biological weapons newly developed by the Space Corps? 10 years of cerebral thrombosis was not surprised. It is understandable that they chose to do this. After all, there were many people on the day of the military exercise, and they could only cause trouble when the chaos occurred. Once Marshal Clover died, the morale of this military exercise would be greatly hit. The Space Corps would also be in chaos for a while. As for our biological weapons, they may not take us seriously before seeing the real thing. If the seance has already provided them with the God's Gate, then they should not care even more. After speaking, he paused and said, of course, it is not ruled out that these people may have other plans. Clover frowned slightly. I am only curious about who sent this letter of denunciation. Who else could it be? 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Those who can know the plans of the leaders of the future alliance must be people related to them. If there is no insider in the future alliance, then in addition to the killer himself, there is only one option. The seance. Clover was obviously a little surprised when he heard about the seance. Why did they remind me? After all, he and the seance had broken up because of the previous incident, and he really couldn't figure out why those people kindly reminded him. Don't think too highly of them. 10-year cerebral thrombosis reminded, if you don't do this, how can you know the assassination plan of the future alliance? How can you hate the future alliance more? All this is just to catalyze the war. Hearing this, Clover calmed down, thinking about it carefully. It seems to be the case. If this military exercise is real, and not just a fishing show, then let alone him, I'm afraid the entire Space Corps will hate the future alliance. By then, it is not impossible for the war to break out. So what should we do now? Clover asked subconsciously. I don't know since when. He has regarded the 10-year God envoy in front of him as the backbone, and he will ask for his opinion no matter what he does. And 10-year cerebral thrombosis didn't think there was anything wrong. Just continued to point out Jian Shan. Of course, do what you should do. We just need to be prepared and wait for them to come to us on their own initiative. Or, let's arrange a few more bodyguards for the marshal on the day of the military exercise. On the side, the guards next to Clover couldn't help but interrupt, otherwise, wouldn't the marshal be in danger? We need to arrange more bodyguards. Otherwise those people won't dare to take action. 10-year cerebral thrombosis narrowed his eyes and smiled. As for your marshal, he doesn't have to participate in the military exercise in person this time. Clover? Guards? Without waiting for them to ask, 10-year cerebral thrombosis said to himself, give me a holographic projection disguise chip. As for other things, someone will naturally take care of it. After negotiating with Clover, 10-year cerebral thrombosis immediately went offline and knocked on his teammates, who had not yet come online in the game group. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, brothers. It's time to work. Lao Wang next door. You Lao Lu, what work? 10-year cerebral thrombosis, according to reliable information. The future alliance intends to assassinate Clover on the day of the military exercise. What we have to do next is not only to show the style of the slime family in the military exercise, but also to catch those killers. You Lao Lu, another assassination? Those guys haven't given up yet. Lao Wang next door, although there are so many people on the day of the military exercise, it should not be easy to catch. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, you are right. So we decided to wait and see. Lao Wang next door, surprised face, Clover is willing to be a bait. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, shame, what are you thinking? Even if he is willing, the people around him will not agree. Lao Wang next door, how to wait and see. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, isn't there a holographic projection disguise chip? Lao Wang next door. You Lao Lu? You Lao Lu, isn't it not possible to bring equipment to this event map? Where did you get this thing? 10-year cerebral thrombosis, of course I asked Clover. The rules of the event don't say that you can't ask NPCs for equipment. You Lao Lu 6. Lao Wang next door, thumbs up. JPG. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, anyway. That's what happened. Now we need someone to pretend to be Cloverfield, and then deliberately reveal a flaw to them on the day of the military exercise. You Lao Lu, wait. You don't want us to? 10-year cerebral thrombosis, sunglasses, as the saying goes. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Don't say that I didn't think of you when I had good things. Not only can we save the Marshal of the Space Corps to gain the favorability of key NPCs, but we can also catch the tail of the villain forces and explore the subsequent plot of the event in depth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, we are slimes, and ordinary blades and bullets can't hurt us at all. Such a task is simply a win without effort. After 10-year cerebral thrombosis' lobbying, the good brothers in the same team were all tempted. But they were not completely confused. Since this task is so good, why don't you do it yourself? 10-year cerebral thrombosis lied without blushing. I want to give you a chance. I have already gained a lot of favorability in front of Clover, and you guys haven't had a chance to show up alone. What's more, I have to be responsible for arranging various matters on the day of the military exercise, so I can't be there at all. You Lao Lu, what you said makes it seem like we brothers don't need to help on the day of the military exercise. Lao Wang next door, that's right. I always feel there is a trap. Picking nose. You Lao Lu, now that you put it that way, it seems a bit. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, get lost. Kindness is taken for granted. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else. 10-year cerebral thrombosis, who was questioned by his brothers, was immediately angry. He closed the small group with curses and prepared to go to the forum to post to recruit people. Seeing that he was really angry, his careless brothers immediately changed their minds. You Lao Lu, go. 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 I was just joking with you just now. Do you have to be so serious? Lao Wang next door, that's right. How can brothers not trust you? Seeing that his teammates had changed their minds, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis stopped posting and opened the chat group to continue typing. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, who of you two will go? Wang next door, Lao Lu goes. You Lao Lu, Lao Wang goes. Wang next door. You Lao Lu. Wang next door, you are so mean. Didn't you just say you were going to do it? You Lao Lu, I said I was going to do it, but I didn't say I was going to do it myself. Wang next door, middle finger. JPG. You Lao Lu, don't worry. I must let you go, because you are the most suitable. You have the highest perception point among us. I believe you can definitely avoid assassination. Wang next door, haha. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Touching his chin, it makes sense. In that case, let Lao Wang go. Wang next door. MP. I always feel cheated. Chapter 470, Counterattack. Ares, suburb of note. On a wide expanse of land, tens of thousands of uniformed soldiers were arranged in square formations, like tofu blocks, according to their respective divisions. After several days of intensive arrangements and dispatches, this unique military exercise finally kicked off. The participants in this military exercise are all the top 50 divisions of the Space Corps. They can be called the elites of the entire Space Corps, because the daily training is strict. Even if the order for this military exercise was issued suddenly, they still showed their best condition. However, compared with these heroic soldiers, most people in the outside world are focusing on the latest secret biological weapon developed by the Space Corps, the cosmic slime, which will be announced at this military exercise. In fact, many people are wondering why a weapon should be named like this. But they are more surprised by the confidentiality of the Space Corps for this matter. If Clover had not taken the initiative to announce it this time, the outside world would not have heard a single word. For a while, many people thought to themselves, it seems that the Space Corps has long been prepared to fight with the future alliance in the future. The future galaxy is going to change. The players did not know that their joint fishing plan with Clover had inadvertently established the Space Corps' prestige. At this moment, they were busy showing off their skills at the military exercise. After persuading Clover to hold the military exercise, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis announced it on the forum. Interested players came to join in the fun. With the support of other players, the entire fishing plan went very smoothly. However, compared with the players who acted as smoke bombs and finishing work, the task of Lao Wang next door was obviously much heavier. He needed to play the assassination target of the future alliance, this time Marshal Clover of the Space Corps, in order to prevent the killers from being suspicious. 10 years of cerebral thrombosis arranged twice as many security personnel at the scene as usual. In addition, in order to facilitate the other party's action, he even arranged a separate speech for Clover. Of course, it is impossible to expect a guy like Lao Wang who has a bad memory to memorize a long speech. Therefore, he asked Clover to record the speech in advance. In addition to the bait, there are naturally arresting personnel responsible for closing the net. However, these people basically hide in the dark, quietly monitoring the situation in the field, feeling the unusual atmosphere around him. Aristotle couldn't help but worry whether something would happen in this assassination. But now that things have come to this, he can't stop the assassination. After all, in this mission, he only played an auxiliary role and had no actual command. Compared with the assassination mission, the mission of investigating the cosmic slime has made some progress. After receiving the mission, he went to the armament department several times. At first, the people in the armament department were a little wary of his unfamiliar face. But he lied that some of the weapons and equipment of the 28th Division had malfunctioned and urgently needed to be repaired. As the only department in the Space Corps that can access the latest weapons and equipment at the first time besides the top leaders and the Weapons Research Institute, the armament department is not only responsible for distributing weapons and equipment to each division, but is also responsible for repairing faulty or damaged weapons and equipment reported by each division, in order to ensure that the military exercise of the 28th Division can proceed smoothly. Aristotle naturally contacted the people of the armament department. After a cordial and friendly exchange, the other party gradually let down their guard, and he also got some gossip about the cosmic slime. Maintenance worker A: I don't know what this cosmic slime looks like. The higher-ups haven't shown it to us yet. It's so mysterious. Maintenance worker B: What's so mysterious? It's just a few colorful jelly balls the size of a wash basin. Maintenance worker A: How do you know? Maintenance worker B: I accidentally saw it when I went to deliver the repaired equipment to the guard some time ago. The marshal valued them so much that he even carried them away. Maintenance worker A: Is it true? Maintenance worker B: Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Maintenance worker B: Of course. I can't see what's special about this thing. But since the marshal values them so much, I think they should be quite powerful. Maintenance man B: That's right. I also heard from the guards that those slimes can use weapons like humans. I don't know if it's true or not. Hearing this, Aristotle was shocked. Jelly balls that can use weapons like humans? Isn't this description too abstract? Although he wanted to complain in his heart, he didn't show it on his face at the time. He just showed surprise, suspicion and disbelief like everyone else. Afterwards, he passed the news he had finally heard to his superiors through the special channel of the intelligence department. Then, he quietly waited for the arrival of this military exercise. According to the information given by Pero, This time the killer will disguise himself as a member of the honor guard and assassinate Clover when he goes down to shake hands with the commanders of each division. Aristotle cannot deny this action plan. In his opinion, the success rate of killing Clover with such a sloppy method under such strict security at the scene is not high. If the superiors were not forced into a corner and made a random move, then they were simply out of their minds. But thinking that the killer was not one of their own, Aristotle did not care too much. Although the action plan did have some problems. What if the other party was lucky enough to succeed? In history, not all wars were fully prepared. But this did not prevent them from eventually winning. With such a fluke idea, Aristotle followed the 28th Division's large troops and walked to the front of the formation. In front, Marshal Clover walked onto the podium surrounded by a group of guards and security personnel. As the protagonist appeared, everyone present looked up. There was admiration and awe in these eyes, as well as disdain and indifference. Of course, there was greed. In the crowd, a young man with an unremarkable appearance raised his head slightly and stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with a gentle smile and neat clothes. Marshal Clover. This is the goal of his action this time. After completing this job, he will get a generous reward. This is a number he never dared to think of before. As long as he had this money, he could completely get rid of his life as a desperado and live a life without worries about food and clothing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the ceremonial gun in his hand, and an uncontrollable enthusiasm appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Wang, who was standing on the rostrum, met the gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, and his heart skipped a beat. My goodness, this is too big a scene. Fortunately, he is wearing a holographic projection disguise chip. Otherwise he will definitely be exposed. Suppressing the panic and discomfort in his heart, he walked to the microphone and pressed the recording device he carried with him. The next second, the speech recorded in advance by Clover flowed out of the recording device. Of course, this picture fell into the eyes of many soldiers in the audience. But it was a completely different picture. They could only see their respected Marshal Clover standing in front of the stage with a confident smile and delivering an impassioned speech. In the audience, the unprepossessing killer stared at Clover on the stage for a long time, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. So long-winded. He is about to die and still has so much nonsense. But no matter how impatient he is, at this moment he can only suppress his temper and wait quietly for the opportunity to take action. Finally, after a nearly half-hour speech, the person on the stage finally shut up. After that, it was the meeting he had been looking forward to for a long time. I saw Clover slowly walk down the stage and shook hands with the division commanders one by one. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Closer, closer. The killer held his breath, and his right hand, which was tightly holding the ceremonial gun, moved, and a thin and sharp blade turned out from his palm. At the moment when Clover passed by him, his right palm turned over, and the blade in his palm stabbed directly at the opponent's neck. Just when he thought he would see the scene of blood flowing, he suddenly felt the force in his hand suddenly lighten. It was like it fell into the air. For a moment, he had a kind of ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, the figure in front of him suddenly blurred, and the gentle face belonging to Clover appeared with snowflakes as if it was interfered by some signal, and then disappeared. Instead, there was only a spherical object with black and yellow stripes that was about the height of his calf. What is this? However, at this critical moment, he could not think too much. He only knew that his action had failed, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. Lao Wang next door had long seen his intention to escape. Before the killer raised his legs, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and hit the other person's face head-on. There was a muffled sound, and the killer in front of him shook, and then fell to the ground. The sudden scene immediately caused an uproar. The people around had no idea what was going on. They only knew that in a blink of an eye, the marshal who was supposed to shake hands with them disappeared. Instead, there was a strange-looking spherical creature with yellow and black stripes. However, after seeing the sharp blade in the hands of the honor guard, they realized that this guy was here to assassinate the marshal. Everything in front of them seemed to be a preset game, thanks to the high perception attribute of his own data panel. Lao Wang next door felt very nervous when he was giving a speech on the stage just now. As expected, the killer started as soon as he stepped off the stage. Fortunately, he was a slime. No matter where the guy attacked or the weapon he used, he would not be hurt at all, faced with the sudden change in front of him. Aristotle, who was preparing to cooperate in the dark to cover the killer's retreat, was completely dumbfounded. This is different from what they agreed beforehand. Obviously, the plan was exposed, although he didn't know when and how the plan was leaked. His reason told him not to act impulsively at the moment. On the other side, the killer who was attacked by an unknown creature was horrified. He didn't dare to fight anymore and staggered to get up from the ground and wanted to run away. However, Lao Wang next door didn't let him go, but spread his body like a pancake and wrapped the other's head tightly, and then shouted to the stunned people around him, "You guys come to help." Looking at such a magical scene in front of them, and hearing the familiar human language unexpectedly, the officers were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This thing can actually speak human language? Although they were extremely shocked in their hearts, their bodies had already moved involuntarily and held down the killer, who wanted to run away. Just when everyone thought the assassination was over, the accident happened again. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and the ground beneath their feet began to shake like an earthquake. After that, the explosions one after another directly blew the people on the ground to pieces. The officers who were still in shock were horrified. What's going on? Why are there explosives? In fact, the assassin who was subdued in front of them, and Aristotle, who was responsible for covering the response in secret, were not the only ones involved in this assassination. There were also some people who were mainly responsible for the cleanup after the mission was successful. These explosives buried underground were originally intended to be used when they retreated after the assassination was successful. But in the current situation, they had to start disrupting the line of sight in advance. Accidents happened one after another. In horror, the divisions immediately retreated urgently. The military exercise field was in chaos. Seeing the chaos at the scene, the others lurking in the dark immediately took action, trying to rescue their companions from the other side. However, just as the group was heading towards the direction of the trapped assassin, the reversal happened again. Only a meaningless shout was heard. The next second, a group of spherical jelly creatures with different colors and patterns rushed out from all corners of the military exercise site, holding up various weapons and shouting. The crowd, who had encountered the assassination of the slime pretending to be a marshal and the dynamite buried under the military exercise site, were shocked by the scene in front of them. Unlike the dumbfounded NPCs, the players were screaming excitedly at this time, although they were no longer the newbies who would scream and shout at anything. Perhaps because they had been holding back for too long, they all let themselves go and screamed and screamed. Kill! Hack him! Long live the slime clan! One of the black slimes knocked away a killer who wanted to secretly attack. Not far away, another white slime raised a submachine gun and swished at the guys in the distance, who were obviously the killer's accomplices. Bullets whizzed and flew in the crowd. But in a moment, the assassins of the assassination operation team were shot and fell to the ground. In the crowd, Aristotle opened his eyes wide, revealing a trace of disbelief and horror. This is the rumored cosmic slime. It turns out that the gossip of the armament department is true. They really use weapons like humans. It was not until this moment that he clearly realized what was going on. Their plan to assassinate Cloverfield may have been exposed long ago, and the other party even took this opportunity to turn the passive into the active and ambush them. This military exercise itself is a trap to lure them in. Not only did they become a stepping stone for the cosmic slime to appear, but they also became the prey targeted by Cloverfield and other high-ranking Space Corps leaders. Chapter 471 Invisible Gun Smoke. With the help of the players, the battle on the military exercise field ended quickly. Almost all the assassins who participated in this assassination operation were caught. Although there are still a few fish that slipped through the net, there is no need to worry about such things, because there is already a group of players who are good at tracking secretly. They will be able to catch the people sooner or later. After cleaning up the battlefield, the captain of the guard team walked straight to Clover and saluted. Report to the marshal. The enemy units have been completely cleared. A total of 9 people were killed. 12 people were captured, and the remaining 2 people are still on the run. 7 of our people died, 18 were seriously injured, and 49 were slightly injured. All the wounded were transferred to the medical department of the logistics department for treatment. Clover was quite satisfied with the efficiency of his subordinates. Nodded and said, lock up the 12 people separately and interrogate them separately later. At the end of the words, Clover paused. Take good care of the bodies of the dead. In addition, double compensation will be paid to those who died in this military exercise. Upon hearing this, the captain of the Royal Guard was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed and he said yes. looking at the messy military exercise field in front of him. Clover couldn't help but sigh. He thought that this group of people's target was only him. But he never thought that they had buried explosives underground. They even did it under his nose. It is conceivable how many loopholes there are in their space army. Even such a strict occasion as a military exercise can let these killers sneak in. Noticing the complex expression on Clover's face, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis whispered to comfort, "Don't worry. We will soon be able to catch all the guys who are ambushing in the dark." Hearing this, Clover nodded slightly. "I hope so." At the same time, another group of players who are good at tracking followed the two escaped prisoners to the slums outside the city of Note, and caught the two people in a net outside a low-rise building that looked ordinary. In the subsequent interrogation, the players learned that this was the place they had to go every time they accepted a mission. The man who was responsible for assigning them the mission was a masked man, whom they called Black Mask. Black Mask was the man who was in charge of all the shady businesses in the slums of Note City. The task of assassinating Clover this time was also assigned to them by him. The other party claimed that someone paid a high price to buy Clover's life. As long as they could kill him, each of them could get a reward 50 times higher than usual. Under the temptation of high rewards, a group of them took this business. And under the arrangement of Black Mask and the buyer, they sneaked into the scene of the military exercise. The players also knew what happened later. However, the players still had some doubts about the confessions of these two people. After all, when they caught these people, there was no trace of anyone in the bungalow. This also made them doubt the words of the two guys for a while. It was not until later that they interrogated the other captured people separately, and everyone's answers were different. So they learned that this group of people did not lie. It was at this time that they realized that the man with the black mask probably knew that these people would fail. So he packed up his things and ran away before the players arrived. The reason why this guy is so well informed shows that he has his own informants inside the Space Corps. Conspiracy theory. Maybe there is a certain connection between this black mask and the seance. Unfortunately, no matter how the killers were tortured, they knew nothing about the true identity of the black mask. So, the clues that the players had finally found were broken. There are joys and sorrows. Although the person behind the organization and planning of the assassination was not caught, the Space Corps also became famous in the future galaxy because of this military exercise. Everything that happened on the day of the military exercise was broadcast live to the entire future galaxy through the on-site media. As the Future Alliance authorities, who paid the most attention to this military exercise, they were so angry that they were about to spit out blood after seeing the scene at the military exercise. Who arranged this group of idiots? They issued the order to assassinate Cloverfield, but they did not let them do it in public. And they made such a big scene. Now, not only were they hit by someone, but the Space Corps caught the handle, and the secret weapons they developed became famous. As for the Space Corps, they seem to have known about the assassination plan of these people. Whether it was when the assassins took action, Clover suddenly disappeared and turned into a cosmic slime, or when those cosmic slimes appeared immediately after the explosion. The others quickly controlled the situation. They cooperated so cleverly that it was hard not to suspect that this military exercise itself was a trap. Thinking carefully, this seems possible. After learning that someone was going to assassinate him, Clover turned around and used these assassins to stage a martial assassination drama in front of the public, with the purpose of catching the people behind these assassins. Clover even cleverly inserted the role of the cosmic slime in this scene. This move not only ensured his own safety, but also vigorously promoted the latest secret biological weapons developed by the Space Corps in front of many media. Therefore, even if there was an accident in this military performance, the Space Corps would not lose morale because of it, but would make their reputation more prosperous because of the appearance of the cosmic slime. This is very bad. However, what is worse than this is that they may have exposed the existence of spies of the Future Alliance within the Space Corps. Thinking of this, the top leaders of the Future Alliance fell silent. Obviously, because of the mistakes of those idiots, we are now completely exposed under the eyes of the Space Corps. Now the buffer zone between the two sides has been completely lost. At this point, Bolike looked at the people in front of him with burning eyes. It seems that we have to use the Gate of God. This is our only chance to turn the tables. Hearing this, Meg snorted lightly, and did not object. As for Susie's, who has always held an opposing opinion, he did not speak this time. Many times, it is impossible to change the minds of most people with weak personal strength. Perhaps it is because of seeing through this that Susie's and other opposition parties no longer argue with these radicals as before. It is also because there is no obstruction from these opposition parties that the voices of approval have swept the entire Future Alliance top leaders with an overwhelming momentum. Just when the Future Alliance unified its position, the city of Note on Ares was also not peaceful. The noise of players and the army searching for criminals in the slums attracted the attention of many people, coupled with some things that happened not long ago. Many people in the city began to worry whether the Space Army was finally going to go to war with the Future Alliance. Otherwise, how to explain that Marshal Clover announced the research results on the cosmic slime at this juncture? How to explain the assassination in the military exercise? Although the Space Army is a highly militarized political and economic organization, there are still ordinary people living on this land. They are worried about war and survival like most ordinary people on other planets. Like the issues that these ordinary people are concerned about. The meeting house in Note City is also a solemn scene at this moment. This is the second time that the top leaders of various departments of the Space Army have gathered together in such a neat manner since the military exercise assassination incident a few days ago. And the reason they are gathered here now is precisely because of the military exercise assassination incident not long ago. Although everyone now knows that the assassination was a trap set by Clover, they still can't help but feel shocked and angry about this incident. In addition to being shocked by Clover's concealment, they are even more angry that the spies of the Future Alliance were able to sneak into their territory so quietly and plant so many explosives under their noses. Although the number of casualties is not large, this approach is undoubtedly a slap in their face. This is not just your personal grudge. They are provoking. As the leader of the Conservatives, Defense Minister Wilk expressed his anger so clearly at the meeting for the first time. Our territory has long been infiltrated by our opponents, and we know nothing about it. In order to assassinate you, they even buried explosives underground in the military exercise field, which constitutes an act of war. Those guys with sweet words are still pretending that nothing has happened, and are still holding high the false flag of peace, all of which is to cover up their ambitions. The war has begun. We can't continue to tolerate it like this. Otherwise, those guys will only get more aggressive. Wilk's words were very inflammatory. At this moment, both conservatives and radicals reached an unprecedented consensus. They really can't continue to tolerate it like this. Otherwise, their opponents will only treat them as fools. Seeing the Space Corps leaders, who were so excited at the meeting, the players lurking in the dark couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Good guy. According to this posture, will the Space Corps really fight with the Future Alliance? If so, won't they work in vain? Thinking of the parallel world breaking out in war and ending in destruction, the players couldn't help but secretly say that it was bad. How can they play next? Then Wilk raised his voice. Please make a decision quickly. For a moment, everyone looked at Clover, hoping that he could issue an order as soon as possible. However, facing the anger of a group of senior executives, Clover remained calm, as if he was a bystander who had nothing to do with the whole thing. In fact, he was also angry in his heart. But he still cared about the prophecy of the God of the universe conveyed by the God messengers. War cannot happen. At least, he cannot be the first to fire the first shot of the war. But the attitude of the top leaders, who are pressing step by step, made him waver. Do they really have to swallow their anger for this prophecy that has not yet happened? Seemingly seeing his hesitation, Wilkie looked at him steadily. What are you still hesitating about? With the cosmic slime, we don't have to be afraid of anyone at all. Even if the Future Alliance has the God's Gate, they are still vulnerable in front of the cosmic slime. Compared with the past, Wilkie's attitude seemed aggressive, which made Clover instinctively sense something wrong. Meeting the burning eyes of the person in front of him, Clover keenly saw a hint of temptation in it. Seeing this, he immediately understood. Clover may have known something. For example, the identity of the God messengers. For example, the secrets of the seance and the God's Gate. It was precisely because of this that he could say without hesitation that with the cosmic slime, there was no need to be afraid even if the Alliance had the Gate of God in the future. Of course, it was precisely because he had never announced these things to the public that he wanted to force himself to admit it. Now, things are really troublesome. Chapter 472 Showdown. Just when Clover was in a dilemma because of Wilkie's relentless pressure, there was a bang. With a sound, the door of the conference hall that was originally closed was pushed open instantly. The sudden change immediately shocked everyone present. The council is not a place where people can enter casually. No one has ever broken into here in the middle of a meeting before. Wilkie frowned and was about to reprimand the rude intruder. But he paused, because he found that the so-called intruder was not a human at all, but a group of cosmic slimes. For a while, let alone Wilkie, the entire council was turned upside down. How could they break in? Where are the people outside? Just when the high-level members of the Space Corps were reprimanding the guards for dereliction of duty, Wilkie suddenly seemed to realize something and looked at Clover. Did you let them come? Seeing Wilk's eyes that said, You don't need to explain to me. I understand everything. Clover opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to deny it. However, thinking of the rules of the council, he swallowed his words. Except for a few officials who went to the deserted planet with him. Most of the council's senior officials did not know the true identity of these cosmic slimes. In order to avoid the disrespect of the gods, he could only admit the blame for now. Yes. After answering vaguely, Clover looked at the gods on the opposite side, hoping that the other party could come forward and give him a reasonable explanation. Then you coughed and jumped onto the stage. Sorry. We just eavesdropped on your meeting outside. We think it is necessary to come forward to explain some things. Suddenly hearing these slimes speak human language, all the senior officials of the council widened their eyes. This thing can actually speak human language? In fact, in the past few days, players have never spoken the language of the star in front of these NPCs. And even in private communication, they use Chinese. Therefore, this also creates an illusion for these people. That is, the cosmic slime cannot speak human language. Now the players have easily overturned their cognition, which is inevitably surprising. However, for those individuals who have known the truth for a long time, it is not surprising. There is even a sense of satisfaction that everyone is drunk and I am the only one who is sober. Instinctively, Clover felt that the god's envoys appeared this time in 9 out of 10 cases to announce the prophecy of the god of the universe. Sure enough, the next second, you heard Lao Lu say, In fact, we are not biological weapons secretly developed by the Space Corps laboratory, but the god's envoys sent to this world by the god of the universe. The reason why we came to this world is because of the arrangement of the god of the universe. Because the god of the universe saw the future of this world. This place will soon be destroyed. And the reason for the destruction is precisely because of war. At this point, Lao Lu paused and looked at the Space Corps senior officials, who were shocked or dazed in the audience. We are actually here to prevent the war from happening. The amount of information contained in just a few words is too much. In just a moment, the entire conference hall seemed to have had all the air sucked out of it, and became extremely quiet. After a few seconds of silence, the scene suddenly became a buzz. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? In the past 2 days, the topic of cosmic slime has been discussed everywhere. The Space Corps also won back a city in the arms race with the Future Alliance because of the appearance of this new biological weapon. Now they are told that everything before was fake. And these slimes are actually the messengers of the god of the universe? Such a reversal is too big. No one can accept it so easily. Right? For a moment, the unbelievable senior executives all looked at Clover. After all, he was the first person to announce that the cosmic slime was a biological weapon secretly developed by the Space Corps. Seeing this, Clover couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was just as he expected. In fact, this is good. At least, he doesn't have to face the coercion of these senior executives like before. Thinking about it, he said seriously, what the messenger said just now is true. I'm sorry. We deceived you before. But the reason we did this was to lure out the assassins hiding in the dark. Hearing this, some smart people immediately understood what he meant. So you already knew someone was going to assassinate you? Arlen suddenly realized. That's why you suddenly announced the military exercise. In order to create an opportunity for them. Clover paused and nodded with difficulty. But I didn't expect that this group of people would bury explosives under the military exercise site. Although they did catch the killer, they also caused unnecessary casualties to some of their own people. It is precisely because of this that he has been blaming himself for this matter for the past 2 days. Perhaps because they also thought of this. The scene suddenly became silent. In fact, let alone Clover. Even they themselves did not expect that someone would make a move on their own territory. Their enemies had already quietly infiltrated them. But they were unaware of the numerous holes in the Space Legion. They are all responsible for the situation today. This time, the plan to lure the enemy is just to tear open these covered-up festering wounds and put them in the open. In a silent and solemn atmosphere, even the players, who have always been in the god's perspective, were inevitably infected. I didn't kill Borin, but Borin died because of me. Although everyone was prepared for the possibility that NPCs might be sacrificed before this action. When the incident actually happened, they couldn't help but reflect on themselves. Are they really right to do this? This game feels too real. Not only are the human NPCs in it real, But even the cause and effect relationship between people is very real. The fate of others can be changed if you are not careful. Even if the players are now wearing slime vests, it is still not a pleasant thing to watch so many human NPCs being innocently injured and killed in this incident. However, the game is a game after all. No matter how real it is, the players will not forget this, suppressing the faint discomfort in their hearts. They only focus on this incident again. The penetration of the future alliance into the Space Legion is deeper than they imagined. It is impossible to achieve such a layout with only 1 or 2 spies. Obviously, they have infiltrated every corner of the Space Alliance, so they can do this quietly. But think about it the other way around. Maybe the same is true for the future alliance. Even in the real world, it is not uncommon for countries to plant spies in each other's territory. After all, in addition to the obvious economic, military and cultural fields, information intelligence warfare itself is also a very critical link in the competition between countries. However, compared with resolving the grievances between the Space Legion and the future alliance, catching the foxtail of the seance is the most critical key to pass the level. After all, it is the culprit that caused the escalation of the war between the two sides. But the problem is that the seance is like a slippery loach, and their flaws cannot be caught at all. In addition, the other party has been using the unknown true and false God's gate to seduce the future alliance. So even if they don't do it themselves, they can use the future alliance as a gun. Thinking of this, 10 years of cerebral thrombosis suddenly had an idea. If all this is exposed, can it change the current passive situation? As for the actual evidence, they are the messengers of the God of the universe. What evidence do they need? Isn't it enough to push all this to the prophecy of the God of the universe? Anyway, these are the background introductions given by the official in the event announcement. And they didn't lie. It's just that the stage of collecting evidence and verifying was skipped directly, and the known results were exposed in advance. After discussing privately with their companions, the players reached a consensus. Let's get the matter out. Since it's already happened, why not make it bigger? Anyway, the seance is also making trouble. Why not use magic to fight magic? Always using conservative methods to deal with jackals hiding in the dark will only be gnawed by the other party without leaving any bones. Thinking about it, you old six cleared your throat and said loudly, in addition to the future alliance, this incident is also inseparable from the seance. Hearing this, everyone who was still blaming themselves and resentful for this incident looked over. Seance? Seeing this, Clover had to tell everything he had experienced on the deserted planet before. After some explanation, everyone finally understood why Clover had not mentioned anything about cooperating with the Seance Society since returning from the desolate planet. Not only was the Gate of God a scam, but that Yerov was also a two-faced guy. On the surface, he pretended to cooperate with their Space Corps, but in fact, he was still unclear with the future alliance behind the scenes. Even the assassination of the Marshal before was inseparable from that guy. Recalling the experience not long ago, Clover couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the gods hadn't rescued me at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to return to Ares safely. Hearing this, everyone who had previously doubted the identity of the cosmic slime as a god's messenger gradually let down their guard. After all, Clover didn't need to lie about such things. Although this matter does sound a bit fantastic. But after they actually saw the abilities of these slimes, it's not that they can't be blamed for accepting each other's true identity. Seeing that these NPCs did not raise any questions, Yu Lao Lu was relieved and continued. According to the prophecy of the God of the universe, the seance is the fuse that led to the outbreak of war and destruction in this world. As soon as these words came out, the conference hall that had just calmed down suddenly became restless again. I know it is hard for you to believe that a small seance has such great power, but this is the fact. Yu Lao Lu paused and said, its founder was a group of scientists on the planet Golba, who have always been brooding over the defeat of the year. So they founded the seance. For revenge, this organization has been silent in this interstellar for hundreds of years. After so many years of development, it is time for them to launch an attack. Hearing this, Clover also understood that the gods wanted to make it clear. So he shared the recent news with the senior executives present. In fact, the power of this organization is greater than we imagined. Not long ago, the gods led our people to discover their base in the slums outside the city of Note. According to the confessions provided by the locals and the arrested killers, the people of the seance always find them to do all kinds of shady business. Since the rewards they offered were very generous, many people were willing to work for them. Those killers came from there. Speaking of the slums, Many people present showed contempt. A bearded officer couldn't help cursing angrily. What a bunch of traitors. This can't be blamed entirely on them. Will glanced at him and couldn't help but say something fair, if it wasn't because they were desperate. Who would want to live like this? Most of them present knew exactly how the slums were formed. Those were retired soldiers who left the various divisions. They were either old or had more or less injuries and disabilities, and could not continue to serve. Since they could no longer serve the Space Corps, they were swept into the garbage dump as garbage. Although there was a retirement allowance on the surface, it was impossible to make a living by receiving such a meager retirement allowance every month. In addition, it was difficult to find a job to make a living. This led to many people starting to develop industries in the gray or even black areas. The slums outside Note City are just a microcosm of this group of people. However, most of the vested interests don't take these people at the bottom seriously at all. As expected, the bearded officer subconsciously retorted, "Even if it's like this, you can't do such a thing. Isn't it equivalent to completely abandoning their honor as a soldier?" As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted the echo of many officers. On the side, the players who were silently observing all this couldn't help but secretly gasp. Gloria, this should be the Space Corps version of, "Why not eat meat?" Do you think they really don't know anything? Aatrox glanced at him. These people just want to reverse black and white. After all, if they really admit this, they will have to increase the retirement benefits of retired soldiers. How can these people embezzle? Hearing this, Gloria suddenly realized, that's it. Aatrox sighed, looking far away. Just wait and see. The problems within the Space Corps cannot be solved by just defeating a seance and the future alliance. Chapter 473 Choice. Aatrox didn't expect that a casual chat between him and his teammates would come true in just 2 days. Long live General Note. Long live General Note. In the Note City prison, shouts echoed underground. The killer gang that was arrested not long ago is now shouting General Note's name in the prison. The other criminals in the prison were confused at first, and they didn't know why these people were crazy. But as they listened, they were inevitably infected by emotions and had great ambitions. Not long after, they also joined the shouting team. After all, as a member of the Space Corps, who didn't grow up listening to the story of General Note, to this day, he is still the spiritual leader of Ares. No, the entire Space Corps, even if they are now criminals, it still does not prevent them from admiring General Note. As more and more prisoners joined, the shouting in the prison became louder and louder. The prison guards had never seen such a scene. They were eager to shut up these people, but no one listened to him. Even if they wanted to force these people with force, it would not work. All they could do now was to report the matter to their superiors. When Clover and other high-ranking members of the Space Corps received the news reported by their subordinates, many people were stunned. Who would have thought that this great man who had been silent in the long river of history for hundreds of years would be called out by name again in this situation? What are they going to do? The bearded officer, whose actual name was Albert, was surprised. Could it be that these people thought that they could absolve themselves of their crimes by just shouting General Note's name? On the side, another division commander with thick eyebrows and big eyes snorted coldly. Can't you see this? They are obviously inciting people. As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. As a former general of the Star Federation, the leader of the Expeditionary Force, and the founder of the Space Corps, General Note is undoubtedly a spiritual symbol in the hearts of the people of the Space Corps. Even the city of Note is named after him. The reason why General Note left the Star Federation and established the Expeditionary Force was because the Star Federation had long suppressed the military faction, which made the army not get the rights and interests it deserved for many years. It was because of this that this great man led his subordinates to leave the Star Federation and embark on a long expedition to find a new home. Later, they came to the Ares star cluster, which also laid the foundation for the current territory of the Space Corps. General Note would never abandon his comrades, nor would he abandon an old soldier who had fought with him on the battlefield. During Note's reign, the factions between the divisions and the military were not as serious as they are now, and the benefits enjoyed by those retired veterans and wounded soldiers were not worse than those in service. It's a pity that such a scene has long become a thing of the past. In fact, many people in the upper echelons know in their hearts that those marginalized people who were excluded from the main body of the Space Corps have always been resentful of the current Space Corps authorities. But no one takes them seriously. After all, with such a huge disparity in status between the two parties, who would care about the thoughts of an ant? Once they become old, weak, sick and disabled and retire from their old positions. They will be regarded as social garbage and abandoned. No one will care how much they have contributed to the Space Corps. And no one will remember the glory they have won in the past. On the surface, these people are just shouting the name of General Note. But in fact, people with discerning eyes know that those people are not missing General Note himself. They are missing the era when General Note was in power. These guys are obviously using General Note to slap the faces of the top leaders. But knowing is knowing. What can they do? Shut up all these people? They are just shouting the name of General Note. Unlike the anger of other people around. The players look thoughtful. Chop pepper fish head. Why are these people doing this? Braise hair tail. That's right. The trial is over. And those who should be convicted have been convicted. Do they want to protest? Steam Sea Base, you say? Could all this be instructed by the seance? Players. So that's it. The recent seance has been so low-key that it's hard to believe. But it was waiting for them here. Like the players. Clover. Holland and others couldn't help but connect this matter with the seance. The seance itself also had a hand in this assassination. It's hard not to suspect that the current situation has nothing to do with the seance. Especially now that I know more about this organization. I feel more frightened. These people obviously know more about the problems within the Space Corps than they do. The seance brings together those who are excluded from the mainstream of the Space Corps, buys them off with money, and uses them for their own purposes. After that, they use their hatred for the current Space Corps leaders to start provoking class contradictions and make them antagonistic. If it is true as they guessed, then the seance may not only want to provoke a war between the Space Corps and the future alliance. They may also want to directly overthrow their regime. After figuring this out, Cloverfield, Holland, and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Perhaps they have been trapped in the enemy's trap for a long time without knowing it. This demonstration in the prison may just be the beginning. And in places they don't know, there may be more crises waiting for them. Recalling the truth told by the gods not long ago, Clover sighed and said, let's solve the current situation first. In addition, we must find that arc chip and destroy it completely. In the vast universe billions of kilometers away from Ares, at a coordinate that has not been detected for a long time, an inconspicuous space station is running in a low-key manner. This space station named Ark was built in the late Gaba era and has a history of more than 300 years. No one can imagine that such an antique can still operate normally today. And it can also deceive everyone and stir up trouble in the future galaxy today. After a special electric current noise, 2 message prompts were received in succession on the core Ark chip of the space station. One of them came from Beta, and the other from Ares. These 2 messages were encrypted and needed to be deciphered by a special program to understand the contents. So it didn't matter if they were accidentally detected or intercepted by someone. For hundreds of years, they have been communicating with ground organizations lurking on other planets in this way. At present, the 2 strings of data messages that had just arrived were quickly deciphered by the ghost passengers on the Ark. The plan has been achieved. Safe retreat. Seeing the messages from his subordinates one after another, the creator couldn't help but chuckle with joy. Finally here. The gate of God does not exist at all. You have all been deceived. Early that morning, Traka, the chairman of the Future Alliance, who had just arrived at the office, saw such a note on his desk. At first, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was a prank made by the opposition with ulterior motives. Until then he found that Yerev and the few members of the seance who followed him had all disappeared. At that moment, everyone realized that they had been fooled by this group of hateful charlatans. This is simply the worst situation. It is precisely because they believed the words of these liars that they relied on the support of the Gate of God to provoke the Space Corps fearlessly and assassinate Clover again and again. But now, the other party told them that all this was a lie. Such a result is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Obviously, they have been deceived by this group of liars and are in a dilemma. Without the trump card of the Gate of God, no one knows how much chance they have left to face the Space Corps head-on with their current strength. What should we do now? With a long sigh, Traka looked at the other senior executives around him, trying to pry a solution out of the minds of these people. Susie's did not speak. He had reminded these people before that pie in the sky would not fall. But at that time, no one took it seriously. Some radicals even said that as long as they could win, it didn't matter even if the pie was poisonous. It is precisely because of their arrogant ideas that they will do things to the extreme. Now that things have come to this point, there are few solutions left for them. Even a rational and smart person like Susie's is like this. And the radicals are even more at a loss. Especially the Minister of Strategy, Bolike. who first proposed the theory that the pie is poisonous, and it doesn't matter. The reason why he dared to speak so arrogantly before was largely because he relied on the secret weapon of the Gate of God. Now, after losing the support of the Gate of God, he dared not boast as much as before. After all, even the military did not dare to guarantee that they would win after the war. It was obviously an irrational decision to put everything of the future alliance on the gambling table under uncertainty. Seeing that no one answered, Suzy's thought about it and finally said, "We must make a decision." He looked at everyone with a fixed gaze. Should we bow our heads and find ways to ease the relationship with the Space Legion? Or just go all the way and completely tear our faces with them? Hearing this, the radicals were like a firecracker that was lit and exploded. Bow to the Space Corps? Are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? Facing the curses of a group of radical officials, Suzy's remained calm and just glanced at them coldly. If they don't bow, the only option left is to go to war. As soon as these words came out, the radical officials, who had been shouting the most suddenly seemed to be poisoned and silent. Then Suzy continued, "And once the war starts, we may not get much benefit. You have all seen the abilities of those space slimes. If Clover uses them on a large scale on the battlefield in the future, it is still unknown whether our soldiers can win." On the opposite side, Meg, the minister of the military, opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to refute. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Suzy interrupted him and said, "I know we can use weapons of mass destruction, but the problem is that the Space Corps does not have those things. They can even use some unnoticed ways to quietly transport those slimes to our territory and secretly deploy high-risk weapons. After all, these slimes are small, soft and easy to hide. In addition, they are smart and well-organized. If we are determined, we may not be able to find them in the first time. Don't forget that we haven't even caught all the spies deployed by the Space Legion here, let alone the slimes with smaller targets. If the war can't bring benefits but only losses, then what reason do we have to continue?" Suzy's words are reasonable. Hearing this, Meg, who was originally a little indignant, shut up immediately. Obviously, there is only one way before them. If you don't want to burn all the people in the future alliance into the chariot, you can only choose to sacrifice your face and take the initiative to ease the relationship. Chapter 474 Countdown to Destruction. While the future alliance was thinking about how to show goodwill while avoiding damaging their own face, the Space Corps on the other side was also feeling uneasy because of the unexpected backup plan of the descendants. In Note City Prison Number 2, the criminals who had been making trouble before finally stopped shouting. This was not because the prison guards' threat of force had finally worked, but because the players used their skills to shut them up. Looking at the prisoners, who were leaning against the wall and unable to move, the prison guards looked shocked and frightened. Since the secret that the cosmic slime is the messenger of the God of the universe is currently only known to the senior officials of the council, in their eyes, these slimes are still the latest secret weapons developed by the Space Corps. After seeing how the players controlled a group of people in a few seconds, their fear of slime suddenly soared to the top. No wonder Marshal Clover arranged such a grand military exercise press conference for the cosmic slime. With such a powerful secret weapon, why should the Space Corps fear the future alliance? As long as they want. These slimes with high IQ can even control anyone. The players don't know how much shock their display of skills has brought to the NPCs in front of them. After controlling all the criminals who were making trouble, they first found the guys who led the trouble. Then let a player with hypnosis induction skills interrogate these people alone. It didn't take long to learn that this incident was indeed related to the seance. Long before the action, Black Mask had reminded these killers that if they were caught, they should answer truthfully and don't have to deliberately conceal the seance. After the interrogation, they can stir up trouble in the prison, brainwash the prisoners, and instigate them to escape from prison. By then, Note City will face a lot of trouble. Although such a plan sounds a bit far-fetched at first, due to the prisoner escape incidents in several prisons on the deserted planet before, the player's perspective on the problem will naturally not be as single as before. The most typical example is the Blackstone town, where the former prison number 444 is located. It has experienced a series of changes, such as prisoners escaping from prison, prisoners proclaiming themselves as kings and exchanging fire with other prisons and being destroyed, and local people being enslaved by the new prison again and starting to take the road of resistance, which has become what it is today. If these people's plan is really successful, no one can say whether Note City will become the next Blackstone town in the future. Of course, according to the nature of the seance, it is almost impossible for Note City and even the entire Space Corps society to develop in a good direction. On the contrary, the probability of being dragged into the water by this series of riots is higher. After listening to the confessions of the prisoners, Dallon couldn't help but say, to be honest, I can't understand it. Why do those scientists insist on avenging Golda Star after so many years? In general, hatred is always the strongest at the time of the incident, and it will only become weaker and weaker with the passage of time. Unless it is a deep-rooted hatred such as killing one's father and mother, no one will persist for so long. What's more, that's more than 300 years. 300 years? What can't be done? Instead of taking revenge, it's better to think about how to liberate the hometown, so that the deserted planet can be rebuilt. Maybe it's because their lives are infinitely close to eternity. Bird of Paradise paused and said, don't forget that they are digital life now. As long as the chips and machines carrying data are not broken, they can live forever. Such a long life must find something to do. Otherwise they will be so boring floating in this vast universe. Rim, as my wife rolled her eyes, to put it bluntly. They are just idle, and have nothing to do. Hearing this, Dallon took medicine and shook his head and sighed. I don't understand the thoughts of these NPCs. It's really weird. It's right not to understand. Mighty and Indomitable said, this shows that we are normal people. The reason why villains are villains is that most of their brain circuits are abnormal. Dallon took medicine and nodded in agreement. That's right. Rim is my wife. So where's the Ark chip and the space station? If we find that thing, we can catch all those grandsons of the Seance. Hearing this, the Snail Noodle King couldn't help but interject. When our group explored the number 7 launch center before, we dug up a lot of information. I remember that there seemed to be content about the Ark plan in it. Those materials were later scanned into the official website, Setting Collection. Now you should be able to find it by looking through the Setting Collection. Players. Hack. How could they forget such an important thing? Actually, it's not their fault. Except for some historical plot research parties, who like to study the background of the game, or like to collect character illustrations. Ordinary players will not read the Setting Collection carefully when they have nothing to do. Especially this time. They were thrown into a parallel world as soon as the event went online. Everyone was busy exploring the map and encountered NPCs to trigger tasks. How could they think so far? If it weren't for Rem's casual remark just now, I'm afraid that even the Snail Noodle King who participated in the exploration of the number 7 launch center would not remember that they still had this trump card in their hands. Thinking of this, the players couldn't help but laugh at their own late realization. So for so long, they have been holding gold and looking for gold. Although the reaction was a bit slow. Fortunately, the ending is good. Now, they not only hold the script in their hands, but also the coordinates of the enemy's base camp. In this case, there is nothing to worry about. The abnormal movement in the prison was suppressed. And the messengers also brought new confessions from the troublemakers. After learning about the plan of the seance, the expressions of the top leaders were slightly complicated. I didn't expect the seance to have such an idea. Clover sighed, just as the messengers reminded. Those people have been planning all this for a long time. It's just that we didn't know it. In fact, Clover's words were still a bit euphemistic. All their attention in these years has been on the future alliance. As for other things, how could they have the leisure to pay attention? Otherwise, they would not have waited until the incident to know that the seance had made these plans on their own territory. Wilk, although we have controlled those people now, it is only temporary after all. Because once people have their own thoughts, it will become very easy to find loopholes. Since the seance has planted the seeds of resistance in these people's hearts, no matter how much they try to stop them, they will sooner or later go down this path. Hearing this, Clover looked up and looked at him steadily. Just tell me what you are going to do. Wilk was stunned when he heard this, and shook his head and said, no. Clover was a little surprised. Then Wilk said calmly, although I haven't come up with a response strategy yet, I think the gods should have an idea. Hearing this, everyone present focused their eyes on the group of slimes in front of them. Sure enough, an orange-red slime coughed lightly and jumped out. To be honest with you, not long ago, the god of the universe gave us a new hint. That is the coordinates of the location of the creators of the seance. The surprise came too suddenly. Even Wilk was shocked by the other party's words. Ignoring the surprised expressions of the NPCs, Mighty and Unyielding continued, that is an old space station. We can send someone to check the situation first. Are you telling the truth? Trying his best to control his excitement, Clover asked nervously. Of course. Mighty and Unyielding glanced at him indifferently, with the style of a messenger of God. Would we lie to you about this? Clover was relieved when he heard it. He murmured, "God of the universe bless you." Hearing this, the surrounding high-level officials looked sideways. It seemed unbelievable that their marshal actually betrayed the god of war and switched to the door of the god of the universe. Although in today's Aries, few people believe in gods. But believing or not is one thing. Switching to another is another. Although there are quite a few complaints in my heart. Who let a group of messengers of the god of the universe stand in front of him? The senior executives thought about it, and finally held back their words. Just when the players copied the space station coordinates found in the official website, setting set to Cloverfield, footsteps suddenly came from outside the meeting room. The next second, Cloverfield's secretary knocked on the door and walked in. Report to the marshal. Just now, we received a communication signal from an unknown source. After analysis, we got this string of information. As he said that, the secretary turned on the holographic projection. There was only one line of words written on it. Goddess plan started. Galaxy destruction countdown, 99 hours, 45 minutes and 28 seconds. Seeing such a suspected prank message, the easily excited reckless people in the senior executives, such as Albert, could not help it. Are these guys treating us as fools? Think that sending such a sentence can scare us? Just like these people's indignation. After seeing the content of this note, the players couldn't help but spit foul words. You Lao Lu, damn it. This is actually a limited time task. Chop pepper fish head, damn. The parallel world is going to be destroyed? We haven't done anything yet. Mighty and unyielding, that's right. The planner is too bad. Isn't it? We just found the coordinates. And the countdown has already started? Dallon takes medicine, although, isn't the purpose of the seance to instigate a fight between the Space Legion and the Future Alliance? Where did this seance plan come from? Rem is my wife, who knows? Maybe the big boss behind the scenes just wants to play tricks on these people? Bird of Paradise, I don't think it's a joke. Otherwise, why haven't the Future Alliance and the Space Corps fought for so many years? Obviously, this seance plan is their real purpose. Gotham Iron Man, the old bird is right. Maybe from the beginning, the purpose of the seance was not to provoke them to fight. Let the two forces fight each other just to make it easier for themselves to fish in troubled waters. Think about it. More than 300 years have passed since the seance was founded. More than 300 years are just to provoke a war between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. Don't you think it's a waste of time? But if they have been secretly researching weapons that can destroy the entire galaxy for more than 300 years, then, does all this make sense? Hearing this, the players were all stunned. Then, they said, WTF. It was a pity that the people around could not understand the players' beautiful Chinese curses. They thought that the gods were using the language of gods to severely criticize the actions of the seance. In the chaotic scene, Clover sighed deeply, and then raised his voice. Stop arguing. Whether it is true or false, we have to wait and see. Besides, we don't have much time left. If it is true, all of us will be finished. After that, Clover immediately handed the coordinates provided by the players to Bentley, the commander-in-chief of the Space Legion Army. We must find that space station within 3 days. Hearing this, the players who were cursing the dog planner for being inhumane before couldn't help but shudder, and then stretched out their tentacles and waved their hands. We will go too. And me. And me. Seeing the gods' excited performance, Clover was stunned. The players obviously realized that such performance was a bit of a collapse of the character. So they hurriedly made up for it. Preventing the destruction of this world is the task assigned by the God of the universe. This is the fundamental reason why we are here. Please let us participate. Chapter 475 Departure. On the official forum of WildStar World Plus. A sudden piece of news was like a thunderclap that instantly blew up all the online and offline players. Big news! The parallel world has entered the countdown to destruction. There are still about 4 days left, and the galaxy where the parallel world is located will be completely destroyed. I am your father, huh? Scorching sun? Strawberry donut, what the HL? Chocolate lava cake, what's going on? Why is it so sudden? Being asked and watched by a bunch of players. Weiwubuki, who had accumulated enough attention, explained the whole thing. Aren't these the killers who were caught a few days ago, making trouble in the prison? Our group accepted the task to investigate the situation in the prison. Rem used his skills to control the people and interrogated them one by one. Unexpectedly, he really got something out of it. It turns out that the old guys of the Seance Society were mean and cunning. They retreated and left a backup plan. They let these killers make a commotion in the prison and instigated other prisoners to escape. If we hadn't controlled it in time, we really didn't know what would happen in Note City next. We initially thought that these people were just planning to cause civil unrest in Note City. But we didn't expect that the Seance Society would send a warning of the countdown to the destruction of the galaxy to the Space Corps at this time. Mighty and unyielding. Screenshot.jpg. After posting the screenshots, not only old players, but also some new players, who were still wandering around the old map of the novice village also appeared. Bronze Slime. Damn! Silver Slime. I'm Jiao. They are not bluffing. Are they? Diamond Slime. I doubt it too. Is that Seance Society so powerful? Can it destroy the entire galaxy? Gloria, it shouldn't be that way. After all, the introduction of this event said that we should prevent the destruction of the parallel world. And since the Seance Society has been dormant for more than 300 years, it must want to make a big wave. Aatrox, that's right. The leader also said that if they just wanted to provoke a war between the Future Alliance and the Space Legion, it wouldn't take so long. Mighty and unyielding, that's right. 300 years? The Qin dynasty was destroyed. Why not do something else in such a long time? Maybe they have developed antimatter weapons, such as black hole bombs. Diamond Slime. Silver Slime. Damn! Are they playing such a big game? Sheep Village Boiling Sheep. By the way, if there really is a black hole bomb, can we still beat it? Gotham Iron Man. We are definitely not at an advantage in a head-on confrontation. So we have to learn to steal the home. Squinting Smile. Sheep Village Boiling Sheep. Steal the home? Snail Noodle King. The setting collection contains relevant information about the ARC project, secretly implemented by the No. 7 Launch Center, which also records the specific coordinates of the space station where the ARC chip is located. If they have not moved for so many years, then we can still find these digital ghosts. Sheep Village Fiangyang. Shocked Face. So this event is actually an open book exam. The past guide has actually been written long ago. Silver Slime. 6. Diamond Slime. There is one thing I still don't understand. Since the Seance Society has been researching weapons that can destroy galaxies for a long time, why do they deliberately stir up trouble between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps? Why not just wait until the weapons are successfully developed and then use a big move? Bird of Paradise. It's very simple. The founders of the Seance Society are all a group of digital ghosts. It is not convenient for them to do many things without a physical body. Think about it. Can a small space station isolated from the world collect enough materials to develop and make weapons? Even if these digital ghosts don't need to eat, drink water or sleep, the energy problem of running the space station must be solved. That's why they need helpers. And the Seance Society needs to develop offline members. It is to help those digital ghosts do things that they are not convenient to do. And obtaining some scarce energy or military materials will inevitably attract the attention of the Space Corps and the Future Alliance authorities. So letting the two parties fight each other can also divert some attention. The Seance Society can also take the opportunity to insert its people into these two major forces. Not only to obtain resources more conveniently, but also to gather intelligence. Killing two birds with one stone. Silver Slime. Shocked Face. Awesome. Diamond Slime. I see. Bronze Slime. Throwing a tantrum. Why can't newcomers participate in this event? I want to go to the parallel world. 2. Diamond Slime. +1. I also want to see what the destruction of the galaxy looks like. I just want to broaden my horizons. Squinting Smile. Silver Slime. Compared to the parallel world, I want to go to space myself. But I haven't even been to Sand City since I entered the game. Lighting a cigarette. God's Envoy. Not a gentleman, me too. I really want to go to Zukum Star to see the Orc Lady. Kuduvidu. Oh. I want to too. I heard there are maid costumes in the tavern. Hard eyes. Unconsciously, under the leadership of some unserious players, the originally serious topic was unconsciously led astray. Looking at the constantly refreshing dirty talk in the comment area, Xiao Ming, who was silently peeking at the screen in the background, frowned speechlessly. Can these players really save the world D6188 as the observer thought? It feels a bit difficult. In addition to Xiao Ming, the planner, the Future Alliance authorities also feel difficult. Not long ago, they also received the same warning message as the Space Corps. However, unlike the Space Corps, who were on high alert, with a previous experience of being fooled, the Future Alliance leaders now only suspected that this was another new prank by the Seance. Murphy, in my opinion, there is no need to take this seriously. Do you want to experience the lesson not long ago again? As soon as this was said, the hesitant leaders were immediately in a dilemma. At first, It was the seance messenger named Yerev who took the initiative to come to the door and claimed that the seance could provide them with all the research data of the legendary God's Gate project. At first, they did not fully believe what the other party said. Until later, Yerev showed them a video about the God's Gate. It was at this time that the leaders began to change their minds. In order to obtain the Gate of God, they were basically led by the Spirit Society during this period. When the matter became serious, the scammers patted their butts and disappeared. They only left a message like, "You have been deceived," to make everyone regret it. At present, they have not recovered from the PTSD of being deceived before, and the other party has returned to his old ways. It is hard not to doubt whether what they said is true or false. After all, the wolf has been cried many times, and it is hard for people to believe even if they tell the truth. Susie's pushed his glasses. I don't deny that these guys may be lying, but I can't be sure that their message this time is definitely not true. If it is just to fool us, they can't just leave such a short message. At least they should tell us what we should do to resolve the crisis. This is just like the kidnappers asking for ransom from the hostages' families before releasing the hostages. On the side, Meg nodded, and it was rare to reach a consensus with Susie's. We were just deceived not long ago, and just telling us that the galaxy will be destroyed in the future will not have any effect, because no one will believe them. In this case, is there any need for them to do this? Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Yes, knowing that they would not believe their words. Is there any need for the seance to do this? Unless the message on this message is true. The reason why the other party told them this was simply to see them struggling in the pain of death. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. If this is true, why did they do this? Is there any benefit for them? Thinking about this question now is completely meaningless. After a long silence, Chairman Traka suddenly spoke up. It turns out that they are a group of lunatics. You can't know what their next plan is. So, don't guess. What we have to do now is to figure out what means they plan to use to destroy the future galaxy. As he said, Traka paused. If what is said above is true, then the other party should not only notify us, but maybe the Space Corps has also received this message. It concerns the future of the entire galaxy. Whether we like it or not, we can only bow our heads for now. Just when Traka sent someone to send a message to Clover, the high-ranking officials of the Space Corps on the other side had no time to care. At the military base outside Note City, a pitch-black spaceship was parked at an empty airport. Like the huge space carrier Conquer the Future that some players had seen on Ares during the closed beta period, the shape of this spaceship in front of them also looked like a manta ray. However, its size was obviously much smaller than the space carrier Conquer the Future. To put it in a more vivid way, it was almost the difference between a blue whale and a dolphin. Although its size was as large as the Conquer the Future, its flying speed was the fastest. Time was short, and the task was heavy. Only a fast enough means of transportation could perfectly deliver people to the target location before the crisis came. At this moment, the passenger cabin of this mini manta ray was filled with slimes of various colors and patterns. Since the spaceship itself did not have a large capacity, the players could only squeeze together. Although AZ felt uncomfortable in the crowded ride, the players ignored these flaws when they thought that they were about to face the final boss. Anyway, running the map is equivalent to hanging up, so they can be offline. What does it have to do with Wuhan Sand if the slime is uncomfortable riding the spaceship? Humans do not share the joys and sorrows. In the next cabin, the 3rd Division of the Space Corps, which also participated in the mission, all wore the latest power armor developed from head to toe. Compared with the slime players next door, who seemed to have crossed over from the children's channel, these power armors filled with the solemnity of soldiers seemed particularly out of place. It's a pity that no one has the leisure to consider these trivial issues at the moment. They only worry about whether they can complete the task assigned by the superiors on time this time. This time the superior only gave them 3 days. If they fail to complete it, the world is likely to be destroyed. No one can continue to be relaxed and happy under such great pressure. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire cabin suddenly became extremely heavy. However, regardless of joy or sorrow, the spacecraft finally took off from the military base on the outskirts of Note City, dragging a long blue-purple arc of light, rushing out of the clouds and heading straight for the vast universe. An adventure to save the world thus quietly began. Chapter 476, The Grave of the Universe. Looking at the blue-purple arc light disappearing in the horizon, Clover looked serious. I hope they can catch up in time. If possible, he hoped that all this was just a clumsy prank. However, reason and emotion told him that the possibility of this situation was very low. Back in the office, the secretary hurried over and reported seriously. Marshall, just now the Future Alliance sent a message that their chairman Traka hopes to talk to you. Hearing this, Clover was stunned, obviously a little surprised by the news. After all, they had no official communication with the Future Alliance a long time ago. In addition, in recent years, the Future Alliance secretly caused him to be in danger again and again, which made the relationship between the two sides fall to the freezing point. Now at this awkward time, the other party suddenly came to the door, which made it difficult not to doubt their motives. He didn't forget that these guys had flirted with the descendants. Although he had already determined that Traka's active contact this time was not good, Clover decided to accept the call after weighing it again and again. He had to meet him in person to find out what the other party was up to. On the other side, Traka, who was waiting for Clover's response, finally got the person he wanted to see. Looking at the holographic projection flashing in front of him, Traka breathed a sigh of relief. What a rare guest. Traka. On the other side, Clover's face was not very good. Although there was a smile on his lips, there was no smile in his eyes. It seemed that he would turn against him in the next second. But even so, Traka still squeezed out a smile and greeted the other party. After all, you can't hit a smiling person, and their Future Alliance is already in the wrong. It's nothing to bow your head a little. Anyway, it's impossible for him to sit in the position of chairman forever. Even if he gives in to the other party, it's purely a personal behavior. As expected, seeing Traka's kind and flattering appearance, Clover was embarrassed to continue to embarrass him, and only asked, "What is the reason for you to find me this time?" Seeing that Clover was not going to talk too much, Traka stopped talking and explained his purpose. To be honest, we just received such news. Looking at the same warning message on the screen, Clover was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. Was this a conspiracy between the Future Alliance and the Seance? Or was it really true? After all, in his cognition, the Seance and the Future Alliance have always been allies. Even Yara pretended to betray, but actually worked for his old boss. The only one who was deceived and fooled from beginning to end was their Space Corps. No one could say whether the current situation was another trap set by the other party. Although he was skeptical, he soon calmed down. After all, it was really unnecessary to deceive people with such a big event as the destruction of the galaxy. What's more, the messengers had already conveyed the prophecy of the God of the universe. This world is about to be destroyed. This coincided with the message the Seance gave to both of them. The Seance Society wants to destroy the entire future galaxy, which is obviously contrary to the idea of the Future Alliance. In this case, the alliance between the Future Alliance and the Seance Society is not unbreakable from the beginning. To put it bluntly, the two parties are just taking advantage of each other. Because interests come together, and sooner or later, they will separate because of interests. Although it is unknown what happened between the Future Alliance and the Seance Society, that the top leaders of the Future Alliance have changed their tit-for-tat attitude in the past. It is obvious that the situation behind this must be quite tricky. Now that Traka has taken the initiative to contact him, it is obviously the result of the collapse of the relationship between the two sides. And this warning message of the countdown to the destruction of the galaxy obviously made them feel a real sense of crisis. That's why they had to choose to bow their heads and actively send him a signal to ease the relationship. After figuring this out, Clover's vigilance gradually dispelled a lot. It is related to the safety of the entire galaxy, even if he has not completely let go of his grudges against the Future Alliance. As the Marshal of the Space Corps, he has to consider the overall situation. Now that the other party is willing to talk openly, there is no need for him to continue to hold on to the old grudges. Thinking about it, he said, to be honest, we also received the same information. After getting Clover's affirmative answer, Tarkov breathed a sigh of relief and showed an expression of, as expected. Obviously, we were all deceived by that group of liars. Clover did not respond. But this still did not prevent Traka from continuing to criticize on the opposite side. They are a group of lunatics. The reason why they are maneuvering between us is to provoke the relationship between the Space Legion and the Future Alliance, so that one day they can do something as crazy as now. We believed in the slander in the past. I hope you don't mind. Traka's short words contain a lot of information. It is hard not to doubt whether he did it on purpose. But Clover is not a young man after all, who will turn into a firecracker and fight with others after being provoked by someone. He did not follow the other party's words and let the past go. Such polite words. Nor did he ask questions. Nor did he pretend to be stupid and ask what the other party had done in the past. Hearing this, he only asked directly, "It seems that you know their plan?" "No. No. No. We are also victims." But Traka shook his head repeatedly, as if he was afraid of being misunderstood. "And just now, we found that a lot of things were missing from the military warehouse." "Military warehouse?" Clover keenly grasped the key words. What was missing? It was some raw materials for military industry, and some finished and semi-finished weapons, such as laser cannons. It didn't seem to involve any important secrets, and Traka didn't deliberately hide it. Not only the things inside, but also some of the relevant persons in charge were missing. Obviously, they were also members of the seance. It is true that it is a shameful thing to find a traitor in one's own territory, but at the critical moment, Traka can't care about face. What's more, their old rivals are not without loopholes. If we really want to argue, we are just two people who are not as good as each other. Fortunately, Clover is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Hearing this, he did not show obvious ridicule. He only grasped one key point. What do they steal these things for? Seemingly stumped by this question, Traka paused and answered subconsciously, "Maybe they want to use them against us? Or destroy this galaxy?" Clover asked back. "Can the energy of the laser cannon destroy a galaxy?" Traka was speechless. "It is possible that they use them against you." Then Clover continued to say, "Since they were able to steal such a large amount of things without anyone knowing, in addition to having an insider to cover it up, it can only prove that they did not transport the things too far away. If nothing unexpected happens, those things are likely still under territory, and it is very likely that they have been modified into self-destructing weapons." Hearing this, Traka was stunned, and then his eyes widened, with an unbelievable look on his face. "How could this be? Nothing is impossible." Clover sighed. "Since they left the same warning to both of us, it proved that they had made full preparations. Those stolen laser cannons may not destroy the entire galaxy, but it is no problem to destroy you. The most urgent task is to check the key facilities and buildings near the military warehouse, if you still want to survive." Hearing this, Traka was as if he was facing a great enemy, and immediately sent his subordinates to prepare for this matter. Before the video conference ended, Clover continued, "Of course, finding those things does not mean that the crisis can be completely resolved. The reason why they are so arrogant, I guess they may have more terrible weapons in their hands." Hearing this, Traka seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Do you mean dark matter weapons?" Clover did not speak. No matter what it is, they are now in a passive position, and their opponents have been hiding in the dark, making a series of arrangements that they are completely unaware of. If the God of the universe had not sent an envoy, I am afraid that he would have been deceived by the guys in the seance until the real incident happened. By then, he might be as panicked as Traka in front of him. Thinking of this, Koro silently prayed for the warriors and messengers of the 3rd Division in his heart. Hope everything goes well. At the same time, in the vast universe, a black manta ray was rapidly bypassing the asteroid belt and heading towards the deeper darkness. The closer they got to the destination coordinates, the more nervous the soldiers of the 3rd Division became. Although they were the elites of the Space Corps, this was the first time they had experienced a real life-and-death battle. Not to mention that the battle took place on an antique space station built more than 300 years ago. This unprecedented situation made everyone nervous, fearing that they would make a mistake and ruin the big thing. Unlike the NPCs who were worried, the players were as relaxed as if they went downstairs to take a walk in the park. They didn't feel any tension at all. Perhaps it was because of their identity as players. Or perhaps it was because they were now wearing the immortal vests of slimes. So they have a game mentality when looking at any tense things. Compared with useless tension, they are more looking forward to facing the big boss as soon as possible and ending this uncomfortable space journey. Perhaps the players have been looking forward to it day and night. And the long silent broadcast finally brought exciting news. The target location has been reached. All units are ready to land and fight. After the broadcast, both soldiers and players are ready to go. Outside the porthole of the spacecraft, a huge group of space debris like the moon is floating quietly in the endless night. Some of these wreckages are damaged aircraft. Some are space stations that have experienced many years of wind and rain. And some are fragments that fell from unknown machines. This place is like a grave of history and the universe. Dead silent. Seeing such a scene, the players can't help but widen their eyes. My God, how much garbage must there be here? Although this is not their first time to experience interstellar travel, it is the first time to see so much space debris. They understand why the ARC plan arranged the location of the space station here. Anyone with a normal brain in the galaxy would not come here to hang around. It is precisely because of the cover of so much garbage debris that those digital ghosts were able to hide here for more than 300 years without being discovered by anyone. Chapter 477. Is there a bug again? Warning. A UFO has invaded the God's domain. And the straight line distance to us is only 2,000 kilometers. A cold mechanical voice came from the control room of the space station. Hearing the voice, the two artificial intelligences, who were concentrating on the chess game in front of them, stopped immediately. Can you confirm their identities? Please wait. The cold mechanical voice paused for a moment and continued. From the appearance of the aircraft and the text on the paint, it seems to be from the Space Corps. Should we shoot it down immediately? Hearing this, one of the silver-white painted bionic robots joked, it seems that those people are not completely stupid, and they can find this place. Shoot it down. The silver-gray painted bionic robot on the opposite side said, this cemetery has not been visited by any living person for hundreds of years, and there will be no living person in the future. After receiving the command, the cold mechanical sound sounded again, target locked. Phase gun activated. Muzzle calibrated. Launch countdown. Ignoring the little bug that appeared near the space station, the two continued the unfinished chess game. At this moment, the closed alloy door on the opposite side suddenly opened, and a tall man in black walked out from inside. He looked extremely handsome, and his relaxed demeanor made him look like a popular movie star in the past interstellar movies. Of course, this was just an appearance. In fact, if you look closely, you can find that his skin is like some kind of metallic inorganic matter, although it is flawless but lifeless. Although they have abandoned their human bodies, there are still many creators who choose to create a new human body for themselves after experiencing the digitization of their soul consciousness. After all, the flesh will rot and die, but the machine will never. If the parts are rusted and aged, just replace them with a new one to solve all problems. For these scientists who have mastered the technology of bionic people, it is not difficult to make a perfect body for themselves. More than 300 years is enough for a dynasty to go from creation to decline. And these scientists, who are already extremely smart, can naturally learn new knowledge in these long years. Not only artificial intelligence technology, they also master applied physics, astrophysics, aerospace, military industry, and all other subjects that can be explored and applied in practice. The man in black, or call him Cliff. This is a very old name. So old that he was just an ordinary researcher at the No. 7 Launch Center at that time. But times have changed, and now he has transformed into the founder of the Seance, the chief creator of the Seance. When they saw Cliff appear, the two people who were busy playing chess stopped immediately. Without pursuing the practice of these people neglecting their duties during work, Cliff asked directly, "What's the situation?" Obviously, he was asking about the alarm just now. The guy with silver-white paint waved his hand. Nothing happened. It's just a group of bugs. We have let Ethel solve it. Ethel is the name of the control system of this space station. It was also the intelligent AI of the No. 7 Launch Center. But this is an old story from more than 300 years ago. Without the intellectual plug-in, it is no different from other ordinary AI systems. Cliff ignored him and turned to look at the silver-gray painted bionic robot next to him. Be careful. We are at the critical moment of the plan. Yes. Watching Cliff's back as he left, the silver-white bionic man, who was nodding and smiling, suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This guy is simply so hateful. A mere researcher is actually pressing on my head. I am the director." The silver-gray bionic robot next to him is still calm as usual, obviously not caring about it. That was more than 300 years ago. We can't always look back. What's more, if it weren't for Cliff, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to hold on until now. The director was silent when he heard this, and no longer continued to curse like before. The silver-gray painted bionic robot, actually named Ronald, the former assistant director, said, "As long as the descent plan is achieved, we can open a new era. God will sweep everything from the old world into the grave. In the new world, we can create a paradise without fighting." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the white space garbage dump outside the porthole, muttering, "According to the time, those bugs should have been solved. Gotham Iron Man, damn it. What's going on? Why did I get offline? Kaylee, me too. Gloria, hack you. Are we going to be wiped out? Silver slime? Bronze slime, shocked face, were we wiped out? Diamond slime, oh no. Gulu Gulu, move the bench. God's messenger. Not a gentleman. The fat orange with melon seeds and peanuts in the front row. Gotham Iron Man, don't be such a pessimist. How could we be wiped out for no reason? Gloria, although. A light flashed outside the window just now. And then, there was a bang. And I was offline by the time I reacted. Scratching head. Rem is my wife. Damn! Me too. Gloria, oh my goodness. Rem? Did you guys come down too? Bird of Paradise, it looks like everyone has come down. Gloria, so our mission failed this time? Bird of Paradise, no hint. It's not certain yet. Wait for resurrection. Gloria, but isn't there less than 2 days left for the mission? By the time we resurrect and go online. It's probably too late. Fake Kayleigh. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Gloria, Q to the power of Q. Who would have thought that a few hours ago, they were bragging on the forum that they were about to save the world and win the MVP of this event. But in the blink of an eye, they were all GG. What's more frustrating is that they don't even know how they died. Bird of Paradise, by the way. Where are Weiwu and Daoling? I haven't seen them since a while ago. Rem is my wife. Maybe he was too emo and didn't log into the forum. Gloria, come to think of it, Aatrox didn't show up either. Brick-carrying boy, Yahua is missing too. He didn't even reply to my WeChat or DD messages. After some reminders, the players who had died and logged off found that they were more or less missing teammates. This is obviously abnormal. According to the personality of those guys. Every time they die, they have to go to the forum to howl and vent? Why is it so quiet this time? For a moment, the players who realized it later remembered one thing. Could they still be alive? Realizing this, everyone immediately checked the online status of their teammates. Then, the forum suddenly burst into a series of, "Wow! Rem is my wife." Shocked face, they are still online. Gotham Iron Man, damn! This is impossible? Is there a bug in the game again? At this time, Xiaoming also looked puzzled, looking at the spaceship that exploded and shattered in a dazzling light in the video screen. Xiaoming turned his head in disbelief and looked at the player's light spot that was still flashing on the summoner map next to him. In this situation, he can still be alive. How is this possible? In fact, not only Xiaoming was confused, but even the players themselves were a little confused. The shield has been turned on and has prevented 95% of the damage. The moment he sensed the crisis, the Snail Noodle King activated his defense skills without thinking. The other players around him, who also had high perception points and high defense skills, did the same. There was a thunderous roar outside the spaceship. A dazzling white light flashed, and the shock wave of the explosion rushed towards them with a heat wave. In just a moment, the players lost consciousness. In a daze, they felt that the spaceship seemed to have hit something and then broke into pieces. Then the part of the cabin where they were was pulled and pushed by a powerful force in a direction that they didn't even know. In the process, the Snail Noodle King saw a lot of terrified faces and colorful slimes flying around. After that, he fainted. It was a real physical fainting, not just a simple game disconnection. When he woke up again, there was a strange white in front of him. It seemed that because of the weightlessness, he was floating in a huge white pipe, and he couldn't see the way he came from or the end at a glance. This is where, recalling what happened before he fainted, the Snail Noodle King slightly widened his black bean eyes. After such a strong explosion, he was still alive? Before the Snail Noodle King could exclaim, a sentence came from behind him. Hack! I am still alive? He looked over and saw several slimes of different colors and patterns arguing there. He looked closely at the IDs and found that they were all old acquaintances. And around them, there were several soldiers wearing power armor still floating in the air, and they didn't know whether they were unconscious or dead. Looking at each other, several young players suddenly realized. Could it be that they triggered the hidden plot of this event mission? Thinking of this, the few people who were still feeling anxious because of the current situation suddenly jumped for joy. However, before they could be happy for a while, there was a rumbling sound in front of them, accompanied by a strong suction force. There was no time to react. The players were like falling into a vacuum cleaner, spitting wildly in a white pipe. Just when the Snail Noodle King felt that his stomach was about to be shaken out, the sudden chaos finally ended. Disinfection system started. While he was dazed, the Snail Noodle King, who was lying on the cold ground, heard a flat and waveless electronic sound from above his head. Subconsciously, he wanted to open his eyes to see what the I was going on. But he was sprayed with cold air in the face. Damn! What the L? Not only him, But also the players around him cursed one after another. After the short spray disinfection, there was a sound of drip, and the tightly closed white wall at the end of the pipe suddenly split into two. It happened too suddenly. Before the players had time to open their eyes covered with disinfectant spray, they heard a buzzing sound from the passage on the other side of the wall, like some kind of flying insect or a drone started. The next second, the players, who had no choice but to avoid it, heard a familiar exclamation from the opposite side. "Oh my god! What are these things?" Chapter 478 Crossing? Parallel World? Hearing the sound, the Snail Noodle King was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. Not far away, a huge electronic eyeball was slowly floating above the entrance of the passage. The moment he saw the electronic eyeball, the Snail Noodle King recognized that the NPC in front of him was the intelligent AI administrator of the Number 7 Launch Center. Damn! Eel? Obviously, it was not only the Snail Noodle King who recognized Eel, but also other players. For a moment, the players immediately discussed the current situation. So are we in the Number 7 Launch Center now? It doesn't look like it. Is there such a large pipeline in the Number 7 Launch Center? Maybe there was before the war, when we dug the grave. It had been more than 300 years. Even if there was, it might have been destroyed in the war. That makes sense. Hearing that the strange spherical creatures with different colors and patterns in front of him suddenly became agitated and even spoke some language that he couldn't understand at all, the electronic eye couldn't help but step back. Obviously, it was frightened by the situation in front of it. Although he didn't know what these creatures were, it was obvious that they invaded here. Having made a judgment, Ethel immediately turned on the alarm. Warning! There are intruders at the entrance of the passage. Being caught off guard by a familiar NPC and turned into a red-named boss, the players didn't care about being surprised and hurriedly switched the language system to explain. Ethel, don't you remember me? It was you who took us to visit the Number 7 Launch Center. Yes. You also told us about the ARC chip. Hearing that the non-human creature in front of him suddenly called out his name accurately and mentioned the ARC chip, Ethel couldn't help but pause for a moment. It stopped the alarm and looked at these strange creatures doubtfully. Do we really know each other? Why don't I remember anything you said? Seeing that Edel was finally willing to give them a chance to explain, the players were relieved. As the only player present who had close communication with Edel, the Snail Noodle King immediately spoke up. Of course we know each other. Otherwise, how would we know your name? How would we know about the Number 7 Launch Center and the ARC chip? Hearing this, Edel nodded suddenly. That's true. Seeing that the intelligent AI in front of him seemed to be moved by his words, the Snail Noodle King continued, as for why you don't remember us, we are also puzzled. As he said this, he looked at the electronic eyeball in front of him in confusion. Could you have been formatted? Hearing the word format, Edel's reaction suddenly became bigger. No! This is impossible. The Snail Noodle King was not panicked when he was denied, and he just continued to talk about his speculation. That is, you have been repaired, and the memory chip has been deleted. Hearing this, the electronic eyeball floating in the air turned around, and the reaction was no longer as big as before. Maybe that's the case. Eder paused, but I don't remember who you are at all now. Seeing this, Weiwu Buka couldn't help but interrupted. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. We can get to know each other slowly later. However, before he could try to win the other party's favor, the electronic eyeball in front of him suddenly flew away, staring at them vigilantly, and asked seriously, So who are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose? 3 questions came in a row, and the players had to temporarily stop thinking even if they wanted to get close. Snail Noodle King, we are cosmic slimes. As for why we are here, I'm sorry, we don't know the reason. Not long ago, we just experienced an explosion during interstellar navigation. The airflow of the explosion pushed us far away, and when we woke up again, we were already here. To be honest, we are also confused. As for the last question you asked, we have no purpose. Perhaps because the Snail Noodle King's expression and tone were sincere, and he didn't look like he was lying. Even if his words sounded a bit ridiculous, Ethel did not immediately question it, seeing that the electronic eyeball in front of them was no longer as repulsive as it was at the beginning. Other players who were watching silently immediately took advantage of the opportunity to get information. So what is this place? Arc Space Station. Players. Arc Space Station? They actually came in? But they clearly hadn't reached their destination yet, and the spaceship was blown up. What on earth is going on? For a moment, the players who were already confused became even more confused. looking at the rustling of the slimes in front of him. Ethel asked suspiciously, "Don't you know about the arc chip? How come you can't even see this?" Seeing that the NPC in front of him was about to become suspicious again, Aatrox hurriedly said, "We only heard you talk about it before, but we haven't seen it with our own eyes. At that time, you were still in the wilderness." I mean Gulbastar." Ethel shook his round head doubtfully, and did not continue to question. Just when the scene was deadlocked, a noisy sound suddenly came from the passage in the distance. It was as if someone was rushing here. Thinking of Ethel sounding the alarm not long ago, the players immediately became cautious. Sure enough, the next second, a group of people rushed to the end of the silver-white passage. No, to be precise, it was a group of extremely realistic bionic people. Recalling the background story of the number 7 launch center and the plot introduction of the parallel world, the players were immediately alert. Not surprisingly, these people are likely to be the core figures of the seance. The electronic ghost scientists, who have abandoned their human bodies at the number 7 launch center. Like the players, the visitors were also extremely wary of them. This is the invader? Seeing these slimes appearing at the entrance of the passage, the handsome male bionic man in the lead showed a confused expression on his face. "What are these?" Ethel turned around in the air, and then explained to the other party the identity of the player, and the reason for appearing here. After listening to Ethel's words, the male bionic man looked at them, and his expression became more vigilant. But until just now, no explosion signal was detected within a range of 5,000 kilometers from the diameter of the space station. What's more, even if a spacecraft explosion really occurred, the shock wave of the explosion could not fly so far and hit the space station where they were so exactly. And these slimes that speak human language and look weird. The whole thing is really weird everywhere. Not only the NPCs in front of him, but also the players feel weird. When they just woke up, their minds were still a little confused. But now they are beginning to react. The reason why their spaceship suddenly crashed was obviously done by these grandsons of the seance. But now the other party is acting as if nothing happened. If they are not pretending to be stupid, then there must be other reasons behind it. The Snail Noodle King is more inclined to the latter. After all, the people of the seance cannot be unaware of the existence of slimes. Assuming that such a group of uninvited guests appear in your nest, the first reaction should be to find a way to control them. Not to say to catch or kill them. But looking at the other party's performance just now, it is obvious that they are very unfamiliar with the creature of cosmic slime. Others also noticed the unusualness of these NPCs. And for a while, they couldn't help but whisper, "Mighty and unyielding, I always feel that these guys don't seem to know us." Stir-fried kidneys, be more confident. Remove the word, like, mighty and unyielding. This shouldn't be the case. We have been fighting against the descendants for so long. There is no reason for them not to recognize us. Dallon takes medicine, you say. Could they have lost their memory too? Players. Good. The shock wave of the explosion is so strong? Did it blow up their brains as well? Aatrox. But I don't think they have lost their memory. Instead, they really don't recognize us. It may be possible for one person to lose his memory, but it is not easy to make a group of people lose their memory collectively, even if they are all bionic people now. What do you mean? Mighty and Unyielding was a little confused. You don't mean that we have fallen into a parallel space? As soon as the voice fell, Mighty and Unyielding paused, and his black eyes widened instantly. Other players seemed to be awakened by such speculation, and they all showed the same expression. Damn! No wonder this event is called Parallel World. It turns out that there is such a meaning? As if startled by the movement at the entrance of the passage, more and more footsteps were heard from the other end of the passage. However, in a moment, the crowd of people instantly blocked the entire entrance of the passage. Looking at the group of spherical creatures with different colors and patterns in front of them, the bionic people talked about it. What is this? I don't know. It looks really strange. Why do I feel a bit like Gulbas slime? How is it possible? Gulbas slime does not have this color and pattern. Listening to the whispering words in their ears, the players only felt that they were like animals being watched in the zoo at this moment. However, they did not dare to act rashly at the moment. As if the discussion was enough, a female bionic person walked out of the crowd. She first came to the male bionic person in the lead and asked softly about the situation. Then walked to the players and introduced herself. My name is Emily. I am the head of the logistics department of the Ark space station. Can you tell me what happened? Seeing that the players did not answer, her voice became softer. You can understand and speak human language. Right. Not sensing any malicious intent from the NPC in front of him, The players gradually let down their guard. Aatrox spoke first. What happened? We have just explained it. Since you asked again, we will answer you again. We were on a spaceship. But we were suddenly attacked on the way, and the spaceship exploded. When we woke up again, we were already here with you. To be honest, we are also confused. Emily nodded slightly. I heard that you knew Ethel before. Right? Hearing this question, the players looked at each other subconsciously. After a glance exchange, the king of snail noodles took over the conversation. Maybe? Hearing such an ambiguous answer, Emily was obviously a little surprised. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, you don't know it. What does maybe mean? Before she asked, she heard the slime in front of her continued, because we remember it, but it doesn't remember us. This makes us doubt whether we really knew each other in the past. Hearing this, the electronic eyeball floating above everyone's head turned around and whispered embarrassedly, sorry. This also made everyone more confused. Although Ethel had indeed undergone several overhauls, the memory chip had never been damaged, and the program had not been formatted, so it was impossible for Ethel to have missed any memory. Moreover, before going to the Ark, Ethel had been living with them at Launch Center number 7, and it was impossible for him to know these slimes. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. This was really weird. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Emily continued to ask, how did you know about Launch Center number 7 and the Ark project? The Snail Noodle King thought for a while, and said, we saw it in a work log. The owner of the log was named Cliff. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar at the scene. For a moment, everyone focused their attention on the handsome male bionic man in the lead, even if the other party had not introduced himself. Judging from the performance of the people around him, he should be Cliff. Cliff's eyes became sharper when he was suddenly cued. This is impossible. You are lying. Seeing the other party's firm denial, the Snail Noodle King sighed. It's true. We found your notes in the ruins of Launch Center number 7. It was at that time that we knew about the Ark project and the past of Launch Center number 7. As for Ethel, it was he who helped us open the door when we found Launch Center number 7. After speaking, the Snail Noodle King paused, although more than 300 years had passed since the end of the war. Hearing this, not only Cliff, but also the others present were stunned. I saw a trace of disbelief and temptation on Emily's face. You just said, when you found Launch Center number 7, the war had ended for more than 300 years. That's right. Noticing the unusual expression of the NPC in front of them, the players' hearts were immediately lifted. Guessing the reason, Aatrox immediately tried, is there any problem? I saw Emily looking at them steadily. The war was not over, because we had just moved to the Ark for a month. Hearing such an answer, the players' breath was immediately spit out. As expected, they really came to a parallel world. Of course, it is also possible that they experienced time travel and traveled back to the past collectively. In either case, the Ark space station in front of them is obviously not the boss base they are looking for. After all, it has been more than 300 years, and it is still unknown whether the Descent meeting will be established. These smart scientists naturally noticed the problem. In the crowd, a male bionic man with a bald head spoke up. Such a situation can only be explained by time travel. You may come from our future. If you are not lying. Chapter 479, The Distant Past. The bald man who spoke was named Levi. He was a consultant to the technical department of the number 7 Launch Center and an astrophysics expert. At the beginning, in order to implement the Ark project, the Cuba government had equipped the institute with many experts in the field of physics. Among them, there were naturally scholars in astrophysics-related majors. After the outbreak of the war, the number 7 Launch Center was completely blocked. Everyone spent a long time in the chaos of the war. Seeing that victory was hopeless, these scientists finally chose to abandon their flesh and go to the Ark, heading for the future as digital ghosts. After arriving at the Ark, Levi, who no longer had to serve as a research consultant, had been idle for some time. But now, a long-lost excitement surged in his heart. In their time, they had never heard of slimes that could communicate with humans in language. But now there was a group of them standing alive in front of them. What is even more unimaginable than these creatures, who call themselves slimes, can speak human language, is that they actually claim to have picked up Cliff's work log from more than 300 years ago. This is simply incredible. In fact, Levi had believed the players' words from the bottom of his heart. After all, the timing of the other party's appearance was really weird. Not to mention that they knew Ethel and knew so many secrets. In addition to these slimes, There were also several unconscious soldiers behind them. They had never seen the equipment and armor on them. More and more inexplicable details added together to prove the fact that the creatures in front of them did not belong to this time and space. Although according to the currently known scientific laws, the passage of time itself is irreversible. After all, if the single-threaded timeline is suddenly reversed, then time itself loses its meaning of existence. But now, this law has been completely overturned in front of him. This shows that time itself may not be single-threaded. It may be bidirectional, or even multi-threaded. They have been trapped in some kind of wrong cognition all along. Realizing this, Levi suddenly felt that the intellectual plug-in in his body began to rub violently, as if Mars would explode in the next second. If the war had not happened, if they were still on Gulba Star, he would definitely set up such a discovery research project. Like Levi, most of the people present showed disbelief after learning that these uninvited guests came from a more distant future. The players accepted this well, although they were also surprised by the fact that they suddenly traveled through time. They were well informed and only thought that they had triggered a hidden mission. Listening to the murmurs of discussion around him, Cliff looked at this group of strange visitors with a fixed gaze. Although many things could not be explained by the science they knew so far, he still did not completely believe what these slimes said. After all, their existence was too strange, as if they appeared out of thin air. For some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next second, the overhead broadcast suddenly sounded. Beep energy shock was detected 2,000 kilometers northeast of the space station. According to the energy fluctuations, it can be inferred that there was a suspected aircraft explosion at this coordinate. However, since no explosion fragments were detected, the cause of the energy shock is still unknown. 1,000 waves were raised at once, and when the broadcast sounded, the crowd around them exclaimed in an ups and downs. Levi's expression flashed a hint of enthusiasm. It's right. The aircraft explosion is right. Even the time when they detected the energy shock was later than the time when the slime appeared. And all this just confirmed the difference in the speed of time between the two places caused by the slime's time travel. Unlike Levi's ecstasy, Cliff seemed very silent. If he could still hold a glimmer of luck before, then his heart was completely dead at this moment. Colleagues who were performing observation tasks in the control room did not know the situation here. Moreover, they had no reason to help the slime lie. That is to say, they did detect energy shocks, and according to their observations, no aircraft wreckage caused by the explosion was found. This also makes the matter even more weird. After confirming his thoughts, Levi showed great interest in these slimes. After all, not everyone can encounter time travel. He walked through the crowd and squatted in front of the players, and nodded at the unconscious soldiers of the 3rd Division in the distance. Who are those people? Why did your spaceship explode? After hearing this, everyone paused. This is really a difficult question to answer. After all, not long ago, these scientists who had become bionic people were still the targets of their crusade. If they hadn't encountered an accident suddenly, they would have hit the boss's lair. Of course, this may also be a plot kill deliberately arranged by the official. The purpose is to bring them here. If nothing unexpected happens, the next plot is likely to be closely related to their activity tasks and the future of this galaxy. After a staggered look, it was finally explained by the Snail Rice Noodle King. Those were the soldiers who escorted us to perform the mission. The reason why our spaceship exploded was because it was attacked. As for the target of our attack, here, he paused for a moment and looked at the bionic robots in front of him. It's most likely the Seance. Suddenly hearing the name of an unfamiliar organization, Cliff came back to his senses and couldn't help but interrupt and asked, Seance? What is that? Not only Cliff, but everyone present was unfamiliar with this term. Seeing this, the players looked at each other, and each saw surprise in each other's eyes. But soon, they understood it. The timeline they are in is too early, and the Seance may not have been established yet, since the hidden plot has brought them to the time point when the Seance did not exist. Perhaps they hope that they can solve the problem from the source of everything. After figuring this out, the players no longer continued to hide as before, but chose to tell everything they knew. Then the Snail Noodle King coughed lightly and said, in fact, the Seance is an organization established by you. As soon as these words came out, not only Cliff and Levi, but also the others, who were watching silently on the side, showed puzzled expressions. Why did they create this organization? This name doesn't sound like a serious academic organization at all, but more like a religious organization where some charlatans gather, in connection with the information just revealed by the slimes. These scientists instinctively felt that what the other party said next might challenge their psychological limits. Without paying attention to the strange expressions of these NPCs, the king of snail noodles continued to talk to himself. Perhaps it was because of historical hatred. Or perhaps it was because he had lived too long and had nothing to do. In recent years, the descent of the gods has been constantly provoking the relationship between the future alliance and the Space Corps, attempting to provoke a new interstellar war. It's a pity that their provocation plan later failed. But they did not give up, but chose to stand on the opposite side of the whole world. At this point, the king of snail noodles paused and looked at a group of bionic scientists with different expressions on the opposite side. In our timeline, this galaxy will be destroyed in less than 2 days. The culprit behind all this is the Seance. To be honest, we are fighting the Seance just to save the world. The amount of information given by the players is so huge that everyone present was stunned for a moment. After a long time, Levi came to his senses and asked, "So, what you mean is, in the future, the world will soon be destroyed? And we are the ones who destroy the world?" Snail Noodle King, I know it's hard for you to accept. But this is indeed the fact we know. The surroundings fell silent again. Cliff looked at the group of slimes in front of him with a fixed gaze. How can you prove that everything you are saying now is true? After all, as you can see, we have obtained almost eternal life. In this case, what reason do we have to do such a crazy thing? This is for you. Aatrox said, in fact, we are also very curious about why you do this. If you want to avenge Gulba because of the failure of the war, you don't have to wait for more than 300 years before taking action. But if it's just because of pure boredom, it's too speechless. Cliff frowned slightly. You just said that Gulba was defeated? Yeah. The air suddenly became quiet. The bionic people who were still whispering suddenly stopped. Although everyone had foreseen the outcome of Gulba's defeat, hearing the news of the defeat from others still made them feel complicated and sentimental. In fact, the war ended after 3 years. After all, it was he who started the conversation. So Aatrox was the first to break the silence. After the defeat, Gulba became a colony of the Space Corps and the Future Alliance. After decades of colonial rule, they evacuated the planet. After that, Gulba became a deserted planet in the exile of this galaxy. Until the god of the universe sent our slime clan there. The planet began to move from chaos to positive development. God of the universe? Levi, who is used to finding the key points, keenly grasped the key words that are easily overlooked. The players just coughed lightly, exchanged glances a few times, and then reached a consensus. Mighty and Unyielding said calmly, to be honest, our slime clan is actually the messenger sent to this world by the god of the universe. Because the god of the universe really couldn't bear to let the desolate planet continue to fall. He asked us to change the fate of this planet. Of course, saving the world and fighting the gods are also our tasks. Mighty and Unyielding mixed up the stories of the two worlds and told them together, which invisibly raised the image of the players in front of this group of NPCs. However, because the story of the future is too tortuous and complicated, the bionic scientists, who were bombarded with a lot of information in a short period of time, had some downtime. After abandoning the human body, Cliff never felt the headache again. But now, he really felt the pain he had not felt for a long time. To be honest, Cliff was not very willing to think about what would happen in the future. After all, the future of more than 300 years is too far away for him now. But even so, when he learned about the future from these so-called messengers of the god of the universe, he couldn't help but worry about it. After a long while, he sighed and said, even if what you said is true, we are completely unaware of it. As you can see, in our timeline, the seance did not take place. Chapter 480, The Knotted Timeline. Cliff's words are both a reminder and a warning. They are not the crazy people who want nothing but chaos as the players say. At least not at the moment. It is very unfair to blame them for a mistake that has nothing to do with them at the moment. Moreover, Cliff could not imagine that they would do such a crazy thing in the future. As the slime said just now, even if the war fails, they don't have to wait for more than 300 years to take revenge on the enemy. There is no need to drag the whole world into the water. The players are naturally aware of this. It is precisely because of this that after learning the identity of this group of people, they did not rush forward and shout and kill people like a fool. Reason tells them that even if they solve all the bionic scientists in front of them and destroy the entire Ark space station, the future may not change. Who knows? They may cause a historical paradox because of this operation, and get stuck in the past timeline and can't come back. Countless time travel movies, TV shows and literature at home and abroad have proved that history cannot be changed by personal strength alone. Moreover, according to the nature of this game, the official cannot use such a rough method to let players pass this hidden plot. The scene of killing enemy generals will only appear on a serious battlefield, and should never appear here. So now the problem comes. They travel to the past and met the boss. But the boss looks quite normal and harmless at the moment. What can we do? This feeling is as confusing as you traveled back to Austria in the late 19th century and met Hitler, who was still a little kid at the time. The other party has no idea how crazy he will do in the future, because at that time, he was just a child who wanted to be a painter. For a while, both sides fell into a long silence. Seeing that no one spoke, Levi couldn't help his curiosity and asked, "Can you tell me how we destroyed the world?" Hearing this, not only the players, but also Cliff and others cast their eyes on the bald head in front of them. Emily's eyes revealed a little blame. This guy is too bad at reading the atmosphere. The current situation is sensitive, but he deliberately leads the topic in this direction. However, the players don't think so. After all, whether it is the current timeline or the parallel world before the crossing, for them, it is just a map of an event copy, no matter how realistic this map is. Once it is covered with the SHL of the game world, who can really feel it? In the final analysis, they are just looking at the whole thing from the perspective of bystanders. To be honest, we don't know what you did at that time. Aatrox said, at the beginning, you sent a message of the countdown to the destruction of the world to the heads of the future alliance and the Space Corps at the same time. But the message did not say what you did. But even so, we can only act first. On the side, Weiwubyuka took over the conversation, since you can say that you will destroy the entire galaxy. This means that you, the seance may have something more terrible than the Gate of God in your hands. What is the Gate of God? Levi couldn't help but interrupted and asked. It is a secret research project of the Gulbar government. It is said that it can open the door to another world. That is, the realm of God. It is rumored that the Gulbar government wanted to use the power behind the Gate of God to compete with their opponents. Never heard of it. Levi looked at the others. Have you heard of it? The others also shook their heads. Cliff, it's normal not to have heard of it. Since it is a secret research project, it is impossible for the outside world to know it easily except for the people involved in the project. Just like the ARC project we implemented at the beginning. Levi nodded slightly. And what he said was true. None of this is important. Mighty and Unyielding interrupted. The important thing is that we don't know what you have done in the future. We don't know whether you have high lethal weapons that can destroy the entire galaxy. For example, antimatter weapons, dark matter weapons, etc. Dark matter weapons? Levi was obviously a little surprised. How could such a thing be invented? Aatrox glanced at him. If it can't be invented now, it doesn't mean that it can't be invented in more than 300 years. For you now, time is just a number. As soon as this was said, Levi was speechless. After a long time, he refuted dryly, even if we can do it in the future, we don't need to invent such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. I can't guarantee other people, but I will never make any dark matter weapons. Maybe? The Snail Noodle King said, we don't want to believe that you are the culprit of the destruction of the world. After all, these scientists do not look like unforgivable villains at present. But who can say for sure about human beings? Just like when he was a child, he never ate noodles. But when he grew up, he loved snail noodles deeply. For more than 300 years, no one knows what these people have experienced. Maybe they suffered some major blows. So their temperament changed drastically, and they established a spirit to stir up trouble in this world. Thinking of this, the Snail Noodle King couldn't help but complain. The official time node for them to cross was really too early. If it was a little later, they might be able to find the problem. Just as he was secretly regretting, a painful groan suddenly came from afar. The soldier who had been unconscious due to the explosion opened his eyes slowly. Even though they were armed to the teeth, they still suffered a lot from the sudden explosion. Until now, Andric's head was still buzzing. So much so that he didn't react to the row of bionic people in front of him. Where are we? We are in the ARC space station more than 300 years ago. Dalong, who had been unable to get a word in, came to the awakened soldier and asked in a gentle voice, how do you feel? Are you injured? Andric was stunned when he saw the slime rushing in front of him. Although he was shocked that these slimes could speak human language. What scared him more was what the other party had just said. More than 300 years ago, the ARC space station? He could understand every word in this sentence. But he couldn't understand it when they were put together. What does it mean? Seeing the NPC in front of him looking confused, Lu Zhu with Xiao couldn't help but interrupt him. It means that we have traveled through time. Back to the Ark space station more than 300 years ago. Traveling through time? More than 300 years ago? Hearing this, Andrik opened his eyes wide instantly. As if he was greatly stimulated, he couldn't help but cough violently. The coughing affected the wound, and he gasped in pain. He seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Let's treat him first. Emily's words immediately broke the awkward atmosphere between the players and a group of bionic scientists. The group immediately helped Andrik and other soldiers, who were still unconscious, to the medical room of the logistics department. In fact, after becoming bionic people, this place has become a place for these scientists to regularly inspect the mechanical body. Emily's so-called treatment is just to scan and take pictures, and then perform simple wound bandage treatment. But this is good for Andrik, who just escaped death. According to his remaining memory, the whole spaceship was pierced at that time. After such a catastrophe, he was still able to survive, which is a miracle in itself. Of course, compared with what the slime just told him, surviving the spaceship explosion seems to be nothing. Unlike Andrik, who is a little depressed, the players are now enthusiastically following Levi to visit the Ark space station. To be honest, Cliff was a little hesitant at first about Levi's initiative to take the slime to visit the space station. After all, according to the other party's words, they are here to get rid of the Seance. Although this organization has not yet been established, no one can guarantee whether they will attack them who know nothing now. Although Cliff is worried, he can't stand Levi's big heart. Even if he becomes a bionic man, he still doesn't change his mindless nature. After learning that these slimes and soldiers in front of him are time travelers from the future, he becomes more concerned about them. What's even more speechless is that there are many people in the space station who are curious about time travelers like Levi. This also makes it completely useless even if Cliff reminds them to be careful. After all, those who are here now are the top scientific researchers of Gulba Star, even though most of their majors and research directions have nothing to do with time travel. This does not hinder their curiosity about unknown things and their crazy growing desire for knowledge. Seeing that the slimes did not seem to show the expected hostility, Cliff's heart, which had been hanging all the way, finally let go. To be honest, after learning about their future, there has always been a big knot in his heart. What exactly did they experience in the future to make such an anti-human choice? He even began to doubt whether what the slime said was really their future. Xiao Ming, who was silently observing all this through the summoner, was also confused. I don't think those people look cynical. How did they become a group of crazy people in the seance? Guess? Hearing the observer's ambiguous answer, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and began to speculate wildly. Could it be that the place they are in now is not actually the real world D6188? Without waiting for the observer to answer, he heard him reasoning. The universe is so big. Maybe there is another parallel world that is almost exactly the same as world D6188 in another place. After listening to Xiao Ming's inference, a faint laugh came from the air. Your idea is very interesting, but you only guessed half right. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes widened and showed an interested look. How to say? Then the observer said slowly, there is only one world D6188. But there are countless timelines in this world. These timelines construct the past, present and future of the entire world. What happens on each timeline may be the same or different. They may change the future direction of this world. Under normal circumstances, each timeline is a parallel state that does not interfere with each other. But once under certain special conditions, the timelines that originally did not interfere with each other will intersect. Once there are too many intersections, history will produce paradoxes, and the normal order of this world will collapse. It's like a ball of wool tied into a dead knot. No matter how you organize it, you can't figure it out. And now, it's the situation where two timelines intersect. At this point, the observer paused. Do you remember what I told you before? The order of the world D6188 is on the verge of collapse. We have deduced countless times just to find a way to prevent the destruction of this world. Hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately understood. So the reason why the world D6188 is on the verge of collapse is because the timelines in this world are entangled together? Not all. The observer paused and said, there are still a few timelines that survived. If your little player can separate the dead knot between these two timelines, then this world may usher in a new turn. Chapter 481. The authorities actually play like this? Will separating these two timelines bring about a turning point? Xiao Ming was puzzled. Is there anything special about these two timelines? It's so critical. However, this time the observer did not answer again. Perhaps there are other secrets behind this matter that cannot be told. Seeing this, Xiaoming stopped asking questions and asked another question. How can we separate the two timelines? Naturally, it is to trace the source and correct the errors. Hearing the observer's answer, Xiaoming suddenly seemed to understand something. Could it be that they are stuck in the past timeline now? And it is also arranged by you? The observer chuckled. You think too highly of us. Although we can interfere with the rules of the world, it doesn't work all the time. The reason why they fell into this node is purely because they happened to hit the right time. Timing? Xiaoming was stunned. Do you mean the explosion of the spacecraft? The observer did not speak. But even if he didn't answer, Xiaoming knew that his guess was almost right. Of course, the explosion alone may not be enough. There may be other more complicated reasons involved. As for what exactly happened, the players may have to find the answer themselves. The space station on the other side. A group of bionic people gathered at the entrance of the silver-white passage. Everyone was very curious about how these time travelers appeared in this place. After all, according to the observed energy fluctuations, the location where the other party had an accident was still a long distance away from their space station. Even if it was time travel, the coordinates were too far away. Right? What was even more strange was that when these outsiders appeared at the entrance of the passage, the alarm in the passage did not respond at all. If Ethel had not happened to come here, they would not have discovered a group of creatures that did not belong here in a few hours. Could it be that the sensor malfunctioned due to the disorder of time and space? Who knows? The engineer in charge of repairing the machine put down the tools in his hand. Anyway, I just checked the alarm and everything is normal. Hearing this, several bionic people who came to watch the excitement shook their necks. It's really scary. It always feels like a supernatural event. At the other end of the passage, a short-haired female android who had just walked in rolled her eyes when she heard it. What's so scary about this? We are no longer human beings. Not to mention that this is not a supernatural event. Even if we really encounter a supernatural event, there is nothing to be afraid of. After hearing the female android's sermon, the onlookers who were still shocked immediately shut up in dismay. Rita's mouth has always been unforgiving. There is no need to confront her in such a place. Compared with why the sensor suddenly failed, they are more curious about the future. It's a pity that Cliff forbids any irrelevant people except the logistics department to enter and leave the ward. Otherwise, they really want to ask those big soldiers what the future will be like. Although it's okay to ask those slimes about this, who let Levi occupy the tour guide position, so they can't get a word in. It's true that the slimes have told them that the future is not good. But that will be more than 300 years later. For them now, that era is still too early. Although they have become nearly eternal digital life forms, it was only a short time ago. More than 300 years still seems long to them now. So they have no need to worry about things that have not happened in the future. Even if the future is really bad, they still have enough opportunities to change everything. How is the situation? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Engineer Fei Luo immediately asked Rita, have you found anything? I really found a strange place. I just found traces of suspected explosions at the end of the corridor in the front passage. As he said that, Rita raised his wrist to activate the data transmission function to send the photos just taken point to point to the other party. Fei Luo clicked on the photo sent by Rita and saw that a large gray-black trace appeared on the white passage wall in the picture. At first glance, I thought it was the scene of a fire and explosion. Judging from the area of its distribution, the scene at the time of the incident was definitely not small. However, no one in the space station heard any movement, apart from the traces left on the walls of the passage. These slimes and soldiers seemed to appear out of thin air. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The energy shock of the explosion that occurred 2,000 kilometers away from the space station has now left traces inside the passage of the space station. This is too strange. You also think it's strange, right? Rita paused and said, in fact, I just asked several colleagues who were on duty in the control room and observation room at that time, and they all said that they detected strong energy waves on the detection device. Even some electronic equipment in the office had a brief malfunction. Only those of us who have been active in the inner area did not notice any movement. People in the outer area of the space station witnessed the floating of energy waves and the malfunction of electronic equipment, while people in the inner area, although there was no obvious external induction, found traces of the explosion residue where the slimes and soldiers appeared. This is really a bit strange. Fei Luo pondered for a moment and said, do you feel that this seems to be a bit like a spatial dislocation? Rita was stunned. Spatial dislocation? Fei Luo nodded and gave a not particularly accurate analogy. It's like a folding bridge that has not been laid flat. And the two sides of the bridge are independent spaces that are not connected to each other. You can only see the people on the other side of the bridge, but cannot touch them. But once the bridge deck is laid flat, it can connect the two sides and people on the other side can come over. Hearing this, Rita suddenly realized that I probably understand what you mean. At the time of the incident, those of us who didn't notice it may have been disturbed by some objective conditions. It may be because they stood further back, or because they were distracted by other things. And those who noticed it may have stood further forward and paid more attention, so they could observe the other side more clearly. As for those slimes and soldiers, they seemed to be standing on the folding bridge instead of the other side. But they didn't know it themselves. When they were transported to us by the folding bridge, they realized that they had been moved inexplicably. It's about the same. Fei Luo paused and said, but such a theory obviously does not conform to the law of time. After all, in our cognition, time cannot go backwards. This can only be achieved if time does not go forward all the time, but falls into an infinite loop like an Ouroboros. Rita narrowed her beautiful lake blue eyes when she heard this. If time really connects the past and the future into a circle like an Ouroboros, then if the snake loosens its tail, will everything return to normal? Maybe, Fei Luo said, but I just said that the conjecture of spatial dislocation does not conform to the law of time. Noticing Fei Luo's slightly depressed tone, Rita patted him on the shoulder like a big sister. It is also possible that there has been no time travel from the beginning to the end, and those people just jumped from another parallel world to us. Considering these now is just asking for trouble. After all, physics is not our major. Instead of thinking about it here, it is better to ask Levi. He is a physics expert and our consultant here. Thinking of a certain shiny bald head. Fei Luo paused. His expression was a bit hard to describe. I think he should not have time to care about you now. On the other side, are you really the messenger of the God of the universe? The bionic scientist named Levi in front of him widened his eyes. His expression was fanatical. What is the world of God like? Seeing that the other party was staring at him with burning eyes, he was unyielding and immediately brought out what he had seen and heard in the God's domain before, which satisfied the other party's strong curiosity. So the world of God is so chaotic? It seems that it is meaningless. So Levi did not continue to ask about the God's domain. Seeing that this bionic NPC finally stopped asking 100,000 questions, the players were relieved. After all, too much talk will lead to mistakes. They lied too much, and they might accidentally reveal the truth at any time. Of course, they are more worried about saying something that cannot be said, and causing a bad impact on the future. The task has not been completed yet. So if there is no extra trouble, there will be no extra trouble. Although they are currently trapped in this time and space, it is temporary after all. After all, they still want to return to the original timeline to complete the mission. I don't know if it's because they are all engaged in scientific research, but I always feel that these scientists are a little bit stupid. Oh no, they are simple. A group of strange guys claiming to be from the future broke into their territory. But they not only did not lock them up, but even took the initiative to accompany them to visit the space station. This also made the players wonder if they were carrying out the mission of destroying the big boss and saving the world. This is obviously a trip. It's not entirely accurate to say that it's a trip. After all, there is no food here. After becoming a mechanical digital life form, the people here no longer need to eat. Of course, it may also be because they didn't stay here for a long time. So the official didn't consider the problem of eating when designing this plot. The Ark space station is not big, and the players' freshness soon wore off after a tour. After that, their focus returned to the mission again. Obviously, there must be a very important reason for the official to arrange for them to come to this timeline. Maybe they want them to stop the formation of the seance. Or maybe it's for some other reason. In short, there must be a key node here that changes the future. And they must find it. Otherwise they can't continue to advance the plot. Just when the players were distressed by the current tasks that had no progress, suddenly a familiar voice came from the air beside their ears. Captain, where are you? Hearing this, the Snail Noodle King stopped immediately. Did you hear any sound? Mighty but unable to bow was stunned when he heard the words. And just when he was about to ask what the sound was, he heard a conversation from nowhere beside his ear. What a broken game. There are bugs every 2 or 3 days. Not only can't I find the captain, but now I can't even log off. Stop complaining. Anyway, I can't log off now, so I might as well find someone quickly. Hearing this vague conversation, Mighty but unable to bow suddenly widened his black bean eyes. Damn! Isn't this? Then the Snail Noodle King nodded slightly. It's Luzhu and Zhang and the others. It seems that they are also nearby. But they are not in the same time and space as us. Upon hearing this, the players looked incredulous. Damn! Dislocated space? The official actually played it like this? Chapter 482 Time Difference. Unlike the King of Snail Noodles, Luzhu Huishao and others were in no mood to think about the misplaced space at this moment. From the attack on the way to the explosion of the spacecraft, this series of situations happened too suddenly. So much so that they lost consciousness in the shock wave of the explosion before they had time to react. They thought they were going to be killed by the plot. But they opened their eyes and found that they were still alive. And the map was switched to something they didn't recognize. This seemed to be an abandoned site. Looking out from the dirty window, they seemed to be still in outer space. At first, the three were still happy that they had triggered the hidden plot. But when they turned around, they found that there were no other players around except the three of them. This weird situation made people feel a little uneasy. And Wang Xiaoxiaosu wanted to go offline to check the situation on the forum. But he never thought that the pitfall situation came. She couldn't go online. Not only her, but also Zhang and Luzhu Huishao. The three of them seemed to be trapped in the game. Just when they thought that the game had a bug again, they suddenly heard the voices of the captain and other players talking in the air. In just a moment, the three people who were originally like eggplants hid by frost immediately picked up their spirits and began to look for their companions in the ruins. However, no matter how they looked, they did not encounter any other creatures in the ruins except them. Luzhu Huishao was a little disappointed. Could it be that we were hallucinating? How is it possible? Wang Xiaoxiaosu rolled his eyes. It would be fine if it was just one person. But the three of us clearly heard it. This is definitely not a hallucination. I don't think it's a hallucination either. Zhang pondered and said, I think this should be the setting of the hidden plot. In this explosion, we and other players were assigned to 2 or more map fragments. These map fragments are like puzzles. Only by combining the clues on each map can the whole picture of the hidden plot be pieced together. According to the normal game design idea, players need to complete the corresponding tasks on the fragment map they are in to pass this copy. But it is not easy to complete the task, because the planner will definitely set up some obstacles to interfere with us. It's like we can hear the voices of other players, but we can't see them. In the case of no normal communication, the completion of the task is bound to be hindered. Of course, if the planner is a little more stupid, it may make it more difficult for us, such as making the clues cross or something. Clues cross? Luzhu Huishao was stunned. What does it mean? Jing sighed, in simple terms. The clues we found may be the key to the map where the captain and his team are. And the clues found by the captain and his team are really useful to us. Luzhu Huishao, damn! Wang Xiaoxiaosu. If this is true, then the planner is too stupid. Seeing that the teammates looked like they were facing a great enemy, Zhang immediately comforted them. This situation is only possible, but not absolute. Moreover, even if this is true, we don't have to worry too much. If the sound transmission is mutual, then the captain should be able to hear our voices. Since we can hear each other, there is always a way to communicate. People tend to get impatient when they are nervous. But if there is a companion who is emotionally stable, calm and rational, then no matter how worried and anxious he is, he will calm down a little. Hearing this, Luzhu Huishao stopped jumping up and down like the monkeys in Naname. What should we do now? Luzhu Huishao looked around. There are only 3 of us here, and there is not even an NPC to ask questions. How can we find clues? Zhang was as calm as ever. Be patient. We were just looking for people just now, and we haven't explored this area carefully. Maybe the clues to pass the level are hidden in the places we ignored before. See if there are any written records here, such as diaries or work records. If not, look for audio messages or videos. With Zhang as the backbone, the 2 people who were originally a little panicked gradually calmed down and began to look for clues to break the deadlock. On the other side, as Zhang had expected, with the reminder of the Snail Noodle King, the players also noticed the faint and easily ignored tiny human voices around their ears. It was because of this that they realized that there were actually other spaces around them. It seems that we are not the only ones who triggered the hidden plot. The Snail Noodle King paused. If I guess correctly, we should be unable to log off like them now, unless we can pass the hidden copy in front of us. Hearing this, the players were all stunned. Damn! Is it true? As if they didn't believe it, several people hurriedly tried to disconnect the link and log off. However, no matter how they tried, the operation panel in front of them did not show the word log out. After tossing back and forth several times without any effect, they gave up completely. It seems that we really can't log off. For a while, an ominous feeling began to linger in the hearts of the players. What if we can't pass the level? Are we going to be trapped here forever? Impossible. There is no game in this world that cannot be completed. Looking at the surprised black eyes on the opposite side, Mighty Unyielding said confidently, even if we can't complete the game, we should be able to come out after the event is over. Before the opening of the Gate of God map, he had run into it due to a bug, and then triggered an error report and was locked out of the account. But so what? Wasn't he released by the official in the end? It's just that he couldn't complete the event plot. It's not a big deal. Hearing Mighty Unyielding say this, the players who were still worried before were relieved. Then they put their attention back to the current situation. Aatrox thought for a while and said, "What do you think? Is there a possibility that we and Luju are actually in the same space? But the timeline is different." Aatrox's words were like a revelation. The players suddenly realized it. Indeed, it is because they are in the same space that they can hear each other's voices. But it is also because they are in different timelines that they can't see each other. The Snail Noodle King thought, if this is true, then the timeline that Luju and the others are in now should be our future. Aatrox followed up, while in the past and in the future. It seems that only by connecting the cause and effect can we find the key to breaking the deadlock. They must contact Luju and Huishao, and only by working together can they pass this hidden copy. But the problem lies in how to contact. They tried to call each other, but did not get any response. Excluding the possibility that the other party deliberately pretended to be deaf, there is only one answer left. Time difference. This also explains why they did not hear any sound when they just came here, until they heard the shouts of Luju and Huishao looking for the Snail Noodle King just now. Because there is a time difference in the transmission of sound information. Under normal circumstances, the farther the distance, the slower the speed of sound transmission. This is just like standing on the top of a mountain and calling the person on the other side of the mountain. The sound always takes a long time to reach the other person's ears. But now it is obviously not just a matter of physical distance. If we jump out of the linear thinking that time is one way and irreversible, and look at the problem from the perspective of three-dimensional space, then it seems that we can explain the current situation. The time axis of the past and the future is not actually on the same line, but two completely different parallel lines. Due to some unknown reasons, these two lines intersect to some extent, so the players standing on these two lines can hear each other's voices. However, due to the certain distance between the two lines, the sound will be delayed. This is also the fundamental reason why they called each other, but did not get a timely response from the other party. After analyzing this, some details that were not very clear began to gradually become clear, because the Seance launched an attack on their spaceship and caused the spaceship to explode. The players and NPCs who survived this plot killing triggered a hidden plot. Some of them came to the Ark space station more than 300 years ago, while others seemed to come to the future. Judging from the environment described in the chat between Luju Huishao and them, they may have come to the Ark space station after the destruction of the world, which is now a ruin. So far, although the plot is not 100% complete, they can also deduce 40% to 50% of the progress. Because the Seance sank their spaceship, the player and the third division failed to stop their conspiracy. When the time came, the mine secretly buried by the Seance exploded. The Space Corps could not sit still and wait for death. So they attacked the Seance's base camp and started a fierce battle with it. Of course, perhaps the Future Alliance was also involved. But it doesn't matter. In short, the Seance was severely damaged in this battle. So Luju Huishao and his team saw a ruin. As for why the bionic scientists, who seemed a little stupid in their timeline, later established an antisocial organization like the Seance, they still don't know. Perhaps the answer to this mystery lies in the timeline where Luju Huishao and his team are. The dark corridor is like a monster's big mouth, swallowing visitors mercilessly. Luju Huishao followed closely beside his two teammates, leaving the dilapidated room where they first woke up. They gradually moved deeper into the ruins. Although Ajin said that there was no danger here, Luju Huishao still couldn't help but feel scared. After all, whether based on past experience or the routine of horror movies, darkness is generally accompanied by danger. Seeing Luju Huishao's alert expression, Wangwan Xiao Su couldn't help but say, "We are just looking for clues. Are we so nervous?" Luju Huishao subconsciously wanted to refute that he was not nervous but alert. But at this moment, A barely detectable sound flew past his ear. Bang! The blue-white electric light flew over the players' heads with sparks, and hit the aviation alloy steel plate on the opposite side that was still standing. Looking at the steel plate with a charred hole in front of him, Lu Zhu Wuxiao's eyes widened with an expression that said, "What did I just say?" However, the two teammates ignored him, and only opened their respective skill panels. Prepare for battle. Chapter 483 Observer's Deception. Bang! Bang! The sound of battle echoed in the dark ruins of the space station. This is a graveyard of even older time. A great war long ago had completely buried everything here. But now a group of uninvited guests has started a long-lost battle here. The rulers of the Future Alliance and the Space Corps never expected that the so-called Galaxy Destruction Warning was just a trick to divert the enemy away from the mountain. Just as they were rushing to the nest of the Seance Society and sending troops to outer space to search for various destructive weapons that might be hanging over their planet, the Seance Society had already deployed black hole bombs under their feet. Once such a terrible weapon is activated, not only will their planet disappear, but the entire galaxy will cease to exist. After learning the true intention of the Seance, the Space Corps and the Future Alliance exhausted all their manpower and resources, and finally found the location of the explosives before the Gaia started, which saved the entire galaxy from the crisis of destruction. However, things are not over yet. The Seance still has another backup plan, the Gate of God. The lower-level servants and messengers of God have always thought that this is just a lie made up by the upper level to deceive the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. But in fact, only the creators of the upper level know that the Gate of God actually exists. Although this thing was not in their hands at the beginning. After hundreds of years of hard work, they finally collected all the core research materials that were left outside. It's a pity that they haven't used their last killer. And the Space Corps and the Future Alliance came to them. The two sides launched a fierce battle in the area where the Ark space station is located, and finally eliminated all the creators inside. At that time, the Space Corps and the Future Alliance did not know that the research data of the Gate of God they were thinking about was on the Ark space station under their feet. It was not until the Space Corps accidentally caught a fish that slipped through the net that they realized they were so close to the treasure. The Space Corps' top brass wanted to secretly return to the Ark space station to find the God's Gate data left here. But they never thought that the news would leak out and let the Future Alliance authorities know the news. For a time, the two camps that had temporarily united because of the Seance became mortal enemies again. The two sides fought hard to compete for the research data of the God's Gate. However, what they didn't know was that while they were fighting to the death, the remnants of the Seance had actually quietly transferred the data of the God's Gate, and the creator they thought they had destroyed was not completely dead. As a digital ghost, they only need to back up the consciousness data on the cloud server infinitely. Even if the physical body is destroyed, they can still download the backup data from the cloud and inject it into the new body. Once the consciousness data adopts some special encryption methods during the transmission process. Even if the Seance uploads the creator's consciousness backup to the public cloud network of the Future Alliance, no one will know. At this moment, the players happened to run into the Space Legion soldiers, who had just defeated their opponents not long ago, and were searching for information about the Gate of God in the ruins. The reason why Ah Zheng didn't sense the crisis in the ruins before was purely because those people were busy looking for things, and had no time to release their killing intent. Although it was a little late, the players finally encountered their tasks, dodging the electromagnetic charging bullets fired at them. Lu Zhu Wuxiao picked up a piece of discarded metal plate on the ground, and smashed it hard towards the location where the bullet was fired. The infinitely powerful skills, and the high-strength panel at LV-50 now made an ordinary metal plate in Lu Zhu Wuxiao's hands turn into an oversized caliber artillery SH.L. It's just like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Bang! The metal plate accurately hit the guy who fired a cold gun in the dark. There was a loud bang, and the guy in black power armor fell straight down instantly. Seeing his teammates fall, the others around him immediately ambushed and became alert. Although the night vision mode was turned on, they still couldn't see where their enemies were. This was definitely not a good sign. As these soldiers intuitively anticipated, the crisis soon arrived. There were a series of bangs and clangs, and screams in the darkness. In the eyes of the players, the existence of these soldiers was like ink dripping on white paper, which was clearly visible, even if they thought they were hiding well enough. Under the perception of the detection network fully opened by the players, the existence of these people could not escape at all. Lu Zhu Wuxiao used the abandoned building materials around as weapons, and accurately threw SH.LS at everyone's position, and no one was spared. The invisible perception tentacles detected in the empty abandoned room in front of them for a while, and then retracted back to their original place. Jing slowly opened his eyes. There was no ambush. And the crisis was resolved. Hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Huishao said, "Let's take away the weapons of those guys, so that they won't wake up and attack us again." Wang Xiaoxiao looked over and said bluntly, "What are you afraid of being attacked? You obviously want their guns, right?" Being touched on, Lu Huishao was not embarrassed, and just asked, "Don't you want it?" Wang Xiaoxiao choked. Then he heard Lu Huishao calmly say, "Isn't the purpose of playing games to upgrade equipment? What's more, this thing is what we deserve. It's not shameful to pick up equipment." As he said that, he was seen jumping forward. After the players looted all the equipment that could be used and taken away from these soldiers, the originally dim ruins in front of them suddenly began to become bright. In doubt, the players looked up at the light source. A ray of light so bright that it was white flashed outside the porthole in the distance. The light was like a grand firework that suddenly bloomed in the universe, dazzling and shocking. Staring at the black flat manta ray-shaped aircraft that exploded in the air, Wang Xiaoxiao was stunned. "Is that the spaceship we took before?" Zheng narrowed his eyes and tried his best to mobilize his whole body's perception to observe the aircraft in the distance. After a long while, he said in a serious tone, "I can't be sure, but the serial number on the spacecraft's paint is exactly the same." "No way." Lu Huishao looked puzzled. "Didn't our spacecraft explode?" "Zheng, maybe it's just the paint and serial number that are the same, but it's not actually the one we were on. Do you find it strange?" Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly said, "Why didn't we feel the shock wave of the explosion at such a close distance?" Lu Huishao's eyes widened. "Could we have died and turned into ghosts? How is it possible?" Zheng tried his best to hold back his face from twitching and said, "If we really turned into ghosts, how did we pick up these props?" Hearing this, Lu Huishao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, yes, obviously, this should be an important clue to the hidden plot. Zheng thought, combining the clues we have obtained so far, we can hear the voices of the captains, but can't see their appearance. We saw the spaceship explode, but couldn't feel the shock wave caused by the explosion. I always feel that these two things seem to point to two possibilities. Which two? Lu Huishao asked subconsciously. First, we may be in an illusion now. Everything in front of us is fake. But based on the feeling we felt when we were fighting just now, this should not be an illusion. Of course, it can't be an illusion. I saw Lu Huishao shaking the gun he had just seized in his hand. This thing is heavy. Zheng did not respond, but continued, as for the second possibility, I guess there are 3 time and space here. The world where we encountered the explosion, the world after the explosion, and the world before the explosion. But because of the explosion or some other reason, their timelines overlapped in a certain dimension. So we encountered these strange situations. After listening to Jing's analysis, not only Lu Huishao, who was always startled, but even Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shout, "Hack!" This means that the time and space we are in now is distorted. The past, present and future are all mixed together? Zheng nodded slightly. That should be right. For a while, the players fell into a long silence again. The 3 originally unrelated timelines are now entangled like twists. And no one knows what this means. Is it to restore the timeline to normal? Or does the planner want to convey some unknown behind-the-scenes plot to them through this wrong timeline? In a higher dimensional space, the observer looked at the timeline in front of him, which was tangled like a ball of yarn, and remained silent. Simply separating these timelines cannot change the terrible ending of this world. The creators of the gods have long been prepared to catch the cicada, while the oriole is waiting behind. It is precisely because they predicted the predictions of the Space Corps and the future alliance that they can bury their true plans in this conspiracy. They transferred all the information while escaping from death, and then deliberately let someone leak the false news that the information of the Gate of God was left in the space station. Only an abandoned space station that was already an empty SH. I was left for the people of the future alliance and the Space Corps to fight over. Of course, they will never find anything there. But no matter which side, they will suspect that the things are in the hands of the other side. Even if their opponents act like innocent people who are unaware of it, they still won't believe the other side's lies. This is equivalent to an unsolvable dead loop. You suspect me, I suspect you, and no one trusts anyone. At this point in time when the two sides were fighting a seesaw war, the reborn creators on the other side had already taken the real Gate of God and left. The Gate of God requires certain conditions to be activated. In addition to being in a specific location, it also requires specific instruments and sufficient energy reserves. These are what the creators did not have at the beginning. So they founded the Seance to recruit people to help them stir up trouble in this galaxy. Because only chaos can create new opportunities. Only in chaos can they do things without being noticed. And now, they have got what they want. Next, it is to open the door to another world. In fact, the Observer lied before. The cause of the destruction of this world is not the war between the Future Alliance and the Space Legion. The Seance was not to instigate the two parties to fight for revenge, or to destroy the world. The goal of those creators from beginning to end was to go to the world behind the gate of God. That is, the other side of this world membrane, where they, the cosmic consciousness bodies, are located. Today, the creators have broken free from the shackles of the flesh and have completely become ghosts. Just as they named themselves, they want to create a new God. And that God is themselves. It is impossible for the Observer to let these people complete such a whimsical idea, because this does not conform to the laws of this world. Once they do this, the rules of the world D6188 will be destroyed, and it will completely collapse and go to destruction. But he can't tell Xiaoming the truth behind it, let alone those players. Especially the latter. Those people are like unstable bombs. And no one knows what kind of tricks they will do after knowing the truth. If there are guys who like to make trouble and follow the creators, it will be troublesome. Chapter 484. Don't forget who we are. Although the Observer is still worried about the players causing trouble, since things have developed to this point, continuing to be timid will only lead to stagnation. Before, he deliberately directed the investigation in the direction of the Seance to provoke a galaxy war, in order to let the players stop the creator from opening the gate of God. But who would have thought that plans could not keep up with changes? Because of the players' unconventional intervention, the fate of this world began to shift, and gradually began to develop in a more complicated direction. Especially when the spaceship the players were riding was bombed. The already fragile world line of the D6188 world was affected and distorted. After that, the development of things became like a derailed train that became uncontrollable. Perhaps it was because the souls of the players did not belong to this world. Or perhaps it was because the game characters they used were descendants of cosmic slimes. So they were not bound by the rules of the D6188 world. After the explosion, except for some players who returned to the resurrection point due to death, the rest of the people who survived by chance were all brought into the bug of this world by the explosion. In this distorted space, the past, present, and future overlap. The timeline is no longer just a linear thing, but more like a sandwich tightly compressed by external forces. The boundaries between the past, present, and future are becoming more and more blurred. Players in these blurred boundaries are naturally affected. They can hear or see other things outside the timeline they're in. The Observer also sees a great opportunity in such a distorted space. Although this opportunity may bring greater risks, high risks are often accompanied by high returns. What's more, they have no better choice now. Thinking of this, the Observer sighed, after going around in circles. I still have to tell them the truth. I hope they won't mess around again this time. Unlocking the hidden plot. The story of the God Creator and the Gate of God. Caught off guard. Whether it was the mighty and indomitable Snail Noodle King in the historical timeline, or the Luzhu Huishao and others in the future timeline, all received a message prompt. Although the players were all wondering how they could unlock the hidden plot without doing anything, most people were very satisfied with the official's initiative to send clues. However, after reading the entire content of the hidden plot, everyone couldn't help but say, "Hack!" So these guys in the Seance Society went through such a long circle just to become gods themselves? Isn't this too crazy? Luzhu Huishao widened his eyes in surprise, obviously not understanding this plot at all. To correct, it was the God Creator, and the members of the Seance Society didn't know the real plan of those people. Wang Xiaoxiaosu said, "This kind of trivial matter is not important." Luzhu Huishao continued, "I don't understand. Is it necessary to provoke the Future Alliance and the Space Legion to fight just to open the Gate of God? Even to destroy the world? Ah, Xingdao, to open the Gate of God, they need not only manpower, but also enough money and energy resources. These things are basically in the hands of the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. So the God Creator must cooperate with the other party to achieve his goal. However, when the strength of the two is evenly matched, it is not safe to rely on only one side. That is why they will reveal the news about the Gate of God to both sides and secretly instigate between the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. Doing so can not only arouse the fighting desire of both sides, but also prompt the other party to cooperate with themselves more quickly to obtain the resources they want. Hearing this, Lu Zhu Huishao immediately understood. My goodness. It turns out that they want to eat both ends. Ah Zheng, not just to eat both ends. As the saying goes, you can fish in troubled waters. Once the future alliance and the Space Corps fight, both sides will be too busy to take care of a small seance. And it will be more convenient for them to do things. It's just that our intervention changed the original plot. This made the Space Corps and the future alliance point their spearheads at the outside world. The Gate of God is like bait, attracting the future alliance and the Space Corps to rush to cooperate with the gods. But there is only one thing. And to get it, you must defeat your competitors. The God Creator took advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam to reap the benefits. When the time is right, they can kick everyone away and make a big wave. If the players hadn't intervened and disrupted their plan, the electronic ghosts would have opened the Gate of God and become gods. There is one thing I still don't understand. Lu Zhu Huishao said, if it is said that instigating the future alliance and the Space Corps to fight is to benefit the fishermen, then what is the purpose of sending a warning letter to Clover and others to count down the world's destruction? Just to scare people? Maybe it's to divert attention. Wang Xiaoxiaosu said, if those guys really intend to destroy the world, they shouldn't leave such a long time gap. Ah Zheng agreed. 100 hours. More than 4 days. There are too many variables. I am also more inclined to believe that they are diverting the attention of the top leaders on both sides, so as to delay the implementation of their own plans. After listening to his teammates' analysis, Lu Zhu Huishao couldn't help but sigh. If the game hadn't given the plot hints in time, he would never be able to figure out such a plot direction if he only relied on his own brain. This is too complicated. There are more twists and turns here than the intestines in his stomach. After sighing, Lu Zhu Huishao asked, what should we do now? The spaceship exploded, and the three of them were sent to this ghost place. Apart from picking up a few pieces of equipment from a few red-named NPCs, they didn't know what to do. Then Ah Zheng lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, and said, if my previous guess is correct, our current location should be the world after the explosion. And as for the captain and others, they should be in the world before the explosion. We may not be able to change history, but the captain and others may be able to. Wang Xiaoxiaosu. But the problem is that we don't know how long ago this past was. If the Snail Noodle King and others are not at the critical time node now, then it will have no effect on future changes. It seems that it is precisely because of this understanding that Ah Zheng paused and said, let's wait for the time being. After all, the future changes according to the past. Only when the other side takes action first, we have room for maneuver. On the other side, after reading the hidden plot, the Snail Noodle King and Mighty Unyielding and others were silent. How to say? I always feel that this hidden plot is a bit crazy. Mighty Unyielding said in a word, this is too different from the plot introduced in the event. Dallon took medicine and agreed, otherwise, how can it be called a hidden plot? Who can imagine the direction of this plot? Snail Noodle King sighed, I reasonably suspect that this hidden plot was triggered because of us. After all, if we hadn't run out to interfere, the gods would have let the future alliance and the Space Legion fight, and perfectly hidden themselves after getting the money and resources. It is precisely because their plan was exposed that the creator used such an extreme method to divert the attention of the two giants and delay time. The only thing they didn't expect was that provoking a galaxy war was never the purpose of those people, but a means to achieve their real goal. If you think about it carefully, more than 300 years have passed. Even the hatred of killing his father has dissipated in the long river of time, let alone the destruction of the country. During this long period of time, if those people just provoked a war for revenge, they would be like the guys who came out of the salt shop. They were too idle, salty, to panic. Perhaps because they were too superstitious about the background information given by the official. They had always ignored some unreasonable parts of the plot introduction. However, a long time ago, the planner had actually given them hints in the past plots. I remember Cliff once wrote 2 sentences in his work notes. As long as consciousness does not die, life will continue forever. If there is a new world in the future, it should be witnessed by us. These scientists have long become digital life forms. For people who are almost eternal, the existence of the country and the regime is not very meaningful. Countries will perish. Regimes will change. But as long as human technological civilization does not degenerate to the era of agricultural civilization, their lives can continue. In this case, their motive for provoking war is definitely not revenge. Their original goal is to continue life and go to the future to witness the development of the new world. It was not until they knew the existence of the Gate of God and understood its true purpose that their goal changed to become gods. For them, the world where God is also a new world. But it is not easy to restart the gate of God plan. At least it is not easy for them. Electronic ghosts who have lost their bodies, money and social resources, and are drifting in outer space. So they came up with such a roundabout way to save the country. Although it is a long way around, it is the most effective and feasible. However, what the creators did not expect was that the players got the script in advance and directly destroyed their plans. They even knew their hiding place and went straight to their nest. It is a pity that the former emperor died halfway through his career, and at the last critical moment, the grandsons actually hit their spacecraft. Although such an arrangement is likely to be a plot killing, it is still a bit unpleasant to think about it carefully. Mighty Wubuchu scratched his head. So what should we do next? To be honest, he is really not good at dealing with these twists and turns that require thinking. If possible, he would rather directly confront the opponent on the battlefield for 300 rounds. Isn't this simple? Hearing this, everyone looked at Aatrox, who was talking. He saw him calmly saying, "Don't forget who we are." "What identity?" Dalang asked subconsciously while taking medicine. "The messenger of the god of the universe." Aatrox said bluntly, "Don't those guys want to become gods? Let's skip the process of more than 300 years in the middle and satisfy their wishes now. In this way, they will not establish any seances or restart any gates of gods." Players. Damn. Can it be like this? Chapter 485. We might be able to. After all, he is a member of the Avengers, under the influence of Brother Gotham, the troublemaker in the server. Even Aatrox, who looks relatively serious on weekdays, can't help but be infected with the essence of his leader's unconventional path. It's a pity that not everyone can be convinced by Aatrox's whimsy. After listening to his ideas, the players were shocked. "Can this really work?" The Snail Noodle King said, "Although your method sounds like that, the question is how can we satisfy their wishes? Although they are called God's messengers by some NPCs, the players themselves know that their God's messenger identities are fake. Just like those warriors in ancient costume film and television dramas who perform chest-breaking stones to sell powerful pills. They themselves are not real God's messengers. How can they help each other fulfill their wish to become gods? They can't expect the God of the universe, who only exists in legends, to come forward to help them. Right? Since the God of the universe can't be relied on, they have to find a way themselves. And the only way is to weave a new lie. But even if they are cheating, they have to have some technical content. Otherwise, how could the other party believe their lies? Moreover, judging from the current performance of these NPCs, they don't seem to want to become gods, let alone go to the world where gods are. Otherwise, when they mentioned the Gate of God plan before, those people would have surrounded them and asked questions non-stop. However, so far, the only guy who is most interested in them is Levi, even after listening to the adventure stories of the gods' domain told by the players. Levi looked uninterested. With such an attitude, the king of snail noodles could not imagine that these people would be as crazy as those emperors in ancient times who dreamed of becoming immortals and immortality. But this kind of thing is hard to say. After all, people will change. Just like some people do whatever they want when they are young. And when they reach a certain age, they start to learn how to keep healthy. Although the Snail Noodle King didn't know whether it was accurate to call these scientists, who had become bionic robots, human beings. Perhaps after countless monotonous days and nights, one day they suddenly remembered the God's Gate project. And remembered this research project that had long been buried in history but made people excited. By then, they might change their previous ideas. But at the moment, the Snail Noodle King was not optimistic about Aatrox's plan. As for the others, although they were a little interested in Aatrox's proposal, they did not agree. After all, any plan must be based on a feasible basis. They had no way to help the creators become gods, unless they pretended to be gods. Not to mention whether the other party would believe it. Even if they really believed it, wouldn't this lead these people's future to the direction of restarting the God's Gate project? In this case, everything they did was meaningless. Thinking of this, Dalang couldn't help but say, maybe we should think about more feasible and reliable ideas. Being refuted, although Aatrox was unwilling to accept it, he really couldn't think of any practical and effective specific operation methods. So he could only shut up. While the players were in a dilemma, on the other side of the world D6188, Xiaoming and the Observer were having an unprecedented serious conversation. What is becoming a god? In the empty room, the slime, as dazzling as gold, raised its head and looked at the void above its head. Even though there was no one there, Xiaoming could feel the presence of the Observer. At this moment, He was looking at him. However, the other party did not respond. This also made Xiaoming more certain of one thing. So what you told me before about the destruction of the world D6188 was actually false. You lied to me. The air was quiet for a long time. And then a low hum that was almost a sigh came slowly. Sorry. We also want to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Hearing the other party's answer, Xiaoming's heart sank suddenly. But his face was unmoved. And he only asked back, what unnecessary trouble? Seeing that he was in a posture of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it, the observer was silent for a moment. And then said slowly, you should know very well what kind of trouble I am referring to. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard this. And then sneered. Are you worried that the players will deliberately make trouble after knowing the truth? Or are you worried that they will follow the example of those creators? Break through the barriers of this world to discover your existence. And expose your secrets? The continuous rhetorical questions made the voice in the void silent again. The observer did not answer. But his performance at this moment is worth 1,000 words. Xiaoming knew that he was right. This also made his mood more complicated and heavy. In fact, whether it is him or the players, each of them is the pawn of the observer. The observer needs them to save the world D6188. But he has to be wary of them doing unnecessary actions and causing complications. Therefore, the other party will choose to conceal part of the truth. All this is to achieve the goal better and faster. Although from the perspective of a rational bystander, he can indeed understand why the observer did this. After all, he knows exactly what kind of personality these players have. Although the number of troublemakers, like Gotham in the game, is not the majority, there are definitely many of them. Although there are constraints in the player manual and the Slime Clan rules, they cannot completely prevent them from causing trouble. It is understandable. But when Xiaoming thinks that the observer has concealed even him, he can't help but feel a little subtle. This is just like what netizens say. I treat you as a brother, but you cheat me. Although the relationship between him and the observer is far from being brothers, even the identity of friends is not enough. But from some perspectives, they should be regarded as partners. Although this relationship is not completely willingly concluded, it is indeed the case in terms of the result. It seems that he also knows that he is in the wrong. And the observer will not make any excuses this time. He only said something meaningful. The reason why a secret can become a secret is that no one knows it. Once everyone knows it, it will no longer be a secret. After saying that, the observer paused. Even you. You may not tell everything to your closest family. Right? Moreover, this matter concerns the fate of another world. So I must act with caution. They have already made so many shocking moves without knowing the truth of the plot. It is hard to imagine what kind of variables would be caused if they knew these things at the beginning. Players are not NPCs set by programs after all. And their actions are too uncontrollable. We can only use some external conditions to guide them in the right direction. Xiaoming did not speak, because he knew that what the observer said was probably right. If it was not concealed at the beginning, these players might make a big wave in the process of completing the task. In the game, the world is destroyed and it can be restarted at most. But there is no chance to start over in the real world. For the sake of the overall situation, the observer is understandable to do so. There is just one thing that Xiaoming can't figure out. Then why did you suddenly change your mind? He naturally refers to the observer announcing the truth about the destruction of the world D6188 to the players. The destruction of this world is not entirely due to war. The main reason is that the creators of the gods have destroyed the rules and laws of this world and insisted on opening the gate of the gods in an attempt to cross the barriers of the world and ascend to become gods. After a moment of silence, a faint sigh was heard in the air, because we have no choice. In fact, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Whether it was the player who used the identity of the messenger of the god of the universe to falsely tell the Space Corps' high-level oracle that the seance would destroy the world, or Clover was assassinated in the military exercise, or the seance sent a warning letter to the future alliance and the Space Corps about the countdown to world destruction. And later, the player took the initiative to fight against the seance, but was hit by the other party, and the spaceship was finally stuck in a chaotic timeline. All of these things were beyond their expectations. Even the prophet did not expect it. Seeing the development of things, like a wild horse running in a direction that they could not predict at all, they had to find a way to tighten the reins and let this crazy horse find a way to stop. Even if it can't stop, it has to go in the right direction. Xiaoming couldn't deny this explanation. He just said bluntly, but it seems too late to pull back now. At present, they are all trapped in the wrong timeline. Even if they know the truth, they may not be able to do anything useful. No. Then the observer said firmly, They may not be able to do anything, but we may be able to. Hearing this, Xiaoming looked puzzled. Before he could continue to ask, he heard the other party continue. Just now, your little player made a good suggestion. Recalling the scene he just saw in the background monitoring of the summoner, Xiaoming suddenly realized, you don't want to help those creators become gods, right? Then the observer chuckled. Of course not. First of all, this violates the rules of this world. Not to mention that we don't have such great authority. Then the observer explained softly, although we can't help them become gods, we can weave a dream for them. Xiaoming was stunned. What dream? God is a consciousness that exists in a higher dimension. Only when the soul is freed from the bondage of the universe and enters a higher dimension can we see them. After hearing what the observer said, the black bean eyes of the golden slime in front of him suddenly widened to the size of broad beans. Isn't this the secret of the universe that the other party told him before? Is it really okay to tell the creators such a big secret? Of course, we can't tell them directly. The observer said, their situation is different from yours. Because we are bound by the rules of the world D6188. We can't reveal the truth to them directly. So we can only take a more roundabout way. And dreams are a good way to convey the information we want them to know without having too much impact on the world. Because we just created a dream for them. As for whether they believe it or not, whether they will try it, that is another matter. Chapter 486, Pretending to be the God of the Universe. So how do you plan to weave this dream? Xiaoming paused and said, don't forget that they are digital life forms now. And they don't need to sleep. In this case, how can they dream? After the voice fell, the air fell into a rare silence. After a long time, the observer above his head murmured, this is indeed a problem. But dream itself is not necessarily a noun. It may also be an adjective. We only need to inadvertently reveal the existence of higher dimensions in front of them, which is also an incredible dream for them. Xiaoming's face wrinkled slightly. But wouldn't this destroy the operating rules of the world D6188? He didn't forget what the observer said before. Affected by the operating rules of each world, they often cannot directly intervene in the fate of the world. Telling these bionic scientists that there are higher dimensional consciousnesses in the universe should not be allowed by the rules. You are right. So you and your little players need to help. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard this. Me? What can I do to help? It is understandable that the observer asked the players to help. But he really couldn't think of what role he could play in this matter. Don't underestimate yourself. You can certainly help. Don't forget. You are now the initial subbody. When it comes to the initial subbody, Xiaoming paused. Instinctively, he felt that a big pit appeared in front of him. And he seemed to have no right to choose not to jump. Sure enough. The next second, the observer continued, as a cosmic slime. No. As a descendant of the God of the universe. You, the initial subbody, can be regarded as half a high-dimensional consciousness. In this case, it is not impossible for you to play the role of the God of the universe. I don't know if the observer has seen too many players' tricks, and his style of doing things has been affected a little. And now he can come up with such a whimsical method. For a moment, Xiaoming seemed to understand the observer's plan. Some things that they are not convenient to do. It is simply more appropriate for him, the fake God of the universe, to do. This made him speechless and choked. No. I can't do it. Xiaoming subconsciously refused. The players are too familiar with me. And I will definitely be recognized if I pretend to be the God of the universe. No. They won't. The observer persuaded. They will only think that the golden slime is similar to the God of the universe, and thus rationalize the fact that the slime family is called God's Messenger by the NPC of the Desolate Star, and think that all this is an official plot setting. Besides, the slime family itself has a connection with the God of the universe. So we are not doing this recklessly. The observer's words were well reasoned, and Xiaoming couldn't find a reason to refute it for a while. Then he heard the observer continue. The players have thought of a way to prevent those initiators from going astray. But there is no way to achieve it. Since we can do it, why don't we do it? Don't you want to end it all early? If Xiaoming was still hesitant before, he changed his mind the moment he heard this sentence. I understand. Just do as you say. Xiaoming paused, looked up at the unpredictable sight in the void. So what should I do next? You don't need to do anything. Just leave everything to me. World D6188. Whether in the past timeline or the future timeline, players have been in this silent ruin for nearly 24 hours. This is far beyond the time setting of the game's anti-addiction system. It was at this time that the late-witted players finally confirmed one thing. They may have encountered a bug not triggered any hidden tasks. What's worse is that they didn't find any button on the operation panel to report an error. Nor could they find a window to contact the game customer service. Although this game doesn't seem to have a position for game customer service. Although it's not the first time that Mighty and Unyielding has been stuck with a bug. It's the first time that the bug has been stuck for such a long time. This also made him more worried. Would they starve to death in the game? When he thought about going to work tomorrow, he was even more bald. What if he still can't get offline? Won't his family send him to the hospital? Just as he was worried, something unexpected happened. A golden light suddenly appeared outside the porthole not far away. The first person to discover this situation was Daolong, who was bored and lying on the window looking at the stars. With his reminder, everyone, including the bionic scientists, noticed this strange phenomenon. Just like the special effects that must appear when gods appear in mythological movies and TV series. Circles of golden halos rippled in the dark night sky. And in these circles of halos, a huge, round, golden, familiar creature gradually emerged in everyone's sight. When the player saw the face in the light circle that was highly similar to the golden slime, he was instantly shocked. Mighty and Unyielding, damn! Isn't that the Patriarch? Snail Noodle King, oh my! Why did the Patriarch go there? Daolong takes medicine, it shouldn't be the chief. Our chief is not that fat. Aatrox, can this be called fat? This is obviously big. Mighty and invincible, what on earth is this? Why does it look so much like the chief? It's simply the plus version of the chief. Fried Kidney, do you even need to ask? This is obviously the god of the universe. Players? Seeing everyone looking over, Fried Kidney continued, didn't the NPCs on the barren planet say that the slime family and the god of the universe look very similar? Such a big golden slime must be the god of the universe. It's obvious that the official is making up for the setting buried in the past this time. Hearing this, the players were stunned. And then they all shouted, WTF. The players were noisy here. But no one on the other side cared about these startled slimes. At this moment, all the bionic people in this space station focused their attention on the huge golden slime outside the window. What on earth is that? I don't know. Except for the different colors. It is very similar to those slimes. The bionic scientists at the Ark space station were discussing it. Suddenly, a hint of enthusiasm flashed across Levi's face. This is the god of the universe. Those slimes once said that they were the messengers of the god of the universe. Although many people present usually dislike Levi's eccentric mental state, after hearing his words at this moment, they did not mock or complain about him in an uncharacteristic way. It is true that these slimes had introduced their origins before, and they also knew that they and those soldiers might really come from the future. But many people still doubted the identity of the other party's messenger of the god of the universe. These people did not completely believe what the slime said. After all, the intelligence in the future was too terrifying, and they did not want to admit that the antisocial elements who destroyed the world in the other party's mouth were their future selves. But at this moment, when they saw the huge golden slime in front of them, they could not help but waver in their hearts. Could it be that what those slimes said was true? Could it be that they really came to save the world in accordance with the oracle of the god of the universe? In this case, then everything the other party said about the future was true. Just when the bionic scientists were thinking about different things, their consciousness suddenly received a video message. In just a moment, everyone stood up straight and looked at the huge golden slime floating in the air in the distance in disbelief. On the other side, no one noticed the unusual movements of these NPCs. They were having a heated discussion about the situation in front of them. Daolong took medicine. So are we stuck with a bug, or are we doing a special mission now? At first, they thought it was a special mission, but they found that no one could log off. Just when they thought it was a bug in the game, the mysterious giant golden slime suddenly appeared again. Such an erratic plot development completely confused the players. Mighty and Powerless thought for a while, and said, it should be a special mission. Otherwise, how to explain the thing outside the window? Snail Noodle King, I also tend to think it is a special mission. And it is the kind that we are forced to complete. Aatrox, that's right. You can't log off if you don't complete the mission. Isn't this exactly the same as the original God's Domain event? Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Players have long been accustomed to rationalizing all unreasonable problems in the game. Therefore, when this giant slime that looks like a golden slime suddenly appeared in front of everyone, it not only did not arouse the players' suspicion, but made them more certain of the fact that they are now doing a hidden task. Obviously, the planner is going to give them a big wave next. However, the Snail Noodle King glanced out the window. What message did this god of the universe suddenly appear to convey to us? Hearing this, the players were suddenly startled. Then, they crowded in front of the window, fearing that they would miss key information. Unfortunately, the giant slime in front of them did not give them any hints. On the contrary, the bionic scientists next door seemed to have seen or heard something and suddenly became excited. Is this the secret of the universe? It's incredible. Oh my god. How did this happen? Seeing these people so excited, the players were just confused. What's going on? Just now, every bionic person present received a video message inexplicably in their minds. In that video, they saw themselves flying higher and higher like a light balloon. This feeling is not like weightlessness, but more like getting rid of a heavy body and ascending as a soul. They flew higher and higher, leaving the Ark space station, leaving the space garbage dump in front of them, and leaving this vast galaxy. Later, it was an endless void. Then, they saw many conscious bodies that were either visible or invisible. There was already out of the normal three-dimensional world, although there was no text or language information in the picture. Their intuition told them that this was a higher dimensional world. In excitement, Levi suddenly spoke. No wonder those slimes said that we would create a seance in the future. Cliff did not speak, because at this moment, he had nothing to say. If it weren't for meeting this group of messengers of the God of the universe, he would have known the future in advance. Most of the people present will probably do what the slime said, searching for information about the God's Gate project, trying to open the door to another world. As a scientist, the most vigorous thing is the desire for knowledge, especially when they already have a nearly eternal life. Exploring the unknown becomes their first choice to spend their long lives. When a brand new unknown thing is placed in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? Although the starting point of all this is just to explore the truth of the universe. Once the pursuit of truth goes astray, it is very likely to make people doomed. Perhaps, in the future, they will go astray on the way of exploration. Thinking of this, Cliff said, "We can't let those terrible futures come true." As soon as these words came out, everyone's excitement gradually calmed down. Recalling the future they heard from the slimes, they couldn't help but start to get nervous. As long as we don't look for the God's Gate, those tragedies will never happen. Levi said, through the message just now, I think the God of the universe wants to tell us that only by getting rid of the heavy body, consciousness, no, soul can we go to a higher dimensional world. Chapter 487, Changing the Course of History. Is that all? Facing the shadowy gaze above his head, Xiaoming asked suspiciously, do I really not need to say or do anything? No. The voice of the observer came from above. As a god, you don't need to deliberately show anything. Just stand there quietly. I will project your image to the highest dimensional world, and then reflect it to the coordinates of the Ark space station in world D6188. As for the content to be passed to the other party, we have already prepared it separately. Although it is just a fragmented piece of information, it is enough to achieve our intention. Seeing that the observer answered so confidently, Xiaoming stopped asking. To be honest, the help he can provide in this matter is really limited. Since the observer is so sure, there is no need for him to dig deep. Anyway, he can know the final result from the player. World D6188. Ark Space Station. Omega Timeline. It seems that just to show off its existence, the giant golden slime in front of him quickly disappeared. This made the players, who had not received any information from beginning to end, feel confused. Looking at the bionic scientists who were talking endlessly in the distance, Aatrox said, did we miss something? The king of snail noodles shook his head. Probably not. Mighty and unyielding, if this is the God of the universe, then what is the significance of its appearance? You say. Dalon took medicine and paused. Could this be the fundamental reason that prompted those scientists to establish the seance? As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked over. Then I heard Dalon take medicine and continue. It is because they saw that the God of the universe knew the existence of a higher dimensional world. So they wanted to restart the gate of God and go there. But didn't we tell them these things before? Mighty and unyielding was puzzled. Except for the bald man. Others didn't seem to be very interested at the time. In fact, it was not just the bad news in the future. The players also revealed a lot of information half-truthfully, including the God's domain and the God of the universe. But those bionic scientists seemed to just listen to them for fun and didn't completely believe what they said. Even the Gate of God, which attracted the Space Legion and the Future Alliance, did not show much interest. It has only been a day. Has their attitude changed so much? Hearing is false. Seeing is true. Fried kidney flour. They did not believe it before because they had not seen it with their own eyes. But once the God of the universe appeared in front of them, these people had to re-examine what we said. Damn! Mighty and unyielding, then we will become the culprits of the destruction of the parallel world? If they hadn't told these people about the gate of God, they would not have thought of looking for it in the future. No, Fried Kidney Flour said, I am more inclined to believe that this is a plot set by the planner. Whether we talk about the gate of God or not, the God of the universe will appear. It's like a cutscene. It will inevitably jump out when the plot develops to a certain point in time. The only difference is that we have already sounded the alarm for these people before this cutscene appeared, telling them how many crazy things they will do in the future. At present, these people have not gone to extremes. If they still have conscience, they should not repeat the same mistakes. After listening to the analysis of the fried big kidney, the face of Wei Wubai suddenly wrinkled into a bun. Isn't this equivalent to gambling? Betting on whether the other party's character and morality are up to standard. You can say that. Fried Big Kidney paused, but once the bet wins, we will have completed the task of this event. What if the bet loses? Dowling asked subconsciously while taking medicine. If the bet loses, it will be the B-line, and the parallel world will still be destroyed. As he said, the Fried Big Kidney shook his round body as if he was relaxed. Don't be nervous. This is just a game. Even if the activity task fails, it won't matter. After all, this game has been publicly tested, and it is not like the closed beta that threatens us with the suspension of service if the task fails. That's true. After hearing what the Fried Kidney said, the players were relieved. Only the Snail Noodle King looked out the window without saying a word. Is that really the case? He always felt that things were not that simple. Not only this event, but also the game, Wild Star World, gave him the same feeling. It's just that they didn't think deeply about it. Since the early closed beta, there have been many rumors about Wild Star World on the internet. Many speculations that seem far-fetched at first glance are not completely impossible when you think about it carefully. What if the game world is not just a game world, but a real alien world? I remember that Wild Star World was promoted as the most realistic alien infrastructure game in the early closed beta. If it is not a real alien world, how can it be called the most realistic alien infrastructure game? Thinking about it carefully, the Snail Noodle King shuddered. If this is the case, then the official announcement that the closed beta will be closed if the event fails. Because this is not a game, but a real world. In the real world, many things do not have the option of starting over again. Thinking of this, the King of Snail Noodles couldn't help but think divergently. Since the deserted planet and the future galaxy are real, does it mean that the parallel world they are in now is actually real? If you want to go to a higher dimensional world, you must abandon your body. Are you serious? Looking at Levi in front of him with excitement, Cliff frowned slightly. Of course. Levi, didn't you feel it just now? It was an indescribable feeling of lightness, completely different from the feeling of weightlessness. I can feel my soul leaving this heavy iron box and flying higher. That is the higher dimensional world where God is. The mystery of the universe is at hand. At this moment, my intellectual plug-in is burning. Seeing Levi's slightly exaggerated movements, everyone looked at each other, without mocking or refuting. Although they are currently skeptical about Levi's assertion that only by abandoning the body can you go to a higher dimensional world, it is undeniable that they have just experienced this feeling. The higher dimensional world is not accessible to life in the three-dimensional world. It is like a thin film barrier covering it, and things in the material world cannot pass through it at all, unless it is the smallest microscopic particle in the universe. It is impossible to enter there. And the soul, perhaps it is more accurate to call it a consciousness body, and its existence can ignore this obstacle, just like a small fish that drilled out of the hole of a fishing net. Only a small enough body can flow freely in the river. However, all this is just the inference they have drawn from their experience just now. As for whether the truth of the matter is like this, no one dares to be sure. Wouldn't it be known if we try it? Li Wei said, as scientific researchers, we need to make bold assumptions and carefully verify them. Now that the point of view has been put forward, we can use practical actions to prove whether this point of view is correct. How to prove it? Emily asked subconsciously. It's very simple. Li Wei said, abandon the existing body and emit our consciousness data into the universe in the form of electromagnetic waves. If it is feasible, we will be able to go to a higher dimensional world sooner or later. Such a bold proposal immediately caused an uproar at the scene. Levi, are you crazy? Isn't this equivalent to suicide? I'm not crazy. On the contrary, I'm very calm now. Facing his colleagues' excited cursing, Levi remained unmoved and continued, "Don't forget that our consciousness information is all in the backup master file in the ARC chip. Even if the experiment fails, it won't cause much loss, because as long as the master file is not lost, we can resurrect at any time." After hearing Levi's words, the bionic scientists, who had previously expressed strong opposition, suddenly became silent, as if moved by his proposal. Everyone looked hesitant. After a long time, I don't know who in the crowd said first, "Since it can be resurrected, it doesn't matter if you try, right?" Probably because someone was the first to speak out. Some people who were tempted but a little hesitant also had more courage because of this. "Then give it a try. I have no objection. You all said to give it a try. So let's give it a try. If there is one, there will be two. And if there are two, there will be three. Soon." With the minority obeying the majority, a group of people finally reached a consensus. For them, time is just a number. In the long river of life, we must always find something meaningful to do. And now, going to a higher dimensional world seems to have become their new subject. This will lead them to a wider scientific world, away from this universe and the old human civilization. They may be able to see a completely different landscape. At this moment, the trajectory of history has changed silently. The timeline of the world D6188 began to loosen. In a higher dimensional space, looking at the timeline gradually separating below, the observer breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have succeeded. In the Alpha timeline, the surrounding ruins began to tremble slightly. The three people who were playing hopscotch in the open space suddenly stopped. What's going on? Looking at the trembling garbage fragments around, Wang Zioxiaosu was still frightened. Is it going to be an earthquake? How is it possible? This is outer space. Lu Zhu was Xiao retorted subconsciously. Compared to an earthquake, the possibility of an asteroid hitting this place is greater. As he said that, he suddenly paused. Could it be that an asteroid hit us? Don't be such a phantom. Where did the asteroid come from? Wang Xiao Su was about to say something to him, but suddenly stopped. Isn't that the captain? Hearing this, the two of them immediately looked in the direction she was looking. They saw a translucent shadow appear on the wall not far away, and this shadow became more and more solid. At the same time, the ruins around them also began to dissolve and dissipate like an effervescent tablet in water. Lu Zhu with Xiao's eyes widened. What's going on? The timeline may have returned to normal. Zheng stopped moving. Although he didn't know what happened, he thought the captain and his team should have succeeded. Chapter 488 The Confession of the Observer. The secret that has not been revealed. The past, present and future. Three timelines intersect, overlap, and finally separate. The misplaced people and things will eventually return to the correct track. Glimpsing the slime that became more and more transparent not far away, Lee Wycliffe and others who were busy discussing the experimental plan were stunned. At this moment, they finally noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. What's going on? The players knew that this was a signal that the hidden task was completed. Seeing that the scene in front of them was about to disappear, Wei Wubai shouted to everyone, "We are leaving. If you don't want the world to be destroyed, you must not repeat the same mistakes." Leaving such a sentence, the slimes disappeared. They are like a hurricane, coming and going in a hurry. They set off a storm, but left without any nostalgia. After a long time, a sentence suddenly came from the crowd. Am I dreaming? Calm down. Man, our current body no longer has the function of dreaming. But then we have a new research topic. As he said that, Levi's eyes began to flash with excitement. What do you think of time travel? After leaving the Omega timeline belonging to history, this group of time travelers did not directly return to the Beta timeline when the explosion occurred, but directly met with the three people of Luzhu Huishao in the Alpha timeline. The soldiers of the 3rd Division of the Space Corps, who were originally recuperating in the infirmary, were suddenly transferred to the dark ruins in front of them inexplicably. For a moment, several people could not help but be alert. At this time, a cry came from the front. Not far away, 3 slimes with different colors and patterns jumped towards them. No, to be precise, not towards them, but towards the slimes around them. Captain! Seeing the 3 people of Luzhu Huishao, the Snail Noodle King's eyes lit up and hurried to meet them. You are really here. Mighty and Unyielding looked around. This is the Ark space station? How did it become like this? Obviously, there had been a fierce battle here. The Snail Noodle King paused and sighed. It seemed that the future had not been changed. The God creators finally had a head-on conflict with the Future Alliance and the Space Corps. Their mission failed. Upon hearing this, the players who were just happy about clearing the hidden plot suddenly became quiet, seeing that the slimes, which were originally very noisy, suddenly became silent. The soldiers of the 3rd Division, who were already confused by the current situation, felt even more puzzled. However, before they could ask the other party what happened, the change happened again. Just like the surveillance screen with poor signal, everything in front of them began to appear phantom. Such a weird but familiar scene made Andric and other soldiers of the 3rd Division immediately grasp the weapons at hand. What is going on? The players were also a little puzzled about the situation in front of them. The ground beneath their feet, the surrounding walls, and even their own bodies seemed to be stuck in a frame. And dots of mosaics began to appear. Luzuhuo Shadahai, is this the punishment for mission failure? Are we going to be killed by the plot? Wangwangxiaxieosu, shut up. As soon as the voice fell, a familiar feeling came over me. I saw a black screen in front of my eyes. And then the players disconnected the game link. History deviated from the original trajectory and moved in a new direction, driven by the Omega timeline. Beta, representing the present, and Alpha, representing the future, all moved towards a new destiny. At the same time, the Beta and Alpha timelines that were originally entangled began to separate automatically. The Dark World D6188 has regained its vitality. On the other side, the players who suddenly lost the line also received a message prompt at the same time. The Parallel World event has ended. Mainline mission, prevent the destruction of the world, completed. The mission reward will be issued to the player account within 48 hours after settlement. Seeing the text message in front of them, the players who were previously frustrated by the failure of the mission suddenly widened their eyes and shouted at the same time. Hack! It's all over. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the message pop up on the summoner screen. Although the process was a bit tortuous, fortunately the result was good. The players finally succeeded in helping the World D6188 escape the fate of destruction. Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a little sad while celebrating. The game may be shut down? After all, the observers have achieved their desired goal. Is it necessary for Wildstar World to continue to exist? The answer is obviously no. But if the game is shut down, what should he do? He has long died in real life, and his consciousness is now attached to the golden slime in the simulation test field. If Wildstar World disappears, does it mean that he will disappear with it? Xiaoming was making random guesses, but the familiar rustling sound came from the air again. Don't worry. The game will not be shut down, and you will not disappear. Xiaoming was caught off guard by the observer's answer and paused, facing the unpredictable sight in the void. Xiaoming's black eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Are you surprised? Then the observer chuckled. I didn't expect that I didn't choose to shut down the server. It was a little unexpected. Xiaoming suppressed the surprise in his eyes. Now that the goal has been achieved, I really can't think of a reason for you to continue to maintain Desolate Star World. It's very simple, the observer said bluntly, because in this universe, there is more than one world on the verge of collapse, like D6188. In other words, we still need your help. You have the potential to become a savior. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard it. Savior? This is the new name we gave you. In fact, what you did is also in line with this name. As he said, the observer paused. Do you know why we chose you? The sudden turn of the topic made Xiaoming a little unresponsive. He remembered that the observer had asked him the same question before. He didn't understand what the point of asking the same question again was. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still gave the answer, because the match between me and the initial sub-body is the highest. After finishing speaking, Xiaoming added, You have already told me about this before. The implication is, you asked a nonsense question. However, the observer was not annoyed, and only said, I told you, but I didn't explain it in detail. In fact, you and the initial sub-body have a high degree of match, even reaching the level of perfect fit. Have you ever thought about why this is? Hearing this, Xiaoming's heart suddenly lifted. Based on the contact with the observer during this period, he felt that the other party's next answer was likely to be a heavy bomb. Without waiting for Xiaoming to answer, the voice from the void continued, Because you are the cosmic slime. The air suddenly became unusually quiet. At this moment, time seemed to stop flowing. Xiaoming stood there in astonishment, staring blankly at the sight in the void. And it took a long time for him to find his voice again. Ah! At this moment, countless bullet screens flashed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a game planner who died of overwork into the legendary god of the universe. From human to slime. This race leap is too big. Right? No. How is this possible? Just when Xiaoming was in a mess in the wind. The observer said gently, I know you are surprised. But don't be surprised. Wait for me to finish my words first. In fact, it is not entirely accurate to call you a cosmic slime. Because you still have some human characteristics. Suppressing his doubts, Xiaoming asked seriously, what is going on? Observer, I told you before that cosmic slimes are a group of troublemakers. They always sneak into the observed worlds in various ways. Right? In fact, reincarnation by borrowing the body of native creatures is just one of their ways to enter the world. Hearing this, Xiaoming's heart sank suddenly. You don't mean to say that the real I is actually a cosmic slime that sneaked into the Earth world? And I actually occupied the body of this human called Xiaoming? You are very smart, but not entirely accurate. Hearing this, Xiaoming became more confused. What do you mean? To be precise, you did not occupy Xiaoming's body, but lived in his body. Living in? Xiaoming was stunned. But I have no impression of all this. Could it be that all my past life experiences were false? Of course not. Then the observer explained, as Xiaoming, your life, study, and work experience are all real. But the difference is that the two who have this experience are completely different consciousnesses. Because the cosmic slime is originally a consciousness that does not belong to this world. Even if it lives in the body of a human on Earth, it will not have much impact on the host. But because you have shared the same body for a long time, the soul of human Xiaoming and the consciousness of the cosmic slime have long been fused together. It is now difficult to use a single identity to distinguish who you are. It can be said that you are now both human Xiaoming and cosmic slime. The amount of information given by the observer is too much. After a long time, Xiaoming slowly digested this fact. But he still asked with reluctance, are you lying to me again? After all, the observer has done a lot of wolf cry before. Xiaoming dare not believe this guy's words easily again. I swear in the name of the entire universe. This time it is true. The observer paused, in fact. You don't have to be confused about this. Because whether it is human Xiaoming or cosmic slime, you are you. You successfully led the players to successfully complete the task of saving the world D6188 and solve the problem that we could not solve. Your actions have been deeply remembered by people. Suddenly hearing such flattery, Xiaoming opened his mouth and said modestly, in fact, I didn't do anything this time. And it was the players who made the greatest efforts. Is that so? Then a chuckle came from the void, then tell you another secret. Do you know how the simulation test field came from? In fact, it was not formed by our program simulation, but a real world. Hearing this, Xiaoming paused suddenly. He met the playful sight in the void in disbelief. Then you. I said this before just to reduce your psychological burden. The observer sighed, in fact. Desolate Planet World is one of the world lines that failed to be reset in the past of World D6188. We picked it out and transformed it into the so-called simulation experiment field. In other words, the game, Desolate Planet World, itself is a parallel world of World D6188. And you and your players have indeed changed a world that should have been destroyed. Chapter 489. It's time to start a new game. In just a moment, Xiaoming felt like he was riding a roller coaster, soaring from the bottom to the sky. At first, he regarded the desolate planet as a real world, leading the players to manage it carefully. But the sudden appearance of the observer broke his inherent cognition. When he finally accepted that the environment he was in was just a virtual simulation training ground, the other party told him that everything was real. If the current conversation atmosphere was not inappropriate, Xiaoming would have wanted to learn to curse like the players. Is the other party playing him? As if sensing Xiaoming's inner anger, the observer coughed lightly and changed the subject inconspicuously. The previous reservations were because we were not sure that you would succeed. But now the situation is different, since it has been decided to deepen cooperation. Some things that were not explained in the past must be confessed truthfully, as if to fear that Xiaoming would have a grudge. The observer added, I swear in the name of the universe. What I said this time is 100% true, without any concealment. Even if he was hiding it, he wouldn't know. Xiaoming complained in his heart, and didn't say anything. Although he was not completely relieved of the observer's deception. It had already happened, and there was no point in worrying about it. Now that the observer had confessed everything to him, it meant that he wanted to discuss cooperation sincerely. In this case, there was no need for him to dwell on the past. Xiaoming was a person who liked to look forward to everything. The past could not be pursued, but the future could still be remembered. Rather than being embarrassed about the past, he was more concerned about the cooperation the other party mentioned. Let's talk about cooperation. Xiaoming paused. You said before that there was more than one world on the verge of collapse, like D6188 in the universe. Does this mean that the slime nest and the summoning pool will be projected to those worlds in the future to open new servers? Seeing that Xiaoming didn't dwell on the past, the observer breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Xiaoming asked, but if we want to open a new server in a new world, can we continue to use the name Desolate Star World? Although the term multiple worlds is omnipotent, it is not very convenient after all. Hearing this, the observer showed a relieved smile. And we have already considered this issue. In the future, we can launch a series of derivative games. As for Desolate Star World, the parallel world, D6188, which has escaped the crisis, we will close the link between the player's helmet and the map. Only the closed beta version will be retained as a novice training ground for new players. Of course, it is still announced to the outside world as a public beta version. This sounds like a good method. At this point, Xiaoming changed the subject. So what is the background of the next derivative game? When will it be launched? We are still discussing this issue. Although there are many worlds that need to be saved, not every one of them is suitable for the fourth disaster to come. Hearing this, Xiaoming did not ask any more questions, but only nodded slightly to show his understanding, as if afraid that he would think too much. The observer added, don't worry. Once we make a decision, we will notify you as soon as possible. Earth. Official website. Announcement for all servers. The limited time event, Parallel World, has ended. Congratulations to Dawei Tianlei. Snail Noodle Team. Avengers. Wait for the player army to complete the task of saving the Parallel World. Player Wei Wui Wui. Snail Noodle King. Stir-fried kidney. Wait for others to obtain the title of World Savior. And the title will be synchronized to the Hall of Fame. The announcement of the event that ended unexpectedly instantly flooded the forum. What? The event is over? Damn. I'm still offline OB. And the event is over? Is it so fast? I want to go online woo woo woo. It's not fair. Why were everyone killed by the plot at that time? But these guys were still fine? There must be something fishy about this game. Seeing that some players started to make trouble. Gotham, who was led by the team members to win easily, and Rem and others jumped out to refute. Rem is my wife. What is fishy? That's because you are so unlucky. Gotham Iron Man, that's right. Didn't you see that I was also killed by the explosion? Gloria, that's right. Don't blame others for your own mistakes. The behavior of several people who got the advantage and still acted cute immediately caused a new round of verbal battles. Regardless of whether it is harmonious or not, the forum is full of lively information. However, not everyone pays attention to the game's issues and rewards. For intelligence organizations of various countries that have been secretly investigating Wild Star World. In real life, the game event that just ended seems to have a different meaning. Although it has not been announced to the public, the news that Wild Star World comes from extraterrestrial civilizations has long been spread to intelligence departments of various countries. Some Western countries asked China to share intelligence after learning that China had contact with mysterious extraterrestrial civilizations. Their attitude of asking for help can be said to be very arrogant, and they use threats and inducements to the extreme. If this had been put a few decades ago, the Chinese top leaders might still be afraid of these guys. But now the situation has changed. This Oriental dragon has awakened, and there is no need to compromise as in the past. After the president of the M country hit several soft nails in succession with the flower growers, he was completely furious. He grabbed the director of the Intelligence Bureau, Abel, and criticized him severely, asking why he had not made any progress in the investigation for nearly 2 years. On the other hand, China has made considerable breakthroughs in the field of science and technology in the past 2 years. You can guess who helped them with this just by moving your toes. It's so jealous. God knows how China brainwashed those extraterrestrial civilizations. And they were so devoted to helping them that they didn't even leave them a chance. In fact, not only the president himself, but also Abel, the head of the intelligence department, felt weird. In the past 2 years, they have tried countless methods, whether it was hacking into the game website or learning Chinese characters to fill out the game account application form. But they all failed. After waiting for the public beta, it turned out that you need to provide a Chinese ID card to buy a game helmet. The official reason given is that the game contains violent and bloody content, and players under the age of 18 are prohibited from applying for an account, in order to prevent minors from using their parents' ID cards to apply for an account. Facial recognition is even required. Even if they later tried to spend money to let Chinese people in M countries successfully apply for and buy game helmets, they could not use them themselves, because the account has been bound to the ID card. Face recognition is required to log in to the helmet. Even if they invited Hollywood makeup artists to make themselves up as Chinese, they still couldn't pass the test. Failures again and again have gradually turned these agents, who claim to be capable, into eggplants hit by frost. Even Abel himself couldn't hold on any longer. However, for the sake of national strategic purposes, giving up is just a thought in the mind. Reality simply cannot stop them, although they failed to find a way to successfully enter the game. This did not prevent them from collecting intelligence from players. In order to better understand these extraterrestrial civilizations, all members of the intelligence department began to learn the Chinese language and squatted in the game forum of Desolate Star World every day to decipher the discussion posts posted by players. And the Parallel World event that just ended this time brought a new breakthrough to their investigation. Not long ago, our aerospace department detected abnormal cosmic energy fluctuations in the galaxy near our 136A1. Philip, the leader of the investigation team, paused and said, coincidentally, the time when the energy fluctuation occurred was almost the same as the time when the players encountered the spaceship explosion in the game. In connection with the title of this event, the answer is obvious. Hearing this, Abel thought, so, are those extraterrestrial civilizations actually from our parallel world? If so, then everything makes sense. The so-called extraterrestrial civilization is actually the Chinese from another world. It is precisely because of this that they will open the door to China and prevent us from entering the game. The more Abel thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth of the matter. For a moment, his face, which had become wrinkled due to mission anxiety, suddenly glowed with joy. Yes, that's right. That's it. Seeing that the superiors agreed with their investigation results, the intelligence investigation team, which had been busy for 2 years with little effect, was relieved. So what should we do next? Philip paused and said, are we just going to watch like this? What's the hurry? Abel said, the M country in another world will definitely not sit idly by. Maybe they will contact us on their own initiative. By then, do we still need to care about China? Hearing the director's words, Philip's eyebrows frowned slightly. It has been 2 years. If the M country in another world could contact them, they would have contacted them long ago. There are only 3 possibilities for this situation. Either their investigation results are wrong, or the M country in another world doesn't care about them at all. As for the last one, it is the one he least wants to happen, and the one he thinks is the least likely to happen. The M country in another world no longer exists. Or in other words, it has never existed. Thinking of this, Philip felt his scalp tingling. Of course, he didn't dare to say this in front of Director Abel and other senior officials. He would rather his investigation results be wrong than want the M country in the parallel world to disappear. The intelligence departments of various countries on Earth are still secretly investigating the Desolate Star World on the other side of the higher dimensional space. The observers have selected a brand new world under the guidance of the Prophet. Right here, a green planet appeared in the picture. There are abundant vegetation here, and there are sufficient water and food resources. Of course, this does not mean that this place is suitable for human habitation. More than 100 years ago, a group of terrible monsters were born on this planet because of the selfish interests of some people. The spread of Zerg, carnivorous plants and slime molds directly led to the destruction of human civilization. What's more terrifying is that the initiator of the destruction of this planet later brought the seeds of disaster to other planets. Today, the entire galaxy has become the world of plant slime molds and Zerg. Setting up a new server here can just satisfy the player's desire to fight. After making a decision, the observation chief said, it's time to start a new game. Chapter 490. I believe that with past experience, you will be able to complete it well. Time flies. After the cool autumn, the deserted planet gradually ushered in the cold winter. White snowflakes drifted over Jinsha City, covering the entire city with a bright white coat. Although the weather was cold, it did not hinder people's enthusiasm for travel. The city was full of passers-by wearing all kinds of down jackets. There were several long queues at the snack stalls around the square. Everything was so peaceful. It was hard to imagine that just over 2 years ago, the civilians here didn't even have a decent warm clothing. After all, The city was still ruled by the city lord and the nobles. Except for the servants who were lackeys. Ordinary people had problems with food and clothing. This was the case in Jinsha City. Not to mention the farms in other eastern regions. But now is different from the past. After the fall of the noble landlords, the people of the entire eastern region changed their past poverty and became masters. With the concerted efforts of everyone lived a good life in less than a year. Later, the Slime clan led the army to declare war on the Western Prison Committee and took down Storm City in one go. After that, the Western Prison Committee, an organization that occupied half of the deserted planet for more than 300 years, began to collapse. So far, the Deserted Planet Republic Alliance was officially established. Those who know the times are heroes. And prisons of all sizes in the West began to turn to the Deserted Planet Republic Alliance. In just 2 years, this planet has achieved a huge change that has not been completed in the past 300 years. It is precisely because of this that the Deserted Planet Republic Alliance and the Slime Clan have become more and more famous, and even aroused the vigilance of the future alliance. Just when these people wanted to give this former colony a head start, the players, and even the entire Deserted Planet Republic Alliance began to use their actual actions to prove that they are no longer the soft persimmons that were manipulated by others in the past. And the future alliance seemed to realize that these guys were a tough guy, and they didn't do anything later. However, the reason why the future alliance was indifferent was not because they were really afraid of them, but because compared to this planet that had just escaped poverty and hunger, the Space Corps was their biggest opponent. But no matter what the reason was, the fishermen benefited from the quarrel between the Snipe and the Clam. And the desolate planet also got a chance to breathe and began to move towards the path of positive development. In just 2 years, this chaotic, backward and poor land gave birth to an incredible miracle. And all this is also inseparable from the efforts of everyone. As the primary contributor to changing this planet, the Slime Clan also won the respect and love of the people of the desolate planet with their practical actions. Although sometimes, these slimes still do some things that ordinary people cannot understand. Take my bullet. On the white snow, a lake blue-green slime dug out a snowball and smashed it towards the lemon-yellow slime on the opposite side. The lemon-yellow slime flexibly avoided the attack of the snowball. Then, the round body split into 10 slender tentacles, each holding a snowball as big as a basketball. Chain gun shooting. With a loud shout, 10 tentacles hurled snowballs at the opposite slime like catapults. After a round of offensive, the player's tentacles quickly formed new snowballs, one after another. It was a real chain gun. Of course, this method of snowball fight can only be played by players with high speed values. As for other players, they naturally have their own special ways of playing. Not far away, a slime rolled on the ground, and then covered the surface of its body with thick snow particles. The LV-50 level has long made players fearless of ice and snow. Now they no longer need to wrap themselves in animal fur or down jackets to keep warm. Even if they are naked, they can still play freely in the snow. And those players with high defense values that are almost full, let alone ice and snow, even magma can do nothing to them now. Stand on the branch, tighten the elastic band tied between the two branches and lean back. The tight elastic band made a sound, and then the slime snowball flew out. Here comes the slime cannon. There was a ghost cry in the air, and the player disguised as a snowball rushed to the crowd on the opposite side. Oh no! It was a group of slimes. The players on the ground naturally couldn't be hit in vain. Seeing something flying from the air, they quickly scattered. As luck would have it, at this time, a machine that looked like a forklift and a harvester drove over in the distance. And the slime snowball just hit the car window hard. The snowball was shattered into slag, revealing the translucent orange-red sandwich inside. Weiwu, who was hit so hard that he saw stars, couldn't help but climb up the car window glass and saw the familiar fluorescent green in the cab at a glance. Gotham. Damn it! Facing the furious mighty unyielding, Gotham turned on the wipers without a care. And then the orange-red slime stuck on the car window was blown away again. Gravity acceleration. The moment mighty unyielding landed, snow particles were raised all over the sky. Damn! Paw! Mighty, what are you doing? The players whose faces were covered with snow did not care about playing with the snow, and they all uttered beautiful Chinese curses. Mighty Unyielding was angry and agreed. It was not me. It was Gotham, that dog, who did it. However, Gotham had no intention of feeling guilty at all, and just spread out his little tentacles. I just saw some garbage on the windshield and cleaned it up. Damn! You are the loser. The snow suddenly came with a cursing and lively atmosphere. Looking at the snowballs whizzing around below, Xiaoming, who was standing in front of the window, narrowed his black bean eyes and curved his mouth. Really energetic. As an old man, he hasn't participated in snowball fights for many years. Hearing his sigh, the voice of the observer suddenly came from the void. If you are envious, you can choose to join them. Forget it. Xiaoming shook his head. If I go down, won't they be scared to death? As a clan leader, I have to look like an NPC. The observer chuckled and stopped persuading him. Xiaoming did not continue the topic, but only asked, what do you want to talk to me about suddenly? After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. Is it because of the new game? That's right. The observer did not deny it, and directly stated his purpose. After discussion, we have decided on the location of the next server. This time I want to discuss the new game with you. Xiaoming blinked when he heard it. So fast? I remember that the observer told him not long ago that he had not yet considered which world to install the server of the new game. It has been less than a week, and they have already decided? Surprised at the other party's efficiency, Xiaoming immediately asked, so what kind of place is the map of the new game? Observer, it is a very primitive place. It is full of all kinds of strange animals, plants and slime molds. Although the environment is a little harsh, it is very suitable for your little players to open up. Put the server of the new game there. I think they will like it. It sounds like it is no different from the mountains and forests in the east of the wasteland. Xiaoming paused. I mean the eastern mountains and forests in the past. Then I heard the voice in the void laugh. No. It's much worse than the former wasteland. If the maps of the wasteland in the past were difficult, then the new server is Lish. In that galaxy, human civilization has almost disappeared. Although there are still some indigenous tribes surviving. They are just surviving. In order to adapt to the harsh environment, the people living there have abandoned their normal appearance, resulting in mutations and atavism. To sum it up in one sentence, in that world, the entire process of human civilization is showing a regressive trend. After listening to the observer's explanation, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, so, is that world going to destruction because of the regression of human civilization? As he said that, Xiaoming came back to his senses. But it's not right. Isn't the development and utilization of nature by humans a kind of destruction in itself? In this case, without humans, that world should not be going to destruction. In addition to being a little primitive, Xiaoming really can't imagine why such a world needs to be saved by players. But the observer sighed and said, things are not that simple. The reason why that world has become like this is purely because of a terrible biological experiment. The large-scale escape of the experimental subjects caused genetic contamination of the native organisms, which caused serious damage to the ecology of this planet. Although the initiators of all this eventually suffered the consequences, their deaths could not stop this catastrophe. Those mutated plants and animals and slime molds continued to devour everything around them. Countless people lost their lives in this disaster. After that, human civilization began to die, and the planet began to be ruled by these mutants. However, all this was just the beginning. Those mutants later drifted to other planets in the same galaxy through various channels. From this, they began to expand continuously in this galaxy and reached an uncontrollable point. If they continue to leave it alone, this world will sooner or later be destroyed by these crazy mutant products. Hearing this, Xiaoming immediately understood, this is like a species invasion. It can be understood in this way. But this is much more serious than an ordinary species invasion. The observer said, according to the prophecy of the prophet, we were originally planning to give up that world. But seeing your successful precedent, the chief observer wanted you to give it a try. Xiaoming was a little surprised. Your chief observer is so optimistic about us. Actually, it's not optimistic. The observer paused and said, don't you have a saying there? Try it when it's dead. Anyway, the situation won't be worse than it is now. So why not let you give it a try? What if it can be solved? At this point, the observer changed the subject. We have sent the specific information about the new game map to your email. As for how to name it, you can decide for yourself. I believe that with past experience, you will be able to do it well. Chapter 491 New Game is coming. Be honest. Earth. Wild Star World. Official website. The new game, Mutated Planet, is about to be launched. Click the link below to sign up for the closed beta test. For more game information, please log into the Mutated Planet official website. A thunderclap came out of nowhere. The top announcement suddenly posted on the official website directly made the entire game forum boil. No one expected that the official would announce the closed beta test of the new game so suddenly. You know, WildStar World has just started the public beta test for less than a month. The fact that the closed beta test of the new game was brought up so quickly really shocked everyone. Lu Zhu Hua Xiao, wow. New game. I am your father, 6. No publicity and direct release. Mighty and indomitable. Is the official production capacity so awesome? De Peng Zhan Qi, compared with the production capacity. I just think the official is too good at covering it up. We didn't hear any news about the new game before. Pork stewed with vermicelli, indeed. The confidentiality work is too good. Isn't it? Gotham Iron Man. I just went to the official website of Mutant Planet and took a look. There is nothing inside. Only a few pictures and a text introduction. This is too simple. Stir-fried kidney. What's the big deal? The official website of Wild Planet was even simpler than this. This time, the official has at least made a lot of progress in the design of the UI interface. Squinting smile. Rim is my wife. Squinting smile, the account has been successfully applied for. Screenshot.jpg. Mighty and unyielding, I'm Jiao. When did you apply? Rim is my wife. Picking nose. Of course, I applied as soon as the announcement came out. Otherwise, it would be strange if I could get the lottery when there are more applicants. After experiencing the difficult account application process of the closed beta version of Wild Planet, the old players have learned a lot. If you can get it early, do it early. If you can't get it early, you can only rely on luck. Although the success or failure of the closed beta account application has no necessary connection with the application time, going early can at least reduce the competition and increase the probability of being drawn. Here, when players rush to the official website of Mutant Planet to fill out the closed beta account application form, the Chinese investigation team also smelled a hint of something unusual. Looking at the latest announcement posted on the game's official website, Fang Qianan frowned. This is too sudden. Xiao Zhang nodded. It is indeed sudden. He has never seen any game company on the market that would immediately bring up another new game 1 month after the public beta of the game, even though it is only a closed beta. Of course, the project team of WildStar World itself is not an ordinary game company on the market. This mysterious game company, which is related to extraterrestrial civilizations, naturally cannot be understood and judged by the common sense inherent in Earthlings. The new game is online. Do we still need to apply for a new closed beta account this time? Hearing the question from the team member, Fang Qianan relaxed his brows. Of course. This is one of the few ways for us to understand those extraterrestrial civilizations. But this time the game. The team member paused, hesitating to speak. Xiao Zhang took over the conversation. This time it is very different from WildStar World. If the main storyline of Barren Planet is to let players save, rebuild and transform the backward and poor exile planet, then the newly announced Mutant Planet sounds more like a strategic confrontational combat survival game such as Rise of the Planet of the Apes and StarCraft. Although the main task of players in the early closed beta of Wild Planet World is also survival. According to the game information of Mutated Planet, currently released by the official, survival and fighting have become the main content of this game. And according to the game settings, humans are no longer the main body in the world of Mutated Planet. The dominant position in this world is occupied by various mutant creatures. Such a setting is more like some single-player games with science fiction or horror themes on Earth. In this case, is it necessary for them to enter the game to find out? At this time, the experts of the research group, who had not interrupted the discussion of this meeting, suddenly spoke up. Have you ever thought these games may be real? The speaker is an old professor of biology. This old professor is usually taciturn and has never participated in their discussions. Now he actually took the initiative to start the conversation. And everyone stopped for a while. Hearing this, Fang Qian's eyebrows, which had just relaxed, were squeezed into caterpillars again. What you mean is, Wild Planet World is not a game, but a real world? Maybe it's not just Wild Planet World, or maybe there is a new game that will be closed beta this time. The old professor of biology paused and said, I suspect that those extraterrestrial civilizations want to use our power to change the predicament of those worlds. After listening to the old professor's words, Fang Qian was stunned. He had never had such a unique perspective before. But after thinking carefully, the old professor's words were actually not unreasonable. Although he had already faintly leaned towards the old professor's guess, he couldn't help but ask, How did you come to such a conclusion? Just when he thought that the old professor would definitely put out a long list of theories and evidence to prove this point, he only heard the other party throw out a sentence lightly. Because this game is too real. Such an answer stunned everyone. From the beginning of entering the game, I felt that some things in it were incredibly real. Even if the technology gap between alien civilizations is far higher than ours, it is impossible to do it so finely. Not to mention vision and hearing. Touch, taste and smell are also extremely real. It was at that time that I began to suspect that Desolate Star World might not be just a simple game. Later, a series of activities updated in the game gradually confirmed my guess. The parallel world event that just ended not long ago is probably a hint from the other party. This universe may have parallel worlds. No, to be more precise, multiverse worlds. Whether it is Desolate Star World or Mutated Planet, which is about to be closed beta, the so-called game world may be another world independent of our world. After listening to the old professor's words, everyone was speechless for a long time. In fact, it's not that no one has thought about this possibility in the past, but because such speculation is too incredible, they have never dared to think deeply. Just when everyone was immersed in horror and couldn't extricate themselves, a member of the investigation team sitting in front of the computer suddenly exclaimed. The planner named Xiaoming just sent us an email. Hearing this, everyone looked up. Fang Qiming walked to the table quickly and said, Quick! Open it and have a look. The team members hurriedly opened the email. There was a sentence written on it. I think you have guessed the secret of Desolate Star World. In this case, let's talk openly. The moment they saw this message, everyone present got goosebumps. So, can they hear us? Fang Qian stared at the email in front of him for a long time with a serious face, and typed on the keyboard to reply yes. Not long after the email was sent, a new email popped up again. Clicking it, the other party listed a lot of information, including the composition of the universe, including the truth of the game world and a series of secrets that they could not guess even if they racked their brains. Of course, the other party only gave a simple overview and did not say too much in detail. After seeing this email, the experts' curiosity was immediately ignited, and they kept asking the other party some scientific and technological questions. But the other party did not give any answers. It was because of this that Fang Qian realized that although the other party was willing to reveal some secrets to them, it was not all. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. This is true for both the mysterious extraterrestrial civilization in front of them and for the people on Earth. Thinking about it, Fang Qian typed the question he cared about most on the keyboard. Why do you tell us these things? What is your purpose? This time, the other party did not ignore the question. Because we need your help. Although the sentence is short, it contains a huge amount of information. Using the identity of planner Xiaoming, Xiaoming told these people everything he could confess. This was also the decision he made after discussing with the observer. After all, as the influence of the game, Wild Star World, continues to expand, it is almost impossible to hide some secrets. Therefore, some frankness is necessary. Rather than letting netizens discover clues and expose the truth in the future, it is better to tell the secrets that can be revealed to the top leaders of the Chinese government now. This may also gain some support. After all, the other party also needs some inspiration from alien science and technology. Hiding some things that really can't be said. Revealing the tip of the secret iceberg to the top leaders of the Chinese government. Everyone will benefit each other. Why not? The only worry is whether these people can accept the truth he gave and help them keep the secret of the game. After reading the email in front of them, the investigation team was speechless for a long time. Who would have thought? The purpose of the other party's big move on Earth is actually to hope that they can go to other universes to save the world. Such a result is really surprising. After a long silence, Fang Qian replied, why did you choose us? Seeing this familiar question, Xiaoming on the other side of the screen narrowed his eyes and smiled. He replied to the other party exactly what the observer had answered him, because of your past history. How your civilization behaves in the face of disasters deeply touched us. It only took you a few decades to leap from an extremely poor and backward country to an important country on your planet. These successes are all due to the excellent qualities that your nation possesses. Smart minds, hardworking hands, perseverance in the face of difficulties, and a positive and optimistic attitude are all necessary conditions for success. Only such a strong and unremitting civilization can lead the declining world back on track. Of course, the more important point is that you are kind. This is also the fundamental reason why we chose you. Seeing such highly praised words, The investigation team looked at each other in surprise. So, their China is a civilization admired by extraterrestrial civilizations? Just when everyone was surprised by this, they saw another message on the other side of the email. By the way, we are not an extraterrestrial civilization, but a consciousness that exists in this universe. It is our mission to maintain the stable operation of each world. You can call us observers. Chapter 492. I believe they will do well next time. End. Putting the blame on the observers. Xiaoming had no psychological burden. After all, they were the ones who needed help from the Chinese civilization on Earth. Besides, these guys had deceived him before. So what if he borrowed their identities? The observers didn't say that they couldn't do that. Unlike Xiaoming's calm attitude, the Chinese investigation team and the Chinese senior officials who learned the truth from the investigation team were unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Consciousness from a higher dimension? Maintaining the stable operation of each world? Isn't that equivalent to God? This means that these guys who call themselves observers are not so-called aliens, but a group of high-dimensional consciousnesses suspected of being gods? Isn't this too magical? Quite a few people's brains stopped thinking directly. As for the other group of people with stronger tolerance, although they were shocked by the truth behind Desolate Star World, they were more curious about other worlds in the universe. It's a pity that the observers refused to reveal more information. At present, their understanding of other worlds in the universe only comes from Desolate Star World. Of course, there is also a new game, Mutated Planet, that will be launched for closed beta testing soon. However, from the title of this game, it can be seen that it is definitely not a peaceful place. Although, Mutated Planet does not seem to be a world where a developed civilization exists. They can learn from the past mistakes of this world and avoid some unnecessary risks. From this perspective, isn't this a kind of learning? After figuring this out, they no longer continue to be stubborn. Xiaoming thought that the Chinese high-level officials would be depressed or doubt their lives for a while because of the truth of the matter. But he didn't expect that they would accept the facts faster than he expected. Especially later, when he saw the ID of the members of the Chinese investigation team appeared in the closed beta account application list of the new game, Mutated Planet. Xiaoming became more and more clear about the attitude of the high-level officials. Cooperation between observers and the Chinese civilization on Earth is feasible. This also made Xiaoming's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, suddenly return to his stomach. Everything returned to the previous stable daily life. The only thing that was not calm was the forum of the game's official website. As soon as the news of the closed beta of the new game, Mutant Planet, was released, the players and cloud players of Wild Planet World instantly felt that the game in their hands was not so good. This is not because Wild Planet World has become uninteresting, but purely because it is human instinct to get tired of the old and like the new. Players have been in the Wild Planet World for almost 2 years, and they have fallen into a period of fatigue. Seeing that the official has come up with something new, they have to try it. As for cloud players, they have been hanging out on the forum every day for the past 2 years, and even a novice knows the game's map plot and NPCs like the back of his hand. Compared with the familiar Wild Planet, they are definitely more willing to try something new. Anyway, now that Wild Planet World has been publicly tested, you can apply for an account and spend money to buy a helmet at any time if you want to play. But the new Mutant Planet is different. Most people who have applied for a game account for Wild Planet World during the closed beta period know how difficult it is to get this thing. Many people have waited for almost 2 years from the closed beta cloud to the public beta, but have never been drawn by the official. If you can successfully apply for a game account during the closed beta period of Mutated Planet, wouldn't you be envious of others? The sooner you start, the sooner you can enjoy it. Everyone understands this truth. So, in just 24 hours, the number of reservations for Mutated Planet easily exceeded 100,000. Seeing the increasing number of reservations on the official website, the first batch of people who applied couldn't help but curse MMP. The official only released a text introduction and a few simple pictures. Why are there so many people competing with him? At this rate of growth, can they still draw a closed beta account this time? Xiaoming didn't expect that netizens would be so enthusiastic about the new game. But rather than worrying, he is more relieved now. Mutated Planet is not a barren planet. The resources there are so rich. What mutant flying insects as big as beds, giant carnivorous vines, and forest frogs as big as cows. Even if all these players flock there is no need to worry. Food shortage? Resource depletion? Such problems don't exist at all. Those mutant creatures are like weeds in the field. Wildfires can't burn them all. Spring breeze blows and they grow again. If Xiaoming had to control the speed and number of closed beta accounts in the past, then this time for Mutated Planet. He opened the door to convenience with the idea of as many as you can. After system screening, Xiaoming issued closed beta qualifications to nearly 100,000 players who met the application conditions. Official website forum. Mighty and unyielding, ha ha ha. I applied for it. Screenshot.jpg. Dallon takes medicine, me too. Screenshot.jpg. Bird of Paradise, and me. Screenshot.jpg. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose. Screenshot.jpg. Rim is my wife. Shocked, how come you all applied successfully? Bird of Paradise, maybe it's because we are old players and our account weight is relatively high. So it's easier to get the closed beta qualification of the new game? Ping spreads wings. I suspect so too. I just went to other places and basically all the old players who participated in the closed beta test of Desolate Star World have obtained the closed beta test qualification of Mutated Planet. Stir-fried Big Kidney, not only old players, new players too. Stir-fried Big Kidney, I have seen several new accounts with only 1 or 2 levels in the forum posting to show off their luck. Mighty and unyielding? Rim is my wife. I hacking suck. I am your father. Surprised face. So the official production capacity has been raised. Right. Why are so many accounts issued this time? Brick moving boy, that should be the case. After all, so many people bought helmets after the public beta test. Pork stewed with vermicelli, but a helmet is only 666. According to the technical content of this game itself. Is this price a bit cheap? You should know that some domestic mobile games have hundreds of millions of turnover in one activity. And the highest can even reach billions in a month. In contrast, in Desolate Star World, except for the 666 yuan you need to pay for the helmet when applying for the account, there is no place to charge extra money after entering the game. Compared to this game is incredibly conscientious. Bird of Paradise, I think it's because of the new game map setting. According to the official background introduction, the environment there is worse than that of the wasteland planet. And there are dangerous mutant creatures everywhere. In this case, it is very difficult for novice players who have just entered the game to fight alone. Therefore, it is necessary to form a team. Of course, the more important point, there seems to be no shortage of food resources there. Although players also spent a period of primitive hunting in the early stage of closed beta, they began to develop towards farming life soon. But according to the background of Mutated Planet, farming does not seem to be the main task of this game. At least not in the early version. Just when the players were discussing it, the official website of Mutated Planet posted a new announcement. Wasteland World, Sister Chapter, Mutated Planet, is coming. And the first round of closed beta will be launched in 3 days. Game background introduction, affected by genetic pollution. Pandora has long become a barren land with few people. Human civilization is dying out there. And all kinds of giant mutant creatures dominate. Gameplay introduction. Players need to enter Pandora as slimes and survive there. At the same time, they have to find a way to change it and return it to normal. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Surprised, so we are still slimes in Mutated Planet? Rim is my wife. I thought I could play a mutant monster in Mutated Planet this time. Sigh. Mighty and unyielding. Isn't slime also a monster? Squinting. Rim is my wife. Slime is a monster. Speechless. Mighty and unyielding. Picking nose. Anyway, they are not human. Rim is my wife. Pork stewed with vermicelli at Mighty and unyielding. I feel like you are scolding people. Brick moving boy, nodding, and you scolded everyone. Mighty and unyielding, shaking head in horror. I am not. I don't have it. Snail Noodle King, I suddenly have a bold guess. Do you think? Could the Desolate Planet and Pandora be real worlds? As soon as this was said, the chat thread that was originally noisy suddenly became quiet. After a while, Lu Guang replied, actually, I think so too. Seeing Ultraman of Light, the veteran closed beta player, say this, the originally cold topic suddenly became hot. Brick carrying boy? Pork vermicelli noodles. Oh my gosh. Snail Noodle King, surprised, so the big guys think so too? Lu Guang, yes. When I first got the closed beta helmet, I saw some things that could not be explained by science. And the pictures and feelings in this game are so real that it really doesn't look like a game. It was at that time that I began to suspect that this game was related to extraterrestrial civilizations. This time, I couldn't help but make a bold guess for the closed beta of the new game. As he said this, Lu Guang paused. Those extraterrestrial civilizations want to borrow our power to save those worlds that are on the verge of decline. But perhaps due to the limitations of technical conditions or some other reasons, we cannot enter those worlds. So I can only borrow the body of the slime. In other words, slime is actually a container for our soul. Because of slime, we can enter those worlds. It is also because of this that the game character played by the players in this mutated planet will be slime. It is not the reason of sister version, as the official said. After listening to Lu Guang's analysis, the players all said wow. Brick moving boy, shame if the game world is real. Then are all the NPCs we killed in the game real people? Hai Gilong Donkyang, sweating profusely. Little brother. Dapping Zanki, keep calm. Even if the game world is real, those we killed are basically bad guys who do all kinds of evil. I am your father. There are also monsters, like desert giant lizards. Brick moving boy, Think about it carefully. Gotham Iron Man, no matter whether it is developed by extraterrestrial civilization or pretended in the real world. When playing games, having fun is the most important thing. I am fearless. Fried kidney flour, laughing with sidelong eyes, as expected of Gotham. This extraordinary insensitivity is unmatched. Gloria, as expected of the leader. Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, keep a low profile. Under the jokes of a group of silly people, the discussion about the secrets behind the game came to an end. Most players did not take this matter too seriously. For them, it doesn't matter if the game is real or fake. Anyway, don't they play it anyway? As Gotham Brother said, having fun is the most important thing. If there is really any problem with this game, I'm afraid the government officials would have stopped them from playing it long ago. But nothing has happened now. In this case, they don't need to worry too much. In the background, Xiaoming was browsing the discussion posts of the players on the forum, and couldn't help but smile like an old father. Sure enough, players are the most positive and optimistic creatures in the world. I believe that they will do well in the future.